Chapter 3964 Supreme Divine Mansion. Master, what kind of place is it exactly? Xianxia was excited, but he was also confused. It was hard for him to imagine that such a place existed. Apart from improving one's laws and cultivation base, it could also improve one's talent and comprehension skills. Yuan Hanjin looked at Xianxia with a profound gaze and asked, "Do you think it sounds miraculous as well?" Yes. Xianxia nodded. He really found it hard to believe that such a miraculous place existed. After all, even supreme gods might not have the ability to improve another person's talent and comprehension skills, let alone emperors of gods. Perhaps, a supreme god was capable of creating such a magical place if he had a special treasure. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "In the beginning, I found it unbelievable as well. However, through your seniors and the experiments they conducted, I confirmed it. Over the years, I managed to find ancient books about it. That place has a history dating back to 100,000 years ago, a few 100,000 years ago, and even millions of years ago. Who knew it might even date back to much earlier than that? A few years ago, I obtained a damaged ancient record. Some of its content was gone, but what I managed to read made me suspect that the place is." Yuan Hanjin's breathing quickened when he spoke about this. "The place is?" Xianxia asked curiously. His anticipation grew as he drew closer and closer to the reveal. Yuan Hanjin looked at Xianxia before he tossed out a formation compass. After that, several isolation and noise-canceling formations appeared around them. Xianxia's expression turned solemn when he saw the formations. He knew the matter had to be extremely confidential for his master to set up the formations. They were on Ping Sheng Island. This place was the territory of his master's adopted father. The members here were his master's seniors and juniors. The fact that his master was so cautious in his own territory showed how grave the matter was. After laying the formations, Yuan Hanjin said clearly, "I suspect the place is a supreme divine mansion." Xianxia was shocked by these 4 words. He knew about the supreme powerhouses. He also knew about prime divine artifacts, which were upgraded from prominent divine artifacts after they were nourished by the auras of supreme powerhouses for many years. It was also rumored that a prominent divine artifact had to possess an artifact soul before it could turn into a prime divine artifact. However, this was his first time hearing about the supreme divine mansion. Even then, he had a strong feeling it was related to supreme powerhouses. Xianxia took a deep breath before he asked, "Master, does the supreme divine mansion has something to do with a supreme powerhouse?" If that place was created by a supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt it would be extraordinary. It would make sense how that place could raise one's talent and comprehension skills. Supreme powerhouses were the most powerful beings, especially the over a dozen supreme powerhouses who controlled the realms of gods. Since the realms of gods were like little worlds created by supreme powerhouses, it stood to reason that the realms of gods were under the complete control of the supreme powerhouses who created them. Yuan Hanjin replied slowly, "Yes. The place is not a place, but an artifact. It's an artifact forged by supreme powerhouses using all kinds of rare treasures. It's not an offensive or defensive weapon, and it only serves to cultivate the younger generation. Due to its effect that can raise one's talents and comprehension skills, it has the ability to change one's fate. Supreme divine mansions are generally created by supreme powerhouses for their descendants." Xianxia could barely contain his excitement, and his breathing quickened. He asked, "Master, if the supreme places created those places for their descendants, why are they so dangerous?" It doesn't make sense. In Xianxia's opinion, he would not have left such a dangerous place to his descendants if he were a supreme powerhouse. That place was so deadly that all his senior brothers and senior sisters died there. A hint of approval and joy could be seen on Yuan Hanjin's face when he heard Xianxia's question. He said, "Since you're able to think of this, it means that you're not blinded by temptation and that you still retain your common sense. You're right, a supreme powerhouse who created a supreme divine mansion for his descendants definitely would not leave such a dangerous place to his descendants. However, after creating a supreme divine mansion, all supreme powerhouses will place a restriction on it. The creator's death would trigger the restriction. This is to ensure other supreme powerhouses would not be able to steal the supreme divine mansion. As you know, when a supreme powerhouse dies, his descendants will perish as well. Hence, the restriction wouldn't affect the descendants at all." Yuan Hanjin paused for a beat before he continued to say, "Hence, supreme divine mansions with triggered restrictions are just like a death trap. The place I found is such a place. Its restriction has been triggered, and its energy is continuously depleting. Although that place is deadly, as long as one has enough determination and can endure pain and suffering, one will reap the benefits. Alas, there are very few people with such characteristics. As for the descendants of other supreme powerhouses, the supreme powerhouses would definitely not allow them to take such great risks. It makes more sense for them to create their own supreme divine mansions for their descendants. When a supreme powerhouse kills another supreme powerhouse, he'll discard the supreme divine mansion if there's a restriction on it since it's useless. I suspect the supreme powerhouse who controls our profound energy land is the one who placed the supreme divine mansion here. It's likely that he found it and decided to place it here. He likely thought it would be great if the people here could benefit from it, and he also did not care if the people here died because of it. After all, it's not his direct descendants who are risking their lives. The danger is great, but the reward is also great. It's truly a pity that your seniors didn't survive in the end, Yuan Han-jin said with a sigh. Supreme divine mansions aren't easy to forge. Their value far surpasses that of prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls. The supreme divine mansion I found is already in a state of decline. Its energy has drained so much that it can only accommodate those that are below the stage of a rudimentary lord of gods. Based on what I know, a newly forged supreme divine mansion should be able to accommodate those that are below the stage of an emperor of gods. Yang Qianyi had a better understanding of the supreme divine mansion after listening to Yuan Han-jin. He knew the supreme divine mansion was deadly, but the reward would be unimaginable if he managed to survive. I've already told you everything I know. As for what you want to do with it, I'll leave it up to you. However, even if you decided against going to that place, I hope you won't reveal it to anyone else, Yuan Han-jin said. His gaze turned pointed when he reached the end of his words. Apart from that, if you decide to enter, you have to ask yourself if your will is strong enough. Are you really prepared to die? Are you really that desperate? Yuan Han-jin added. His voice took on a serious tone. Yang Qianyi fell silent when he heard his master's words. You may leave, Yuan Han-jin said with a sigh. In fact, I'd rather my disciples not go to such a place. It's already in such a state of decline. In a few years, perhaps, it could not even accommodate rudimentary lords of gods anymore. It won't be long before it crumbles completely. Although Yuan Han-jin was just muttering to himself, Yang Qianyi heard his words. Finally, Yang Qianyi said, I'll take my leave first. Even after Yang Qianyi left, he could not calm down for a long time. After all, that place was a supreme divine mansion, an artifact forged by a supreme powerhouse with the ability to change a person's fate. However, when he thought about the possibility of dying and his seniors who died in there, his heart was shaken. Although he wanted to avenge his two good friends and the elders from the 10,000 Devils sect, he was not prepared to risk his life to do so. While Yang Qianyi traveled back from his master's cultivation ground to his cultivation ground, he thought to himself, I'm afraid I'm not willing to risk my life to kill Duan Lingtian just to avenge them. Am I really just going to give up because of my cowardice? After Yang Qianyi left, an icy expression appeared on Yuan Han-jin's face. He muttered to himself, perhaps, I'll be able to try again. One last time, I'll try one last time. Although this disciple's talent and comprehension skills aren't as high as the previous ones, his tenacity is far stronger. It's just that the hatred in his heart isn't strong enough. Chapter 3965 The 10,000 Devils sect is in chaos. Translator. Endless fan. The Pure Yang sect was like a land of blessing to Duan Lingtian. Ever since he came here, his cultivation had progressed tremendously. Although the Pure Yang sect contributed significantly to his progress, the limit divine pills he refined played a significant role as well. After obtaining some rare medicinal herbs from the Pure Yang sect, which the Flying Dragon sect failed to obtain previously, he was able to refine rare divine pills. Apart from the cultivation resources given by the Pure Yang sect and the divine pills he refined, the Cloud Peak faction also spared no effort in helping him. With this, he continued to make progress. Elder Gen said that as long as I become an intermediate lord of gods within 20 years, I'll be able to participate in the Eastern Ridge Mansion's 5 top bosses trading conference. Based on the speed of my progress now, I should be able to break through a few years earlier than I expected. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would leave his room occasionally to take a break. He would also switch things up by refining divine pills, comprehending the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity, or watching battle recordings of powerhouses who comprehended the law of space. Hence, his law of space had improved so much that it had already surpassed that of the pristine Void Elders and was on par with ordinary spirit Void Elders in the pure Yang sect. However, he knew it was still a far cry from extraordinary spirit Void Elders like Qin Wuyang or Zhao Lu. Duan Ling Tian was granted access to the pure Yang sect's chambers of laws, but he discovered that they did not help him much. The chambers of law here were of the same grade as the ones in the Flying Dragon sect, it was just that they had richer heaven and earth spirit energy. After all, as one of the top 5 strongest forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the pure Yang sect naturally had much more divine rocks and divine crystals compared to the Flying Dragon sect. The chambers of laws were not useful in improving his law of space, but they were quite useful for comprehending his other laws. However, he knew the pure Yang sect would not question him if he stayed in the chamber of laws comprehending the law of space, but if he spent too much time comprehending other laws, the sect would definitely say something. This was not surprising since the sect had given him all these privileges only because they had high hopes that he would rank in the top 10 during the 7 Mansions feast. His law of space could naturally boost his strength greatly, unlike the other laws. After all, he had not spent as much time comprehending them compared to the laws of space. He was very self-aware, so he did not bother taking advantage of his privilege to comprehend the other laws in the chambers of laws. I'm sure some members of the sect will have an opinion if I let my doppelgangers comprehend the other laws in the chambers of laws. In any case, no one will dare to have an opinion if I rank in the top 10 during the 7 Mansions feast. Duan Ling Tian was not someone who cared about others' opinions of him. However, he did not want to cause trouble for the Cloud Peak faction since he had a good relationship with Zhen Pingfan, who was also the son of Zhen Yunfeng, the leader of the Cloud Peak faction. In just a blink of an eye, 5 peaceful years had passed. Duan Ling Tian was still cultivating diligently. He rarely left his cultivation ground, not even to refine Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills, since he had refined enough of them to last him until he became an intermediate Lord of Gods. The Ping Sheng faction. The Ping Sheng faction was also the faction that Yang Qianyi, the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, joined after joining the pure Yang sect. At this time, a middle-aged man with a medium build dressed in a long green robe flew in the sky above the Ping Sheng island. Although his appearance was very ordinary, he possessed a pair of spirited and resolute eyes. When an old man flew past, he bowed at the middle-aged man and called out, "Greetings, senior uncle." Little Yun Yen. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile before he flew away. The old man was an elder who was patrolling the area. Based on the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was clear that he was lower in seniority even though he looked old enough to be the middle-aged man's father. The Imperial War was still ongoing between the Flying Dragon sect and the Taiyi sect, and the atmosphere was still tense. Duan Ling Tian's departure did not greatly affect the Flying Dragon sect's performance during the Imperial War. However, since he was widely acknowledged as a prodigy, his departure to the pure Yang sect naturally stirred up a huge commotion. After all, it was unprecedented in the Flying Dragon sect for an Emperor of Gods to personally recruit and escort someone to the pure Yang sect. Near the Flying Dragon sect's estate, at this moment, the middle-aged man from the pure Yang sect's Ping Sheng faction had appeared near the Flying Dragon sect's estate. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the Flying Dragon sect's estate. After a moment, he disappeared from sight. It seemed like the Flying Dragon sect was not his destination, and he was only passing by. Based on the direction he had left in, he seemed to be heading toward the 10,000 Devils sect. Soon enough, a distance away from the Flying Dragon sect, a flying ship flew up into the air and sailed in the direction of the 10,000 Devils sect at an average speed. At this time, the middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the flying ship. There were at least 20 floating image pearls hovering in front of him at this moment. He extended his divine consciousness into the pearls, and the recordings started playing at the same time. All the recordings shared one commonality: they all featured the same tall and burly man fighting. If Duan Ling Tian was present, he would be able to recognize the man with just a glance. It was none other than Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. He was an advanced Lord of Gods who was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elders in the Flying Dragon sect. He was also the youngest advanced Lord of Gods in the Flying Dragon sect. Even without the Imperial War, he still had a high chance of becoming an Emperor of Gods. Through the recordings, it could be easily seen that Long Qingchong comprehended the law of metal. When he attacked, there would be flashes of golden light. The middle-aged man frowned as he shook his head and muttered under his breath, "It's rather difficult for me to imitate him since the law of metal isn't my forte." Then, his eyes suddenly flashed as though he just recalled something. "I almost forgot. Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, is only a rudimentary lord of gods, and the others are even weaker. Even if I'm not an expert in the law of metal, no one will be able to sense anything. As long as my appearance is flawless, no one will be the wiser. They won't be able to discover anything wrong when they play the recording since they won't be able to sense my divine consciousness through the recording." A figure entered the 10,000 Devils sect's estate silently and appeared at Lan Qing's cultivation ground. After that, he killed Lan Qing in full view of the high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Devils sect. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react in time, let alone probe the other party with their divine consciousnesses. Later on, one of the high-ranking officials found a floating image pearl near Lan Qing's corpse. Conveniently, it contained the recording of Lan Qing's assassination. It also showed that the assassin was a tall and burly figure dressed in a black robe whose face was hidden. He killed Lan Qing with just 2 moves, and when he attacked, his divine energy was golden like the sun, indicating he had imbued it with the law of metal. The sect leader was killed so easily. The assassin has to be an advanced lord of gods at least. I don't think an intermediate lord of gods is capable of this feat. Should we inform Xianxia of this matter? No, we shouldn't. The 7 Mansions feasts is coming up, and he'll be representing the pure Yang sect. We can't affect his cultivation. Apart from that, he's likely in closed-door cultivation, so he won't be able to receive our message as well. In any case, he has the sect leader's soul pearl. Once he discovers it has shattered, he'll definitely return. Although the 10,000 Devils sect's high-ranking officials tried to keep the news of Lan Qing's death from spreading, it did not take long for the news to spread through the entire sect, causing widespread panic. In the past, when the Flying Dragon sect executed a group of high-ranking officials, the members had been shaken and no longer felt safe. Now that their sect leader died, many of them deserted the sect, fearing for their safety. While chaos descended in the 10,000 Devils sect, a flying ship flew back to the pure Yang sect with the speed of an advanced lord of gods. On Pingsheng Island, Yang Qianyi, who had just woken up from his cultivation, was taking a divine pill out of his spatial ring when he caught a glimpse of a shattered soul pearl. When he regained his senses, his face paled, and his eyes widened in horror as he let out a sorrowful cry, "Father!" Chapter 3966 Yang Qianyi's decision. Yang Qianyi felt like he was going to lose his mind. His father had perished when he was cultivating, but no one had informed him about it. Yang Qianyi took after his deceased mother's surname to commemorate her. This was because when he was still a baby, she sacrificed herself in order to protect him and his father. His father also single-handedly raised him and doted on him, playing a huge role in him becoming the man he was today. In his heart, his father was more important than his own life. For his father, he also worked hard, becoming outstanding among his peers. Apart from having a good innate talent, Yang Qianyi was also very hardworking. In fact, he had spent so much time cultivating that his father even advised him not to go overboard. However, he was driven by his determination to protect his father and the 10,000 Devils sect. In his opinion, the 10,000 Devils sect was too weak, and there were too many forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion that could easily annihilate the sect. Even Emperor-rank forces without an Emperor of Gods were more than enough to deal with the 10,000 Devils sect. At a very young age, Yang Qianyi had once secretly sworn to his late mother that he would protect and take good care of his father. He had encountered many difficulties in the past, and there was once when his chi deviated when he was attempting to break through, and he almost went berserk. It was due to his father's spiritual support that he was able to overcome his difficult times. This was also the reason he firmly believed his father was the reason for his achievements today. He did not even have to think twice about giving up his life if he could bring his father back to life. No, impossible. There must be a mistake. Perhaps, father is still alive. Yang Qianyi said, becoming abnormally calm, I should speak to my senior uncles and junior uncles in the sect. Perhaps, something is wrong with his soul pearl. That must be why it shattered, right, that must be it. Father is fine, he has to be fine. Yang Qianyi convinced himself with such words. However, when he brought out one of his senior uncle's soul pearl to send a message, he hesitated. Fear tightened its grip around his heart as he thought to himself, what if he's really dead? No, no, it's impossible. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and sent the message. His body trembled involuntarily due to fear and nervousness. While he waited, he brought out a few more soul pearls and sent a few more messages. At this time, just 1 second felt like an eternity as he waited for his elder's replies. Then, the first reply arrived. Xianyi, my condolences. Junior nephew, my condolences. Don't be sad. The sect leader is watching over you in heaven, and he definitely won't want you to be sad. One after another, messages of condolence rang in Xianyi's ears. He was frozen, unable to accept that his beloved father was gone. It took Xianyi 3 days and 3 nights before he came to terms with the fact that his father was gone. He knew regardless of his sorrow, nothing would change. Although he had regained his senses, he felt as though his heart had died along with his father. Who killed my father? Xianyi's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and the expression on his handsome face was dark. After a moment, he sent a message to his master, Yuan Hanjin. Master, my father passed away. I want to return to the 10,000 Devil sect to find out the person responsible. Shock could be heard in Yuan Hanjin's voice as he said, what happened? Why did your father suddenly pass away? I'll accompany you to the 10,000 Devil sect. I'd like to know who dares to kill the father of my direct disciple. A hint of anger could be heard in Yuan Hanjin's voice nearing the end of his words. Master, Xianyi was moved when he heard his master's words. Wait for me. Shortly after Yuan Hanjin's message was sent, he arrived at Xianyi's cultivation ground. He did not waste time and brought Xianyi to the 10,000 Devil sect. Using a Lord-grade flying ship with the speed of an advanced Lord of Gods. Master, there's no need to travel so fast. We'll need to use a huge amount of divine crystals to fuel the ship at such a speed, right? Xianyi said hoarsely. His eyes were red as he looked at his master. You don't have to worry about that, Yuan Hanjin said in a low voice. Unfortunately, the sect doesn't have an emperor-grade flying ship. Otherwise, I would have borrowed it. With the speed of an advanced emperor of gods, it won't take us half a day to arrive at the 10,000 Devil sect. Master, Xianyi was moved by his master's words, and his eyes turned redder. The flying ship that flew at the speed of an advanced Lord of Gods finally arrived at the 10,000 Devil sect a few days later. Xianyi and Yuan Hanjin were quickly shown the recording from the floating image pearl so they could investigate Lan Qing's death. After watching the recording, Yuan Hanjin muttered, it's definitely a man. He has a tall and burly figure. Based on the color of his divine energy, he comprehends the law of metal. Moreover, judging by his attacks, he should be an advanced Lord of Gods at least. Then, he turned to Xianyi and asked, is there anyone among your enemies who matches this description? Xianyi shook his head. Then, a supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil sect bowed to Yuan Hanjin and said, Elder Yuan, it's impossible for our sect to make an enemy out of someone like that. Doing so is no different from seeking death. I suspect our sect leader offended an advanced Lord of Gods at some point. Or perhaps, the supreme elder trailed off, hesitating as he looked at Xianyi. Xianyi said, Father has always been meticulous and cautious when doing things. It's impossible for him to offend someone like that. As for me, I've never offended anyone like that. Xianyi's voice was hoarse, and his entire body felt cold. He had seen his father's body earlier, and the grief threatened to overwhelm him immediately. He forcefully suppressed his grief and reminded himself that his father had once told him when he was a child that men should not shed tears easily. Yuan Hanjin looked at the high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Devil sect expressionlessly as he said, since your sect leader passed away some time ago, I'm sure you've already investigated the matter, right? Yes, a high-ranking official replied. He stepped forward and brought out a few floating image pearls before he continued to say, Elder Yuan, please have a look. A few recordings were played simultaneously, and the same person was featured in all of the recordings. The person was tall and burly, and there was something familiar about his back. It could be seen that he comprehended the law of metal. All in all, he matched the description that Yuan Hanjin came up with earlier except for the fact that he was an intermediate Lord of Gods. Who is he? Xianyi asked in a low voice as he stared at the Supreme Elders fiercely. The Supreme Elders exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward and said with a sigh, he's Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. This was a recording from when he was still an intermediate Lord of Gods. He's now an advanced Lord of Gods. Upon hearing this, Xianxia kneeled in front of Yuan Han-jin and said, "Master, please avenge my master." Xianxia was naturally no match for Long Qingchong, who was an advanced lord of gods. Moreover, the Flying Dragon sect was not a sect that the 10,000 Devils sect could afford to offend. "If he's the culprit, I'll definitely avenge your father," Yuan Han-jin said. Then, he added in a low voice, "However, I'm afraid if he denies it, there's nothing I can do." Although the Flying Dragon sect doesn't have an emperor of gods, many emperors of gods are indebted to them. It's easy to kill him. However, without concrete evidence, if I kill him, I'm afraid the Pure Yang sect will be affected when those emperors of gods come looking for trouble. Yan Huan-jin shook his head and continued to say, "Regardless, we'll have to visit the Flying Dragon sect." Yan Huan-jin brought Yang Qianyi to the Flying Dragon sect to question Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong naturally denied the accusations. It was unfortunate that the Devil's Heart blood oath would not be able to prove his innocence, since it would not work on past events. Under such circumstances, Yuan Han-jin could only bring Yang Qianyi away from the Flying Dragon sect. Yuan Han-jin let out a long sigh before he said, "Without concrete evidence, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." "I hope you understand." Yang Qianyi was eerily calm at this time. He looked at Yuan Han-jin and said resolutely, "Master, I want to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion." Chapter 3967 Duan Ling Tian breaks through and becomes an intermediate Lord of Gods. The Supreme Divine Mansion. Yuan Han-jin was stunned. Then, he shook his head and said, "Let's talk about this after you've come to terms with your grief." "That place is too dangerous." "Master, didn't you say that place challenges one's will?" "I think I'm ready now. My father is the most important person to me. He's the only reason I came so far in life. Now that he's gone, the goals in my life have changed. I only want to avenge him now," Yang Qianyi said. His voice was cold at the end of his words. He continued to say, "I don't care if I die now. If I don't enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, it'll be difficult for me to avenge my father." Moreover, the Flying Dragon sect might not be comparable to the Pure Yang sect, but they have Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian definitely won't stand aside and watch if I seek revenge from Long Qingchong. Moreover, if I survive the Divine Supreme Mansion, I'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian as well to avenge the others. Yang Qianyi's tone softened as he continued to say, "Rest assured. If I survive the Supreme Divine Mansion and manage to seek revenge, I promise I'll be extra careful not to implicate you in the Ping Sheng faction. However, I'll have to leave the sect for a time if I successfully exact revenge. When I grow stronger, I promise I'll return to the sect and help you become the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect. If I manage to survive, after seeking revenge, I'll devote my life to you now that my father has left." Yuan Han-jin sighed when he heard the determination in Yang Qianyi's words. "I'll give you a month to carefully consider this matter. If you're still adamant about entering the Supreme Divine Mansion at that time, I'll bring you there." "Thank you, Master," Yang Qianyi said gratefully. Perhaps, he was too immersed in his grief, he did notice the strange look in his master's eyes. Yuan Han-jin was aware of Yang Qianyi's strong bond with his father. He was certain Yang Qianyi would surely want to avenge his father. However, he did not expect this level of determination from Yang Qianyi. His previous disciples could not compare to Yang Qianyi at all in terms of determination. In the past, Yuan Han-jin had also used such a tactic to stimulate his disciple into entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. However, his plan failed because his disciple's will was not strong enough. There's a chance he might succeed, Yuan Han-jin thought to himself as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he manages to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast, my father might be given the chance to become an advanced Emperor of Gods. After all, if my disciple ranks in the top 10, I think the elders won't be so shameless as to snatch that chance away from my father. Yuan Han-jin lit up as though he could already see Yang Qianyi's outstanding performance during the Seven Mansions Feast. On Cloud Peak Island, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating. Since Zhen Ping Fan promised to bring him to the Eastern Ridge Mansion's top 5 major Fosses trading conference if he became an intermediate Lord of Gods by then, it was a tradition in the Eastern Ridge Mansion to hold the trading conference a decade before the Seven Mansions Feast. The main purpose of the conference was, as its name suggested, for the 5 major forces to trade. However, there would be sparring sessions among the younger generation, and sometimes, elders would place bets during the sessions. There would also be an auction with many rare treasures. All in all, it could be considered a rare event in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Although only those from the 5 major forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion were allowed to attend, news about it would spread quickly to the other forces. Duan Ling Tian was sitting on the bed cross-legged when a gust of wind blew into the room, blowing all the windows open. He opened his eyes and got out of bed immediately. His divine energy could be seen surging restlessly on the surface of his body. After he took a deep breath, his divine energy finally calmed down. A bright smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, I've broken through. I'm now an intermediate lord of gods. It's only been less than 100 years since I came to the profound energy land. When I came I've yet to attain godhood, and now, I'm an intermediate lord of gods. This should be considered quite good, right? Although Duan Ling Tian was satisfied with his performance, he did not become complacent. In the next moment, his expression suddenly turned solemn. In less than 300 years, 1,000 years would have passed, and the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms will reopen. Is Ka in the realm battlefield now? Or has she returned to the divine offering land? If not, I wonder if she'll return to the divine offering land at that time. The realm battlefield is incredibly dangerous. If she's there, I hope she's safe. Once I become an emperor of gods, I must find a way to enter the divine offering land's battlefield in the realm battlefield. I wonder if the strength of a rudimentary emperor of gods is enough to travel between the battlefields in the realm battlefield. According to Elder Yi, who's an intermediate emperor of gods, he can travel to different realms of gods through the corresponding battlefields on the realm battlefield. Speaking of which, Linggu Renfeng must be an intermediate emperor of gods at least. Moreover, a rudimentary emperor of gods wouldn't be able to do what she did at the Flying Dragon sect. Although Duan Ling Tian's understanding of the strength of emperors of gods was vague, he could somewhat guess their cultivation base based on his knowledge and observations. Based on his observations of Yi Chenfeng, whom he knew for sure was an intermediate emperor of god, he could guess that Linggu Renfeng was at least an intermediate emperor of gods. There was a possibility that she was an advanced emperor of gods as well. When he thought about Linggu Renfeng, he recalled what he had learned from Linggu Renjia. If Linggu Renjia's words were true, then Linggu Renfeng was his mother-in-law. It was very kind of her to give those resources when she came to the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh when he recalled the abrupt appearance of the spatial ring in the voice transmission that he received. Linggu Renfeng had asked Linggu Renjia to conceal the truth from Duan Ling Tian previously because she wanted to test his strength, but she did not want him to feel pressured. However, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was originally from the mundane realm. To come all the way to the realm of gods, how could he feel pressured so easily? Ka, wait for me, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, I managed to break through 2 years earlier than I had expected. This is great. This means I have an extra 2 years to stabilize my cultivation base with some divine pills. Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness was volatile earlier because he had just broken through and had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. Before he began to stabilize his cultivation base, he sent a message to Zhen Ping Fan. Elder Zhen, I've broken through and become an intermediate lord of gods. I'm going to enter closed-door cultivation now to stabilize my cultivation base. Please send me a reminder when we're about to depart for the trading conference. Following that, Duan Ling Tian activated his formation and began to cultivate. He's broken through, Zhen Ping Fan muttered to himself when he received Duan Ling Tian's message. He was in the midst of chatting with his father when he received the message. What are you talking about? Zhen Yunfeng asked curiously. Zhen Ping Fan replied with a trace of shock and disbelief in his voice, it's Duan Ling Tian. I just received a message from Duan Ling Tian saying he's broken through. What? Zhen Yunfeng rose to his feet in shock. In just a moment, he extended his divine consciousness toward Duan Ling Tian's cultivation ground. Alas, it was protected by formations. After withdrawing his divine consciousness, his eyes lit up as he said, that young man broke through so quickly. It seems like our Cloud Peak faction has found a rare treasure. He must have already entered closed-door cultivation since he's not replying to my message, Zhen Ping Fan said. Then, a complicated expression could be seen on his face as he continued to say, I told him about the trading conference because I wanted to motivate him. I didn't expect him to really break through so quickly, and he even broke through 2 years earlier than expected. Zhen Yunfeng smiled and said, Based on the strength he displayed previously, he has a good chance of ranking in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast now that he's an intermediate Lord of Gods, unless the other forces have some heaven-defying trump cards. Heaven-defying trump cards? I hope we're not that unlucky, Zhen Ping Fan said solemnly. Then, as though he just remembered something, he said, "That's right. Father, you said Junior Uncle Yi's true body has returned to the sect and entered closed-door cultivation, right?" Zhen Yunfeng nodded and smiled. "That's right. Perhaps, the Pure Yang sect will soon witness the birth of a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul soon. The last time this happened was 100,000 years ago." Chapter 3968. 2 years later. There were 3 kinds of prominent divine artifacts, one without an artifact soul, one with an incomplete artifact soul, and one with a complete artifact soul. The Pure Yang sect had several prominent divine artifacts with incomplete artifact souls, and they were distributed among the Ascension Elders. They were the strongest weapons in the sect. The last time the Pure Yang sect had a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul was about 100,000 years ago. Alas, that prominent divine artifact was not passed down to the next generation because the owner was killed, and the prominent divine artifact was taken by his opponent. If Junior Uncle Yi possesses a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, his strength will rise significantly, right? Zhen Ping Fang asked with a smile on his face. Of course, it all depends on him now whether he can nurture the soul to a complete one, Zhen Yunfeng replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Yi Chenfeng had returned to the Pure Yang sect for half a year now. All he knew was that his master, Feng Qingyang, was ready to go to a realm of gods. Now that Feng Qingyang finally became a Lord of Gods, he was ready to leave. At the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Before bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Time reminded solemnly, "Master, please be careful when you arrive at the realm of gods." Although Feng Qingyang inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, the supreme powerhouses did not leave any physical treasures behind. The legacy benefited him greatly, but it had its limitations as well. If he had a treasure like Duan Ling Tian's supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the Law of Time, his strength would be much more heaven-defying now. Rest assured, Feng Qingyang shook his head as he said with a smile, "I'll leave my doppelganger from the Law of Earth here. If anything happens in the realm of gods, I'll be able to get in touch with you. There shouldn't be any problem unless I'm very unlucky. Don't forget that I, your master, relied on my own strength to get this far from the Saint Province realm. Moreover, with your advice, my journey should be smoother as well." At the end of his words, a complicated expression flitted across Feng Qingyang's face as he looked at his disciple. He did not expect that one day he would have to ask for advice from his disciple. Although he was genuinely happy for his disciple, who surpassed him after going to the realm of gods, it would be a lie to say he did not feel the pressure. He was the master, after all. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Master, if you have any questions, just look for me. I'll leave my doppelganger from the Law of Time in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Currently, Duan Ling Tian had 2 doppelgangers in the lower realms. His doppelganger from the Law of Time was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven while his doppelganger from the Law of Space was in a mundane realm with his family. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian considered moving his family to the Devata realm since the cultivation environment was better. However, this plan had to be delayed because some of his family members were in closed-door cultivation. He would only depart once everyone was available. For safety reasons, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to bring his family to the solitary destructive heaven. Who knew if Yun Qingyan would send his subordinate who was a non-native of the realms of gods to search for his family using destruction divine shuttles? The first place they would search would definitely be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had already found a Devata realm and even made arrangements for his family to stay in a heavenly palace. He had hidden his identity and revealed his strength to the heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. The heavenly emperor, who had yet to attain godhood, was naturally more than willing to have a god like Duan Ling Tian stay in the heavenly palace as a revered elder. It was nothing to house Duan Ling Tian and his family. He quickly prepared a beautiful and spacious valley for Duan Ling Tian and his family. Duan Ling Tian set up various formations in the valley. Needless to say, it was impossible for the heavenly emperor to break those formations. He did not plan to let his family come in contact with the heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. He had also specifically chosen this Devata realms. Heavenly Palace due to its excellent cultivation environment. It had a divine rock vein under the ground that had existed for a long time. Since his true body was not there, he could not let them into his little world, which had a much superior cultivation environment to cultivate. The Heavenly Palace here was the best option available at this time. Another 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. A flying ship flew west of the pure Yang sect at the speed of a rudimentary emperor of gods. If Zhenping Fan used more divine crystals, he could hasten its speed to that of an advanced emperor of gods. However, there was no need for that since they had left for the trading conference ahead of time. The flying ship belonged to Zhenping Fan. Not only did he bring the members of the Cloud Peak faction, Hidden Sword faction, and Zhengming faction with him, but he also brought the members from another 2 factions, which Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with him. Although all of the factions were one under the pure Yang sect, it was inevitable that some factions had a better relationship than others. The Hidden Sword faction and the Cloud Peak faction had always had a close relationship. As for the Zhengming faction, Lan Zhengming, its founder, was not only Zhen Yunfeng's junior nephew, but he was also once a member of the Cloud Peak faction. Not long after Zhen Yunfeng's senior brother accepted Lan Zhengming as a disciple, Zhen Yunfeng's senior brother perished outside of the pure Yang sect. As such, Lan Zhengming grew up on Cloud Peak Island. After becoming an emperor of gods, Lan Zhengming moved away and founded his own faction with Zhen Yunfeng's support, recruiting his master's former subordinates. For this reason, the 2 factions had a rather good relationship as well. Even Zhenping Fan had a good relationship with Lan Zhengming, who was Zhenping Fan's senior brother. As for the other 2 factions, their founders were also Zhen Yunfeng's junior nephews and maintained a good relationship with the Cloud Peak faction. Before setting off for the trading conference, the members of the other factions had gathered on Cloud Peak Island since Zhenping Fan would be leading everyone. No one had any objections about traveling together. Zhenping Fan loved a lively atmosphere. As for the other factions, they did not have to worry about their members' safety since Zhenping Fan, an emperor of gods, was present. Moreover, the Hidden Sword faction also sent a Nirvanic elder, another emperor of gods, to the trading conference. At this time, Zhenping Fan was growing impatient with the members of the various factions clamoring around him. He pointed at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner, as he said, "All right, enough. Keep quiet. Stop disturbing our junior who's cultivating." Duan Ling Tian, who had just exchanged greetings with the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, felt rather speechless when he heard those words. In fact, he was just about to rest. He thought to himself, amused, does he think the others are blind? Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything and closed his eyes, pretending to cultivate. The others looked at each other sheepishly when they heard Zhenping Fan's words. Then, they began to find a place to sit. At this time, Lan Shilin was staring at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face. He was startled when he received a voice transmission from Lu Wei. "Stop staring at Duan Ling Tian with so much hostility. If anything happens to Duan Ling Tian, the first person everyone is going to point their finger at is you. He's now a precious gem in the sect." Lu Wei hesitated for a moment before he sent another message. "When we boarded the flying ship, I sensed that Duan Ling Tian had become an intermediate lord of gods." Lan Shilin's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lu Hui's words. He found it hard to believe and accept. He broke through. "How's that possible? I know it's shocking, but it's true," Lu Wei said. "He's truly a genius." When Lan Shilin regained his senses, he said coldly, "He is talented, however, it's mostly because our sect gave him so many resources that he's able to achieve such a feat. He better rank in the top 10 during the 7 Mansions feast. Otherwise, he'll have to repay the sect for all the resources given to him. At the very least, he should repay the share of resources from our Zhengming faction." Apart from sending resources from their own treasury, the Pure Yang sect also ordered the factions to send resources to Duan Ling Tian. After all, factions or not, they were under one sect. Duan Ling Tian's success in the 7 Mansions would benefit the sect, so it was only right that the factions contributed as well. Moreover, the factions also had many rare resources that were unavailable in the sect's treasury. Chapter 3969 7 Kills Valley. The flying ship carrying Duan Ling Tian was naturally not the only flying ship from the Pure Yang sect. There were a few more flying ships carrying other members of the Pure Yang sect, and each of them carried members of 2 or more factions. Compared to the others, Zhenping fans flying carried members from 5 factions. It should be known that there were only 19 factions in the Pure Yang sect. The Hidden Sword faction sent an elder this time. He was a kind-looking old man dressed in a light golden robe with silver trimmings. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and thought to himself, what a good seedling. It's thanks to him that our leader has a chance to complete an artifact soul. Our Hidden Sword faction truly owes him a favor this time. When the leader returned, he had said that Duan Lingtian could be considered a benefactor of our faction. He even warned that those who look for trouble with Duan Lingtian will be expelled from our faction immediately. At the end of his thought, the old man glanced at the younger generation from the Hidden Sword faction whom he had brought along with him to the trading conference. Upon seeing the eagerness and the battle intent in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He understood their thoughts and feelings. All of them became lords of gods before the age of 10,000, and their competitiveness was understandable at this age. Moreover, the Pure Yang sect had given Duan Lingtian a lot of resources, which inevitably caused the others to feel dissatisfied. If he were in their shoes, he thought that he would feel envious of Duan Lingtian as well. I don't want to hurt their self-esteem, but in case they look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, I have no choice but to do so. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse if they provoke Duan Lingtian and anger our leader, the old man thought to himself with a sigh. Following that, the old man transmitted his voice to the younger generation from the Hidden Sword faction. Duan Lingtian is already an intermediate lord of gods. I'm not trying to belittle all of you, but it's a fact that even if 4 of you join forces, you still won't be a match for him. The expressions of the 4 members of the Hidden Sword faction changed immediately upon hearing the old man's words. Duan Lingtian has broken through. No wonder he has the time to participate in the trading conference. The strongest among the younger generation in the Hidden Sword faction, who was younger than 10,000 years old, was in closed-door cultivation at this time to prepare for the trading conference. Hence, he did not have the time to participate in the trading conference. Previously, when they found out that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 intermediate Lord of Gods when he was just a rudimentary Lord of Gods, they did not take the matter to heart. After all, no one knew if those 2 intermediate Lords of Gods were injured to begin with, allowing Duan Lingtian to kill them. Under such circumstances, they thought that they would also be capable of killing 2 intermediate Lords of Gods even if they were rudimentary Lords of Gods. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian's feat was that amazing. In hindsight, they should have known that things were not simple. If Duan Lingtian killing those 2 intermediate Lords of Gods was just a fluke, how could the Pure Yang sect give so many resources to Duan Lingtian? If they had used their brains to think a little more about it, this would have been very obvious. It was clear that they had grossly underestimated Duan Lingtian. Nonetheless, after they realized Duan Lingtian was much more capable than they had imagined, they still did not think he deserved all the resources that the Pure Yang sect gave him. After all, there was no lack of prodigies in the Pure Yang sect. There were many intermediate Lords of Gods below the age of 10,000 who could kill most ordinary intermediate Lords of Gods without breaking a sweat. For example, the strongest person among the younger generation, who was also a true martial disciple, in the Hidden Sword faction. They were wholly convinced by his strength. This was because his strength was infinitely close to that of an advanced Lord of Gods, and only a few true martial disciples were a match for him. Now that Duan Lingtian has broken through, how strong is he now? When this thought appeared in their minds, the 4 young members of the Hidden Sword faction shifted their dissatisfied gazes away from Duan Lingtian, feeling bitter inside. They felt as though they had lived so long in vain. Even the youngest among them was 7,000 years old, but his achievements still could not compare to those of Duan Lingtian. The younger generation from the other factions was also looking at Duan Lingtian with battle intent flashing in their eyes, and when they were similarly warned by their elders, their self-esteem suffered a blow as well. Most of the younger generation on the flying ship was true martial disciples of the Pure Yang sect. From the Cloud Peak faction, apart from Duan Lingtian, there was another man and woman. The Hidden Sword faction sent 4 people among the younger generation. The Zhengming sect sent 3, including Lan Shilin. As for the 2 remaining factions, they sent 2 true martial disciples each. In fact, this time, not a single outstanding true martial disciple, except for Duan Lingtian, participated in the trading conference. All of them were in closed-door cultivation, diligently preparing for the 7 Mansions feast. if Duan Ling Tian did not have a breakthrough, it would have been impossible for him to participate in the trading conference. Without a breakthrough, if he had expressed his wish to participate, he would definitely get an earful from the Pure Yang sect's elders. Since the sect had invested so much in him, they naturally would not allow him to follow Zhen Ping Fan and fool around. This time, before leaving the Pure Yang sect for the trading conference, Zhen Ping Fan had informed the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect of Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. The high-ranking officials were rather satisfied, feeling that their investment was not a wrong choice. Naturally, they would only know if their investment paid off during the Seven Mansions feast. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to cultivate, not even after Zhen Ping Fan had said so to the others. He was just resting and pretending to cultivate, but at some point, he discovered a slight instability in his cultivation base. Hence, he began to cultivate and further stabilize his cultivation base. Over the past 2 years, Duan Ling Tian had consumed many divine pills and spent a lot of effort to stabilize his cultivation base. Hence, when he discovered the slight instability, he could not help but feel that his progress was too slow. It was vastly different from the time when he had just become a rudimentary Lord of Gods. This is too slow. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid I'll have to spend another 6 months to fully stabilize my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. It was a good thing that other people were not privy to Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have invited a beating upon himself, causing others to feel vexed. For most people who just became an intermediate Lord of Gods, even if they consumed many divine pills, it would take at least a few decades to 100 years to completely stabilize their cultivation bases. If they knew that Duan Ling Tian was able to stabilize his cultivation base in less than a decade, they would have felt extremely vexed. As time passed, silence descended on the flying ship as everyone settled down. Apart from those who were cultivating and resting, the others all communicated using voice transmission. Zhen Ping Fan's flying ship finally arrived at its destination. Duan Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation immediately. We've arrived. The venue for the trading conference this time was at 7 Kills Valley, one of the 5 strongest Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The venue for the trading conference, which was held every 10,000 years, would change each time. The venue for the previous trading conference 10,000 years ago was held at the Pure Yang sect. Similar to the Pure Yang sect, the 7 Kills Valley's estate was also hidden and protected by formations. Unlike the Pure Yang sect's estate that was suspended in the air, the 7 Kills Valley's estate was located underground. 9 luminous night pearls hung high in the sky. Night pearls were common commodities in the realms of gods. It was just like candles in the mundane realms or light bulbs on earth. Greetings, guests from the Pure Yang sect. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, we meet again. 3 people from the 7 Kills Valley came out to receive Duan Ling Tian and the others. The leader of the trio was an old man. He was also an Emperor of Gods, and the second Emperor of Gods from 7 Kills Valley whom Duan Ling Tian had met. Previously, Duan Ling Tian met the first Emperor of Gods from 7 Kills Valley when he was still in the Flying Dragon sect. He had met that Emperor of Gods in the Imperial Battle Realm's Peace City. At that time, that Emperor of Gods was arguing with an Emperor of Gods from the Marionette Villa. In the end, the duo agreed to battle at the 7 Kills Valley. Coincidentally, a few moments after Duan Ling Tian recalled this matter, Zhen Ping Fan said with a faint smile, Elder Yu, I recalled that Marionette Villa's Silver Marionette Elder Deng Kui and your sect's Elder Hong Yunxiao agreed to battle at your sect's ground when they were at the Flying Dragon sect in Tai Yi sect's Imperial Battle Realm. I wonder how that battle turned out. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhen Ping Fang bringing that matter up. He turned to look at the old man from 7 Kills Valley, curiously waiting for his response. With his status, it was naturally inappropriate for him to mention that matter, but it was different for Zhen Ping Fan. Upon hearing Zhen Ping Fan's words, that old man revealed a bitter smile on his face and said, in the end, Elder Hong Yunxiao was lacking. Although he has made good progress over the years, Elder Deng Kui hasn't been slacking as well. After a pause, he added, however, compared to the previous time, Elder Hong lasted a little longer against Elder Deng this time. In general, Elder Hong progressed much more than Elder Deng. With time, Elder Hong will be able to surpass Elder Deng. Despite Hong Yunxiao's loss, the old man did not forget to praise Hong Yunxiao. After all, although the old man's strength and rank were higher than those of Hong Yunxiao, similar to Zhen Ping Fan, had an extraordinary background in the Seven Kills Valley. The old man had no one to rely on, instead, he had a bunch of disciples below him who relied on him. Chapter 3970 Dao Wei. Zhenping Fan only smiled in response to the words of the Seven Kills Valley's elder Yu and did not comment on them. He was aware that Hong Yunxiao possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul while Deng Kui did not possess such a weapon. Hence, he did not think Hong Yunxiao's progress was better than that of Deng Kui. The Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction looked at Zhenping Fan with a helpless expression before he said with a smile, "That's a matter of course. After all, Elder Hong Yunxiao is much younger than Deng Kui. It won't take long for him to catch up to and surpass Deng Kui." The Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder was very familiar with Zhenping Fan, who was his junior brother. Seeing the slightly embarrassed elder Yu from the Seven Kills Valley, he stepped forward and deftly dispelled the awkward atmosphere. A smile appeared on elder Yu's face immediately. Then, as though he just remembered something, he looked at Zhenping Fan and asked curiously, "Elder Zhen, is the prodigy from the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian, here as well?" Zhenping Fan, who was growing bored of the pleasantries, seemed to perk up again upon hearing those words. His eyes shone with excitement as he said, "He's here. Elder Yu, is it possible that you're interested in arranging a sparring session for Duan Ling Tian and the most outstanding prodigy of the Seven Kills Valley?" The Seven Kills Valley's elder Yu looked at Zhenping Fan and said, "I don't see why not. Since you personally escorted him back from the Flying Dragon sect, he has to be extraordinary. I wonder which one is Duan Ling Tian." At the end of his words, Elder Yu swept his gaze across the group from the Pure Yang sect. His eyes rested a little longer on Duan Ling Tian and Lan Shilin since the duo's auras were clearly stronger than their peers. Zhenping Fan smiled and said, "Duan Ling Tian, come and greet Elder Yu." Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Greetings, Elder Yu." Elder Yu sized Duan Ling Tian up for a moment. Initially, when the Seven Kills Valley heard about Duan Ling Tian killing two intermediate lords of gods in the Flying Dragon sect despite just being a rudimentary lord of gods, the high-ranking officials had gathered for a meeting. In the end, they sent their strongest advanced lord of gods to lead a team to the Flying Dragon sect to recruit Duan Ling Tian. At that time, they felt that they had shown enough sincerity to move Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, the other top three forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion thought the same. Alas, none of them expected the Pure Yang sect to send Zhenping Fan, a Nirvanic elder and an emperor of gods, to recruit Duan Ling Tian, a young rudimentary lord of gods. How could their men compare with Zhenping Fan? In the end, they were forced to return with little hope of successfully recruiting Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, there were also the thinly veiled threats from Zhenping Fan that forced them to retreat. Elder Yu said amiably, "Duan Ling Tian, I would have gone to the Flying Dragon sect personally to invite you to our Seven Kills Valley if it weren't for the fact that I was occupied at that time. Thank you, Elder Yu. However, in the very beginning, I've already told the Pure Yang sect's elder Qin Wuyang that I'd consider the Pure Yang sect first when I leave the Flying Dragon sect," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. In other words, even if Elder Yu visited the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian was unlikely to join the Seven Kills Valley. Qin Wuyang. Elder Yu seemed surprised. Then, he looked at Zhenping Fan. Although Qin Wuyang was just a spirit void elder, he had many connections. Hence, he had heard of Qin Wuyang before. Clearly, Qin Wuyang had expended a lot of effort to recruit Duan Ling Tian. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He thought it would be great to have a talent scout like Qin Wuyang in the Seven Kills Valley. After Duan Ling Tian spoke, someone scoffed. It was one of the two young men standing behind Elder Yu. He was dressed in a long fiery red robe, and his expression was arrogant as he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, you should feel honored that my master was willing to visit the Flying Dragon sect to invite you to our Seven Kills Valley. How dare you act so arrogant?" Elder Yu immediately rebuked the red-clad young man, "Shut up." Then, he smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I hope you'll forgive my disciple's offense." "Don't worry, it's nothing," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. He did not even spare a glance at the red-clad young man. At this time, Lan Shilin suddenly said with a smile on his face, "Dao Wei, you're widely acknowledged in the Seven Kills Valley as one of the three strongest among those under the age of 10,000, right? Why don't you challenge our Pure Yang sect's top prodigy to a duel to show us your strength?" Duan Ling Tian is also younger than 10,000 years old. Just like Lan Shilin said, Dao Wei, Elder Yu's disciple, was one of the 3 strongest prodigies below the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. Previously, Dao Wei had a small conflict with him, and he suffered a lot because he was no match for Dao Wei. For this reason, he had always resented Dao Wei. That aside, he also hated Duan Ling Tian. As such, how could he let go of the chance to pit 2 of his enemies against each other? Although he knew the duel would not result in deaths or serious injuries since it would be regulated by the elders, it would still give a sense of satisfaction to watch his 2 enemies beat each other up. Upon hearing Lan Shilin's words, the younger generation from the various factions in the Pure Yang sect lit up with anticipation. All of them were eager to watch a duel between Duan Ling Tian and Dao Wei as well, especially since they found out Duan Ling Tian had become an intermediate lord of gods. They also did not dare to refute Lan Shilin when Lan Shilin said Duan Ling Tian was the Pure Yang sect's top prodigy. Whether they agreed or not, it was impossible for them to say anything since they did not have the qualifications to do so. After all, their strength was only average among true martial disciples. At the same time, Zhenping Fan, who stood in the lead because he was the leader of the entourage this time, and the other elders standing next to him from the Hidden Sword faction, Zheng Ming faction, and the other 2 factions, seemed interested in the idea as well. Zhenping Fan could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes as he asked, "Elder Yu, so this talented young man is your disciple, Dao Wei? I've heard about him even in the Pure Yang sect. If you're not opposed to it, why don't we let them have a duel?" "I'm not opposed to it, but we'll have to ask for the opinions of the 2 parties involved," Elder Yu, whose name was Yu Chonglian, said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Dao Wei took the initiative to step forward. His eyes burned with battle intent as he said, "Master, I'd like to see how strong the top prodigy of the Pure Yang sect is." Dao Wei knew if he was able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, the top prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect, he would gain widespread fame. He had heard that the Pure Yang sect had given Duan Ling Tian many resources to help him become an intermediate lord of gods. He really did not think Duan Ling Tian was worthy of such treatment. In any case, he did not care about anything else now but to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove his capability to the world. "I have no objection as well," Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Then, he added in a casual manner, "I heard there are usually bets for duels and sparring sessions, right? I'm not interested in a duel if there are no stakes involved. I'm too lazy to do it if it doesn't benefit me." Yu Chonglian smiled. "Of course, I wonder what the Pure Yang sect is willing to use as a stake. Of course, we'll also put up something for this bet." Yu Chonglian was very confident about his disciple's ability. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not be a match for his disciple who was an intermediate lord of gods. Assuming Duan Ling Tian had become an intermediate lord of gods, he still did not think Duan Ling Tian could best his disciple since there was no way Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had stabilized. Even in the worst-case scenario, he thought the duel would end in a tie. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Why don't we each bet with a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul?" Not only were Yu Chonglian and Dao Wei shocked, but even Zhenping Fan and the others from the Pure Yang sect were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's suggestion. Those from the Pure Yang sect could not help but wonder who in the Pure Yang sect gave or lent Duan Ling Tian a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. In the end, they thought it was likely that Zhen Yunfeng, the founder of the Cloud Peak faction, had lent Duan Ling Tian a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Even Zhenping Fan thought that perhaps, his father was so confident about Duan Ling Tian that his father lent Duan Ling Tian a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact to use as stakes in a bet. He quickly sent a message to his father to confirm his speculation only to discover his father had nothing to do with this. This left Zhenping Fan even more confused. Chapter 3971. Thank you for the compliment. Zhenping Fan was truly dumbfounded when he found out that his father knew nothing at all about this matter. Then, he quickly warned Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, you shouldn't lie. It's fine if the Seven Kills Valley refuses, but if they agree, you're going to have to produce a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul if Dao Wei defeats you. Otherwise, let alone me, even the sect won't be able to protect you." It would not be much of a problem if the Seven Kills Valley was an ordinary emperor rank force, but it was on par with the Pure Yang sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Although the Seven Kills Valley was slightly weaker than the Pure Yang sect, the Pure Yang sect still would not be willing to offend the Seven Kills Valley to such an extent. Elder Zhen, I understand, Duan Ling Tian replied, not surprised by Zhen Ping Fan's message. If you understand, then why did you propose such a thing? Where are you going to find a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul? Zhen Ping Fan said somewhat angrily. Duan Ling Tian smiled before he replied, Elder Zhen, what if I tell you that I'll definitely win a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact for you? If I'm 100% confident, won't you borrow it from Elder Yunfeng? In fact, there might not be a need for that if the Seven Kills Valley doesn't demand us to show our stakes. Zhen Ping Fan was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. His eyes glinted after he thought about Duan Ling Tian's words again. There were only a few Ascension Elders in the Pure Yang sect in possession of prominent divine artifacts with incomplete artifact souls. He did not think much about his lack of a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. However, he did feel slightly discontented when he found out that the Seven Kills Valley's Hong Yunxiao possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, even if he knew Hong Yunxiao only came into possession of the weapon due to luck. In terms of strength and background, he was superior to Hong Yunxiao, after all. Are you truly confident? Zhen Ping Fan asked again. Although he was very confident and optimistic about Duan Ling Tian, the stakes were too high after all. In the entire Eastern Ridge Mansion, there were perhaps fewer than 30 prominent divine artifacts with an incomplete artifact soul, and most of them were in the possession of the top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. As long as he's not an advanced Lord of Gods, I'm 100% confident, Duan Ling Tian replied without hesitation. Very good, I'll speak to my father immediately, Zhen Ping Fan said as his eyes lit up. He wasted no time in sending his father, Zhen Yunfeng, a message. Father, there are only a few advanced Lord of Gods under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion over the past 100,000 years. We've also been paying attention to Dao Wei's progress. It's impossible for him to break through in such a short time and become an advanced Lord of Gods even if he has an abundance of resources. I think it's worth a gamble, Zhen Ping Fan said to his father. Zhen Yunfeng replied immediately, I know. I believe in Duan Ling Tian as well. I'll allow both of you to use my prominent divine artifact as a stake. However, I think both of you are too optimistic and naive. Do you really think the Seven Kills Valley will be willing to use such a treasure as a stake? Especially when they know how talented Duan Ling Tian is. Zhen Yunfeng's excitement died down slightly upon hearing his father's words. However, his eyes still could not help but shine with anticipation as he looked at Yu Chonglian. Yu Chonglian doesn't seem like he's qualified to make such a decision. I don't think he has a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as well. Dao Wei, who finally regained his senses, scoffed at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, is this a joke? Do you even possess such a prominent divine artifact? If you ask me, I think you're just trying to get out of the duel by coming up with such a ridiculous proposal. Are you that afraid of me? Even if Duan Ling Tian was able to produce a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to use as a stake, the Seven Kills Valley definitely would not dare to take such risk even if Dao Wei was strong. Yu Chonglian remained silent. However, a hint of contempt could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He shared the same opinion as Dao Wei and thought that Duan Ling Tian was just trying to avoid fighting Dao Wei. Why is he unwilling to duel? Does he want to hide his strength? Is he not confident? Yu Chonglian did not think Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Dao Wei. After all, for Zhen Ping Fan to personally go to the Flying Dragon sect to recruit Duan Ling Tian was proof enough that Duan Ling Tian was highly talented. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's achievements spoke for themselves as well. His progress in the past few decades alone was enough for him to be considered among the top prodigies in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He really did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would propose this. After all, he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not possess such a prominent divine artifact, and even if Duan Ling Tian did possess such a weapon, Duan Ling Tian would not reveal it unless he had a death wish. After all, even emperors of gods would be tempted by such a weapon. As soon as Dao Wei spoke, Zhen Ping Fan said nonchalantly, who says he doesn't have such a prominent divine artifact to use as a stake? I just spoke to my father, and he's willing to lend his prominent divine artifact to Duan Ling Tian. If that's enough, I can swear on the devil's heart blood oath to prove the veracity of my words. If Duan Ling Tian loses to Dao Wei, that prominent divine artifact will be yours. Naturally, that will depend on whether the Seven Kills Valley is willing to accept the bet. Everyone, except for Duan Ling Tian, was shocked by Zhen Ping Fan's words. The members of the Pure Yang sect did not think there was a point in dissuading Zhen Ping Fan since even Zhen Yunfeng had agreed to it. It was clear to them that Zhen Yunfeng was highly confident about Duan Ling Tian's ability. Without Zhen Yunfeng's permission, even Zhen Ping Fan would not dare to use his father's prominent divine artifact as a stake. Since Zhen Yunfeng was so confident, all of them thought that Duan Ling Tian's strength must have risen tremendously after becoming an intermediate Lord of Gods. At the same time, Dao Wei's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect Zhen Ping Fan to say such words. He knew that Zhen Ping Fan not only had an extraordinary background, but Zhen Ping Fan, a highly talented rudimentary emperor of gods, was stronger than his master, Yu Chonglian, as well. He could scoff, ridicule, and refute Duan Ling Tian's words, but he could not afford to do so with Zhen Ping Fan. Hence, with Zhen Ping Fan's intervention, he could only look at his master. When Yu Chonglian recovered from the shock, he thought that the Pure Yang sect was despicable for coveting their prominent divine artifact. Nonetheless, he maintained the smile on his face and said, "It seems like Junior Uncle Yunfeng is very confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian must have become an intermediate Lord of Gods, right?" Zhen Ping Fan could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing Yu Chonglian's words. Now that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had been exposed, there was no way the Seven Kills Valley would agree to such a bet. In any case, he knew the secret could not be kept for long. Eventually, someone from the Pure Yang sect would expose it. Yu Chonglian, who had confirmed his speculation after seeing the expressions of Zhen Ping Fan and the members of the Pure Yang sect, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. Based on your past performances, it seems like you'll definitely rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast now that you've become an intermediate Lord of Gods. Perhaps, my disciple might stand a chance if you're still a rudimentary Lord of Gods, but now, I don't think he's a match for you." With these words, Yu Chonglian admitted defeat on behalf of his disciple. Dao Wei's expression changed immediately as soon as he heard Yu Chonglian's words. Just as he was about to protest, he received a message from Yu Chonglian. "Unless you're 100% confident you can defeat him, you'll die if you lose the prominent divine artifact. How much do you know about him for you to confidently claim that you can defeat him? It's good to be confident, but if you overdo it, you're just conceited." Yu Chonglian's voice turned icy at the end of his message. He knew his disciple very well, so he had quickly sent a message to stop his disciple from speaking up. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, Elder Yu. If you don't have confidence in Dao Wei, you can substitute with someone stronger from the Seven Kills Valley. The stakes will be the same." Chapter 3972 The Wanqi Clan. When Duan Ling Tian suggested someone stronger from the Seven Kills Valley to substitute for Dao Wei, the arrogant Dao Wei was naturally furious. He glared at Duan Ling Tian with eyes like daggers. At this moment, he was desperate to prove to everyone that he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not have the courage to do so after his master warned him of the consequences of losing the Seven Kills Valley's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. He would not only be risking his life, but he would be risking the lives of his master and his family as well. "Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you've gotten very strong," Yu Chonglian said as the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He was naturally displeased considering how aggressive Duan Ling Tian was acting. Alas, he felt helpless. The other two top prodigies from the Seven Kills Valley were only slightly stronger than Dao Wei. There was no 100% guarantee that they would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, who was now an intermediate Lord of Gods. Under normal circumstances, this was no issue at all. However, using prominent divine artifacts with an incomplete artifact soul as stakes made it a big issue. The Seven Kills Valley would not agree to such a bet if they were not 100% confident they would win. "Elder Yu, you're overpraising me," Duan Ling Tian said with an innocent smile. Duan Ling Tian's innocent smile grated on the nerves of those from the Seven Kills Valley. It looked more like a derisive smile to them. As for Dao Wei, he could not help but begin to doubt his ability when he saw how confident Duan Ling Tian was. "Elder Yu, I heard that Dao Wei is the third strongest prodigy below the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. This means there are another 2 people stronger than him, right? It's said that their strength is almost that of an advanced Lord of Gods. Are you sure the Seven Kills Valley doesn't want to bet? After all, there's a chance the Seven Kills Valley can obtain my father's prominent divine artifact, Zhen Ping Fan said persuasively. His eyes shone brightly with anticipation as he looked at Yu Chonglian. The corners of Yu Chonglian's lips twitched when he heard Zhen Ping Fan's words. He shook his head and said, Elder Zhen, let's not talk about this matter anymore. The Seven Kills Valley definitely won't agree to such a bet, unless you're willing to duel with one of our intermediate Emperor of Gods. Clearly, there was no way that the Seven Kills Valley would agree to such a bet. Yu Chonglian emphasized that and drew a comparison by suggesting that Zhen Ping Fan, a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, fought with an intermediate Emperor of Gods. The members of the Pure Yang sect, including Duan Ling Tian, felt the corners of their lips twitch upon hearing Yu Chonglian's words. Although Zhen Ping Fang was acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary Emperor of Gods in the Pure Yang sect, there was a huge difference between a rudimentary Emperor of Gods and an intermediate Emperor of Gods. In the realm of Emperors of Gods, even if one's comprehension was more profound, it still would not be enough to defeat someone whose cultivation base was higher. Contrary to his thoughts, Zhen Ping Fan maintained a smile on his face and said, Elder Yu, how can I be a match for an intermediate Emperor of Gods? However, if you're not opposed to it, why don't you and Hong Yun Shao join forces in a duel with me? If I win, the Seven Kills Valley's prominent divine artifact will belong to me. The smile on Yu Chonglian's face froze immediately. At the same time, the expressions of Yu Chonglian's disciples, who were standing behind him, darkened as well. They all felt that Zhen Ping Fan's words were insulting their master. Apart from the elders, the younger generation from the Pure Yang sect was shocked by Zhen Ping Fan's proposal. Elder Zhen is confident he can win against 2 rudimentary emperors of gods from the Seven Kills Valley. Wait, Elder Zhen is just a rudimentary emperor of gods, right? I don't think it'd be easy for him to take on 2 rudimentary emperors of gods at the same time, right? However, after thinking about it, those from the Pure Yang sect thought that Zhen Ping Fan must be strong enough to defeat 2 rudimentary emperors of gods at the same time. Otherwise, how could he be willing to use his father's prominent divine artifact to bet? Elder Zhen, Duan Ling Tian was similarly stunned by Zhen Ping Fan's proposal. Although he had heard that Zhen Ping Fan was the strongest in the Pure Yang sect, not counting the intermediate emperors of gods, he had never seen Zhen Ping Fan in action before. Moreover, since it was just hearsay, likely spread by those who wanted to curry favor with Zhen Ping Fan, he did not put much stock into it. However, judging by Yu Chonglian's reaction, it seemed like the rumor was true. Yu Chonglian finally said with a self-deprecating smile, Elder Zhen, you must be joking. Who doesn't know you're invincible among rudimentary emperors of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion? I still have the recording from the time you killed a rudimentary emperor of gods and severely injured another rudimentary emperor of gods when you'd just broken through and became a rudimentary emperor of gods. Even if another rudimentary emperor of gods joins me and Hong Yun Shao to fight you, I'm still not 100% certain of our victory. The Pure Yang sect members, apart from the elders and Duan Ling Tian, were further shocked by these words. Even Yu Chonglian's disciples were shocked. Zhen Ping Fan is so strong. Dao Wei and his fellow disciple exchanged a look as they spoke through voice transmission. In the end, none of the proposed duels happened. Zhen Ping Fan and Duan Ling Tian felt that it was a pity that they lost the chance to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. However, it was not important to Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was in possession of a divine prominent artifact with a complete artifact soul. Not only that, but Lingu Renfeng had also given him a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul in the past. If the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul were not given by Lingu Renfeng, he would have offered it to Zhen Ping Fan. However, he was not sure if Lingu Renfeng had given him her only prominent divine artifact or not, so he planned to return it to her when he saw her again. He thought to himself, I guess I can only look for another chance to repay his kindness. Before officially joining the Pure Yang sect, Zhen Ping Fan had supported and taken great care of Duan Ling Tian, so he felt greatly indebted to Zhen Ping Fan. He thought a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was a great way to repay Zhen Ping Fan. Alas, no one took the bait and accepted the duel. He could only look for another chance to repay Zhen Ping Fan. As Yu Chonglian led those from the pure Yang sect into the Seven Kills Valley's estate, no one spoke, at least not outwardly. As a matter of fact, Yu Chonglian was speaking to Zhen Ping Fan through voice transmission at this moment. Elder Zhen, I have an idea if you really want a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Zhen Ping Fan's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing those words. When he saw Zhen Ping Fan looking at him, Yu Chonglian said ambiguously, Wanqi Hong, the top prodigy from the Wanqi clan, will be present. So, Zhen Ping Fan replied nonchalantly, even if he's stronger than your disciple, Dao Wei, there's still a limit to his strength. Do you think the Wanqi clan is stupid? Even you didn't dare to accept the bet. The Wanqi clan is an emperor-rank clan that has existed for a few 100,000 years. It's no worse than our respective sects. Zhen Ping Fan naturally had heard of Wanqi Hong. Wanqi Hong was the top prodigy in the Wanqi clan, and he was also one of the strongest intermediate Lord of Gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. To be precise, he was considered one of the top 3 strongest prodigies below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The 3 top prodigies under the age of 10,000 in Seven Kills Valley were no match for him at all. In fact, his fame rose when he defeated the strongest prodigy in the Seven Kills Valley 200 years ago with just 10 moves. Yu Chonglian smiled. That's true if it were in the past. However, what if Wanqi Hong has already become an advanced Lord of Gods now? Based on what I know, his goal isn't to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast, but to rank in the top 3. Zhen Ping Fan was shocked when Yu Chonglian said that Wanqi Hong might have become an advanced Lord of Gods. If it was true, Wanqi Hong would be the first advanced Lord of Gods below the age of 100,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion in the past 100,000 years. Yu Chonglian continued to say, moreover, if Wanqi Hong isn't an advanced Lord of Gods, it's unlikely that he'll participate in the trading conference. I heard that the person leading the entourage from the Wanqi clan is Wanqi Ju, Wanqi Hong's grandfather. Wanqi Ju, Zhen Ping Fan, who had returned to his senses, looked at Yu Chonglian meaningfully when he heard the name, Wanqi Ju. Then, he said, Old Yu, I heard that when you were young, you said something inappropriate during some event and was slapped by Wanqi Ju. Are you still holding a grudge against him? Chapter 3973 Not a big deal. Yu Chonglian was stunned by Zhen Ping Fan's words. Then, he feigned a cough out of embarrassment before he replied through voice transmission, How despicable of you to judge me like that. Am I, Yu Chonglian, such a person? Can't you tell me that I'm doing you a favor? You should be aware that Wanqi Ju is not only short-tempered, but he's also quite dense. He's been bragging about his great-great-grandson, Wanqi Hong, a lot. Most importantly, he cares about his reputation a lot. Do you think he'll be able to stay calm if you say Wanqi Hong is no match for Duan Lingtian? Moreover, there's no need for you to wait for the Wanqi clan to bring a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul over because Wanqi Ju possesses one. Wanqi Ju is not only an intermediate emperor of gods, but he has the highest rank among the entourage from the Wanqi clan. Wanqi Ju aside, the strongest among them is only a rudimentary emperor of gods. Do you think the others would be able to dissuade him if he's intent on betting with you? Trust me, this won't go wrong. Then, he paused for a moment as though he just remembered something before he added, It's best if you don't tell him that I suggested this. Don't tell anyone that I told you Wanqi Hong has become an advanced Lord of Gods within 100 years, so his cultivation base has yet to stabilize. Zhen Ping Fan's eyes narrowed and glinted upon hearing Yu Chonglian's words. Yu Chonglian continued to say, Naturally, this will only work if Duan Lingtian is confident about defeating Wanqi Hong. Otherwise, it'd be meaningless. Wanqi Ju, the image of a burly old man with a head full of white hair like the mane of a lion appeared in Zhen Ping Fan's mind. The old man was none other than Wanqi Ju, one of the 3 golden seat elders of the Wanqi clan and also one of the 4 intermediate emperors of gods in the Wanqi clan. Apart from the 3 golden seat elders of the Wanqi clan, the clan leader was also an intermediate emperor of gods. That old man is here. If I'm not mistaken, his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul is a spear. It's not my favorite type of weapon, but once the artifact soul is complete, the weapon can change its form. However, it's too early for me to think so far. I should ask Duan Lingtian if he's confident about defeating Wanqi Hong. After all, my father's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul is at stake. If I lose it, He's not going to let me get away with it, Zhen Pingfan thought to himself, growing calm at the end of his thoughts. At the same time, Yu Chonglian had led Duan Lingtian and the others to a valley filled with many courtyards. This place had been prepared by the Seven Kills Valley for the people from the Pure Yang sect. There were so many courtyards that they were enough for each person to occupy one. When Zhen Pingfan was about to send a message to Duan Lingtian, Yu Chonglian said, "Elder Zhen, the Wanqi clan has been arranged to stay in that valley over there." Yu Chonglian pointed in the direction of a valley that was about a mile away from them. Zhen Pingfan's eyes shone brightly as he looked in the direction where Yu Chonglian pointed. "Old Yu, if this matter is successful, Zhen Pingfan wanted to reward Yu Chonglian. After all, if he truly managed to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, he had Yu Chonglian to thank for it. Before Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Yu Chonglian said, "No, there's no need for that. I'll be grateful as long as you don't mention my involvement in the matter after you win the prominent divine artifact. Wanqi Ju is short-tempered, and he definitely won't let me get away with it if he finds out I'm involved. Elder Zhen, you better not betray me." A hint of anxiousness could be heard in Yu Chonglian's voice nearing the end of his words. "Of course," Zhen Pingfan said as he glanced at Yu Chonglian from the corners of his eyes. He did not expect Yu Chonglian would still hold a grudge against Wanqi Ju for slapping him more than 30,000 years ago. In the next moment, chills ran up his spine, and a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Yu Chonglian and thought to himself, "It's best not to offend this old man. He's unforgiving and petty and will likely hold a grudge for the rest of his life." 30,000 years were nothing for those below the realm of a king of gods. However, for those above the realm of a king of gods, time was precious as they strove to grow stronger in preparation for the heavenly tribulation, hoping they would survive it. "Everyone, you have free access to this valley until the day you leave. You can stay and cultivate here. If there's anything you need, please reach out to our members who are patrolling nearby. The Seven Kills Valley welcomes you. The trading conference will begin in 2 weeks. When the time comes, I'll personally escort all of you to the venue." After the Pure Yang sect's leaders expressed their gratitude, Yu Chonglian bade farewell and left with his 2 disciples. Before leaving, Dao Wei glared at Duan Lingtian with a sour expression on his face. On the contrary, Duan Lingtian did not care about Dao Wei at all. After all, intermediate lords of gods were no threat to him now. What a pity, Lan Shilin thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. He had expected a duel between Duan Lingtian and Dao Wei, but it failed to happen. Why was Duan Lingtian so confident that he'd be able to defeat Dao Wei? He even had the guts to use the old ancestor's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as a stake. Why did the old ancestor trust him so much? Wasn't he worried that Duan Lingtian would lose his prominent divine artifact? Lan Shilin was green with envy as he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. Although Zhen Yunfeng treated him well, it could not compare to Zhen Yunfeng's treatment of Duan Lingtian, who had just joined the Pure Yang sect for a few decades. After Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Zhen Pingfan and the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, he settled down in one of the courtyards in the valley. Just as he was about to start cultivating, he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. "Duan Lingtian, please come here for a second." "Elder Zhen." Duan Lingtian was briefly stunned and puzzled by the message. Then, he left his courtyard to look for Zhen Pingfan, who was staying nearby. After Duan Lingtian arrived, Zhen Pingfan tossed out a few isolation and noise-canceling formation compasses that would also prevent others from probing with their divine consciousnesses. Seeing how cautious Zhen Pingfan was, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he asked, "Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Is there something I can help you with?" Zhen Pingfan smiled as he gestured for Duan Lingtian to take a seat at the stone table in the front yard before he said, "Your strength must have increased tremendously after you became an intermediate lord of gods, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so confident when challenging the 3 strongest intermediate lords of gods in Seven Kills Valley with a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul on the line." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly before he said, "Elder Zhen, you can be direct with me. However, I'm afraid it'd be impossible for us to get the Seven Kills Valley to agree to the bet. It's useless even if I defeat the 3 strongest intermediate lords of gods in the Seven Kills Valley, since they don't have the authority to use a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as a stake." Duan Ling Tian assumed that Zhen Ping Fan was going to ask him to challenge the other two strongest prodigies in the Seven Kills Valley. Zhen Ping Fan rolled his eyes. Did you think I was going to ask you to challenge them? Do you think I'm stupid? What's the use of challenging them if they don't have a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly. I thought you were clouded by the thought of obtaining a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul from the Seven Kills Valley. If that's not the case, then, he trailed off as his smile faded away. After a beat, he asked curiously, what is it, Elder Zhen? Zhen Ping Fan took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he cleared his throat and asked, tell me, are you confident about defeating someone who has just become an advanced Lord of Gods less than 100 years ago? Before breaking through, that person was slightly stronger than the three prodigies in Seven Kills Valley, including Dao Wei. Even then, there was a limit to his strength. There's a limit to his strength. Duan Ling Tian was suspicious when he saw the ambiguous expression on Zhen Ping Fan's face and asked, what was the limit? Zhen Ping Fan smiled, sheepishly as he said, it's not a big deal actually. He managed to beat the strongest prodigy in Seven Kills Valley in 10 moves 200 years ago. Chapter 3974 Is Duan Ling Tian confident? The person defeated the strongest prodigy in the Seven Kills Valley with 10 moves when he was still an intermediate Lord of Gods. After listening to Zhen Ping Fan, Duan Ling Tian asked with a teasing expression on his face, Elder Zhen, how is this not a big deal? An intermediate Lord of Gods who was so strong 200 years ago and became an advanced Lord of Gods less than 100 years ago. Elder Zhen, do you really think I can defeat him? It seems like you have a lot of confidence in me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled at the end of his words. He knew there were many outstanding prodigies in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, and it seemed like the person Zhen Ping Fan mentioned was unrivaled among his peers in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Zhen Ping Fan stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as he took a deep breath before asking, are you confident? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I can't say for sure. After all, I've no idea how stable his cultivation base is now and how profound his comprehension of the law is. Moreover, I don't even know the strength of the strongest prodigy of the Seven Kills Valley, whom that person defeated 200 years ago, so I can't draw a comparison. Then, he paused before he asked, Elder Zhen, who's that person you mentioned? Zhen Ping Fan's eyes flashed as he replied, Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan. Duan Ling Tian had naturally heard about the Wanqi clan before since it was among the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion that came to the Flying Dragon sect to recruit him in the past. The Wanqi clan was comparable to the Pure Yang sect in the Seven Kills Valley. It was a force with many emperors of gods. Unlike the two sects, the Wanqi clan was quite mysterious. They rarely recruited outsiders. Even if they did, outsiders could only be outer disciples. For this reason, many talented cultivators were unwilling to join the Wanqi clan, and most of the clan's powerhouses were all direct descendants of the clan. Naturally, there were also talented cultivators who chose to join the Wanqi clan. With the right talents, the clan naturally would not refuse them and would also try to recruit them by offering various benefits. One of the methods the clan would use to make sure the outsider stayed loyal to the clan was arranged marriages. In fact, they had used marriages to build alliances with various Lord rank and Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. With this, many young talents from their allies would join them eventually. This was also the reason the Wanqi clan could maintain their position and legacy even though they did not recruit often and had fewer resources to offer as benefits. For all these reasons, most clans could not compare to sects in many aspects. Duan Ling Tian recalled that when the Wanqi clan tried to recruit him, they had promised him many benefits. They also promised to select an outstanding and beautiful female prodigy to be his wife. Naturally, he knew the marriage was the Wanqi clan's way of tying him to the clan for the rest of his life. Wanqi Hong. Duan Ling Tian had also heard of Wanqi Hong. He was the Wanqi clan's strongest prodigy below the age of 10,000. There were rumors that he could defeat the second strongest prodigy in the clan in fewer than 10 moves a few hundred years ago. It was said that he was the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Wanqi clan. Many believed that he would be able to become an emperor of gods before reaching the age of 12,000. Even the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Pure Yang sect, Yi Chenfeng, the founder of the Hidden Sword faction, only became an emperor of gods when he was about 13,000 years old. With that, He was the youngest person ever to become an emperor of gods in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Many people thought Wanqi Hong was likely to break Yi Chen Feng's record in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Zhenping Fan. He became an advanced lord of gods about 100 years ago. Duan Ling Tian remembered that Wanqi Hong was only about 8,000 years old. Initially, he thought that the rumors of Wanqi Hong becoming an emperor of gods at or before 12,000 years old were exaggerated, but now, it seemed like that was not the case. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhenping Fan and smiled. Elder Zhen, do you want me to challenge Wanqi Hong to test the water? Are you afraid that I'll lose to him during the Seven Mansions feast? If this is the case, I think it's unnecessary. If it's true that Wanqi Hong has become an advanced lord of gods, then he'll definitely rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast. In fact, just based on his performance when he was still an intermediate lord of gods, he has a high chance of ranking in the top 3. He shook his head as he continued to say, the Pure Yang sect only expects me to rank in the top 10, so it doesn't matter if I can defeat him or not. Zhenping Fan rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian and said, I'm not concerned about the Seven Mansions feast. As you said, he won't affect your ranking in the top 10. There's no need for me to worry at all. The reason I brought him up is all because you mentioned the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. The Seven Kills Valley won't bet using a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, but the Wanqi clan might. Zhenping Fan massaged his temples before he said with a sigh, however, there's nothing we can do if you're not confident you can defeat Wanqi Hong. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhenping Fan to be so obsessed with a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. He said, Elder Zhen, I don't think Wanqi Hong or the Wanqi clan would be so stupid. Even if I'm confident, do you really think the clan would be willing to use a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul in a bet against me? Just like Elder Yu, since we dare to put a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul on the line, the Wanqi clan will naturally be cautious. Zhenping Fan nodded in agreement as he said, indeed. You're not wrong, but we have a chance. Then, Zhenping Fan recounted his conversation with Yu Chonglien to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission when he saw the doubt in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian was also shocked when he learned that Yu Chonglien was still holding onto his grudge after 30,000 years. He said with a sigh, Elder Yu looks kind and amicable. I didn't expect him to be so vengeful. I wouldn't believe it if you didn't tell me about it. I just found out about it as well, Zhenping Fan said and sighed as well. I've dealt with old Yu several times in the past and thought he was alright. I didn't expect him to be so vengeful. Thank goodness there's no animosity between us. Otherwise, I'd have to constantly watch my back. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he heard Zhenping Fan's words. Indeed, a vengeful person was truly terrifying. If there was animosity, it was best to get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Otherwise, such a person would definitely seek revenge sooner or later. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also understood Zhenping Fan's thoughts. Wanqi Ju was a stubborn and proud old man with a quick temper. Based on Wanqi Ju's confidence in Wanqi Hong, it was indeed likely that Wanqi Ju would agree to the bet if he was provoked. As Zhenping Fan said, the key factor was if he was confident he could defeat Wanqi Hong. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, Elder Zhen, I can't give you a 100% guarantee. Moreover, I still have to understand Wanqi Hong's strength and comprehension and his bloodline power. The more I know, the better I'll be able to judge. Apart from that, I also need to know how much his strength has increased after becoming an advanced Lord of Gods. With all these things, I'll be able to roughly judge if I'm able to defeat him. Even then, I think it's better not to take such a risk. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not want to cause trouble for Zhenping Fan and the Cloud Peak faction. It was better to play it safe since it involved a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. He would be completely confident about defeating Wanqi Hong if Wanqi Hong was still an intermediate Lord of Gods, but unfortunately, Wanqi Hong was now an advanced Lord of Gods. Zhenping Fan nodded and said, let me try to gather information in these coming few days. I'll update you once I find out anything. If you're confident, then we'll take the risk and challenge Wanqi Hong. Otherwise, we'll forget about it. My old man will kill me if I lose his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, after all. Zhenping Fan smiled bitterly at the end of his words, causing Duan Ling Tian to laugh. Not long after that, Duan Ling Tian left Zhen Ping Fan's courtyard and returned to his own courtyard. Duan Ling Tian received a message from Zhen Ping Fan pertaining to the information Zhen Ping Fan found out about Wan Qihong. Zhen Ping Fan managed to find out about Wan Qihong's cultivation progress and comprehension of the law in detail, so they were now aware of Wan Qihong's abilities, except for the ones he chose to hide. After telling Duan Ling Tian everything he found out, Zhen Ping Fan asked, "Are you confident?" Duan Ling Tian could hear the nervousness in Zhen Ping Fan's voice when Zhen Ping Fan asked the question. Chapter 3975 Wan Qiju. After receiving Zhen Ping Fan's urgent message, Duan Ling Tian mulled over Zhen Ping Fan's question for a moment before he replied slowly, "I'm confident I'm able to defeat him, provided he doesn't have any hidden trump cards. In fact, even if he hid his strength, I'm confident I'm able to defeat him unless his strength is beyond monstrous. Worst comes to worst, I think we'll be able to fight to a draw. However, Elder Zhen, I think you should discuss this with Elder Yunfeng first." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, the eyes of Zhen Ping Fan, who was staying in the courtyard nearby, lit up immediately. He replied excitedly, "All right." Initially, after learning about Wan Qihong's strength, Zhen Ping Fan did not have much hope that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Wan Qihong. He did not expect such a positive response from Duan Ling Tian even after he told Duan Ling Tian about Wan Qihong's approximate strength in the first 100 years after Wan Qihong became an advanced Lord of Gods and Wan Qihong's current strength. He really did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be as confident as Hercules. At the same time, Zhen Ping Fan thought to himself, "Duan Ling Tian, I hope you're lying to me. I'll believe you this time. If you lose, that old geezer is definitely going to skin me alive even if he doesn't kill me. Forget it, if it really doesn't work out, I'll escape together with you. Aren't I loyal? After all, if I run away, that old geezer might vent his anger on you since he has no one to vent his anger on." After taking a deep breath, Zhen Ping Fan sent a message back to the Pure Yang sect's Cloud Peak faction. When Zhen Yunfeng heard Zhen Ping Fan's message, he replied, "Are you crazy? You want Duan Ling Tian to fight Wan Qihong and bet using my prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs." Zhen Yunfeng was truly enraged by Zhen Yunfeng's message. If Duan Ling Tian fought against the three prodigies from the Seven Kills Valley, he was certain of Duan Ling Tian's victory. However, his son wanted to take such a huge risk by pitting Duan Ling Tian against Wan Qihong from the Wanqi clan and using his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to bet on the fight. "Are you my son or Wan Qiju's son? You're essentially giving away my prominent divine artifact to that old man, Wan Qiju. Father, listen to me." Zhen Ping Fan felt a little helpless when faced with his father's anger. However, he knew that his father's reaction was normal. He said, "The people from the Seven Kills Valley and the Wanqi clan aren't stupid. You know this very well. The Seven Kills Valley is unwilling to gamble because they're not confident about winning. However, the Wanqi clan definitely doesn't lack confidence in Wan Qihong. Moreover, with Wan Qiju's temper, even if his clansmen disagree, do you think he'll refuse if I deliberately anger him?" Zhen Yunfeng sneered. "Of course, he won't refuse. If I were him and someone is essentially giving me a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, I wouldn't refuse as well." At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng wondered if he had spoiled his son too much in the past. If he were not certain that Zhen Ping Fan was his biological son, he would have suspected that Zhen Ping Fan was the illegitimate son of someone from the Wanqi clan. How could his son propose such a ridiculous thing when he only possessed one prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? Zhen Ping Fan smiled bitterly as he replied, "Father, that's only if Duan Ling Tian's defeated. However, think about it. What if Duan Ling Tian wins?" After receiving this message, Zhen Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before he bellowed, "Impossible." Zhen Yunfeng was aware that Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods. If Duan Ling Tian had already stabilized his cultivation base, he believed Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat ordinary advanced Lords of Gods. However, the problem was that Duan Ling Tian had only broken through 2 years ago, which was not nearly enough time to stabilize his cultivation base at all. After 2 years, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was likely only just beginning to stabilize. No matter how talented Duan Ling Tian was, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to completely stabilize his cultivation base in roughly 10 years, give or take, after becoming an intermediate lord of gods. Look, even you think it's impossible. The Wanqi clan and Wanqi Ju will definitely think it's impossible as well. They won't be able to resist the temptation of a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, Zhen Pingfan said. Without giving his father a chance to reply, he said, telling his father about what he had learned over the past few days. Over the past few days, I learned about Wanqi Hong's current strength. I've spoken to Duan Ling Tian and told him everything I found out as well. He said that as long as Wanqi Hong isn't hiding his true strength, he's confident he'll be able to defeat Wanqi Hong. Moreover, even if Wanqi Hong hid his strength, as long as Wanqi Hong isn't unreasonably strong, Duan Ling Tian said that at worst, he would fight to a draw with Wanqi Hong. Father, I know you don't trust me, but can't you trust Duan Ling Tian? Didn't you say that although Duan Ling Tian is young, he's more mature than I am? Are you going to deny you said these words before? It took a while before Zhen Yun replied. Duan Ling Tian said that. Although Zhen Yunfeng did not have many interactions with Duan Ling Tian, he could see that Duan Ling Tian was not one to brag. With Duan Ling Tian's character, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not mess around with such an important matter. Zhen Pingfan said confidently, yes. Why don't I come back now? I'll help you exchange your soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian so you can speak to him directly. Zhen Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before he said, that's not necessary. What else did you learn about Wanqi Hong? I'll ask around for more information as well. As for Duan Ling Tian, ask him about his strength as well. I want to compare their strengths. If I find that it isn't too risky, then I'll agree to your request. At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng was also slightly tempted, but he still wanted to confirm the matter personally. After all, his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul would be used as a stake. It had taken his prominent divine artifact many years before giving birth to an incomplete artifact soul. There was a chance he might not have survived his previous once in 1,000-year heavenly tribulation if his prominent divine artifact did not give birth to an incomplete artifact soul. I understand, Zhen Pingfan replied. He knew his father was extremely cautious. Then, he did not hold back and recounted everything he learned about Wanqi Hong to his father. At the same time, he also sent a message to Duan Ling Tian, asking about Duan Ling Tian's strength. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's reply, Zhen Pingfan told Zhen Yunfeng about Duan Ling Tian's strength. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's message about Duan Ling Tian's strength, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes widened slightly as he inhaled sharply. Then, he said, Brat, no wonder you're so confident. I had no idea, I really had no idea. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the Seven Kills Valley. On this day, Yu Chonglian, an elder from the Seven Kills Valley, came to the valley where the members of the Pure Yang sect were staying. He was here to lead them to the trading conference's venue. He hovered in the sky above the valley as he waited for them. This time, he came alone without his disciple, Dao Wei. The trading conference would last for 3 days. 3 days were not a long time, but they were enough for the top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion to trade. The people from the top 5 Emperor forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion brought many things along, ready to sell or exchange them for the things they needed. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, let's go, Yu Chonglian said with a smile after Zhen Pingfan and the others from the Pure Yang sect flew into the air. At this time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yu Chonglian was staring at the sky above another valley nearby. An elder from the Seven Kills Valley could be seen in the distant sky with a group of people. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, the people from the Wanqi clan are about to set off as well. Let's go over there to greet them. What do you think? Yu Chonglian asked Zhen Pingfan and the Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder for their opinions. Upon hearing Yu Chonglian's words, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yu Chonglian from the corners of his eyes for quite a while. Yu Chonglian wasted no time in leading the people of the Pure Yang sect over to meet those from the Wanqi clan. There were about 100 people in attendance from the Pure Yang sect, and similar to the Pure Yang sect, there were also about 100 people in attendance from the Wanqi clan. When Duan Ling Tian's group drew close, the other group that was just about to set off stopped moving as well. Greetings, Elder Wanqi. Yu Chonglian took the initiative to greet the burly old man leading the Wanqi clan. Following that, Zhen Pingfan said, Senior Uncle Wanqi, it's been a long time since we last met. You look as energetic as ever. The burly old man with distinct features and a dignified air was dressed in a loose dark golden robe. When he heard the greetings, he only looked at Yu Chonglian indifferently. However, when his eyes shifted to Zhen Pingfan, a faint smile could be seen on his usually stern face as he said, "Senior nephew Zhen, so it's you. Are you leading the entourage from the Pure Yang sect this time?" The old man was none other than Wanqi Ju, the Golden Seat elder of the Wanqi clan. Wanqi Ju, so he's the person whom Elder Yu held a grudge against for 30 years. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the crowd, looked at Wanqi Ju with a hint of pity at this moment. Zhen Pingfan replied with a smile. Then, his eyes lit up when he shifted his gaze to the silver-clad young man standing side by side with a few elders behind Wanqi Ju. He asked, "Senior Uncle Wanqi, this must be your great-great-grandson, the prodigy, right?" The handsome silver-clad young man looked stern and cold as he met Zhen Pingfan's eyes. "Honger, this is your junior uncle Zhen. He's the strongest among those at and below the realm of a rudimentary emperor of gods in the Pure Yang sect," Wanqi Ju said. Although he did not look back, it was clear he was speaking to the young man. Upon hearing Wanqi Ju's words, a very slight smile appeared on the young man's stern face as he cupped his fists together and said, "Greetings, junior uncle Zhen. I'm Wanqi Hong." "Greetings," Zhen Pingfan nodded and said with a smile, "He's truly outstanding. However, he's no match for our Pure Yang sect's Duan Ling Tian." No one expected Zhen Pingfan to say such a thing. It was abrupt and rather out of line. Everyone present, excluding Duan Ling Tian and Yu Chonglian, was momentarily stunned. Just as Wanqi Hong's expression changed, the smile on Wanqi Ju's face vanished immediately. Anger surged in his eyes as he looked at Zhen Pingfan and demanded, "Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 3976 Provocation. The members of the Pure Yang sect in the Wanqi clan and the other elder of the Seven Kills Valley, who were supposed to lead those from the Wanqi clan to the venue of the trading conference, were stunned. None of them expected that Zhen Pingfan, who had been cordial just a moment ago, would abruptly and inappropriately belittle Wanqi Hong. Moreover, Zhen Pingfan had said those words in front of Wanqi Ju. There was no one who did not know that Wanqi Ju was the proudest of his great-great-grandson, Wanqi Hong. Wanqi Ju regarded Wanqi Hong as the face of the Wanqi clan. When he encountered intermediate emperors of gods, whom he was no match for, he would say, "Although I'm slightly weaker than you, it's difficult for you to find someone among your descendants who's a match for my great-great-grandson, Wanqi Hong." Wanqi Ju valued Wanqi Hong the most among all his descendants. Everyone in the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion knew about this, so it was impossible that Zhen Pingfan, a Nirvanic elder of the Pure Yang, was unaware of it. For this, everyone was dumbfounded by Zhen Pingfan's provocative words. Although Duan Ling Tian and Yu Chonglian were not confused like the others, they were still a little caught off guard. They knew Zhen Pingfan would provoke Wanqi Ju into bed with him, but they did not expect him to do it as soon as he met Wanqi Ju. Yu Chonglian glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he said through voice transmission, "I really didn't expect him to provoke Wanqi Ju now. I thought he would at least wait until we arrived at the venue of the trading conference." Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he replied, "Me too." Apart from Zhen Pingfan, Duan Ling Tian and Yu Chonglian were the only ones present who were aware of Zhen Pingfan's reason for suddenly provoking Wanqi Ju. Is Zhen Pingfan crazy? When the members of the Wanqi clan regained their senses, they looked at Zhen Pingfan with hostile expressions on their faces. Although none of them were stronger than Zhen Pingfan, the person leading them was Wanqi Ju, an intermediate emperor of gods, who was stronger than Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan was no match for their Wanqi clan's Golden Seat elder at all. Elder Zhen, on the other hand, the members of the Pure Yang, including the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, looked at Zhen Pingfan's back with worried and skeptical expressions on their faces. They wondered why Zhen Pingfan had angered Wanqi Ju. "Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that?" Wanqi Ju asked in a deep voice. Zhen Pingfan's expression remained unchanged. Instead of responding to Wanqi Ju, he said, "Duan Ling Tian, come here." Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. Nonetheless, he still stepped forward and moved to stand next to Zhen Pingfan. Then, Zhen Pingfan finally looked at Wanqi Ju and asked, "Senior Uncle Wanqi, do you know what I mean now?" Then, he pointed at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to him, and grinned as he said, "Duan Ling Tian from our Pure Yang sect is superior to your great-great-grandson, Wanqi Hong in terms of looks and temperament, don't you agree?" Everyone present has eyes, and they can all see this. Zhen Ping Fan's grin grew wider and he ignored the anger that continued to surge in Wan Qiju's eyes. After listening to Zhen Ping Fan's words, Wan Qiju looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he said with a sneer, "So what if he's good-looking? Is he going to be a kept man? He's weak. If he doesn't rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast, he's going to get in trouble with the Pure Yang sect, right? Based on what I know, your Pure Yang sect has invested a lot of resources in him." Wan Qiju's sneer deepened as he spoke. Although it was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, he already disliked Duan Lingtian due to Zhen Ping Fan's provocative words. Moreover, it was true that Duan Lingtian's appearance and temperament were superior to those of his great-great-grandson. Although Wan Qiju was not afraid of Zhen Ping Fan, he could not say the same about Zhen Yunfeng, Zhen Ping Fan's father. After all, he was no match for Zhen Yunfeng. Moreover, Zhen Yunfeng was known for being overprotective of his family. In the past, a rudimentary emperor of gods from a top emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion bullied and hurt Zhen Ping Fang, who had yet to become a rudimentary emperor of gods at that time. As a result, Zhen Yunfeng went to that top emperor rank force and severely injured that rudimentary emperor of gods. Until now, that rudimentary emperor of gods had yet to fully recover from his injuries. There were even rumors that he might not survive his upcoming heavenly tribulation due to the injuries. For this reason, due to his fear of Zhen Yunfeng, Wan Qiju, who could not do anything to Zhen Yunfeng, could only vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he already had a bad impression of Duan Lingtian when he heard about Duan Lingtian's refusal to join the Wanqi clan. Today's matter only served to exacerbate his anger. Zhen Ping Fan maintained the smile even after he heard Wan Qiju's words. He was clearly not angry at all. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian and asked teasingly, "Duan Lingtian, are you going to just stay silent and do nothing after you've been insulted?" Upon hearing Zhen Ping Fan's words, Duan Lingtian knew Zhen Ping Fan wanted him to provoke Wan Qiju as well so that they could successfully get Wan Qiju to agree to betting with them. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Wan Qiju and said, "Elder Wanqi, you said that I'm weak, but how much do you know about me? Although you're an elder, you can't spread rumors like that." As Duan Lingtian spoke, his voice turned frostier and frostier. Wan Qiju did not expect that Duan Lingtian, a junior, would dare to speak in such a manner to him. He laughed angrily before he said, "What? Do you think I'm underestimating you, brat? In my eyes, you're nothing great." Wan Qiju looked at Duan Lingtian contemptuously as he spoke. Duan Lingtian sneered. "It's only natural that I can't compare to you, who's an intermediate emperor of gods. I'm aware of the limitations of my strength. However, Elder Wanqi, I won't be any weaker than you if I live to your age." Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qiju meaningfully after he finished speaking. Wan Qiju's expression darkened immediately. He naturally knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old. At Duan Lingtian's age, he had not even stepped into the realm of a lord of gods, let alone entered the realm of an intermediate lord of gods. Hence, he could not compare to Duan Lingtian. Sometime during the past 2 days, Wan Qiju learned that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become an intermediate lord of gods. He had learned about it from the people of the Wanqi clan who heard about it from the people of the Seven Kills Valley. If it was not Yu Chonglian, it had to be Dao Wei or Yu Chonglian's other disciple who spread the news. While Wan Qiju's expression was still dark, Wan Qihong, who wore a gloomy expression on his face, took 2 steps forward. Then, he stared at Duan Lingtian murderously as he said, "Impudent. Duan Lingtian, do you think a mere brat like you is worthy of being compared to my great-great-grandfather? So what if you're talented? Are you sure you'll be able to live to my great-great-grandfather's age? In this world, there are countless prodigies who die young." Before Wan Qihong could speak again, Duan Lingtian, whose expression and voice were icy, asked, "Wan Qihong, are you threatening me?" "So what if I am?" Wan Qihong sneered. He was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was an intermediate lord of gods, at all. Even if Duan Lingtian was stronger and possessed strength comparable to ordinary advanced lords of gods, he was still not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although he had only become an advanced lord of gods not too long ago, and his cultivation base had yet to completely stabilize, he had already defeated many of the elders who were advanced lords of gods in the Wanqi clan. How could Duan Lingtian, who was just a rudimentary lord of gods, compare to the elders of the Wanqi clan? Apart from that, he was also not worried about being attacked by the powerhouses from the pure Yang sect. After all, his great-great-grandfather was an intermediate emperor of gods. Even Zhenping Fan, the strongest among the entourage from the pure Yang sect, was no match for his great-great-grandfather, even if Zhenping Fan was the strongest rudimentary emperor of gods in the pure Yang sect. Wanqi Hong, Zhenping Fan's expression darkened. He was about to rebuke Wanqi Hong when Duan Lingtian raised a hand to stop him. At this time, many members of the Wanqi clan were looking at Duan Lingtian derisively, waiting to watch a good show. Duan Lingtian looked at Wanqi Hong and said with a faint smile on his face, "Wanqi Hong, I heard that you've become an advanced lord of gods. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Wanqi Hong did not reply. Instead, he only raised his chin proudly, looking as though he could not be bothered to answer Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian continued to say calmly, "In fact, even if you've become an advanced lord of gods, you're still nothing in my eyes. I could already defeat 2 intermediate lords of gods when I was a rudimentary lord of gods. Now that I've become an intermediate lord of gods, someone like you, who has just become an advanced lord of gods, isn't worth my attention at all." The crowd was in an uproar as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. It was clear that he was deliberately provoking Wanqi Hong. Duan Lingtian, the expression on the Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder's face changed immediately. He would have confidence in Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian's opponent was any of the prodigies under 10,000 years old in the Seven Kills Valley, but his confidence wavered greatly since Duan Lingtian's opponent was Wanqi Hong. Wanqi Hong was the most outstanding prodigy of the Wanqi clan, and he had already become an advanced lord of gods before he even turned 10,000 years old. There were also rumors that he had defeated many advanced lords of gods despite only becoming an advanced lord of gods not too long ago. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had just become an intermediate lord of gods 2 years ago. How could the Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder not be worried when Duan Lingtian, who was an intermediate lord of gods for only 2 years, provoked Wanqi Hong, who was already an advanced lord of gods for 100 years? Meanwhile, Wanqi Hong, who was briefly stunned, laughed heartily when he recovered his senses. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. As his laughter died away, his gaze turned frosty as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think you're amazing just because you killed 2 intermediate lords of gods when you were a rudimentary lord of gods. Those 2 you killed were the weakest among intermediate lords of gods. I can kill them easily as well when I was a rudimentary lord of gods. You actually dare to compare me, Wanqi Hong, to that kind of trash?" At the same time, the corners of Zhenping Fan's lips twitched. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words to be so ruthless and that Duan Lingtian was so good at provoking others. If he were in Wanqi Ju or Wanqi Hong's shoes, he would not be able to endure listening to Duan Lingtian's insults as well. Chapter 3977 Rivalry. "In my eyes, you're just as useless as them," Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, his energy surged as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhenping Fan's jaw dropped upon hearing these words. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's surging made him worry that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack Wanqi Hong. At the same time, both Wanqi Hong and Wanqi Ju's expressions changed immediately as well. Similarly, their energy surged. Wanqi Ju's energy was particularly terrifying. Wanqi Ju's expression was extremely dark as he said, "Brat, are you seeking death?" "Senior Uncle Wanqi," Zhenping Fan called out at this moment. He felt that if he did not step in now, Duan Lingtian might provoke Wanqi Ju into attacking him. He continued to say, "Duan Lingtian is very used to being called a prodigy. He's very talented, so he finds anyone who's not as talented as him useless. In fact, he doesn't have any bad intentions at all." As soon as Zhenping Fan spoke, the members of the pure Yang sect, who had been worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, felt speechless again. Was Zhenping Fan trying to aggravate the situation, or was he really trying to help Duan Lingtian? His words clearly worsened the situation. At this time, the Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder moved to stand next to Duan Lingtian before he said calmly, "Elder Wanqi Ju, my master owes Duan Lingtian a favor. Although I don't know what favor it is, he has once said that he'll kill anyone who threatens Duan Lingtian's life to return the favor. This includes intermediate emperors of gods." Wanqi Ju's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. Then, he bellowed, "Yi Tong. Are you threatening me?" Yi Tong, the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, was also the disciple of Yi Chen-feng, the founder of the Hidden Sword sect. As such, he knew who Yi Tong was. Yi Tong smiled indifferently and said, "I dare not, Elder Wanqi Ju. I'm just giving you a reminder to avoid unnecessary trouble." Wanqi Ju scoffed coldly. Although his gaze was cold when he looked at Yi Tong, he did not continue with the topic. After all, Yi Chen-feng was even more terrifying than Zhen Yunfeng. Even the other two Golden Seat elders and the clan leader of the Wanqi clan agreed that Yi Chen-feng was one of the two strongest people in the Pure Yang sect. Zhen Yunfeng was perhaps the third strongest in the Pure Yang sect at most. He was already afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, let alone Yi Chen-feng. Although he was older than Yi Chen-feng, age did not play a part in determining one's strength. Wanqi Ju also did not doubt Yi Tong's words, not only because he knew Yi Tong was Yi Chen-feng's disciple, but also because he knew Yi Tong had great respect for Yi Chen-feng and would not lie about anything related to Yi Chen-feng. Wanqi Ju's expression soured even more when he shifted his gaze back to Duan Ling Tian. His voice was incredibly icy as he said, "I'll let you off the hook today for the sake of Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chen-feng. Otherwise, even if I don't take action, I'll let my great-great-grandson teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." In other words, Wanqi Ju implied that if he were to attack Duan Ling Tian, it would be considered an elder bullying a junior. However, it would be different if his great-great-grandson took action. Hence, even Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chen-feng would not be able to criticize him. Seeing that his great-great-grandfather had no choice but to back off, Wanqi Hong's expression darkened even more. He stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he asked in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian, did you call me useless? Isn't it true?" Duan Ling Tian retorted. Clearly, he had no intention of giving in and was intent on provoking Wanqi Hong. He continued to say, "I'm not even 3,000 years old, but I'm already an intermediate Lord of Gods. Before turning 4,000 years old, I'm certain I'll become an advanced Lord of Gods. As for you, you're almost 10,000 years old, but you've only become an advanced Lord of Gods. Isn't that useless?" Duan Ling Tian's words caused Wanqi Hong's face to turn red in anger as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes like knives. Needless to say, the other members of the Wanqi clan were furious as well. They really wondered how Duan Ling Tian survived to this day with his arrogance. They thought it was truly a miracle that he managed to survive up until now. The members of the Pure Yang sect were also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's behavior. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to fearlessly provoke Wanqi Ju, Wanqi Hong, and the Wanqi clan. "Duan Ling Tian, you're seeking death." Naturally, there were also people from the Pure Yang sect who rejoiced at what they perceived to be Duan Ling Tian's impending misfortune. One of them was Lan Shilin from the Zhengming faction. He could not wait for Duan Ling Tian to get into trouble. He would be even happier if Duan Ling Tian was killed. Alas, he knew that it was unlikely for Duan Ling Tian to lose his life. At the same time, Yu Chonglian, the elder from the Seven Kills Valley, looked at Zhen Ping Fan in shock as he asked through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, did you teach Duan Ling Tian to be so rude?" Yu Chonglian subconsciously thought that it had to be Zhen Ping Fan who taught Duan Ling Tian how to provoke Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Hong. Although he knew that it was part of the plan to provoke Wanqi Hong and Wanqi Ju, he thought that this was crossing the line. He wondered if Zhen Ping Fan was truly not worried that Wanqi Ju would target and kill Duan Ling Tian in the future. After all, Wanqi Ju was not a pushover and was very vengeful as well. The corners of Zhen Ping Fan's lips twitched when he heard Yu Chonglian's voice transmission. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he did not respond. After all, if he denied it and Yu Chonglian spread word of it, Wanqi Ju would definitely target Duan Ling Tian in the future. Why didn't I realize Duan Ling Tian is so arrogant? Even I think he's too arrogant now and asking to be taught a lesson, Zhen Ping Fan thought to himself, feeling rather speechless. Initially, he had been worried that Duan Ling Tian might not know how to provoke Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Hong. After all, if Duan Ling Tian failed to provoke them, their plan would fail. Who knew that Duan Ling Tian would go above and beyond in provoking them? Wanqi Hong's eyes turned red in anger, and his body trembled as well. However, Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "And, even if we disregard your age, Wanqi Hong, you're still just like trash that became an advanced Lord of Gods in my eyes." Duan Ling Tian's words successfully and completely ignited Wanqi Hong's anger like a spark lighting up a powder keg. He said, burning with anger, "Duan Ling Tian, what do you mean by this? You think I, who have been an advanced lord of gods for 100 years, am not a match for you, who've just become an intermediate lord of gods 2 years ago? Do you really think that you're stronger than I am? Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he nodded and said, not bad. Although you're useless, you're quick to catch on. I guess you're not completely stupid. Suddenly, Wan Qihong, who had lost control of his anger earlier, calmed down after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he said with a mocking smile on his face, you think you're better than me? In that case, do you dare to fight me? You won't retreat like a coward, right? After all, you just said that I'm not as strong as you are in front of so many people. Of course, you can also take back your earlier words. Then, Wan Qihong took a step forward. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was majestic as he said, today, in front of so many elders, I, Wan Qihong, a member of the Wanqi clan, challenge the pure Yang sect's Duan Ling Tian to a duel. Wan Qihong decided to directly challenge Duan Ling Tian since he knew he was at a disadvantage in a war of words. Duan Ling Tian claimed that he was weaker, giving him a chance to challenge Duan Ling Tian. He was absolutely certain he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, after all. With his victory, not only would he be able to save his great-great-grandfather from embarrassment, but he would also be able to preserve his dignity. Otherwise, if news spread that nothing was done after Duan Ling Tian provoked him over and over again, he, his great-great-grandfather, and the Wanqi clan would definitely lose their pride and dignity. Duan Ling Tian, accept the challenge. As soon as Wan Qihong finished speaking, the members of the Wanqi clan could no longer sit still. They jeered at Duan Ling Tian and mocked him. Didn't you say that you're stronger than senior brother Wan Qihong? You should prove it then. Duan Ling Tian, you're all talk. We all heard what you said earlier. You claim that senior brother Wan Qihong isn't as strong as you. That's right. Now that senior brother Wan Qihong challenged you, do you dare to accept the challenge? If not, it only goes to show that you're bragging. If you ask me, Duan Ling Tian's all talk. The young disciples from the Wanqi clan were already angry, to begin with. Now that an opportunity presented itself, how could they not seize the opportunity to vent their anger? On the contrary, everyone from the pure Yang sect was silent. It was not that they did not want to speak up for Duan Ling Tian, but they truly did not know what to say. After all, there was no way they could shout and tell Duan Ling Tian to accept Wan Qihong's challenge and defeat Wan Qihong. In their opinion, this was impossible and was no different from fantasy. Even Yi Tong, the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, frowned slightly at this moment. Just as Yi Tong was about to speak up, Duan Ling Tian said, Wan Qihong, you want to challenge me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were narrowed, and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Wan Qihong asked with a sneer on his face. At this time, Wan Qiju, who was standing next to Wan Qihong, no longer looked angry. Instead, he looked at Wan Qihong with a satisfied smile on his face. Earlier, he also realized that it was inappropriate for him to intervene in the conflict between juniors. Although he had hinted with his words earlier, he did not say anything to Wan Qihong through voice transmission. As expected, his great-great-grandson understood him and did not disappoint him. Duan Ling Tian yawned before he said lazily, what's there to be afraid of? However, I won't bother to fight with trash like you unless there's some kind of stakes involved. Otherwise, I might as well use the time to nap. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qihong's sneer deepened. What do you want? In Wan Qihong's opinion, he would definitely win and obtain whatever it was Duan Ling Tian was going to use as a stake. Hence, it was impossible for him to refuse. It's finally happening, Zhen Ping Fan thought to himself excitedly. Outwardly, he tried to maintain his composure and reminded himself inwardly over and over again, Zhen Ping Fan, calm down, calm down. Isn't it just a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? It's nothing to get excited about. Then, Zhen Ping Fan, who was trying his best to look natural, shook his head and sighed as he said, Duan Ling Tian, let's forget it. There's no hurry to fight in bed with him. It's not too late for you to do so after the 7 Mansions feast is over. Chapter 3978 Betting on 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills. After Zhen Ping Fan tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian, and before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Wan Qihong smiled mockingly and said, after the 7 Mansions feast ends. Duan Ling Tian, if we wait until then, I'm afraid you'll lose your courage to bet with me after seeing my strength. Now's the best time, let's fight today. I want to see if you're really that strong or if you're all talk. Let's do it today, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a nod, ignoring Zhen Ping Fan's words like Wan Qihong. What do you want to bet with? Wan Qihong asked as the mocking smile on his face deepened. He said, as long as it's something I or the Wanqi clan possess, I won't have any objection. What you have, the Wanqi clan definitely won't lack. What you don't have, the Wanqi clan definitely don't lack as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon hearing Wan Qihong's words. He said, Wan Qihong, although your talent and strength are nothing, you're quite straightforward. Since that's the case, let's bet with a prominent divine artifact today. Wan Qihong smiled disdainfully. I thought you were going to come up with something amazing. As it turns out, you just want to bet using a prominent divine artifact. As expected of a country bumpkin. You came from the lower realm, after all. A prominent divine artifact is no better than garbage in my eyes. Why don't you up the stakes? From what I know, you can refine king-grade limit divine pills, right? Why don't you put up 100 king-grade limit divine pills? I'll put up something of equal value. 0.100 king-grade limit divine pills. Wan Qihong was indeed greedy. 100 king-grade limit divine pills. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized he had misspoken. He had only said, prominent divine artifact, and forgot to add, with an incomplete artifact soul. Since the mistake had been made, he thought that he might as well go with the flow. This would lessen the burden on Zhen Ping Fan and Zhen Yunfeng as well. Then, he frowned and said, you're too greedy. You should know I can only refine a few every time. 100 king-grade limit divine pills. Aren't you asking for too much? Wan Qihong sneered. What, you can't even come up with such a small stake? Small stake? Duan Ling Tian smiled before he said, very well. If you want 100 king-grade limit divine pills from me, you should bring out a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, silence descended. Zhen Ping Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian, slightly surprised. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian intended to use 100 king-grade limit divine pills to exchange for a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul for the bet. However, would Wan Qihong agree to it? 0.100 king-grade limit divine pills were indeed precious, but their value was not comparable to a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Many of the members of the Pure Yang looked at each other in confusion. They all wondered if Duan Ling Tian was intentionally being difficult as they discussed with each other through voice transmission. The Wanqi clan shared the same thought as well, and all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously. A prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. I think he just doesn't dare to fight with senior brother Wan Qihong. That's right, he probably thinks that senior brother Wan Qihong doesn't have a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, so he intentionally said it. Doesn't he know that our ancestor has a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul even if senior brother Wan Qihong doesn't have one? I'm afraid he really doesn't know that our ancestor has a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. The members of the Wanqi clan looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot, and their contempt for him grew stronger. Duan Ling Tian, did you think you won't have to fight because I don't have a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? If that's the case, I'm afraid you still won't be able to avoid fighting me. I don't have a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, but my great-great-grandfather has one. I'm sure he's more than willing to lend it to me, Wan Qihong said. He also thought that Duan Ling Tian was deliberately doing this to get out of fighting him. As soon as Wan Qihong's voice fell, Wan Qiju frowned slightly and instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he saw the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression, the frown on his face eased immediately. He was certain now that Duan Ling Tian was only using the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as an excuse to avoid fighting Wan Qihong. Honger, Wan Qiju said to Wan Qihong through voice transmission, tell him that you want 300 king-grade limit divine pills. 100 king-grade limit divine pills aren't nearly enough for us to bet using a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. After seeing the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression, Wan Qiju was more than willing to bet with his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. He was certain that his great-great-grandson would not lose. Wan Qihong lit up upon hearing Wan Qiju's words. He sneered at Duan Ling Tian and said, you must be joking. You want to use 100 king-grade limit divine pills in exchange for a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian to speak as he continued to say, if you bet with 300 king grade limit divine pills, I'll borrow my great-great-grandfather's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to bet with you. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Wanqi Hong, are you too afraid to bet with me? I'm curious, does the Wanqi clan even have 300 king grade limit divine pills and prominent divine artifacts with an incomplete artifact soul? 100 king grade limit divine pills for a prominent divine artifact soul with an incomplete artifact soul. Take it or leave it. In any case, you're nothing in my eyes. It's not too late for me to prove my strength when I defeat you during the Seven Mansions feast. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned around, looking like he was about to leave. Fine, we'll bet with 100 king grade limit divine pills and a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Wanqi Hong quickly said when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to leave. He was convinced that Duan Ling Tian was only trying to avoid fighting him. Moreover, Wanqi Ju had also sent him a message to agree to Duan Ling Tian's condition. Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Hong were certain of their victory, and 100 king grade limit divine pills were not too bad. Meanwhile, Zhen Ping Fan's mind went blank. He could not believe Wanqi Ju agreed so readily to betting with 100 king grade limit divine pills and a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. King grade limit divine pills were undoubtedly rare. Even the famous alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could not refine them often and could only refine a few. However, the value of 100 king grade limit divine pills was still not comparable to that of a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Especially in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, it was considered a precious treasure. Usually, only those that are above the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods were able to make a prominent divine artifact give birth to an incomplete artifact soul. Even then, it was a long and arduous process. As for those below the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, they could only obtain it using other means. For example, Hong Yunxiao, the elder from the Seven Kills Valley whom Duan Ling Tian met in the Flying Dragon sect and Tai Yi sect's imperial war realm, possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, but he obtained it out of sheer luck. Duan Ling Tian, you keep coming up with excuses. Don't tell me you're really afraid of accepting the challenge. Wanqi Hong asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not turn around even after he had agreed to Duan Ling Tian's condition. He continued to say derisively, if you're afraid, just admit it. As it turns out, the prodigy that the Pure Yang sect brags about is nothing more than a braggart. Fortunately, you didn't join our Wanqi clan. Duan Ling Tian turned around, feigning an expression of frustration. He said coldly, Wanqi Hong, you said you agreed to my condition and that you'll borrow the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul from your great-great-grandfather. Has he agreed to it? If he doesn't agree and you lose, from whom should I collect the prominent divine artifact? Even if I kill you at that time, I won't be able to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. His tone turned disdainful as he continued to say, in my opinion, you should discuss with your great-great-grandfather first. I'll give you a few days to come to an agreement with him. I can't be bothered to waste my time on you now. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, Wanqi Ju looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking expression and said, I agree. Duan Ling Tian, there are times when you'll have to pay the price for bragging. However, if you kneel and apologize to us today, we'll let you off the hook. In Wanqi Ju's opinion, now that it was certain they had a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, Duan Ling Tian might lose his courage. He was worried that Duan Ling Tian would really back out of the fight, so he intentionally came up with such a harsh and humiliating demand to force Duan Ling Tian to accept the challenge. Moreover, 100 king-grade limit divine pills were at stake. Regardless of what kind of king-grade limit divine pills they were, even the Wanqi clan would find it difficult to gather that number of king-grade limit divine pills without taking a few decades or even 100 years. Since he was certain of Wanqi Hong's victory, how could he pass up such a good deal? Impossible. Duan Ling Tian resolutely rejected Wanqi Ju's suggestion. Then, he said, very well. I accept the challenge. If I lose, I'll give you 100 king-grade limit divine pills. It's easy for me to refine 100 king-grade limit divine pill, after all. At this time, Duan Ling Tian did not seem very confident when he spoke. Upon seeing this, the members of the Wanqi clan laughed at Duan Ling Tian. They thought that they had successfully forced Duan Ling Tian into accepting the challenge. They were all certain that they would win 100 king-grade limit divine pills. while everyone in the Wanqi clan was gloating, those from the pure Yang sect wore sour and dissatisfied expressions on their faces. After all, Duan Ling Tian's actions were a humiliation to them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, please ask Elder Yu Chonglian to invite the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley here to be a witness. If the Valley Master can't come, any intermediate Emperor of Gods will do." The corners of Zhen Ping Fan's lips twitched upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. This kid is really ruthless and meticulous. Is he worried Wanqi Ju would go back on his words after losing? Chapter 3979. Take it easy. The Eastern Ridge Mansion's trading conference this time was being held at the Seven Kills Valley. Apart from the pure Yang sect, the Seven Kills Valley, and the Wanqi clan, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect would also be attending the trading conference. Among these top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the pure Yang sect, the Seven Kills Valley, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect were sects, while the Wanqi clan was, as its name suggested, a clan. As for the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, it was neither a sect nor a clan, it was an alliance formed by a group of sectless cultivators. Those in the alliance had more freedom compared to those from sects. Nonetheless, the operation of the alliance was no different than that of a sect. At this moment, the elders in charge of leading the entourage from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect to the venue of the trading conference respectively, received news about Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong's fight. They wasted no time in informing the others about it. "I just received news that the prodigy from the pure Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian, will be fighting Wanqi Hong, the prodigy from the Wanqi clan. They're also betting on the fight." Those from the two forces were surprised and curious when they heard about the fight. How did those two get into a fight? Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong are both prodigies in their respective forces. Wanqi Hong has always been the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Wanqi clan. As for Duan Ling Tian, I received news not long ago that he has already become an intermediate Lord of Gods. It's almost impossible to find someone among the younger generation in the pure Yang sect who's a match for him. Betting. What are they using to bet? The elders of the Seven Kills Valley responsible for leading the two forces respectively quickly explained the matter to them. With that, they soon learned that the initiator of this incident was Zhen Ping Fan, the Nirvanic elder from the pure Yang sect. Zhen Ping Fan belittled Wanqi Hong, angering both Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Hong at the same time. They also heard that Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the pure Yang sect, refused to back down. Apparently, Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong were arguing and insulting each other for quite a while until they finally decided to fight. On top of that, Duan Ling Tian was going to bed with 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills, while Wanqi Hong was going to bed with Wanqi Ju's prominent Divine Artifact with an incomplete Artifact Soul. If Duan Ling Tian won, he would get Wanqi Ju's prominent Divine Artifact with an incomplete Artifact Soul. If Wanqi Hong won, he would get 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills. Are the people from the Wanqi clan stupid? The stakes are clearly not of equal value. How can 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills compare to a prominent Divine Artifact with an incomplete Artifact Soul? Didn't you hear? The Wanqi clan demanded 300 King Grade Limit Divine Pills, but Duan Ling Tian refused, saying that it was 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills or nothing. After that, the Wanqi clan agreed to Duan Ling Tian's condition. I can understand why the Wanqi clan accepted the bet even though the stakes are not in their favor. After all, they're certain they'll win. It's no loss to them at all. It doesn't matter if they give in to Duan Ling Tian's demand. It's said that Wanqi Hong has become an advanced Lord of Gods about 100 years ago. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian has only become an intermediate Lord of Gods 2 years ago. Their strengths aren't on the same level at all. That's right, although Duan Ling Tian killed 2 intermediate Lords of Gods when he was just a rudimentary Lord of Gods, Wanqi Hong was also capable of such a feat when he was a rudimentary Lord of Gods. I heard that Wanqi Hong fought against 3 intermediate Lords of Gods from the Wanqi clan alone and defeated them within 10 moves when he was a rudimentary Lord of Gods. Hey, I just heard from the Wanqi clan. It's said that it was not Duan Ling Tian's intention to fight with Wanqi Hong, but he refused to back down. It's said that he deliberately made things difficult by proposing to bet with a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. He thought Wanqi Hong didn't have a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, and as such, he wouldn't have to fight Wanqi Hong. Alas, He was unaware that Wan Qiju possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul and was forced into accepting the challenge. It seems like there won't be any suspense at all during the fight. When the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect arrived at the venue of the trading conference, they saw the people from the Pure Yang Sect and Wanqi clan had arrived as well. Many of those from the Seven Kills Valley were also present. Perhaps, news of the upcoming fight had spread so more and more people from the Seven Kills Valley arrived at the venue. The venue was located in a vast valley. A huge stone platform stood in the middle of the valley, occupying nearly half the area there. At this time, many people could be seen hovering above the stone platform and standing at the sides of the stone platform. Elder Wan Qi, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect went over and greeted those from the Pure Yang Sect and the Wanqi clan. It did not take long for their attention to shift to Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qi Hong. Most of them recognized Wan Qi Hong since Wan Qiju brought his beloved great-great-grandson with him to many events in the past. As for Duan Ling Tian, most of them were seeing him for the first time today. An elder from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who was an emperor of gods, looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a regretful expression, "Duan Ling Tian, I've long heard about you. It's our loss that you didn't join our alliance." The vice-sect leader of the Dragon Martial Divine Sect, who led the entourage to the trading conference, looked at Zhen Ping Fan and complained, "Elder Zhen was too domineering when we tried to recruit you in the Flying Dragon Sect. He drove all the men we sent away." At this moment, Wan Qi Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian and said impatiently, "Duan Ling Tian, can we fight now? Let's hurry up and end this. I'm going to trade for the things I want using your 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills." Wan Qi Hong was clearly confident he was going to obtain 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. "Wan Qi Hong, you're too arrogant. The fight has yet to start, but you're already so confident you'll obtain the 100 King Grade Limit Divine Pills." Just as Wan Qi Hong was about to retort, many respectful voices rang in the air. "Valley Master! Valley Master!" Duan Ling Tian and the others looked in the direction of the commotion. With just a glance, they saw a tall middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. His face was as smooth as jade, and he had a mole on his glabella. Two old men that looked like sages followed him from behind. Streaks of colorful energy trailed behind them, making them look like immortals descending to the mortal world. In just a blink of an eye, the green-clad middle-aged man and the two old men arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Then, the leaders of the entourage from the other four forces such as Zhen Ping Fan and Wan Qiju stepped forward to greet the green-clad middle-aged man. "Senior Uncle Wei, Valley Master Wei." The green-clad middle-aged man was Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. Although his name sounded tacky, he had the highest status among the current generation in Seven Kills Valley. There were also rumors that he was only second in strength to the old ancestor of the Seven Kills Valley. After greeting everyone, Wei Chun Dao said with a smile, "I heard that two young men from the Pure Yang Sect and the Wanqi clan respectively are going to fight, serving as the opening ceremony of the trading conference. I also heard that the stakes are high. Why don't we change the stakes to avoid damaging the relationship between the two forces?" Wei Chun Dao's gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qi Hong as he spoke. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Wan Qi Hong beat him to it. "Valley Master Wei, I don't have any objections to your suggestion. However, someone had firmly declared that he wouldn't bother fighting me if I didn't use a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to bet. Since I've taken out a prominent divine artifact soul with an incomplete artifact soul, it's naturally impossible to reduce the stakes on his side." Wan Qi Hong pushed the blame on Duan Ling Tian, clearly stating that it was Duan Ling Tian who was unwilling to heed Wei Chun Dao's suggestion. Wei Chun Dao turned to look at Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of Wan Qi Hong's intention. However, he only said lazily, "Like I said, I won't bother fighting with you without a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul on the line. However, if you want to go back on your words, I won't object either." Despite his lazy tone, Duan Ling Tian's eyes darted around. In the eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian looked like he was panicking inwardly. Those from the Wanqi clan naturally grew even more confident upon seeing this. Wan Qi Hong hurriedly said, "There's no need to change the stakes. I won't go back on my words. I'm going to be getting 100 King Grade Limit Divine free for nothing. Why would I go back on my words?" Upon seeing this exchange, Wei Chundao also knew that there was nothing more he could do or say. Hence, he said, since this is the case, I won't persuade both of you anymore. The fight is in 7 Kills Valley, so both of you should take it easy, alright? It'd be a great loss to the Pure Yang sect and the Wanqi clan if they lose either one of you. As soon as Wei Chuandao finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan hurriedly said, as though he was worried Wanqi Hong would kill Duan Ling Tian, that's right. Don't go too far, there's no need to fight to the death. When Zhen Pingfan saw that everyone was looking at him, he said, somewhat embarrassed, I agree with Senior Uncle Wei. Neither the Pure Yang sect nor the Wanqi clan can afford to lose them. That's fine by me, Duan Ling Tian said. Wanqi Hong laughed. Duan Ling Tian, I thought you were fearless. I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, I'm worried that you'll die. I don't think Elder Wanqi Ju will be able to take it if he loses his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul and his great-great-grandson at the same time. Chapter 3980 Imminent. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Wanqi Hong to freeze for a moment. When he recovered, he said with a sneer as his eyes burned with killing intent, you're still so stubborn, huh? Duan Ling Tian, be careful. Even if I go easy on you, you might still end up seriously injured. At this moment, Wanqi Hong had made up his mind. Even if he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he was determined to severely injure Duan Ling Tian before Zhen Pingfan and the others could make a move to save Duan Ling Tian. We'll see about that, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. At this time, Zhen Pingfan looked at Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, and asked, Junior Uncle Wei, can you preside over their fight? All right, Wei Chundao nodded. Since he was the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, it was most appropriate for him to preside over the fight. After that, Duan Ling Tian said to Wanqi Hong indifferently, Wanqi Hong, since Valley Master Wei is presiding over the fight, let's hand over the stakes to him before we fight. I'll be able to rest assured with this. If you can do it, you can forget about fighting. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, his eyes kept darting around nervously. In the eyes of those from the Wanqi clan, it looked as though Duan Ling Tian was uneasy and was still trying to get out of the fight. Wanqi Hong, who felt the same way, said with a sneer, Duan Ling Tian, you're still trying to escape the fight at this time. Then, Wanqi Hong looked at Wanqi Ju. Wanqi Hong did not need to say anything before Wanqi Ju raised his hand. Black mist swirled around his hand before they finally solidified into a 7-foot-long spear. The spear did not look extraordinary, but its aura emitted a heavy pressure. This was his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul, the hidden dragon Black Jade Spear. He carried this spear with him wherever he went. This is Elder Wanqi Ju's hidden dragon Black Jade Spear. Many elders from the 7 Kills Valley who rushed here to watch the show exclaimed excitedly. Elder Wanqi Ju is using his hidden dragon Black Jade Spear to bet when the other party is only betting with 100 King Grade limit divine pills. This news is going to cause a commotion when it spreads. Isn't he worried about losing the hidden dragon Black Jade Spear? It's obvious that he's only using it to bet because he's certain he'll win. More and more people from the 7 Kills Valley began to gather. They looked at Duan Ling Tian, wondering if he would be able to win. Most of them were certain he was going to lose or that his chances of winning were very small. If they were to bet on the fight as well, they definitely would not bet on Duan Ling Tian. Just as Wanqi Ju was about to hand his spear to Wei Chundao, an old man from the Wanqi clan suddenly called out, Elder. Then, he continued to say in a deep voice, forget it. There's no need to gamble with your prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul just because of a petty conflict between the young ones. It's fine if you win, but if you lose. The old man did not finish his sentence, but his words seemed to wake many members of the Wanqi clan up. Indeed, they were certain they would win. However, what if they lost on the off chance? What should they do at that time? If they lost the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, it would affect the overall strength of the Wanqi clan. It was not just Wanqi Ju who would be affected, after all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, that's right, Elder Wanqi Ju. Perhaps, you should just forget it. I'll definitely defeat Wanqi Hong today. It must not be easy for your prominent divine artifact to give birth to an incomplete artifact soul. There's no need to use it to bet on your useless great-great-grandson. If you want to withdraw, I won't have any objections. I'm sure your great-great-grandson won't dare to object as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian's smile widened before he continued to say, however, let me remind you that there's no way I'm fighting if you don't bet with a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's seemingly uneasy expression was gone, replaced by an expression of anticipation. Wan Qihong's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. Then, he looked at Wan Qiju, slightly nervous. Even if he was certain he would win, ultimately, the decision still lay with Wan Qiju since the prominent divine artifact belonged to Wan Qiju. He wanted to tell Wan Qiju that he was certain he would not lose and was willing to do anything if he really lost. At this moment, another two senior members of the Wanqi clan spoke up to dissuade Wan Qiju. Although the risk was very minimal, they still thought it was not necessary to take such a risk just because of a petty conflict between the young generation. After all, it involved a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. At this time, Zhen Ping Fan also said, "That's right, Senior Uncle Wanqi. Why don't we just forget it?" Initially, Zhen Ping Fan did not speak up. Why would he dissuade Wan Qiju? Wan Qiju losing his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul meant that he would be gaining it. However, after receiving a voice transmission from Duan Ling Tian asking him to speak up, he suddenly realized that dissuading Wan Qiju at this moment would only agitate Wan Qiju more. Nonetheless, Zhen Ping Fan still prayed inwardly, "Wan Qiju, you old geezer, don't go back on your words. What are you afraid of? Do you not have any confidence in your great-great-grandson? Your great-great-grandson became an advanced Lord of Gods about 100 years ago while Duan Ling Tian only became an intermediate Lord of Gods 2 years ago." Yi Tong, the Nirvanic elder from the Hidden Sword faction, also said, "Elder Wanqi, let's forget it." Yi Tong did not speak up because he received a message from Duan Ling Tian. He only spoke up to get Duan Ling Tian out of what he perceived was a quandary. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Wan Qihong and was trying to save Duan Ling Tian from embarrassment and having to give up 100 king grade limit divine pills. It was best if the fight did not happen. Seeing a group of people dissuading Wan Qiju, Wei Chundao withdrew his outstretched hand as well. Then, he said, "Senior brother Wanqi, why don't you just forget about the fight?" At this time, many people thought that Wan Qiju was likely to give up since there were so many people dissuading him. Hence, they were a little disappointed, thinking that they would not be able to watch Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qihong fight. Wan Qiju's body trembled slightly before he tossed the spear in his hand to Wei Chundao and said loudly, "I believe in my great-great-grandson." Upon seeing this, Wan Qihong could barely contain his excitement. He said, obviously delighted, "Don't worry, great-great-grandfather. I definitely won't disappoint you." Wan Qihong had been worried Wan Qiju would listen to the others. He finally felt relieved when he saw the spear was now Wei Chundao's hand. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said scornfully, "Duan Ling Tian, we've handed the prominent divine artifact to Valley Master Wei. It's time for you to bring out 100 king grade limit divine pills. Don't tell me you don't have them on hand." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed a few times as the smile on his face vanished. Then, he said with a frown, "Of course I have them." Then, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to bring out a lot of pill bottles and placed them in a spare spatial ring before handing it to Wei Chundao. "Here, Valley Master Wei." Duan Ling Tian wore a grave expression on his face at this moment, but inwardly, he was very excited. He had finally succeeded. "Duan Ling Tian, this is all thanks to your quick thinking. If I were in his shoes, I'd be fooled as well." Zhen Ping Fan said excitedly through voice transmission. Earlier, he had felt that Wan Qiju would refuse to bet with his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul after everyone dissuaded him. However, Duan Ling Tian's acting clearly convinced Wan Qiju of Wan Qihong's guaranteed victory. He had never been to Earth, also known as Yanhuang Realm, otherwise, he would have thought Duan Ling Tian was good enough to be an award-winning actor. Although Duan Ling Tian was excited, his excitement did not cloud his mind. He said, "Elder Zhen, don't be excited yet. After all, we don't know if Wan Qihong has hidden his strength. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him if his strength is just like what we'd learned. If not, it won't be easy for me to defeat him." Duan Ling Tian had a certain understanding of the difference between the divine energies of an intermediate Lord of Gods and an advanced Lord of Gods. He knew it was not simple to overcome the difference. Moreover, Wan Qihong's comprehension of the law was not weaker than his. It was not surprising since Wanqi Hong was the most outstanding prodigy in the Wanqi clan. Just do your best. It doesn't matter if you can't win, but you must fight to a draw. We can't allow them to win, Zhen Ping Fan replied. After a moment, Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, instructed the crowd to retreat further away. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong both flew up into the air. With this, a huge fight was about to start. It was imminent. At this time, far away from the 7 Kills Valley in the Pure Yang sect's Cloud Peak faction, Zhen Yunfeng, the founder of the Cloud Peak faction, was also surprised when he learned from his son that Wanqi Ju had taken the bait. He was even more surprised when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's stakes. He murmured to himself, "Is Wanqi Ju crazy? He's betting with his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul when Duan Ling Tian is only betting with 100 king grade limit divine pills. He won't default on the bet when he loses, will he? No, I have to go there. Who knows if that Wanqi Ju will be shameless enough to try and snatch the prominent divine artifact from them when they're returning to the Pure Yang sect." As soon as Zhen Yunfeng finished speaking, he did not hesitate as he brought a flying ship out, leaving the Pure Yang sect for the 7 Kills Valley at the fastest speed possible. Chapter 3981 Fighting Wanqi Hong. At the venue of the trading conference in 7 Kills Valley, above the huge stone platform in the middle of the valley, 2 young men, Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong, stood across from each other. Wanqi Hong sneered. "Duan Ling Tian, you probably didn't think you'd have to fight me, right? Although you look rather calm, I'm sure you're feeling regretful inside. Even if you're able to bring out 100 king grade limit divine pills, I'm sure it must have taken you a lot of time to refine them. It's a pity that your hard work would go to waste since the 100 king grade limit divine pills will belong to me soon." Wanqi Hong was very confident when faced with Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was facing an already defeated opponent. Duan Ling Tian only chuckled and said, "It won't be so easy for you to get your hands on the 100 king grade limit divine pills. You better think about it carefully. If you lose your great-great-grandfather's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, how are you going to explain yourself to him?" At this time, Duan Ling Tian no longer looked uneasy or nervous. His expression was very calm as he hovered in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the air as he stood with his hands on his back. His posture seemed like that of a victor. His confidence was no less than that of Wanqi Hong. This did not go unnoticed by the crowd. Why is the Pure Yang sect's Duan Ling Tian suddenly so confident? Is he really confident? If he really wins, the Wanqi clan is going to vomit blood out of anger. It's not just vomiting blood. The Wanqi clan will be devastated as well. Most of the people who were whispering among themselves were from the 7 Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect. As the forces involved, those from the Pure Yang sect and the Wanqi clan were staring intently at the 2 figures in the sky. The Pure Yang sect members had already calmed down at this moment. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian lost, he would only lose 100 king grade limit divine pills. There were also a few who were concerned about Duan Ling Tian's safety. As for Lan Shilin, from the Pure Yang sect's Zhengming faction, he was naturally not one of those who were concerned about Duan Ling Tian. On the contrary, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would be defeated. He thought to himself spitefully, that idiot really thinks he can defeat someone with a higher cultivation base just because he killed 2 intermediate lords of gods when he was a rudimentary lord of gods. Can those 2 pieces of trash he defeated be compared to Wanqi Hong? Wanqi Hong was also capable of such a feat when he was a rudimentary lord of gods. He's still trying so hard to put on an act. How ridiculous. I can't wait to see him humiliated later. Lan Shilin was rather certain that Duan Ling Tian was going to be defeated even if Duan Ling Tian was a prodigy of the Pure Yang sect. He felt that no one in the younger generation under 10,000 years old in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was a match for the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong. His mood soured slightly when he remembered that Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years ago. It was likely that Duan Ling Tian would be much stronger than Wanqi Hong now when Duan Ling Tian was Wanqi Hong's age. Meanwhile, Wanqi Ju, who was standing in front of the group of people from the Wanqi clan, looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Since earlier, he had been paying close attention to Duan Ling Tian's expressions and movements. For this reason, he dared to bet with his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. However, at this moment, an ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian's calm expression that was unlike the ones before. No, It's impossible. He has just become an intermediate lord of gods 2 years ago. How can he defeat Honger? Wan Qiju thought to himself, reassuring himself. Outwardly, he still looked calm. No emotions could be seen on his face at all. Back in the sky. Duan Ling Tian, don't talk so much nonsense. Let's see who'll get the last laugh, Wan Qihong said, taking the initiative to strike first. As Wan Qihong charged toward Duan Ling Tian, lightning bolts flashed around him. When he was halfway there, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Following that, the lightning bolts surged into the spear. With that, lightning bolts like dragons flashed on the spear. This was not surprising since he comprehended the law of thunder. Moreover, his comprehension was rather profound. As soon as Wan Qihong made a move, Duan Ling Tian already felt pressured. Nonetheless, although Wan Qihong's divine energy was powerful, there was still a gap between Wan Qihong's divine energy and that of an advanced lord of gods who had stabilized his or her cultivation base. Just as Zhen Ping Fan told him, the gap was not small at all. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was also surprised by Wan Qihong's comprehension of the law of thunder. Wan Qihong's comprehension was likely more profound than that of all of the Black Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. In the past, before Duan Ling Tian left the Flying Dragon sect, his comprehension of the law of space was only better than that of the White Dragon elders and only on par with a few Black Dragon elders. However, many years had passed since then, and his comprehension of the law of space had also improved. When he cultivated, he did not forget to comprehend the law of space as well. Currently, his comprehension of the law of space was about the same as Wan Qihong's comprehension of the law of thunder. Duan Ling Tian teleported away, promptly dodging the lightning bolt that shot out of Wan Qihong's spear. His afterimages were instantly dispelled by the attack. When the attack exploded, the shockwaves rippled out swiftly. However, Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, easily dealt with them. Hence, the shockwaves did not affect the spectators at all. Wan Qihong was not upset that Duan Ling Tian managed to dodge his attack, and he did not seem surprised as well. He only continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Duan Ling Tian, let's see how many times you can teleport away from my attacks. Lightning flashed around Wan Qihong, and the spear in his hand looked like a lightning bolt. The long spear was a prominent divine artifact that was forged using precious materials. In the future, after becoming an intermediate emperor of gods, it would be easier for his spear to give birth to an artifact soul. Although the material used to forge a prominent divine artifact would affect the speed of it giving birth to an artifact soul, its strength was on par with that of ordinary prominent divine artifacts. Moreover, in the hands of those below the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods, it was not much different from an ordinary prominent divine artifact. Is this all you got? Duan Ling Tian did not teleport away this time. Instead, he faced Wan Qihong, who was rushing toward him. In just a blink of an eye, his doppelganger from the law of space shot out. The two of them wielded a prominent divine sword. Needless to say, it was not the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, it was not yet the time for him to reveal the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger charged out at the same time, clashing with Wan Qihong. The sword and the spear clashed as bursts of terrifying shockwaves rippled out. The sparks from the collisions looked dazzling from afar. Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger were on par with Wan Qihong even though his cultivation base was a realm lower than that of Wan Qihong. After all, Wan Qihong had just become an advanced lord of gods not too long ago, and his cultivation base had yet to stabilize. It was much less stable than Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base even though Duan Ling Tian had just broken through 2 years ago. For this reason, the gap between their strengths was not as big as it normally would be between an intermediate and advanced lords of gods. Needless to say, the emperors of gods and advanced lords of gods present noticed this as well. Did Duan Ling Tian really only become an intermediate lord of gods 2 years ago? Based on how stable his cultivation base is, it's as though he had spent a few decades or a century to stabilize it, right? If he really stabilized his cultivation base to this extent in just 2 years, then he truly deserves the title, prodigy. Wan Qihong isn't a match for him in this aspect at all. The members of the 7 Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect discussed among themselves. As for the members of the Pure Yang Sect and the Wanqi clan, they were mostly communicating through voice transmission. Not only did Duan Ling Tian's performance surprise those from the Wanqi clan, but it also surprised those from the pure Yang sect. After all, unlike the others, they knew for sure that Duan Ling Tian had only broken through and become an intermediate lord of gods 2 years ago. As for the Wanqi clan, they doubted Duan Ling Tian had only broken through 2 years ago. Damn it, was the news we received fake? Could it be that the pure Yang sect deliberately leaked fake news to trick our elder into betting with his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul? I don't think so. Moreover, even if Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base is much more stable than expected, there's still a gap between his cultivation base and Wanqi Hong's cultivation base. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian has already used his doppelganger from the law of space while Wanqi Hong has yet to use his bloodline power. If this is the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he'll definitely lose. What if he still has hidden abilities? There are rumors that he has comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. As though the fight was following the general trend of the voice transmissions between those few people from the Wanqi clan, the fight that seemed evenly matched gradually began to tilt in Duan Ling Tian's favor. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand released terrifying sword rays that were further boosted by the spatial storm raging around him. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger gained the upper hand. He really comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. Meanwhile, Wanqi Ju sighed in relief upon seeing this. This is likely the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Chapter 3982 Blood War Spirit. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the rudimentary form of the sword Dao was not a secret in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Many people had seen him using it through floating image pearls when he killed the 2 intermediate lords of gods in the Flying Dragon sect. This included Wanqi Hong and Wanqi Ju, the Wanqi clan's golden seat elder. At this time, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to use the mastery Dao like before when he killed the 2 intermediate lords of gods due to the emperors of gods present on the scene. Now that his law of space had improved tremendously, the power from the law of space now was on par with the power from the combination of the law of space and the mastery Dao in the past. Wanqi Ju was not surprised by the level of Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. He attributed it to Duan Ling Tian preparing for the 7 Mansions feast after becoming an intermediate lord of gods. It did not even cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended another one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the mastery Dao. There was naturally a difference between witnessing a fight and watching through the floating image pearl. For this reason, even emperors of gods could not tell that Duan Ling Tian had used his mastery Dao previously when killing the 2 intermediate lords of gods. However, if Duan Ling Tian were to use it now, they would discover it immediately. For this reason, he did not use the mastery Dao against Wanqi Hong. He intended to keep it as his hidden trump card. Moreover, his performance in the Eastern Ridge was already almost unrivaled among the younger generation, hence, it would not be good if he stood out even more. After all, no one in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Profound Energy Land knew he had comprehended the rudimentary stage of the mastery Dao. His innate talent is really high considering he's not even 3,000 years old, Wanqi Ju thought to himself. Although he was still certain of his great-great-grandson's victory, he was still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength considering his young age. In the past, the Wanqi clan had also sent people to the Flying Dragon sect to recruit Duan Ling Tian more than once. The first time, Duan Ling Tian declined, saying that he did not intend to leave the Flying Dragon sect for the time being. The last time they tried to recruit him, they were driven away from the Flying Dragon sect by the domineering Zhen Ping Fan from the Pure Yang sect. He's going to catch up to and surpass Honger sooner or later, Wanqi Ju thought to himself. His eyes shone with cold killing intent when he thought about Duan Ling Tian being a member of the Pure Yang sect. I must get rid of him when there's a chance. Although the Pure Yang sect and the Wanqi clan's relationship is quite good, he'll become a threat to us in the future. Since I can't use him, and he's someone from the Devata realm with no background, it's best to kill him. Similarly, the eyes of the few elders from the 7 Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect flashed with killing intent as well. However, their killing intent was not only directed at Duan Ling Tian, but at Wanqi Hong as well. It was naturally not a good thing for them that the 2 forces had such outstanding prodigies who were clearly superior to the prodigies in their respective forces. As they glanced at their respective forces' prodigies, they saw the shock on the faces of the prodigies after witnessing Duan Ling Tian and Wanqi Hong's strength. He's so strong. Lan Shilin was in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Ling Tian gaining the upper hand. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, He had no clue about the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength even after he watched the recording of Duan Ling Tian killing the two intermediate lords of gods. Lan Shilin found it hard to believe that someone who was not even 3,000 years old possessed such strength. Although Wan Qihong had used his bloodline power, Wan Qihong was about twice Duan Ling Tian's age, after all. Moreover, Wan Qihong was an advanced lord of gods. How strong would he be when he's Wan Qihong's age? Lan Shilin felt a sense of despair at this moment and was slightly shaken. His great-grandfather's advice that he had brushed previously surfaced in his mind at this moment, and he finally realized his great-grandfather's good intentions. Let's just forget it and mind my own business from now on, Lan Shilin thought to himself. It was at this moment that he gave up on trying to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Wan Qihong, if this is the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you'll lose your great-great-grandfather's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact sold to me. Duan Ling Tian said after gaining the upper hand with his doppelganger from the law of space. Wan Qihong scoffed. Duan Ling Tian, I'm just testing your strength. I have to say, I'm quite surprised. Apart from me, no one in the Eastern Ridge mansion below the age of 10,000 is a match for you. It's truly a pity that you ran into me. Duan Ling Tian, prepare to suffer defeat today. Wan Qihong shot out like a bolt of lightning as soon as his voice fell. He arrived near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. At this time, his eyes flashed, and a bloody mist rose from his body. The blood mist, which flashed with lightning, swiftly formed a figure wielding a spear. Duan Ling Tian, my blood war spirit is comparable to your doppelganger, Wan Qihong said in a low voice. As he flew toward Duan Ling Tian, the blood war spirit above him flew along with him with a spear in its hand. If Duan Ling Tian had relied on the rudimentary form of the sword Dao alone, he would not have been a match for Wan Qihong. It was due to his strong connection with his doppelganger, coupled with the sword Dao, that he was able to close the gap between his and Wan Qihong's cultivation bases and suppress Wan Qihong earlier. However, now that Wan Qihong had used his bloodline power, it seemed like he was going to lose his advantage. As expected, he slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Wan Qihong finally used his bloodline power. His bloodline power is called the Blood War Spirit. It's only inherited by direct descendants of the Wanqi clan. He imbued his blood with his divine energy and the law he comprehended to form the Blood War Spirit. It's comparable to the doppelgangers of those from the Devata realms. Many of the spectators recognized the Blood War Spirit immediately. It was, after all, unique to the Wanqi clan. Duan Ling Tian might have the upper hand earlier, but it won't be so now that Wan Qihong formed his Blood War Spirit. Nonetheless, even if Duan Ling Tian loses, he's still really amazing. Don't forget that he's not even 3,000 years old. Indeed, if we consider his age, Duan Ling Tian is far superior to Wan Qihong. Alas, it seems like he'll lose his 100 king grade limit divine pills today. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the 100 king grade limit divine pills. I don't understand why Duan Ling Tian would study alchemy. Based on his innate talent and comprehension skills, if he didn't waste time on alchemy and spent that time cultivating, perhaps he would be a match for Wan Qihong today. What can't you understand? Perhaps, it's nothing more than him making the wrong choice. Regardless, his achievement at this age is unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Although the majority of the people present still thought that Duan Ling Tian would lose, they were shocked and impressed by his strength. Moreover, he was an alchemist who could refine king-grade limit divine pills. Only the top alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could refine king-grade limit divine pills. This meant that he was comparable to the top alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. What a heaven-defying prodigy! I should have personally gone to the Flying Dragon sect to recruit him into our Dragon Martial Divine sect if he knew he's so monstrously talented. Zhen Ping Fan really hit the jackpot this time. The elders from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine sect sighed regretfully as they watched Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Yi Tong, the Nirvanic elder from the Pure Yang sect's Hidden Sword faction, glanced at Zhen Ping Fan before he said through voice transmission, "Junior brother Zhen, aren't you worried about Duan Ling Tian losing to Wan Qihong? You're the one who provoked the Wanqi clan first. If he loses, you should at least give up 50 king-grade limit divine pills to help him." Yi Tong was already thinking about helping Duan Ling Tian to settle the bet since he knew his master valued Duan Ling Tian. Zhen Ping Fan replied with a smile, "Senior brother Yi, are you so eager for Duan Ling Tian to lose?" Yi Tong was slightly stunned by Zhen Pingfan's words. At the same time, a bold thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air reverberated through the entire place. Even Yi Tong, a rudimentary emperor of gods, could feel the sound reverberating in his ears. Chapter 3983 Defeating Wanqi Hong. Everyone fell silent when they heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space charged toward Wanqi Hong's blood war spirit with the prominent divine sword in hand before it unleashed a sword ray that was formed from his divine energy and imbued with his law of space. In just a moment, the blood war spirit that seemed to be suppressing the doppelganger just a moment ago was destroyed by this attack. The blood war spirit was Wanqi Hong's bloodline power, meaning it would consume his bloodline energy. Even in his peak condition, he could only cast his bloodline power thrice consecutively. However, at this moment, he had exhausted much more of his bloodline energy than he had expected. What's happened? Wanqi Hong was shocked by the sudden destruction of his blood war spirit. Despite having the upper hand, he quickly flew away to maintain a distance between him and Duan Ling Tian so he could form another blood war spirit. The second blood war spirit that Wanqi Hong manifested looked no different from the first one. However, if one tried to probe it with one's divine consciousness, one would find that the second one was weaker than the first one. Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger flew out with numerous sword rays formed from his divine energy that had been imbued with the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Wanqi Hong, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Wanqi Hong did not have time to figure out what happened earlier and had to focus on dealing with Duan Ling Tian. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as Wanqi Hong and his blood war spirit held their spears and collided with Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger. It seems like this is the extent of your strength, Duan Ling Tian said lazily. Before Wanqi Hong could react, Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger brandished their prominent divine swords, unleashing a sword ray each. The sword rays emitted a freezing aura that spread to the surroundings. The crowd all felt a bone-chilling cold sweeping through them. Even Wei Chun Dao, the valley master of the Seven Kills Valley, felt a slight chill. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger charged toward Wanqi Hong's blood war spirit again with the sword in his hand. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian destroyed the dragon-like lightning bolts that Wanqi Hong launched using his spear. Then, with just a flick of his hand, he knocked the spear out of Wanqi Hong's hand before he thrust his sword at Wanqi Hong. Stop! Wanqi Hong roared as his eyes widened in shock. It was so fast that it was impossible for him to dodge. Just as Wei Chun Dao was about to make a move to stop Duan Ling Tian, he saw Duan Ling Tian turning his sword at the critical moment. The back of his sword hit Wanqi Hong's chest with a loud thump before Wanqi Hong was sent flying in the sky. Wanqi Hong spat out blood as he tried to regain his footing. When he finally stabilized himself, his face was pale as he looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. This is impossible. What method did you use? How did your strength rise so suddenly? After using his bloodline power, Wanqi Hong managed to wrestle the upper hand back from Duan Ling Tian. It was out of his expectations that Duan Ling Tian's sword rays were so powerful. Not only was his blood war spirit destroyed twice, but he was also badly injured. He could barely stand straight at this moment, and his internal organs were damaged. It would take him some time to recover from his injuries. Great-great-grandfather's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, Wanqi Hong's face paled further when he recalled what was at stake. He gritted his teeth before he charged toward Duan Ling Tian again. Alas, he lost consciousness and plummeted to the ground not long after he flew out. A gust of wind blew past as Wanqi Ju flew up and caught his great-great-grandson. His expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. After all, he truly did not expect his great-great-grandson to be defeated by Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, "Duan Ling Tian, you hid your attainment in the Sword Dao because you coveted my prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, right? I won't forget this." At this moment, Zhen Pingfan flew up. He said with a dazzling smile, "Senior Uncle Wanqi, this is my idea. It has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian won, the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul will be given to me. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Uncle Wanqi." At this moment, Wanqi Ju suddenly recalled that Zhen Pingfan took the initiative to provoke him earlier. Then, he took a deep breath as he looked at Zhen Pingfan before he turned around and left without another word. There was nothing he could say since Duan Ling Tian had won the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul fair and square. However, it did not mean that he was going to let this matter slide. After all, it was obvious that Zhenping Fan and Duan Ling Tian had conspired to obtain his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul regardless if Zhenping Fan washed Duan Ling Tian of all culpability. If he still did not know what was going on, he would have lived for more than tens of thousands of years in vain. Zhenping Fan, Duan Ling Tian. Although Wan Qiju knew that Zhenping Fan was the instigator, he did not intend to let Duan Ling Tian go at all. If he had the chance, he was determined to kill Duan Ling Tian to vent his anger. After all, he did not think he would be able to kill Zhenping Fan. At most, he would be able to injure Zhenping Fan. Apart from that, Zhenping Fan possessed an emperor-grade flying ship. It would be difficult for him to chase after Zhenping Fan. He was just an intermediate emperor of gods, and the top speed of the emperor-grade flying ship was comparable to an advanced emperor of gods. Although he also had an emperor-grade flying ship, under such circumstances, he would only be able to keep up with Zhenping Fan at most, not overtake him. He's still staring at me, does he really think I'm a pushover? Duan Ling Tian smiled disdainfully when he saw Wan Qike staring at him murderously. It was clear to Duan Ling Tian that Wan Qiju was picking on him because Wan Qiju thought he was weaker. It did not matter to Wan Qiju that Zhenping Fan had said he alone was responsible for this matter. It would be a lie to say he did not feel pressured being targeted by an intermediate emperor of gods, but the pressure was negligible. As long as he remained cautious, it would not be easy for Wan Qiju to find a chance to act. He did not need to worry about his safety as long as he was in the pure Yang sect's estate. Even when traveling to the Seven Mansions feast, he would be accompanied by the pure Yang sect's intermediate emperors of gods. Wan Qiju would have to have a death wish if he chose to attack at that time. I'll have to lessen the times I go out on my own from now on, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After leaving the Seven Kills Valley and returning to the pure Yang sect, he would not leave the pure Yang sect's estate unless it was absolutely necessary. Even then, he would make sure he was accompanied by a rudimentary emperor of gods like Zhenping Fan at least. Although Zhenping Fan's cultivation base was lower than that of Wan Qiju, his strength would rise significantly after he refined and nurtured the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. With this, Wan Qiju, who had lost his weapon, might not even be a threat to Zhenping Fan anymore. Moreover, Zhenping Fan was the strongest rudimentary emperor of gods in the pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian also heard the members of the Cloud Peak faction saying that no one below the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion dared to say that they were able to defeat Zhenping Fan for sure. Before leaving, Zhenping Fan saw Duan Ling Tian looking at Wan Qiju. He naturally knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. He said reassuringly, "Duan Ling Tian, just ignore him. From today onward, don't leave the sect alone. If you must leave the sect, let me know. You've helped me a lot this time. The prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul will help me tremendously. I'll also save a lot of time since I don't have to spend time trying to get my prominent divine weapon to give birth to an artifact soul." Zhenping Fan was clearly in high spirits at this moment. Meanwhile, the members of the Wanqi clan left with varying dark expressions on their faces. The trade conference had just begun and would last for days, but most of them had already lost their mood to trade or socialize. Even the few members who did not care about this matter could only follow the others and leave. At the same time, they also communicated with each other through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian didn't only comprehend the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. His attainment in the Sword Dao is much higher than that. His Sword Dao is really terrifying. Chapter 3984 Shocking News. Duan Ling Tian won the match. The crowd returned to their senses one after another as the members of the Wanqi clan left one after another. Their eyes moved to Duan Ling Tian immediately. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was taking back his 100 king grade limit divine pills and what was formerly Wan Qiju's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul from Wei Chun Dao, the valley master of the Seven Kills Valley. After receiving the two items, he tossed the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to Zhenping Fan immediately. He did not plan to keep the weapon by his side a moment longer since it would only attract trouble. There was no doubt that there would be people who covet the weapon and try to snatch it away from him. "Duan Ling Tian, I won't forget this favor," Zhen Pingfan said as he put away the prominent divine spear with an incomplete artifact soul. As soon as he did that, a restless black energy surged out from his body. Fortunately, he easily suppressed it with his divine energy. Since that prominent divine spear was owned by an intermediate emperor of gods, he had to make it submit before he could claim full ownership of it. Elder Zhen, I owed you a favor, to begin with. That prominent divine artifact is a form of repayment, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile through voice transmission. No, how can it be like that? Zhen Pingfan said, I don't think you owe me any favor. Moreover, even if you consider those small matters I helped you with as a favor, it still doesn't compare to the value of this prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Just think about it this way. All those things I helped you with were to get you to join the Pure Yang sect in the Cloud Peak faction. You've already returned the favor by doing so. Hence, I will never forget this favor today. Duan Ling Tian felt rather helpless because he knew he would not be able to persuade Zhen Pingfan otherwise. He could see that Zhen Pingfan was very adamant about this matter. At this time, Wei Chundao said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the real Sword Dao. You're the second person known to have comprehended the Sword Dao in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Apart from that, there's no one in the Eastern Ridge Mansion who has comprehended any of the other three Daos of heaven and earth. This means that the only two people in the Eastern Ridge Mansion who comprehended any of the four Daos of heaven and earth, which in this case is the Sword Dao, are from the Pure Yang sect. The other person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion who had comprehended the Sword Dao was Yi Chen Feng from the Pure Yang sect's Hidden Sword faction. Valley Master Wei, you're overpraising me. I was just lucky, Duan Ling Tian said modestly with a faint smile. Wei Chundao shook his head. Perhaps, you can attribute it to luck if you've only comprehended the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. However, only heaven-defying geniuses can comprehend the real Sword Dao. In this regard, Duan Ling Tian, you're too modest. If it's really due to luck, then what do all of us count for? A hint of gloominess could be seen in Wei Chundao's eyes at the end of his words. Meanwhile, Yi Tong, the Nirvanic elder from the Pure Yang sect's Hidden Sword faction, had already discovered that something was different when he heard the sound of the sword whistling earlier. Not too long after that, he realized that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the real Sword Dao. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the Sword Dao seemed comparable to that of his master, Yi Chen Feng. Sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the real Sword Dao, although his technique is different, it's comparable to Master's Sword Dao. As Yi Chen Feng's favorite direct disciple, Yi Tong had begun to slowly comprehend the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao after receiving guidance from his master. He was confident he would be able to fully comprehend the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao within 10,000 years. However, he was not confident he could even master the real Sword Dao in his entire life. He had spent much of his time and effort comprehending the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. If it weren't for that, with his innate talent, his strength might be on par with that of Zhen Pingfan if he had focused all his time on cultivating and comprehending the law. Saying that, if he managed to successfully comprehend the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, he was confident he would be comparable to Zhen Pingfan even if he could not defeat Zhen Pingfan. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the Sword Dao. Lan Shilin was still shocked that Duan Ling Tian defeated Wan Qihong, who was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Many people even speculated that Wan Qihong would rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions Feast. Since Duan Ling Tian defeated Wan Qihong, did this not mean that Duan Ling Tian would rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions Feast? At this time, Lu Wei, the Spirit Void Elder from the Pure Yang sect's Zhengming faction, said through voice transmission, Shilin. If you haven't already done so, you must dismiss all your thoughts about seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian or causing trouble for him now. In fact, it'll be even better if you can maintain a good relationship with him. There's no doubt that he'll definitely rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions Feast. This means he has a right to recommend an Ascension Elder to be given a chance to become an advanced Emperor of Gods. If he doesn't pick Ascension Elder Zhen Yunfeng or Ascension Elder Yi Chen Feng and pick another Ascension Elder, it'd mean that he has the support of 3 Ascension Elders. A hint of fear could be heard in Lu Hui's voice when he spoke. Although Lan Shilin had already decided to abandon all thought of seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian earlier, he still felt fear when he heard Lu Hui's words. If Duan Ling Tian only had the support of Zhen Yunfeng, Perhaps, the consequences would not be so great even if he killed Duan Lingtian. After all, his great-grandfather was Zhen Yunfeng's junior nephew, and they had a good relationship. There was a chance Zhen Yunfeng would spare his life on account of his great-grandfather. However, like Lu Wei had said, in addition to Yi Chenfeng, if Duan Lingtian gained the support of another Ascension Elder, Duan Lingtian would have the support of 3 Ascension Elders. With that, if he made a move against Duan Lingtian, even if Zhen Yunfeng intervened, he would not be able to escape with his life intact. Unsurprisingly, the others from the Pure Yang sect were shocked as well. None of them expected Duan Lingtian to have comprehended the true Sword Dao, becoming the 3rd person in the history of the Pure Yang sect to have comprehended one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The first being Lu Dongbin, the founder of the Pure Yang sect, who comprehended the Mastery Dao. Lu Dongbing was a powerful advanced emperor of gods who killed many advanced emperors of gods. After leaving the Pure Yang sect, there was no news of him. There were both rumors about him perishing due to the heavenly tribulation and about him becoming a supreme god who wandered the world. None of the rumors were confirmed. However, the majority thought that it was likely that he had passed away. As for the members of the 7 Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect, their shock was soon replaced by solemnity when they realized the Pure Yang sect had another monstrous prodigy. Not only did he comprehend the real Sword Dao, but he was also an intermediate Lord of Gods, who was not even 3,000 years old, capable of defeating ordinary advanced Lords of Gods. He was even more monstrously talented than Yi Chenfeng. Why is the Pure Yang sect so lucky? Not only do they have Yi Chenfeng, but now, they also have Duan Lingtian. Why are all the monstrous talents in the Pure Yang sect? We must report this matter immediately. Duan Lingtian will likely rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions Feast. If that happens, it means that 3 intermediate emperors of gods from the Pure Yang sect will be able to enter that place. This increases the chance of an advanced emperor of gods appearing in the Pure Yang sect. The venue was rather silent as those present sent messages back to their respective forces. As for the people from the Wanqi clan who had left, not only did they send messages about this matter back to the clan, but they also sent messages back about the loss of Wanqi Ju's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. The prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul had been won by Duan Lingtian and now belonged to Zhen Pingfan, a Nirvanic elder of the Pure Yang sect. At this moment, Wei Chundao broke the silence and took the lead to say, "Everyone, let the trading conference begin." It seemed like the crowd finally remembered they were here for the trading conference after Wei Chundao had spoken. After a while, a few members of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect approached Zhen Pingfan and congratulated him. "Elder Zhen, congratulations on obtaining a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete soul. The Pure Yang sect's performance during the 7 Mansions Feast will definitely outshine everyone with Duan Lingtian on their side. Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian is really amazing. He comprehended the real Sword Dao at such a young age. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Yi Chengfeng only comprehended the real Sword Dao when he was over 10,000 years old, right?" Chapter 3985 Something is up. After news of Duan Lingtian mastering the real Sword Dao spread, a commotion broke out in the top 5 forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion: the Pure Yang sect, the 7 Kills Valley, the Wanqi clan, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect. Before the incident at the 7 Kills Valley, no one from the Pure Yang sect was aware that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the real Sword Dao. Duan Lingtian mastered the real Sword Dao. I didn't expect our Pure Yang sect would have another person who has comprehended the Sword Dao. Junior Uncle Yi from the Hidden Sword faction is widely acknowledged as our sect's strongest powerhouse due to his Sword Dao and extraordinary comprehension of the law. Now, we have Duan Lingtian who also mastered the Sword Dao. He even defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong, who was known as one of the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. This is too shocking. Duan Lingtian only became an intermediate Lord of Gods 2 years ago, but he's already capable of defeating Wanqi Hong, who became an advanced Lord of Gods 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian obtained a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul for the Cloud Peak faction's Nirvanic Elder Zhen. I heard that the prominent divine artifact used to belong to Wanqi Ju. Wanqi Ju must be furious, right? Duan Lingtian is truly remarkable. Previously, Duan Lingtian was only somewhat famous in the Pure Yang sect due to the recordings of him killing 2 intermediate Lords of Gods. Since the incident took place in the Flying Dragon sect, an emperor-ranked sect. Past its prime, many speculated that the two intermediate lords of gods were not that strong to begin with. For this reason, although many people thought Duan Ling Tian was talented, they did not think it was too big of a deal. Previously, when the Pure Yang sect decided to allocate resources for Duan Ling Tian to help him break through and become an intermediate lord of gods, the Zheng Ming faction and many other factions were rather dissatisfied with the sect's decision. However, the tide turned after news of Duan Ling Tian defeating Wan Qihong was sent back to the Pure Yang sect. There was almost no one who questioned his ability at this time. All of them thought that the rumors about him being a monstrous talent were true. No one knew those two intermediate lords of gods he killed in the past, but everyone knew Wan Qihong and that he was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian defeating such a person spoke volumes about his strength and talent. The sect really has a discerning eye. I'm embarrassed that I doubted Duan Ling Tian in the past. What a joke. There's no doubt that Duan Ling Tian will shine during the Seven Mansions Feast and bring glory to our Pure Yang sect. That's right, he has a high chance of ranking in the top 3. He might even rank first. If I'm not mistaken, those who rank first will be given 4 slots to enter that place. After recovering from the shock, those from the Pure Yang sect were in high spirits after receiving news that Duan Ling Tian defeated Wan Qihong and that Zhen Ping Fan now owned Wan Qiju's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Conversely, a cloud of gloom seemed to loom over the Wanqi clan's estate when they received news that the pride of their clan, Wan Qihong, was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. It would not be a big deal if Wan Qihong was defeated by someone older than him, but Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old, not even half of Wan Qihong's age. Then, they were dealt another heavy blow when they found out that their golden seat ancestor, Wan Qiju, had lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. A prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was used a stake when the opponent only used 100 king-grade limit divine pills as a stake. Was Wan Qihong out of his mind? Shish, lower your voice. Perhaps, Wan Qihong was certain of his victory so he didn't care what his opponent used as a stake. HMPH. No matter what the reason was, it's irrefutable that he lost the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. If he doesn't rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions Feast, our clan will suffer a great loss. It still shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 3. Not a problem, he's already defeated by Duan Ling Tian in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Who knows what kind of prodigies the other 6 mansions have? There were many in the Wanqi clan who blamed Wan Qihong for the loss of the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Naturally, there were also those who blamed Wan Qiju, but they kept their opinions to themselves. After all, without Wan Qiju's consent, Wan Qihong would not have been able to use the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as a stake. It was just that nobody had the courage to speak ill of Wan Qiju, who was a golden seat elder and an intermediate emperor of gods. Moreover, Wan Qiju suffered the biggest loss this time. Not only was his great-great-grandson, who was his pride and joy, severely injured, but he also lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. There were also a few descendants of the Wanqi clan who had a bad relationship with Wan Qiju, gloating over Wan Qiju's misfortune. In a remote area in the Wanqi clan's estate, an old man said to a middle-aged man, "Clan leader, I'll go to the Seven Kills Valley to see if there's any hope in getting back Wan Qiju's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul." The middle-aged thought about it for a moment before he said, "All right. Try your best, but don't use force. Zhen Yunfeng is no pushover, after all." "I understand," the old man responded. Then, he left the Wanqi clan's estate and traveled at top speed on an emperor-grade flying ship toward the Seven Kills Valley. As for the remaining 3 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, they were still getting over the shock from the news they received. The Eastern Ridge Mansion finally has a second person who comprehended one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Similar to the other person, he also comprehended the Sword Tao and is from Pure Yang sect. Before Duan Ling Tian's big reveal, the Pure Yang sect's Yi Chen Feng was the only known person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion to have comprehended one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Those who mastered the rudimentary form of the Sword Tao were not considered to have mastered the real Sword Tao after all. Due to this incident, Duan Ling Tian finally made a mark in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. No one would underestimate him anymore because of his low cultivation base or young age. At this moment, Duan Tian was unaware of the commotion he had caused. He was browsing through items at the trading conference. Since he had won a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul for Zhenping Fan had offered to pay for whatever he wanted at the conference. He naturally refused, but Zhenping Fan was so adamant that it seemed as though Zhenping Fan was going to take offense if he continued to refuse. Even then, he did not take advantage of Zhenping Fan and only bought what he really needed. He also bought things he deemed useful to his family, but this time, he was adamant about not letting Zhenping Fan pay for them. Duan Tian asked Zhenping Fan, "Elder Zhen, is the Wanqi really not going to participate in the trading conference? I don't know if they have anything I need. I might be able to console them by giving them some business." Zhenping Fan rolled his eyes upon hearing Duan Tian's words. "Do you have a death wish? You better not say such things in front of Wanqi Ju. His anger hasn't abated, and it won't for a long time. Although he won't have the guts to openly kill you, he can still get away with injuring you." Duan Tian sobered up when he heard Zhenping Fan's words. He seemed to have momentarily forgotten that he was able to defeat Wanqi Hong, but he was not yet able to deal with Wanqi Ju. Moreover, Wanqi Ju could kill him easily with just a flick of his hand. Zhenping Fan continued to say, "They'll show up tomorrow. Most of them are in a terrible mood now. Their mood will improve by tomorrow. The trade conference is also held because of the Seven Mansions feast. The Wanqi clan will suffer a loss if they refuse to participate. Even if Wanqi Ju is angry and feels humiliated, he has no choice but to show up. No one in the entourage will be able to stop him if he refuses to attend, but there are still other Golden Seat elders in the Wanqi clan to contend with if he messes up. Moreover, he would lose many people's support as well if he affects the Wanqi clan. He can't afford that since he's been preparing for a long time now for Wanqi Hong to be the next clan leader of the Wanqi clan. For all these reasons, he'll definitely show up." Zhenping Fan was right. The Wanqi clan did return to participate in the trading conference on the second day, and most of them seemed to be in a better mood. It was as though they had forgotten about what happened as they traded with the Pure Yang sect and the other forces. Even when Duan Tian traded with them, they were not hostile. As such, Duan Tian could not help but feel that something was up. "Why do I feel like this is the calm before the storm?" Chapter 3986. The end of the trading. To confirm his speculation, Duan Tian even looked for Wanqi Ju, the Golden Seat elder from the Wanqi clan. As he had suspected, Wanqi Ju, who clearly could not wait to kill him yesterday, was very calm today. Although there was no smile on Wanqi Ju's face, he was not hostile either. After that, Duan Tian found Zhenping Fan and said, "Elder Zhen, I feel that something is up. Those from the Wanqi clan, Wanqi Ju in particular, are behaving strangely. Perhaps, if it were just the members of the Wanqi clan, Duan Tian would not have been so suspicious. After all, they were only humiliated at best and did not suffer a great loss. However, it was highly suspicious for Wanqi Ju, who was directly involved in the matter, to act like nothing happened." Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Zhenping Fan said with a smile, "There's nothing wrong. They've likely vented their anger yesterday. Let alone Wanqi Ju, even Wanqi Hong has lived for almost 10,000 years. They're aware of the saying, there's no use crying over spilled milk. Even if they shout, curse, and feel unwilling, they know it won't do them any good nor would it change anything. Moreover, if they're too hostile toward you, if something happens to you in the future, they'll definitely be the first suspect. At that time, they'd have to deal with the wrath of the Pure Yang sect. All in all, it's better for them to pretend like nothing's wrong. They won't act unless they're 100% sure they can kill you. Even if the Pure Yang sect suspects them, it'd be hard to convince the masses, which also limits what the sect can do to the clan, if they've been cordial toward you on the surface." Duan Tian's eyes widened slightly. He had considered this briefly as well. However, he had subconsciously thought that since he and Zhenping Fan had taken Wanqi Ju's prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul away, which was likely more important to Wanqi Ju than his wife, Wanqi Ju would lose his reason and act reasonably for all to see. He did not think Wanqi Ju would be able to stay calm while he bided his time patiently, pretending to be unaffected while he waited for the right moment to plunge a dagger into his back. "I need to be more careful," Duan Tian muttered to himself. It was not like he had never met people like Wanqi Ju during his time in the mundane realm until now. However, It had been quite a while, so he had become a little lax. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was also so focused on increasing his strength before the Seven Mansions feast that when he saw how unaffected Wan Qiju was, he did not bother to analyze the situation first. Saying that, Duan Ling Tian's guard was not down at all. After all, he had met many sinister figures and plots in the lower realms. Otherwise, he would not have been alerted when Wan Qiju acted as though nothing happened. No matter how Wan Qiju behaved, he would still be on guard against Wan Qiju. Duan Ling Tian understood that the human heart was unpredictable. He also understood that when one did not have the strength, it was best to lay low and bide one's time before finishing one's opponent in one fell swoop. He had done this many times as well in the past. The time when he had just arrived in the profound energy land was the most recent example. At that time, he felt as though he was treading on thin ice. When he was in the Linggu clan, he had to sneak out to refine limit divine pills and be mindful of the hidden fog sect members and Kuang Tian Zheng from the Flying Dragon sect discovering his whereabouts. Otherwise, he would die for sure. A few days passed in just a blink of an eye, marking the end of the trading conference. Duan Ling Tian gained a lot of things this time. Since most of the things he bought, which were of considerable value, were paid for by Zhen Ping Fan, he did not spend much. On the final day of the trading conference, while the Pure Yang sect members were returning to their residence in the Seven Kills Valley, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhen Ping Fan through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, when are we leaving?" Duan Ling Tian could sense the apprehensive gaze of the others from the Pure Yang sect when they looked at Wan Qiju, who was leading the entourage from the Wanqi clan. It was not surprising that they were worried and wary. After all, the Pure Yang sect did fool the Wanqi clan into giving them the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Although they did win fairly and acted in an upright and just manner, they knew in their hearts they indeed tricked the Wanqi clan. Everything from Zhen Ping Fan's initial provocation to Duan Ling Tian feigning weakness was premeditated and was intended to dig a pit for Wan Qiju to jump into. Most importantly, they succeeded in tricking the Golden Seat Elder and Intermediate Emperor of Gods from the Wanqi clan. In fact, if they were in Wan Qiju's shoes, they also would not have let the matter slide just like that. For this reason, over the past 2 days, many members of the Pure Yang sect had sent voice transmissions to Zhen Ping Fang, asking him if they should wait for the entourage from the Wanqi clan to leave first before leaving themselves. Zhen Ping Fan agreed to their suggestion mostly to make them feel relieved. In truth, he did not think there was much of a chance of the Wanqi clan making a move during their journey back to the Pure Yang sect. Moreover, the Wanqi clan would not be able to catch up to their flying ship as well. However, there was also no harm in exercising caution. I've already discussed this with senior brother Yi. We'll leave after the Wanqi clan leaves. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. He thought this was the best choice as well. It was not impossible for the Wanqi clan to attack them like a cornered beast after they left the Seven Kills Valley. Even if they did not go in for the kill, they would surely at least try to snatch the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul back. After all, a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was rare. Duan Ling Tian did not feel guilty about deceiving Wan Qiju and the Wanqi clan into giving up the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Before executing the plan, Zhen Ping Fan had told him about the time Wan Qiju killed a prodigy from the Pure Yang sect's Cloud Peak faction in a sparring session. Wan Qiju could have easily spared his opponent's life, but he did not. The prodigy who died was Zhen Ping Fan's senior brother. If he were still alive, he would be a rudimentary emperor of gods at least. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian also knew that Zhen Ping Fan told him about the matter to relieve him of any mental burden regarding tricking Wan Qiju. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian sent another message to Zhen Ping Fan. "Elder Zhen, why don't we inform the sect so they can send an Ascension Elders to escort us back to the sect? Perhaps, Ascension Elder Zhen can come if it's convenient." Although Duan Ling Tian thought that they should be fine, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, he thought his suggestion was not very troublesome as well. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Zhen Ping Fan said with a smile, "You're really very cautious." "Well, my father is already here. He's waiting for us outside of the Seven Kills Valley's estate. He'll join us as soon as we leave." Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. He was both surprised and relieved. Elder Zhen Yunfeng is here. Why didn't he come into the Seven Kills Valley instead of waiting outside? He doesn't want to exchange small talks with the Seven Kills Valley, Zhen Ping Fan said somewhat helplessly. Duan Ling Tian asked. Since he's here, we don't need to wait for the Wanqi clan to leave before leaving, right? There's no need to fear an ambush from the Wanqi clan, after all. Don't worry, we won't have to wait for long anyway, Zhenping Fan said. This is the suggestion of Yi Tong and the others. My father arrived late last night, and I've yet to inform them about it. I think I'll keep it that way. They'll be pleasantly surprised when they see my father later. Zhenping Fan's words completely alleviated Duan Ling Tian's worries. With Zhen Yunfeng around, there was no need to worry about anything. After all, Zhen Yunfeng was much stronger than Wan Qiju even when Wan Qiju was in possession of his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, let alone now that Wan Qiju had lost his weapon. The Wanqi clan left the next morning in a hurry. 2 hours after the Wanqi clan left, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Zhenping Fan. It's been 2 hours since the Wanqi clan left. We should leave now. Duan Ling Tian left the courtyard as soon as he received the message. He saw that many members of the Pure Yang sect had already begun to gather as well. At this time, Yi Tong, the Hidden Sword faction's Nirvanic elder, suggested, Junior brother, why don't we ask an intermediate emperor of gods from the Seven Kills Valley to accompany us to the entrance? I'm worried the Wanqi clan might be waiting to ambush us near the entrance. Moreover, we'd still be in the range of the Seven Kills Valley's guarding formation, so we can't use our flying ship yet. Zhenping Fan shook his head. Seeing how worried Yi Tong was, he said with a smile, there's no need for that. My father is already here. He'll be meeting us at the entrance, and he'll be escorting us back to the Pure Yang sect. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and visibly relieved upon hearing Zhenping Fan's words. Yi Tong smiled brightly. Since Junior Uncle is here, there's naturally no need for us to seek protection from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, he looked at Zhenping Fan with a helpless expression as he said, Junior brother, you should have told me about this earlier. I've been worrying about this matter. The elders from the other factions in the Pure Yang sect also smiled with helpless expressions on their faces. Indeed, if they had known the Ascension Elder from the Cloud Peak faction was here, they would not have worried at all. Alright, let's go. Zhenping Fan flew at the lead as Duan Ling Tian and the others followed from behind, leaving the Seven Kills Valley's estate. As soon as they left the estate, they saw Zhen Yunfeng. Everyone quickly greeted him. Following that, those that came on different flying ships all boarded Zhenping Fan's flying ship as well. Although it was a little crowded, no one complained. After all, this concerned their safety. Who knew if their return trip would be a smooth and peaceful one? Chapter 3987. Zhenping Fan's Emperor-grade flying ship was enough to accommodate everyone from the Pure Yang sect who attended the trading conference comfortably. Zhen Yunfeng nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian before he placed his hands on his back and looked at the mirror images in the flying ship. The mirror images showed the surroundings of the flying ship. Although they were traveling at a high speed now, Duan Ling Tian could still see their surroundings clearly. It was only when the speed increased again that the surroundings turned blurry. Due to Zhen Yufeng's presence, the members of the Pure Yang sect felt at ease. They gathered in small groups and began to chat among themselves. At this time, Zhenping Fan, who was standing next to Zhen Yunfeng, said with a smile, Father, my flying ship is now traveling at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods. It'll be impossible for Wan Qiju to catch up to us even if he wants to. You should never let down your guard, Zhen Yunfeng said as he shook his head. Don't forget that the Wanqi clan has a formation compass that can interfere with the speed of flying ships. If they use the speed-limiting formation, your flying ship won't be going anywhere. I know, Zhenping Fan said carelessly, however, from what I know, Wan Qiju doesn't have that formation compass with him. It's with the clan leader. Wan Qiju couldn't have predicted this, so it's impossible for him to carry that formation compass with him. Zhen Yunfeng scoffed. If I thought about coming here, do you think the Wanqi clan won't send anyone over as well? How do you know they didn't send someone to pass the formation compass to Wan Qiju? Zhenping Fan's expression froze for a moment when he heard Zhen Yunfeng's words. Then, he forced a smile on his face and said, so what if they send someone to pass the formation compass with the speed-limiting formation to Wan Qiju? You're here. Moreover, Wan Qiju had lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Even if he still possesses it, he still won't have the guts to come looking for trouble. Zhenping Fan was very confident about his father's ability. A speed-limiting formation compass. Driven by his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Zhenping Fan about it. Since his father was ignoring him, Zhenping Fan explained to Duan Ling Tian, the speed-limiting formation, like its name suggests, can slow down the speed of everything in its range. This includes cultivators. This kind of formation compass is very valuable. Only the top 5 forces have such a formation compass in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The Wanqi clan has one, and our Pure Yang sect has two. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the speed-limiting formation, but he did not know that the formation could be carved into a formation compass as well. Usually, people would set up the speed-limiting formation in advance. When the formation was activated, it would prevent one's target from escaping, and the person who set up the formation would not be affected at all. Zhenping Fan continued to say, the speed-limiting formation isn't an extraordinary formation by any means. However, it's unique because it's impossible to carve the formation on ordinary formation compasses. Rare and precious materials were used to forge formation compasses that can hold the speed-limiting formation. These materials can't be found in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, so they're all outsourced. Hence, that 2 formation compasses we own that hold a speed-limiting formation cost a fortune. Even if the Wanqi clan sends someone to deliver the speed-limiting formation compass to Wanqi, he won't gain anything if he stops us. Perhaps, he might even run away after he sees my father, Zhenping Fan said disdainfully. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhen Yunfeng before he said to Zhenping Fan, Elder Zhen. I think your father has a point when he said the Wanqi clan might send people over. It's possible that they might send another intermediate emperor of gods, right? Zhenping Fang's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. Then, he looked at his father, who wore a solemn expression on his face. He wondered inwardly, is this what father is worried about? It's true that Wanqi won't be the only one that feels upset about the loss of the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. The Wanqi clan is going to be unhappy as well. In order to regain the prominent divine artifact, it's really not impossible for the clan to send another intermediate emperor of gods after us. A series of explosions rang from outside the flying ship. Duan Ling Tian and the others could feel a force pulling the flying ship. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the father and son duo and saw the dark expressions on their faces. At the same time, the younger generation from the Pure Yang sect looked around in confusion, trying to figure out what happened. As for the elders, they were frowning and discussing among themselves. Speed-limiting formation. Wanqi used the speed-limiting formation to stop us. It's impossible for him to set up a speed-limiting formation here in just a few days, right? Perhaps, he used the speed-limiting formation compass. Isn't that with the clan leader of the Wanqi clan? At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng said expressionlessly, apart from Ping Fan, everyone will return to the Pure Yang sect using Yi Tong's flying ship first. This is an order. Following that, Zhenping Fan said, everyone, be careful. I'm going to put away the flying ship now. As soon as Zhenping Fan's voice fell, everyone felt the ground disappear under their feet. They quickly mobilized their divine energies to hover in the air. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, saw that they were hovering above the sky of a desert. Apart from them, there was no one else except 2 figures hovering in the distance. Zhen Yunfeng, who was standing in front of the Pure Yang sect, looked at the 2 old men in the distance and asked solemnly, Wanqi Wuming, Wanqi, what's the meaning of this? One of the 2 old men was Wanqi, the Golden Seat elder from the Wanqi clan. Duan Ling Tian had never seen the other old men before, but it was not difficult to guess that the other old man was also an intermediate emperor of gods or a Golden Seat elder like Wanqi. Wanqi Wuming said, Zhen Yunfeng, don't pretend to be a fool. You know very well why we stopped you. As expected, Wanqi Wuming was an intermediate emperor of gods, but he was stronger than Wanqi. His strength was comparable to Zhen Yunfeng. For this reason, a trace of worry could be seen in Zhen Yunfeng's face when he saw Wanqi Wuming. Zhen Yunfeng said icily, Wanqi Wuming, Wanqi lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul in a fair fight. Are you going to rob it from us? At the end of his words, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes glinted coldly as well. Wanqi Wuming shook his head and said, Elder Zhen Yunfeng, those are some heavy accusations. Since Wei Chundao served as a witness, there's no question about the legitimacy of the fighter bet. However, I just want to make a point that 100 king-grade limit divine pills can't compare to a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul at all. The stakes are grossly skewed. You won't deny this, right? Zhen Yunfeng scoffed. What a joke. So what if that's the case? Everything was decided before the fight. Now that Wanqi lost, you're going to say that the stakes aren't equal in value. Wanqi Wuming frowned slightly as he said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, you should know how difficult it is for a prominent divine artifact to give birth to an incomplete artifact soul. Moreover, without it, Wanqi definitely won't survive either one of his next 5 heavenly tribulations. The Wanqi clan has no intention of making an enemy out of the pure Yang sect. If you return the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to us, we'll compensate you with 200 king-grade limit divine pills over the next 100 years. If the pure Yang sect is willing to accept divine crystals as payment, we can clear the debt even sooner. Impossible, Zhen Yunfeng said decisively. At this moment, Wanqi finally spoke. He said through gritted teeth, Zhen Yunfeng, since we can't come to an agreement, I'm afraid we'll have to offend you. Chapter 3988. As soon as Wanqi voice fell, a group of familiar figures appeared in the distance. They were all the elders from the Wanqi clan who attended the trading conference at 7 Kills Valley. As for the younger generation, including Wanqi Hong, and another elder, they were not present on the scene. It seemed like they had left while this group of elders stayed to support Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi. At this moment, the group from the Wanqi clan had surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others from the pure Yang sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could feel the slight pressure in the surroundings disappearing. He knew this meant that the speed-limiting formation was no longer in effect. After all, its energy consumption was huge. Hence, it would not last long after being activated. Normally, one would have to etch the speed-limiting formation all over again once it lost its effect. This was not the case for the formation compass, but it would take a while before one could use it again. Meanwhile, the expressions of those from the pure Yang sect changed immediately upon hearing Wanqi words and seeing the group of people from the Wanqi clan. The expressions of the younger generation were particularly grim, except for Duan Lingtian who was still calm. This was because even if a fight broke out, Duan Lingtian knew the Wanqi clan would not dare to kill anyone. Although the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was very important, if they killed someone from the pure Yang sect today, the matter would escalate and not in a good way for the Wanqi clan. On the contrary, the consequences would not be big if they only injured the members of the pure Yang sect. The Wanqi clan could apologize and compensate the pure Yang sect later. With this, it would be difficult for the pure Yang sect to take harsh actions against the Wanqi clan due to various factors. Although the Wanqi clan was weaker than the pure Yang sect, if war broke out, the pure Yang sect would suffer losses even if they managed to annihilate the Wanqi clan. It would only be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Wanqi Wuming, so you really want to do this? Wanqi Wuming shook his head and said with a sigh, Zhen Yunfeng, I'm trying to negotiate with you amicably. The prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul doesn't make much of a difference to your son. He's still young, and he has all the time to make his prominent divine artifact give birth to an incomplete artifact soul after he becomes an intermediate emperor of gods. Conversely, without the prominent divine artifact, Wanqi might die within 5,000 years due to his inability to withstand the heavenly tribulation without his weapon. Moreover, I'm rather generous with my estimation. I'm not even sure if he'll be able to survive his upcoming 3rd heavenly tribulation. Wanqi Wuming stood by his earlier excuse. Zhen Yunfeng stood his ground with no intention of giving in. That has nothing to do with me. Did we force him to accept the bet? Did we force him to use his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul as a stake? If he was unwilling, no one would be able to force him to do so. Do you think it's acceptable? If he had won the bet, and I asked you to return the 100 king-grade limit divine pills to me? How ridiculous. At this time, Wanqi said coldly, Senior brother Wuming. I've already said that Zhen Yunfeng won't agree to it. Let's carry out the plan as we discussed. No one will get hurt if they hand over my weapon. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of you won't be able to escape being injured. Then, he looked at the other elders from the pure Yang sect meaningfully as he added, if you're seriously injured, your cultivation will be affected, and you might not be able to survive your upcoming heavenly tribulation. Among the elders from the pure Yang sect who attended the trading conference, there were a few leaders of the factions. For some of them, it was not easy to overcome the heavenly tribulations, to begin with. Their chances of survival would become lower if they were seriously injured. All of them looked at the members of the Wanqi clan in anger and dissatisfaction. Not only did the Wanqi clan refuse to honor their words, but they even used such despicable methods. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan said to Zhen Yunfeng, "Father, all means of communication have been interrupted." It seems like they came prepared. Zhen Yunfeng nodded slightly with a calm expression on his face. I expected as much. On the contrary, the others from the Pure Yang sect were shocked when they heard Zhen Pingfan's words. This meant that they could not call for reinforcements from the Pure Yang sect or even the Seven Kills Valley, since all means of communications had been cut off for now. Although the Pure Yang sect and the Seven Kills Valley did not have a particularly close relationship, the Seven Kills Valley would not refuse to help the Pure Yang sect under such circumstances. Zhen Yunfeng looked at Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi Ju and asked in a low voice, "Wanqi Wuming, Wanqi Ju, are you declaring war on the Pure Yang sect on behalf of the Wanqi clan?" Wanqi Ju said nonchalantly, "Elder Zhen Yunfeng, stop twisting my words. I've said, there'll be no killings involved. However, injuries are inevitable in a conflict. I admit that not everyone from our clan here is a match for your people here. However, don't forget that you have the younger generation with you. If a fight breaks out, the elders will have to split their attention between the fight and protecting the younger generation. If you're distracted, who do you think will have the upper hand in the fight?" Wanqi Ju was clearly fearless only due to Wanqi Wuming's presence. The Wanqi clan was too shameless. They seemed determined to regain the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Based on the current situation, it seemed best for the Pure Yang sect to compromise. Although the elders of the Pure Yang sect present at this moment were more than a match for the elders of the Wanqi clan present on the scene, the situation was disadvantageous for the Pure Yang sect since the elders had to protect the younger generation as well. At this moment, Wanqi Wuming said again, "Zhen Yunfeng, things will be much easier if you compromise. As long as you return Wanqi Ju's prominent divine artifact, both parties can leave this place safe and sound. What I said earlier is also in effect. Our Wanqi clan will compensate you with either 200 king-grade limit divine pills or divine crystals. I'll leave it up to you to choose. If you choose the limit divine pills, it'll take some time before we'll be able to completely fulfill our payment. If you choose the divine crystals, we'll be able to fulfill the payment before the Seven Mansions feast begins." In other words, Wanqi Wuming was determined to fight the members of the Pure Yang sect if the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was not returned to Wanqi Ju. Wanqi Ju looked at Zhen Yunfeng and said in a low voice, "Zhen Yunfeng, although you're stronger than me, it's not the case with senior brother Wuming. If we fight, he'll keep you occupied while I keep your son occupied. The elders from both sides will also fight. However, during the fight, no one can guarantee the younger generation from your sect won't be affected." At the end of his word, Wanqi Ju looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples of the Pure Yang sect. Zhen Yunfeng's expression darkened even more. Wanqi Wuming said, "Zhen Yunfeng, there's nothing personal about this. It's not like it's an embarrassment for you to hand the prominent divine artifact over. In fact, if you return the weapon, the Wanqi clan will issue a public apology to the Pure Yang sect. On top of the compensation I promised you, we'll also compensate you with additional cultivation resources." Zhen Yunfeng took a deep breath before he asked, "Wanqi Wuming, is this Wanqi Ju and your idea or the Wanqi clan's idea?" Wanqi Wuming was slightly caught off guard by this question. Then, he replied nonchalantly, "The speed limiting formation compass is usually with the clan leader." "What do you think?" Zhen Yunfeng nodded. An angry smile appeared on his face as he said, "Very well. This is the first time that I, Zhen Yunfeng, suffered such a huge loss. No, I should say this is the first time our Pure Yang sect has suffered such a huge loss in the Eastern Ridge Mansion." Then, after a brief pause, he said, "Ping Fan, lend that prominent divine artifact to the Wanqi clan for a few days." Zhen Ping Fan, Wanqi Wuming, and Wanqi Ju were shocked by Zhen Yunfeng's words. As for the others from the Wanqi clan, when they recovered from their shock, they chuckled inwardly. They thought that Zhen Yunfeng had used the word lend to save himself from the embarrassment of having to give in. Although they knew the Pure Yang sect would not let the matter slide just like that, they were prepared to apologize and compensate the Pure Yang sect. It was fine even if their reputation was slightly tarnished as long as they regained the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Compared to the death of an intermediate emperor of gods due to loss of that prominent divine artifact, the consequence of tarnishing their reputation was nothing. Moreover, since no lives were lost, the Pure Yang sect could not act too excessively as well. Chapter 3989. The Wanqi clan had no choice but to oppose and offend the pure Yang sect openly in order to preserve the life of their clan's intermediate emperor of gods. Today's incident would definitely cause a rift between the pure Yang sect and the Wanqi clan, but they were not afraid. Although the Wanqi clan was slightly weaker than the pure Yang sect, the Wanqi clan was still one of the top 5 forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The Wanqi clan was also certain that it was impossible for the pure Yang sect to snatch the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul back once it returned to Wanqi Ju's hands. They had already had a plan to mitigate the situation. They would issue a public apology to the pure Yang sect and compensate them with 200 king-grade limit divine pills to show their sincerity. At that time, the pure Yang sect would be forced to accept it since there was nothing to be done. Both forces would not benefit from going to war, after all. To them, the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul and preserving Wanqi Ju's life were worth much more than a public apology and 200 king-grade limit divine pills. They were also confident in their choice because they were certain the pure Yang sect would choose to settle this matter peacefully. Lend it for a few days. Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi Ju did not care about Zhen Yunfeng's choice of words at this moment. Unless the pure Yang sect intended on waging war on the Wanqi clan, which the Wanqi clan was certain they would not, it would be impossible for the pure Yang sect to regain the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Father. Zhen Pingfan felt reluctant despite knowing it was necessary. When he saw his father's resolute gaze, he had no choice but to bring out the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Then, he tossed it over as he gritted his teeth. Wanqi Ju used his divine energy to bring the prominent divine artifact back into his hand. He looked at the 7-foot-long obsessively as though he had just been reunited with his lover. Elder Zhen Yunfeng, I apologize for offending you, Wanqi Wuming said with a smile before he led the others from the Wanqi clan away. The expressions of the members of the pure Yang sect, including Lan Shilin, were very dark at this moment. They felt insulted and humiliated. After Zhen Pingfan brought his flying ship out again, the members of the pure Yang sect boarded the ship silently. Zhen Pingfan said to his father through voice transmission, Father, Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi Ju have gone too far. Zhen Pingfan was obviously unresigned. The others wanted to console Zhen Yunfeng as well, but knowing that Zhen Yunfeng was in a bad mood, no one dared to say anything. However, as Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan, who had lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, did not worry about his father's mood and complained directly to his father. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in a corner, wore an unsightly expression on his face as well. Although the loss of the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul did not affect him, he was disgusted by how shameless the Wanqi class had acted. The Wanqi clan had used the younger generation from the pure Yang sect to threaten Zhen Yunfeng and the other elders from the pure Yang sect. At the same time, he felt bad as well because he felt that he was the cause of the entire ordeal. His eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, Wanqi clan. Zhen Yunfeng replied to Zhen Pingfan, do we have a choice? There's nothing we could do earlier. Perhaps, the heavenly tribulations won't be able to threaten our lives even if we're injured, but what about the younger generation? The Wanqi clan didn't bring the younger generation along because they knew the younger generation would be a burden to them. I hate to admit it, but they were smart. Father. Zhen Pingfan was displeased upon hearing his father saying the Wanqi clan was smart. Before Zhen Pingfan could complain again, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he said, don't worry. The Wanqi clan will regret this. Zhen Pingfan did not think much of his father's words. He said with a bitter smile, Father, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to them. They will publicly apologize and compensate us with 200 king-grade limit divine pills. The limit divine pills they offer is double that of the number of limit divine pills Duan Ling Tian used as a stake. With all things considered, our sect can't act too harshly. What the Wanqi clan thought of, Zhen Pingfan naturally thought of as well. This was the reason why he felt so unwilling. Perhaps, if it were in the past, that would be how things would end, Zhen Yunfeng said coldly, however, things are different now. Zhen Pingfan looked at his father in confusion. What do you mean by things are different now, father? Zhen Yunfeng glanced at his son and said, the Wanqi clan has considered the things you said, and they're certain our sect won't confront them about this matter. Although our sect is stronger than their clan, both sides will suffer greatly if we go to war. However, what if our sect has a powerhouse who's stronger than the Wanqi clan's strongest powerhouse? Do you think the Wanqi clan will dare to continue being shameless? Zhen Yunfeng sneered as he continued to say, What? Do you think I was trying to save myself from the embarrassment when I told you to lend the weapon to them? I meant what I said. Zhen Pingfan mulled over his father's words for a moment before his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, Father, are you saying Junior Uncle Yi is close to succeeding? Zhen Pingfan was smart, after all. It was not difficult for him to interpret the meaning behind his father's words. Yi Chenfeng, the Ascension Elder and the founder of the Hidden Sword faction of the Pure Yang sect, was the only one in the Pure Yang sect with such capability and potential. Once he successfully turned his artifact soul into a complete artifact soul, he could kill ordinary advanced emperors of gods even if he was an intermediate emperor of gods. The Wanqi clan dared to act shamelessly because their strongest powerhouse was on par with the Pure Yang sect's top powerhouse. The general strength of the Pure Yang sect was already stronger than that of the Wanqi clan, to begin with. It would be completely different once the Pure Yang sect's strongest powerhouse surpassed the strongest powerhouse from the Wanqi clan. Zhen Yunfeng nodded. You're quite quick-witted, but you're not completely right. Before leaving the sect, I received wonderful news from him. He's not close to obtaining a complete artifact soul, he has already obtained a complete artifact soul for his prominent divine artifact. He's been spending his time familiarizing himself with his prominent divine sword. Before I left, he told me he's looking for a way to test the sword's strength. What a coincidence that an opportunity presented itself so quickly. Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up with excitement as soon as he heard these words. He said, I want to go to the Wanqi clan's estate with Junior Uncle Yi. I want to see Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi Ju's expressions at that time. After the confrontation with the Wanqi clan, the trip home for the entourage from the Pure Yang sect was safe and uneventful. Since Zhen Yunfeng did not issue a gag order, news of what happened spread quickly, and everyone condemned the Wanqi clan for their shamelessness and lack of honor. The Wanqi clan is really shameless. Damn it, it's so unfair. I have a friend in Seven Kills Valley. He just confirmed that Elder Zhen Pingfan's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was won by Duan Ling Tian fair and square from Wanqi Ju. Wanqi Wuming and Wanqi Ju are a disgrace. They're not worthy of their titles as the Golden Seat Elders of the Wanqi clan. I hope the heavenly tribulation kills both of them. It was unprecedented for everyone in the Pure Yang sect to be so united. When Duan Ling Tian wandered around Cloud Peak Island, he could hear many people criticizing the Wanqi clan for being shameless. On the second day after returning to the Pure Yang sect from the Seven Kills Valley, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Duan Ling Tian, are you free? Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Duan Ling Tian was curious as to why Zhen Pingfan had messaged him. Junior Uncle Yi wants to know if you're interested in following us to the Wanqi clan's estate, Zhen Pingfan said. Elder Yi, isn't he in closed-door cultivation to nurture his artifact soul? Duan Ling Tian asked, surprised. He's already come out of closed-door cultivation quite a few days ago, Zhen Pingfan replied. He's been familiarizing himself with his prominent divine sword, and he's looking for a chance to test the strength of his sword. If you're free, come with us to the Wanqi clan. You'll be able to witness how powerful a prominent divine artifact with a complete soul is. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words. Although Duan Ling Tian did not discuss the matter with Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan during their journey back to the Pure Yang sect, he could guess the Wanqi clan's thoughts and the Pure Yang sect's subsequent actions. He knew why the Wanqi clan dared to act so shamelessly, and he also knew there was nothing the Pure Yang sect could do unless they were willing to suffer losses as well. However, after learning that Yi Chenfeng's prominent divine sword now had a complete artifact soul, the situation was completely different. It seemed like there would be an exciting show to watch in the Wanqi clan's estate. Elder Yi is widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in the Pure Yang sect. His strength is going to be much more terrifying now that his prominent divine sword has a complete artifact soul. His strength is likely comparable to an ordinary advanced emperor of gods now. Chapter 3990. As one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Wanqi clan's estate was naturally located in a good location. The estate was built on the eastern outskirts of a huge city, surrounded by rivers and mountains. The city was also specifically built by the clan to fulfill their needs. Unsurprisingly, the city was named Wanqi City. Most of the businesses in the city were also owned by the Wanqi clan. Many forces in the city and near the city came to the Wanqi clan to look for rare items. For this reason, Wanqi City grew more and more prosperous. Wanqi City was quite similar to Lingu City in that they were surrounded by mountains and rivers, just that it was much bigger and more prosperous. In a remote valley in the Wanqi clan's estate, a young man was kneeling in a spacious courtyard. An old servant sighed and said to the young man, "Young Master Hong, there's no need for this. The master has said that it wasn't your fault. Master is now in closed-door cultivation, refining the incomplete artifact soul of his prominent divine artifact. He won't be out so soon. If he knows you're kneeling here, he'll definitely tell you to get up." "I lost the bet," Wanqi Hong said to the old man. "I'll kneel until great-great-grandfather comes out from his closed-door cultivation. I'll wait for his punishment." The old man sighed and no longer dissuaded Wanqi Hong. He knew Wanqi Hong was determined. He glanced at one of the rooms before he said, "Master should come out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. Since Zhen Ping Fan didn't claim ownership of the weapon, it won't take long for him to refine it. If I may say it again, it's not necessary to do this, young Master Hong. If you ask me, Master will be much happier if you use this time to cultivate so you'll perform well during the Seven Mansions Feast." Wanqi Hong said, "I won't be able to break through so soon. Moreover, I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation." With that, Wanqi Hong kneeled in Wanqi Ju's courtyard for 7 days and 7 nights. After 7 days and 7 nights, the sound of wind whistling rang out as a spear shot out from an open door. Following that, an old man stepped out of the room. He glanced at Wanqi Hong before he flew into the air. He raised his hand and grabbed the spear before tendrils of dark energy suddenly appeared, looking like black snakes. The black snakes quickly twined around him, completely covering him like a barrier. After a few moments, the black tendrils of energy disappeared into his body. "Congratulations, Master," the old servant said. Wanqi Ju nodded slightly before he looked at Wanqi Hong and asked sternly, "Why are you kneeling here instead of cultivating?" "I'm looking forward to watching you defeat Duan Ling Tian during the Seven Mansions Feast." A hint of disappointment could be heard at the end of Wanqi Ju's words. "Great-great-grandfather," Wanqi Hong said with a bitter expression on his face, "there's only a decade left before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. I'm afraid it'll be impossible for me to defeat Duan Ling Tian during the Seven Mansions Feast." Although Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than Wanqi Hong was aware that it was impossible for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian even if Duan Ling Tian did not make any progress in the coming decade. "Why do you say so? Do you think you're inferior to him and that it's impossible to surpass him after losing to him once?" Wanqi Ju said with a scoff, "Return to your cultivation ground and cultivate immediately. The men the clan leader sent out should be returning within 3 years. With the Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills, you can stabilize your cultivation base and defeat him." Wanqi Hong's eyes widened upon hearing these words. Clearly, he was unaware of this matter. If he had the help of Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills to stabilize his cultivation base at the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods within 10 years, not only would he be on par with Duan Ling Tian, but he could likely defeat Duan Ling Tian as well. Wanqi Hong's expression was no longer gloomy like before. He rose to his feet hastily. Before flying back to his cultivation ground, he said respectfully, "I understand, great-great-grandfather." A thunderous voice resounded through the Wanqi clan's estate. "Wanqi clan, how dare you act shamelessly?" Following that, a dazzling white beam of light shot down from the sky and landed on the Wanqi clan's guarding formation. The Wanqi clan's defensive barrier only deflected part of the force from the white beam of light while the remaining force swept through the clan's estate. It was easy for those with high cultivation bases to deflect the aftershock, but those below the realm of a Lord of Gods, who were alone at this time, were instantly killed. Harrowing cries rang out in the Wanqi clan's estate in just an instant as rivers of blood formed. Wanqi Ju's expression changed drastically. "This voice, Yi Chen Feng, what's he doing? Is he trying to provoke our clan or is he putting on a show to save the pure Yang sect's reputation? And it seems like he's grown stronger again." Soon enough, an angry voice echoed through the Wanqi clan. "Did you come on your own accord or is it under the order of the pure Yang sect? By attacking our clan's guarding formation, are you trying to wage war on the Wanqi clan? Wanqi Lu Su, tell Wanqi Wu Ming and Wanqi Ju to show themselves." Wanqi Lu Su was the name of the clan leader of the Wanqi clan. Upon hearing these words, Wanqi Ju scoffed and flew up, leaving Wanqi Hong who had yet to leave behind. Wanqi Hong recovered his senses and quickly followed Wanqi Ju. 3 figures hovered in the sky above the Wanqi clan's estate. The person standing in the lead was a young man dressed in a long golden robe with silver trimmings. He had a jade-like complexion and an extraordinary bearing. He was expressionless as he looked down at the Wanqi clan's estate. At this time, Zhenping Fan said with a smile to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Pay attention. Junior Uncle Yi is going to make them pay for what they've done." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's twitched when he looked at Zhenping Fan, who could barely contain his excitement. At the same time, he was also shocked by how confident Yi Chen-feng was. Yi Chen-feng did not seem to think much about the Wanqi clan, one of the top 5 forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, at all. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he thought it was not surprising since Yi Chen-feng now possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. While Duan Ling Tian was conversing with Zhenping Fan through voice transmission, many figures shot up from the Wanqi clan's estate. They hovered in front of the trio. A middle-aged man dressed in a long dark green robe stood in the lead while about a dozen old men and a few middle-aged men stood behind him. At this moment, a figure stepped forward. Clan leader. It was none other than Wanqi Ju, one of the Golden Seat's elders of the Wanqi clan. With this, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that the middle-aged man in dark green robes was Wanqi Lu Su, the clan leader of the Wanqi clan. Soon enough, another familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Wanqi Wu Ming, also a Golden Seat elder of the Wanqi clan. He sounded angry as he said, "Yi Chen-feng, do you think no one in our clan is a match for you just because you made a little progress?" Following that, another old man stepped forward. He was very inconspicuous and had an unassuming appearance. Zhenping Fan told Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission that the old man was the leader among the 3 Golden Seat elders of the Wanqi clan, Wanqi Yuning. He was also the Wanqi clan's strongest powerhouse. The members of the Wanqi clan bowed and greeted Wanqi Yuning as soon as he appeared. Even Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Wu Ming addressed him as junior uncle. Clearly, the strongest powerhouse in the Wanqi clan also had the highest seniority in the clan. Zhenping Fan said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "He's the most senior and strongest member of the Wanqi clan, but he won't live for long. It's said that he was severely injured during his last heavenly tribulation. It's unlikely that he'll survive the upcoming one." Chapter 3991. Wanqi Yuning's face was full of wrinkles, and his body was very thin. He looked as though a gust of wind would be able to send him flying. At this moment, he looked at Yi Chen-feng and asked calmly, "Yi Chen-feng, why are you here?" No emotions could be heard in Wanqi Yuning's voice. It was hard to tell if he did not care about Yi Chen-feng's provocative action, if he had a good temper, or if he was just skilled at hiding his emotions. When Yi Chen-feng's eyes fell on Wanqi Yuning, his tone softened as he said, "Elder Yuning, you're from the same generation as my master, so I should address you as junior uncle." "Elder Yuning, I'm sure you're aware of the incident outside of 7 Kills Valley, right?" Yi Chen-feng stared at Wanqi Yuning silently after he finished speaking. Wanqi Yuning fell silent for a long time after hearing Yi Chen-feng's words. Naturally, he was aware of the matter. Personally, he disagreed with snatching something that had been lost fair and square in such a manner. However, he could also understand his junior's actions. Hence, he could bring himself to blame them. Moreover, he would not live for much longer. If Wanqi Ju lost his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, Wanqi Ju would not be able to live for long either. The loss of 2 intermediate emperors of gods would deal a huge blow to the Wanqi clan. At this time, Wanqi Wu Ming said coldly, "Yi Chen-feng, I've already explained this to your senior brother, Zhen Yunfeng. Our Wanqi clan has also publicly apologized for this matter. In addition to that, our clan has also begun the search for the 200 king grade limit divine pills. We'll definitely send them to the Pure Yang sect within 100 years. Does the Pure Yang sect really want to turn against the Wanqi clan because of this matter?" Despite Wanqi Wu Ming's cold tone, a hint of desperation could be seen in his eyes. Wanqi Lu Su, the clan leader of the Wanqi clan, said in an even icier tone, "Yi Chen-feng, if you leave now, the Wanqi clan will pretend like today's incident didn't happen. We won't hold you accountable for the deaths of our disciples. The Wanqi clan won't default on the promise Elder Wu Ming made to the Pure Yang sect." Many of those standing behind Wanqi Lu Su frowned upon hearing his words, but they remained silent and only looked at Yi Chen-feng coldly. After all, many disciples who died were from their factions. However, when they recalled the Wanqi clan's recent actions, they knew that Wanqi Lu Su was only trying to extinguish the Pure Yang sect's flames of anger. They had expected the Pure Yang sect to look for trouble with them, but they did not expect Yi Chen-feng to personally come to the Wanqi clan. All things considered, they knew that if Yi Chen-feng agreed to leave peacefully, the best way was to free him from all accountability regarding the disciples' deaths. Upon hearing Wanqi Lu's words, Yi Chen-feng asked, amused, what if I refuse to leave? Refuse to leave? Wanqi Lu's expression darkened immediately as he said, then, it depends on if you came on your own accord or under the orders of the pure Yang sect. What if I came here on my own accord? Yi Chen-feng continued to ask. This time, before Wanqi Lu spoke, Wanqi Wuming said, if that's the case, you won't be able to leave the Wanqi clan's estate without giving us an explanation. Is that so? Yi Chen-feng cocked an eyebrow and smiled mockingly as he looked at Wanqi Wuming and asked, do you think you alone can stop me? Wanqi Wuming's expression soured immediately. Naturally, he knew he was no match for Yi Chen-feng alone. Wanqi Ju, who was inwardly anxious, asked loudly, what do you want, Yi Chen-feng? Apart from hostility, a hint of fear could also be seen in Wanqi Ju's eyes. What do I want? Yi Chen-feng smiled lazily as he said, Wanqi Ju, I came here to look for you and Wanqi Wuming this time. Since you're both here, let's settle the matter now. Return the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact sold to my junior nephew, Neil, and kowtow 3 times to him. After that, I'll naturally let the matter go. Yi Chen-feng was very calm when he spoke. Wanqi Ju's expression changed immediately upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words. He roared, Yi Chen-feng, are you trying to humiliate me? So what if I am? Yi Chen-feng said indifferently, since you dared to shamelessly snatch back what we won fair and square, you should have considered this outcome. Based on your attitude, it seems like you're unwilling to meet my conditions. Nearing the end of Yi Chen-feng's words, his tone turned icy. I'll never do it, Wanqi Ju said decisively. Very well, Yi Chen-feng said with a smile, I was hoping you'd respond this way, Wanqi Ju. Since this is the case, I'll test my sword on you first. As soon as Yi Chen-feng's voice fell, his eyes seemed to be covered with frost. He raised his hand, and a sword ray appeared in the air, followed by another figure. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a black robe. His face was hidden by a hood. His body exuded an extremely sharp sword intent. As soon as Yi Chen-feng moved, the black-clad young man wielded the sword ray merged with Yi Chen-feng. Sword soul. As soon as Yi Chen-feng moved, the elders of the Wanqi clan, who just regained their senses, exclaimed in shock, disbelief, and horror. Yi Chen-feng. The expression of Wanqi Ju, who was being targeted by Yi Chen-feng, changed drastically. He hastily moved to bring out his prominent divine artifact. He was just about to swing his 7-foot-long spear when he saw a black sword ray flashing past from the corners of his eyes. No, Wanqi Ju cried out before his voice came to an abrupt stop. This was the only word he managed to say before he collapsed. Just like that, Wanqi Ju, an intermediate emperor of gods and a golden seat elder of the Wanqi clan, died. Like a gust of wind, Yi Chen-feng reappeared in front of Zhen Ping Fan and Duan Ling Tian. His face was expressionless as though nothing had happened. A loud noise rang in the air as Wanqi Ju's body landed on the ground. The sound was magnified in the silence. Yi Chen-feng, how dare you kill a golden seat elder of the Wanqi clan? Wanqi Wuming asked as he glared at Yi Chen-feng with bloodshot eyes, looking as though he wanted to devour Yi Chen-feng. Wanqi Liasu's expression was dark as well. He did not expect Yi Chen-feng to possess a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. After all, it was said that only advanced emperors of gods could nurture an artifact soul to completion. How was this possible? At this moment, after catching the 7-foot-long spear that Yi Chen-feng threw over, Zhen Ping Fan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said sincerely, "Thank you, Junior Uncle Yi." The stolen prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul was finally returned to Zhen Ping Fan. Yi Chen-feng looked at Wanqi Wuming, who was glaring at him, and said calmly, "I welcome you to seek revenge for him." After a beat, he added, "Don't forget. I came this time not only to look for Wanqi Ju, but I came for you as well. Now that he's dead, it's your turn." Upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words, Wanqi Wuming's expression changed drastically. The hostility was gone, replaced by fear. When he thought about the scene earlier, chills ran up his spine. He knew now that Yi Chen-feng had a prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul. Yi Chen-feng was no weaker than an ordinary advanced emperor of gods. It was easy for Yi Chen-feng to kill Wanqi Ju, and even if he was stronger than Wanqi Ju, it would likely be easy for Yi Chen-feng to kill him as well. Yi Chen-feng. There were many rudimentary emperors of gods standing behind Wanqi Lu Su at this moment, and all of them were filled with panic and fear. It was as though they were facing a ferocious monster. After all, Yi Chen-feng's prominent divine sword now had a complete artifact soul. In the past, Yi Chen-feng was already no weaker than Wanqi Yuning, the Wanqi clan's strongest powerhouse. Now that Yi Chen-feng had a prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul, the gap between their strengths had widened even more. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng was in his prime while Wanqi Yuning was in his twilight years. Not only that, but Wanqi Yuning also had yet to fully recover from the injuries he sustained during his last heavenly tribulation. With Yi Chen-feng's current strength, he can destroy the Wanqi clan alone, right? All of them were horrified when they thought about this. Similarly, Wanqi Lu Su also had this thought in mind. It was also the reason why he had stayed silent after Yi Chen-feng made a move. He truly did know what to say at this moment. If Yi Chen-feng had said earlier that he had come under the orders of the Pure Yang sect, Wanqi Lu Su could still discuss this with the Pure Yang sect. Even if Yi Chen-feng intended to annihilate the Wanqi clan, there would be a few among them who would be able to escape. As one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, they had deep roots and profound connections. They would be able to seek revenge in a righteous manner in the future. All in all, the Pure Yang sect would have to be wary of the Wanqi clan's revenge. However, Yi Chen-feng had come on his own accord. This meant that the Pure Yang sect was free from all accountability. Moreover, he had the combat strength of an ordinary advanced emperor of gods. There was nothing Wanqi Lu Su could say or do now. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had just recovered from the shock of witnessing Yi Chen-feng kill Wanqi Ju. So strong, Yi Chen-feng killed Wanqi Ju, a golden seat elder from the Wanqi clan, with just one strike. Wanqi Ju was not a weakling. He was a true blue intermediate emperor of gods even if he was not the strongest intermediate emperor of gods around. Even the talented Zhen Ping Fan, who was the strongest rudimentary emperor of gods in the Pure Yang sect, was no match for him. As it turns out, an intermediate emperor of gods can unleash the power of a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul to such an extent. Due to his cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian did not have a clear look when Yi Chen-feng killed Wanqi Ju earlier. Nonetheless, he could sense how sharp Yi Chen-feng's divine sword intent was. Although he also possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he could not unleash such power since his cultivation base was only that of an intermediate lord of gods. The power he could unleash was far less than what Yi Chen-feng had unleashed earlier. Meanwhile, Wanqi Wuming's back broke out in cold sweat after Yi Chen-feng said that it was his turn. He turned to look at Wanqi Yuning pleadingly. From the beginning until now, Wanqi Yuning only stood at the side and looked at Yi Chen-feng silently. Chapter 3992. When Yi Chen-feng brought out his prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul, Wanqi Wuming knew that no one in the Wanqi clan would be a match for Yi Chen-feng. He had only asked Wanqi Yuning for help not because Wanqi Yuning was the strongest person in the clan, but because of Wanqi Yuning's seniority. Even if Wanqi Yuning was not a match for Yi Chen-feng, he had higher seniority than Yi Chen-feng. Moreover, Wanqi Yuning always had a good reputation. He hoped that Yi Chen-feng would let him go for Wanqi Yuning's sake. Wanqi Yuning, who had yet to speak until now, finally looked at Yi Chen-feng and said, "Yi Chen-feng, Wanqi Ju only had himself to blame for his death, so the Wanqi clan won't hold you accountable for his death. As for the prominent divine artifact soul with an incomplete artifact soul, the Wanqi clan will honor the bet." The members of the Wanqi clan knew Wanqi Yuning's suggestion was their only way out at this moment even if they felt unwilling. If they stood their ground and opposed Yi Chen-feng, there would surely be a bloodbath. Most importantly, the Wanqi clan was no match for Yi Chen-feng now. Wanqi Yuning continued to say, "Wanqi Wuming is an accomplice. He'll be grounded. He's prohibited from leaving the Wanqi clan's estate for 10,000 years. If he leaves, you can kill him." Upon hearing Wanqi Yuning's words, Wanqi Wuming's expression soured immediately. Nonetheless, he remained silent. After all, the alternative was death. Apart from that, as a token of apology, the Wanqi clan will still give you 200 king-grade limit divine pills within 100 years, Wanqi Yuning said. After a beat, he asked, "Are you satisfied with this?" Clearly, Wanqi Yuning had made a huge concession. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing behind Yi Chen-feng, was visibly surprised that the strongest powerhouse in the Wanqi clan gave him so easily. At the same time, he also knew that today's matter would come to an end with Wanqi Yuning's words. This time, the Wanqi clan's plan backfired, and they suffered a great loss. In fact, the Wanqi clan's previous actions are understandable. Their plan is quite foolproof as well. Alas, they didn't expect that Elder Yi had successfully nurtured his artifact soul to completion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if Yi Chen Feng's prominent divine sword did not have a complete artifact soul, he would not have been able to force the Wanqi clan to give up the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, let alone force the Wanqi clan to make such a huge concession. As expected, the strong are revered. Elder Yi is a prime example of that. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as the desire to grow stronger burned in his heart after witnessing Yi Chen Feng in action today. As Duan Ling Tian expected, Yi Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, I'm not unreasonable. Since Elder Yu Ning has spoken, then let this matter end here. The corners of the lips of everyone in the Wanqi clan twitched upon hearing these words, even the corners of Zhenping Fan and Duan Ling Tian's lips upon hearing these words. The duo exchanged a glance tacitly. If Yi Chen Feng was reasonable, he would not have broken the Wanqi clan's guarding formation as soon as he arrived and killed so many disciples from the Wanqi clan. If he was reasonable, he would not have attacked and killed Wanqi Ju without giving Wanqi Ju a chance at all. Yi Chen Feng chuckled and said, let's just do as Elder Yu Ning suggested. After Yi Chen Feng finished speaking, he lifted his hand casually and brought his Emperor-grade flying ship out. Without another word to the people of the Wanqi clan, he left along with Zhenping Fan and Duan Ling Tian. After the trio left, silence permeated the sky above the Wanqi clan's estate even though there were quite a number of people gathered there. After a while, Wanqi Yu Ning sighed heavily and said, you should all discuss with me before taking action. I can see the bigger picture. I don't have much time left to live. When the time comes, I won't be able to bring my prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul with me. At that time, I'll naturally give it to Wanqi Ju. Previously, Wanqi Yu Ning was kept in the dark when the decision was made to send Wanqi Wu Ming to help Wanqi Ju snatch back the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul from Zhenping Fan. Naturally, at that time, he was also unaware that Wanqi Ju and Wanqi Wu Ming had snatched the weapon back under Zhen Yunfeng's nose. He only found out about the matter after everything was said and done. Although he was frustrated, there was nothing else he could do. After all, they had already offended the pure Yang sect. Moreover, after thinking about it, Wanqi Yu Ning thought that if he was privy to the situation, he might have felt hesitant, but there was a possibility that he would eventually agree to snatch the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul back at the risk of offending the pure Yang sect as well. It was true that Wanqi Yu Ning could not bring his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul with him after his death. However, all humans had selfish desires. If the Wanqi clan was not in danger, he wanted to leave his weapon to his grandson, a rudimentary emperor of gods. Moreover, there was still a chance for him to become an advanced emperor of gods after the Seven Mansions feast. If he was successful, he would not die. With all things considered, there was a chance Wanqi Yu Ning might not have objected even if he was involved in the decision-making process. After all, he was reluctant to give his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to Wanqi Ju unless it was absolutely necessary. It was truly unfortunate that no one from the Wanqi clan knew that Yi Chen Feng had already nurtured his artifact soul to completion. They did not even consider this possibility. Needless to say, if Wanqi Yu Ning knew about this, he would have definitely opposed the plan strongly and proposed to give his prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul to Wanqi Ju without hesitation. Alas, there was no redo in life. Wanqi Lu Su said with a sigh, it's too late to say anything now. It's truly unexpected that Yi Chen Feng nurtured his artifact soul to completion. How on earth did he do it? Regardless of how Yi Chen Feng did it, the Wanqi clan could only admit defeat. No one expected the strongest powerhouse in the pure Yang sect would suddenly own a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. With that weapon, his strength was on par with ordinary or weaker advanced emperor of gods. At this time, Wanqi Yu Ning turned to the side and said solemnly, Wu Ming, I said that earlier to preserve your life. I hope you understand. Wanqi Wu Ming nodded with a grim expression on his face. I understand, Uncle Yu Ning. It's a great blessing that Yi Chen Feng let me go today. It's also good for me to stay in the clan's estate. I'll use this time to cultivate and focus on breaking through to become an advanced emperor of gods. Wanqi Yu Ning nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Wanqi Wu Ming's words. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and prepared near Wanqi Yu Ning and the others. Ancestor. The newcomer was none other than Wanqi Hong, Wanqi Ju's great-great-grandson. He was also the most outstanding prodigy in the Wanqi clan, making him the pride of the Wanqi clan. Although Wanqi Hong lost Wanqi Ju's prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, only a few blamed him. After all, he was young and reckless. Who was not impulsive when they were young? More than anything, most people blamed Wanqi Ju for being reckless and blinded by his pride. Little Hong, you saw everything. Although Wanqi Hong looked very calm, Wanqi Lu Su could sense the killing intent rising from Wanqi Hong's body. Wanqi Hong looked at Wanqi Yu Ning and Wanqi Lu Su as he said solemnly, "Clan leader, ancestor, if I rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions feast, we'll be given 3 slots. Since Elder Wu Ming is grounded, he won't be able to go to that place. If I rank in the top 3, I hope you'll let me have one of the slots. I plan to give it to someone who will help me kill Yi Chen-feng. Of course, you can make the person I choose swear on the Devil's Heart blood oath if he becomes an advanced emperor of gods. You can make him swear to serve the Wanqi clan as a revered elder for 1,000 years. Wanqi Hong had witnessed his great-great-grandfather's death earlier. He was filled with fury and despair at that time. However, after he calmed down, he began to think of ways to avenge his great-great-grandfather. What a filial child, Wanqi Yu Ning said with a sigh. However, listen to me and let go of this grudge. At least, let it go for now. We know you're filial, but Yi Chen-feng isn't so easy to kill. He has a higher chance than all of us to become an advanced emperor of gods after the 7 Mansions feast. Even if you manage to find someone and make him swear on the Devil's Heart blood oath to help you kill Yi Chen-feng, he might not be a match for Yi Chen-feng even if he successfully becomes an advanced emperor of gods. Wanqi Hong said resolutely, "Elder, I've thought this through. If things happen as you said, then I'll seek revenge myself." During the journey back to the Pure Yang sect, in the Emperor-grade flying ship, Zhenping Fan asked Yi Chen-feng many questions. He even asked to have a look at Yi Chen-feng's prominent divine sword with a complete artifact soul. He studied the sword curiously, looking like a child from the countryside who had arrived in a huge city for the first time. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner, shook his head when he saw this. Nonetheless, he understood Zhenping Fan's feelings. Yi Chen-feng said, with a hint of helplessness, "Kid, you're already so old, but why are you more immature than Duan Ling Tian?" Upon hearing this, Zhenping Fan glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he said with a grin, "Duan Ling Tian is just too embarrassed to come forward to have a look. I'm sure he's very curious about this prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul as well." Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. "It's just a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. What's the big deal? I have one as well. Moreover, I had it before Elder Yi has one." At this time, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. He was slightly anxious as he asked, "Wanzher, Elder Yi's artifact soul isn't aware of your existence, right?" Chapter 3993. Master, he doesn't notice me, Wanzher replied. "He's a newly conceived artifact soul, so his ability is limited. If you don't enter the realm of an emperor of gods in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to discover my presence." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief upon hearing Wanzher's reply. He simply ignored her last sentence. If he was still unable to enter the realm of an emperor of gods after such a long time, he might as well kill himself. At this time, Zhenping Fan suddenly said, "Junior Uncle Yi, I totally forgot about Golden Seat Elder Wanqi Yu Ning until today. It just occurred to me that the Wanqi clan didn't need to offend us since Golden Seat Elder Wanqi Yu Ning won't live for long. At that time, he can just pass his weapon to Wanqi Ju, right?" Yi Chen-feng smiled slightly as he said, "Of course, he can. However, do you think he'd be willing unless it's absolutely necessary? None of them expected me to possess a prominent divine artifact soul with a complete artifact soul, so how could they know I'd come to their clan to snatch back the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul and kill Wanqi Ju?" Zhenping Fan thought about it for a moment before he nodded. "You're right, I didn't think about this clearly. I forgot that they're unaware of your current strength, Junior Uncle Yi." The prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul had boosted Yi Chen-feng's strength greatly to the point where he could easily intimidate the Wanqi clan and make them submit. Also, do you think Wanqi Yu Ning is so selfless? Yi Chen-feng continued to say, he has a son and a grandson. Although his son didn't live up to his expectations of becoming an emperor of gods and died long ago, he has a grandson who's a rudimentary emperor of gods. If it's not absolutely necessary, he definitely won't give his weapon to Wanqi Ju when he could give it to his grandson. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement. Then, after a moment, he shook his head and said, I didn't think so deeply. I just thought that Wanqi Ju really died in vain. He was stubborn and didn't want to admit defeat. After snatching back his weapon, only a short time has passed before the weapon was snatched back again. Moreover, he even died. This is his fate, Yi Chen-feng said indifferently. In his eyes, Wanqi Ju was as insignificant as an ant. Even before his prominent divine sword had a complete artifact soul, he could kill Wanqi Ju with a strike from his sword. Although their cultivation bases were the same, his comprehension of the law was stronger, and his doppelganger from the law was not weaker than Wanqi Ju's bloodline power. Moreover, he had also comprehended the sword Dao. Not only was Yi Chen-feng the strongest person in the Pure Yang sect, but many people considered him to be the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, he had no interest in sparring with the powerhouses from the other top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, so the title did not officially belong to him. This was all, before his prominent divine sword gained a complete artifact soul. Currently, even without sparring with the others, he was confident no one in the Eastern Ridge Mansion would be able to survive if he struck with all his might. After ending his conversation with Zhen Pingfan, Yi Chen-feng turned to Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in a corner in the flying ship, and asked with a smile, does your master have any plans to come to the profound energy land? Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chen-feng would ask this question at some point, but he was still slightly caught off guard by the abrupt change in topic. He replied, Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for a realm of gods. If he so happens to arrive in the profound energy land, he said that he'll consider joining the Pure Yang sect. However, he wasn't transported to the profound energy land. Yi Chen-feng frowned slightly upon hearing these words. When his frown eased, he shook his head and said with a smile, perhaps, I didn't consider things properly. How can someone who mastered the sword Dao to such a level in the Devata realms be bound by the Pure Yang sect? Then, he added, Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although your cultivation base has surpassed that of your master, your foundation isn't as good as his. After arriving at the realm of gods, his cultivation is going to improve by leaps and bounds. It's not difficult to raise one's cultivation base or deepen one's comprehension of the laws in the realms of gods. What's difficult is comprehending the four Daos of heaven and earth in the realms of gods. However, your master's sword Dao is close to breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, as soon as he becomes a rudimentary Lord of Gods, he'll be able to kill even the strongest advanced Lord of Gods. An envious expression appeared on Yi Chen-feng's face when he finished speaking, as his eyes burned with the desire to reach such a stage in the sword Dao. Alas, it would take him quite a while to reach such a stage. Duan Lingtian's heart moved upon hearing this. He was not aware that his master would be so powerful to the point where his master would be able to defeat the strongest advanced Lord of Gods as soon as his master became a rudimentary Lord of Gods. He knew even his master was unaware of this. If master's sword Dao progresses to the next stage, he'll be able to kill the strongest advanced Lord of Gods as soon as he becomes a rudimentary Lord of Gods. I can't even do that now. Even if I completely stabilize my cultivation base now, I still won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chen-feng had kept in contact with his master, so Yi Chen-feng was privy to his master's level of comprehension of the law of time and such. He was sure Yi Chen-feng had already considered every factor before coming to such a conclusion. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing next to him, was stunned. Then, he asked, Junior Uncle Yi, you mean to say that Duan Lingtian's master in the Devata realm comprehended a higher stage of the sword Dao compared to you? With Yi Chen-feng's words and the envious expression on his face, it was not difficult for Zhen Pingfan to come to this conclusion. He also knew Yi Chen-feng meant it when he said Duan Lingtian's master would be able to kill the strongest advanced Lord of Gods as soon as Duan Lingtian's master became a rudimentary Lord of Gods. He knew Yi Chen-feng would not speak baseless words. Yi Chen-feng nodded and said with certainty, his stage is far above mine. Zhen Pingfan was shocked by Yi Chen-feng's response. Yi Chen-feng continued to say, moreover, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same type as his master's. He's the one who taught Duan Ling Tian the sword. Dao, so their paths are the same. This is also another thing I admire about him. Although I tried to teach my disciples the sword Dao, none of them managed to comprehend it, not even the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. Yi Chen-feng sighed heavily after he finished his words. When Zhenping Fan returned to his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with sparkling eyes as he excitedly, Duan Ling Tian, does your master lack disciples? Duan Ling Tian was struck dumb by Zhenping Fan's question. I never knew Elder Zhen can be so shameless. He's 10,000 years older than my master, and yet, he wants to acknowledge him as his master. Yi Chen-feng looked at Zhenping Fan and asked playfully, Brat, aren't you afraid your father will break your legs? Your father is your master, after all. Zhenping Fan smiled and said confidently, I believe my father will understand my decision. If I really manage to comprehend the sword Dao, he'll praise me instead. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said excitedly, Duan Ling Tian, why don't you ask your master if he has any intention of accepting disciples? I don't mind being your junior brother. If you feel awkward about addressing me as your junior brother, I'll be the senior brother and protect you in the future. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian felt helpless and amused by Zhenping Fan. Nonetheless, he still ruthlessly destroyed Zhenping Fan's dream as he said, Elder Zhen, I was able to follow the path of my master's sword Dao because we were already on the same path when I was still in one of the mundane realms. With the same foundation, I was able to successfully continue down his path before forging a path of my own. I'm afraid it won't be the same for you. Zhenping Fan's excitement disappeared and was replaced with disappointment and unwillingness. On the other hand, Yi Chen-feng's eyes lit up. So that's why, if I want a disciple who can follow my path on the sword Dao, I should find a disciple from the mundane realms. It makes sense. Those in the mundane realms are like uncut diamonds. If I nurture them, they'll become dazzling diamonds. Why didn't I think of this in the past? Yi Chen-feng became lost in his thoughts, muttering under his breath every once in a while. He seemed to be seriously considering looking for a disciple in the mundane realms. Zhenping Fan was rather speechless. He said, Junior Uncle Yi, you're thinking too much. Even if there's someone from the mundane realms who can follow your sword path, it won't be easy for him or her to come to the realms of gods from the mundane realms. Moreover, do you think everyone is as talented as you and Duan Ling Tian? Put everything else aside, you've had disciples in the mundane realms in the past. They followed your cultivation, and a few of them even came to the profound energy land after attaining godhood. However, have any of them embarked on the same path as yours in the sword Dao? Yi Chen-feng was pulled back to the earth upon hearing Zhenping Fan's words. Then, he asked Duan Ling Tian, when you inherited your master's legacy in the mundane realm, did the legacy include ways to comprehend the sword Dao? No, Duan Ling Tian said with certainty as he shook his head, my master left that before he even went to the Devata realm. At that time, he had yet to comprehend the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, let alone the real sword Dao. Yi Chen-feng looked disappointed upon hearing these words. I thought he might have left his knowledge of the sword Dao in the mundane realm. In that case, I guess there's no hope for me. I left my legacy in the mundane realm before. The sword Dao I comprehended was derived from that. Some of my disciples in the mundane realm are the best in terms of talent and comprehension, but none of them comprehended my sword Dao, not even the rudimentary form. Perhaps, my sword Dao is only suitable for me, not others. Chapter 3994. Hearing Yi Chen-feng's heavy sigh, Zhenping Fan shook his head and said helplessly, Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. You're already a genius, and yet, you still want to cultivate another genius. Yi Chen-feng glared at Zhenping Fan and said, Brat, how am I greedy? Look at Duan Ling Tian and his master. Just you wait, if nothing happens to brother Qing Yong, he'll definitely cause a stir in the realms of gods in the future. I can't speak much about other things, but in terms of sword Dao, even Duan Ling Tian will find it difficult to surpass his master. It's almost impossible if you ask me. No one understood Feng Qing Yang's sword Dao more than Yi Chen-feng did, not even Duan Ling Tian. In Yi Chen-feng's opinion, Feng Qing Yang's sword Dao was peerless. Although Duan Ling Tian's current attainment in the sword Dao was not bad, it was not heaven-defying. In fact, Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was still slightly weaker than his. Naturally, this was based on Duan Ling Tian's past performances. He knew there was a possibility that Duan Ling Tian was hiding his strength, but he thought the chances were low. Although Yi Chen-feng did not attend the trading conference at Seven Kills Valley, he had already watched the recordings of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qihong's fight through a floating image pearl. Zhen Pingfan was stunned by Yi Chen-feng's words. He looked curious as he said, "I'm really curious about what kind of person he is. Even junior Uncle Yi's sword Dao can't compare to his." Then, as though he thought of something, he said in a low voice, "Junior Uncle Yi, from what I know, comprehending any of the four Daos of heaven and earth can also help one become a supreme powerhouse in the future, right? Saying that, the requirements for the sword Dao aren't low at all. Is it possible for Duan Ling Tian's master to become a supreme powerhouse in the future?" Zhen Pingfan naturally knew it was difficult to comprehend the four Daos of heaven and earth in the realms of gods. The natives of the realms of gods who comprehended any of the four Daos of heaven and earth were considered future supreme powerhouses. For this reason, he thought this must be the same for Duan Ling Tian's master as well. Yi Chen-feng thought about Zhen Pingfan's question for a moment before he said, "No one knows this for sure, not even me. Both of us have the potential to become supreme powerhouses in the future, but I think Brother Qing Yang has a higher chance than us in becoming a supreme powerhouse." Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian before he added, "Even Duan Ling Tian has a better chance than you and me." Although Yi Chen-feng knew Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao was not comparable to Feng Qing Yang's sword Dao, he did not forget Duan Ling Tian's shocking age. During his previous visit to the lower realms, Yi Chen-feng had learned a lot about Duan Ling Tian's past. Most importantly, he learned that Duan Ling Tian was not just younger than 3,000 years old, but Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old. Duan Ling Tian was only slightly over 700 years old. He learned that Duan Ling Tian had concealed his bone age using a divine pill, making it seem like he was 2,700 years old. This was one of the things Yi Chen-feng learned that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of. He did not expose Duan Ling Tian because he knew Duan Ling Tian must have his reason for doing so. Indeed, comparison is a thief of joy, Zhen Pingfan said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian and shook his head helplessly. "I dream of comprehending any of the four Daos of heaven and earth, but after more than 10,000 years, I'm still nowhere close to doing so. However, you've already comprehended the sword Dao before you turn 3,000. During the Seven Mansions Feast, you'll definitely attract the attention of supreme rank forces." Previously, Zhen Pingfan heard of how Duan Ling Tian said his aspiration lay beyond the pure Yang sect when Duan Ling Tian was on the Myriad Phenomena Island. At that time, he did not take those words to heart. He dismissed it as Duan Ling Tian's arrogance due to his talent. However, after learning that Duan Ling Tian comprehended the sword Dao, he changed his mind. Duan Ling Tian's current strength alone was enough to attract the attention of supreme rank forces. "I'm just lucky," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brat, even if you want to be modest, can you do it in another way? I'll beat you up if you say those words again. I can accept it if you say you comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao due to luck, but is the real sword Dao something you can comprehend by relying on luck?" After that, Zhen Pingfan grilled Duan Ling Tian about the sword Dao. He wondered if he could replicate Duan Ling Tian's success. He was a little unwilling to give up just like that. After all, it concerned the sword Dao, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "Elder Zhen, if you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. He's now in another realm of gods. I'll introduce you to him if there's a chance in the future." With this, Duan Ling Tian managed to stop Zhen Pingfan's barrage of questions about the sword Dao. At this time, Yi Chen-feng said, "Duan Ling Tian, if possible, you should strive to rank first during the Seven Mansions Feast. If you're able to do that, the pure Yang sect will be given 4 slots to enter that place. At that time, I'll be able to ask the pure Yang sect to cultivate you and give you the best resources even if you will leave the sect eventually." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as heard Yi Chen-feng's words. The pure Yang sect was one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, after all. They had plenty of cultivation resources that could help his cultivation. If they were willing to cultivate him, he would benefit greatly. "Elder Yi, I'll do my best." Although Duan Ling Tian defeated Wan Qihong, who was one of the strongest, if not the strongest, among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, he did not consider ranking first during the Seven Mansions Feast at all. He was not even sure if he would be able to rank in the top 3. After all, the Eastern Ridge Mansions was not the only one participating in the Seven Mansions Feast. There were bound to be other outstanding prodigies from the other 6 mansions. Half a month after Yi Qianfeng, Zhen Pingfan, and Duan Ling Tian returned to the Pure Yang sect, the story of Yi Qianfeng killing countless disciples and Wanqi Ju in the Wanqi clan's estate and possessing a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul had spread far and wide in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Needless to say, it stirred up a commotion in the Eastern Ridge Mansion immediately, including the Pure Yang sect. Elder Yi's prominent divine sword has a complete artifact soul now. He killed Wanqi Ju, a golden seed elder of the Wanqi clan and an intermediate emperor of gods, with just a strike from his sword. I heard that Elder Yi's strength now is comparable to an ordinary advanced emperor of gods. I didn't expect that our sect would have such a powerful person. Similar to the disciples of the Pure Yang sect, the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect were also discussing this matter. Elder Yi is so powerful. As long as he can enter that place. After the Seven Mansions Feast, I'm sure he'll break through and become an advanced emperor of gods, right? I think that'll certainly be the case. With this, our Pure Yang sect will gain at least one advanced emperor of gods. Elder Yi is an intermediate emperor of gods now, but his strength is comparable to that of an ordinary advanced emperor of gods. He must be among the strongest advanced emperors of god after he breaks through, right? Contrary to the jubilant atmosphere in the Pure Yang sect, the other top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion such as the Seven Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Dragon Martial Divine Sect were all feeling the pressure. Similar to the Wanqi clan, news of Yi Qianfeng possessing a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. How did Yi Qianfeng do it? How did he nurture the artifact soul to completion when he's just an intermediate emperor of gods? I thought only advanced emperors of gods are capable of this. There are precedents in the past. Most of those intermediate emperor of gods who achieved such a feat had fortuitous encounters. Yi Qianfeng must have had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Pure Yang sect was already the most powerful, to begin with, even if the gap between their strengths were not big. However, the gap had widened considerably, overwhelming the other 4 forces, now that Yi Qianfeng possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. With this, they placed even greater importance on the Seven Mansions Feast that would start in 10 years. Even if Duan Ling Tian wins a spot for Yi Qianfeng during the Seven Mansions Feast, we don't know for sure that Yi Qianfeng will definitely become an advanced emperor of gods. If we get a spot, we also don't know for sure that we'll fail. In other words, there's still hope for us. In the coming years, I'll do my best to cultivate the prodigies. I'll do all I can and give them all I have. If we don't work harder, then we won't have any hope of closing the gap between us and the Pure Yang sect. At that time, the Pure Yang sect will reign supreme in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. With this, the other 4 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion began to energetically prepare for the Seven Mansions Feast. Meanwhile, in a small independent realm located in a remote canyon in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, a person was in excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain as he muttered determinedly, I must rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast. I have to kill Duan Ling Tian and Long Qing Chong. I have to kill them. The young man fought with his life in the raging space. His resilience and tenacity were beyond the imagination of the average person. He fell down again and again, and he rose to his feet again and again, surviving under the harsh conditions. At the same time, in the remote canyon outside of the independent realm, an old man muttered to himself with bright eyes, I didn't expect him to be so tenacious. It's likely that he'll succeed. His strength will rise to a new level if he succeeds. At that time, he might be able to compete with Duan Ling Tian. Soon enough, the old man's expression darkened when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's performance in the Seven Kills Valley. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have comprehended the real Sword Dao. Chapter 3995. In the Wanqi clan's estate. After a few years, Wanqi Hong finally received the Lord Grade Limit Divine Pill that the Wanqi clan obtained for him. It would help him stabilize his cultivation in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods. With this divine pill, my cultivation base will be completely stable before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Before receiving the Lord Grade Limit Divine Pill, Wanqi Hong did not stay idle. He had been cultivating even harder than before, spurred by Wanqi Ju's death due to the choice he made. Duan Ling Tian was only his secondary target. His primary target was Yi Qianfeng. He did not know if anyone in the Wanqi clan would be capable of seeking revenge from Yi Qianfeng in the future, and he also did not plan to pin all of his hopes on the Wanqi clan. He could only rely on himself to avenge his great-great-grandfather. He knew he was still very far from being capable of doing so, but he did not despair. I must surpass Duan Ling Tian first. After becoming the strongest among the younger generation in and around Eastern Ridge Mansion, I'll continue working hard to surpass Yi Qianfeng. Yi Qianfeng is a lot older than I am, so it'd be difficult for me to catch up to him in 10,000 years. However, I remember he was not as strong as I am at my age. In short, Wan Qihong worked hard like he never did before. In the Green Province Mansion, the Green Province Mansion was located adjacent to the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Their prodigies would also be participating in the Seven Mansions Feast. In the Marionette Villa's estate, the Marionette Villa was one of the top 3 strongest forces in the Green Province Mansion. They had several intermediate emperors of gods and many other experts. Duan Ling Tian comprehended the Sword Dao. He defeated Wan Qihong, who had become an advanced Lord of Gods for 100 years when he had only become an intermediate Lord of Gods for 2 years. A young man, who had just come out from closed-door cultivation, wore a shocked expression on his face when he learned about this piece of news. Soon after, he smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like it's almost impossible for me to surpass him during the Seven Mansions Feast. I can only strive to rank in the top 10. The young man sighed before he returned to his room to cultivate again. The young man was none other than the former prodigy of the Taiyi sect, Examen Longshang. With the Seven Mansions Feast drawing closer, the prodigies from the 5 major forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the other forces from the other 6 mansions, such as the Green Province Mansion, were all cultivating diligently. Not only was the Seven Mansions Feast important to them, but it was also important to the forces they belonged to. It was related to the secret Holy Realm that opened once every 10,000 years. In the Pure Yang sect's Cloud Peak faction, Zhenping Fan came to look for Duan Ling Tian to ask him questions about the Sword Dao. At some point, Duan Ling Tian asked about the mysterious place related to the Seven Mansions Feast. Since it was not a secret, Zhenping Fan said, the secret Holy Realm was jointly discovered by the top forces in the Seven Mansions in the past. After discovering it, they worked together to open it. The secret Holy Realm, so one has a chance of becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods in there? Duan Ling Tian asked. Although he found the name tacky, he knew it must be a miraculous place considering it was a place that could help intermediate Emperors of Gods break through and become advanced Emperors of Gods. That's right, Zhenping Fan nodded and said, in the secret Holy Realm, there are fortuitous encounters that will help intermediate Emperors of Gods become advanced Emperors of Gods. Many advanced Emperors of Gods were born in the secret Holy Realm since it was opened. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, what kind of place is the secret Holy Realm? What is its origin? Was it left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Zhenping Fan shook his head and said, yes and no. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, what do you mean? Please be more specific, Elder Zhen. Zhenping Fan nodded and said, let me give you a detailed explanation about the secret Holy Realm. What do you know about supreme powerhouses and what do you think of them? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said straightforwardly, I don't know much about them. I only know they're the most powerful beings in all the realms. Moreover, the 18 realms of gods are all created by 18 supreme powerhouses. There are also other supreme powerhouses, but they're not as strong as the 18 supreme powerhouses who created the 18 realms of gods. Zhenping Fan nodded and said with a smile, it's good enough that you know these things. Then, he continued to say, due to the rules, there can only be 18 realms of gods at a time. Unless one of the existing 18 realms of gods is destroyed by another supreme powerhouse, it's impossible to create another realm of gods. When a realm of gods is destroyed, every living thing in the realm of gods will perish and turn into ashes. That realm of gods will be no different from a wasteland as its shattered pieces drift in the turbulent space. Do you know these things? I've heard about it, Duan Ling Tian nodded. With this, Zhenping Fan continued to say, after killing a supreme powerhouse in the realm of gods he or she created, the killer won't be able to plunder the destroyed realm of gods for resources. However, the killer, also a supreme powerhouse, can use a fragment of the realm of gods and mold it into a small independent realm with their energy. Since the small independent realm is a fragment of a realm of gods, it's naturally unlike ordinary independent realms. It has absorbed all kinds of essences. After all, the killer will usually set up all kinds of formations in there. All in all, it'll be turned into a holy land for cultivation. This independent realm will then be thrown into the killer's newly created realm of gods, waiting to be discovered. After Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, he only looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not know this, so he was rather surprised. Elder Zhen, you're saying that the secret holy realm, the top forces in the seven mansions, is actually a fragment of a destroyed realm of gods that was molded by the supreme powerhouse who created the profound energy land? Zhen Pingfan said, yes. The secret holy realm is precisely a fragment of the realm of gods. Like I said, the supreme powerhouse will also set up formations in there so that resources in there will regenerate after they're exhausted. As for whether there's a limit to the regeneration, no one knows for the time being. However, I think it's likely that there's a limit. Since the secret holy realm was found relatively recently, it has not shown signs of exhaustion yet. It's said that it'll take almost 10,000 years to completely regenerate, so the top forces in the seven mansions, including our Eastern Ridge mansion, agreed to only enter the secret holy realm once every 10,000 years. The number of people who can enter is also limited. After many years of trial and error, we discovered it's best that only 24 people enter at a time. If only 23 people enter, the surplus of resources will go to waste. If 25 people enter, there won't be enough resources. In the beginning, the 24 places were divided among the strongest powerhouses in the seven mansions through rounds of battles. However, that didn't last. After all, those who entered previously and became advanced emperor of gods would naturally be able to help those from their forces enter again due to the increase in strength. As such, the others would not have a chance to enter the place. For this reason, the majority of the forces changed the rule. To be fair, only those below the age of 10,000 can compete to determine who gets to enter the secret holy realm. This also helps with the cultivation of the younger generation. Due to the meticulous cultivation from their respective forces, many young prodigies later became advanced emperors of gods without needing to enter the secret holy realm. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the younger generation was competing for the intermediate emperors of gods to enter the secret holy land. As it turned out, it was to prevent advanced emperors of gods from gaining an advantage, slowly monopolizing the secret holy realm. After all, those from the other forces who failed to break through would definitely be at a disadvantage. The person who ranks first will be given 4 slots. The second and third place respectively will be given 3 slots each. From the 4th to the 10th place, they'll be given 2 slots each. After thinking about this, a question appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He asked, Elder Zhen, what happens if 2 or more prodigies from the same force rank in the top 10? What if the slots they won exceed the number of intermediate emperors of gods in their force? Will the slots be given to the rudimentary emperors of gods in their force? Zhen Pingfan nodded. It depends. What you said is possible. However, it's a waste to give such a chance to a rudimentary emperor of gods. Some choose to give the slots away, and some even put it up for auction. Chapter 3996. With Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally had a better understanding of the seven mansions feast's purpose. It was for the chance to enter the secret holy realm. The secret holy realm was a fragment of a destroyed realm of gods that had been molded into a small independent realm. All intermediate emperors of gods, even those with low chances of becoming advanced emperors of gods, yearn for a chance to enter this place since it could help them break through and become an advanced emperor of gods. No wonder the Pure Yang sect was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I rank in the top 10, 2 of them, at least, will be given a chance to become an advanced emperor of gods, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He also knew that if he managed to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast, the Pure Yang sect would reward him greatly. That aside, after his feat at the Seven Kills Valley, the Pure Yang sect was even more generous than before when they sent him cultivation resources. He knew the increase in their generosity was due to him triumphing over Wanqi Hong. After all, in the past, they only expected him to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast. After his display of strength in the Seven Kills Valley, they were hopeful he would rank in the top 3, hence, the increase in their generosity. Saying that, there would be no consequences even if he did not rank in the top 3. What was important was ranking in the top 10. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, cultivate diligently and try to improve a little more before the Seven Mansions Feast. From what I heard, There are two incredibly outstanding prodigies from two different forces in two different mansions participating in the Seven Mansions Feast this time. Zhenping Fan did not say this because he was worried about Duan Lingtian being complacent. He only wanted Duan Lingtian to be mentally prepared. He had long realized Duan Lingtian was very mature despite his young age. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the prodigies from the other 6 mansions. In fact, unlike the others, he also did not assume that all the other prodigies in the Eastern Ridge Mansion were weaker than Wanqi Hong. After all, it was not impossible for some forces to hide their strength and bide their time. If one kept a low profile and made a move at the critical moment, one could easily gain the upper hand. However, he did not think he would fall for such a trick since he rarely let his guard down. He had experienced many things from his time in the mundane realm until now, and he had learned not to underestimate his opponents. He also knew that a moment of carelessness could get one killed. In the past, he managed to kill many people because they had underestimated him. Time passed quickly as the prodigies in the 7 mansions cultivated diligently. In just a blink of an eye, there were only 6 months left before the 7 mansions feast began. At this time, the top forces in the 7 mansions also began to make preparations to set off to the venue of the 7 mansions feast. The 7 mansions, including the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Green Province Mansion, would take turns hosting the 7 mansions feast, which was held once every 10,000 years. This time, it would be hosted by the Profound Jade Mansion. There were 6 top forces in the Profound Jade Mansion. Among them, there was a force with an advanced Emperor of Gods. This advanced Emperor of Gods had broken through in the secret Holy Realm after one of the previous 7 mansions feasts. However, it was said that he did not have long to live since he was severely injured during his previous heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian, who heard about this matter from Zhenping Fan, was surprised. He asked skeptically, he became an advanced Emperor of Gods 20,000 years ago, but he was still injured during his last heavenly tribulation. After an intermediate Emperor of Gods, who would not be able to survive his upcoming heavenly tribulation, became an advanced Emperor of Gods, his strength would increase significantly, allowing him to survive at least 20,000 years worth of heavenly tribulations. Was he severely injured before becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods? Did his old injuries drag him down even after he became an advanced Emperor of Gods? Duan Lingtian asked. Zhenping Fan shook his head. No, that's not it. Although he was injured when he was an intermediate Emperor of Gods, his injuries healed a few thousand years after he became an advanced Emperor of Gods. At that time, it was easy for him to survive the heavenly tribulations. However, as time passed, his cultivation hardly improved, and the heavenly tribulations became stronger and stronger. It became increasingly difficult for him to survive the heavenly tribulations. 8,000 years ago, he was injured by the heavenly tribulations for the first time after becoming an advanced Emperor of Gods. Although the injuries were not severe, they affected him. Moreover, with each heavenly tribulation, his injuries would increase. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian after he listened to Zhenping Fan. As it turned out, it was because the other person's speed of improvement could not keep up with the increasing difficulty of the heavenly tribulations. Moreover, there was even a period of time when there was no improvement in the other person's cultivation. Zhenping Fan said with a sigh, the heavenly tribulation will only increase in difficulty when it comes every 1,000 years. Although he became an advanced Emperor of Gods, he's progressing too slowly to keep up with the heavenly tribulations. A troubled expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face at this moment. He thought of his family and wondered if he should dissuade his family from becoming kings of gods. Once they became a king of gods, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years for the rest of their lives. If their speed of improvement was not fast enough, it was inevitable that they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. On the other hand, if they suppressed their cultivation and did not become kings of gods, they would be able to live forever, barring any accidents, even if they would be weak. However, Duan Lingtian knew that his family, even his children, were all adults. He shook his head and decided not to dwell on the matter. It was better to leave the decision up to them. Moreover, everyone had different thoughts. Some people preferred to cultivate instead of suppressing their cultivation just to live for a long time. They found it more meaningful to cultivate and become stronger, that even if they perished, they would not have any regrets and considered themselves to have lived a fulfilling life. After dismissing that thought, Duan Lingtian asked, Elder Zhen, I heard I'll be leaving for the profound Jade Mansion within a month, but I don't know specifically when. Do you know anything about that? The Seven Mansions feast's date had been fixed. Most people would arrive at the venue in advance. A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake by a message informing him of their departure to the venue of the Seven Mansions feast in the profound Jade Mansion within a month. Hence, he looked for Zhen Ping Fan today to find out the specific day of departure. With Zhen Ping Fan's status, it was only natural that he was privy to such matters. He replied, "You'll be leaving in 9 days." With the day of departure drawing closer, Zhen Ping Fan also wanted to chat with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would not have disturbed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. 9 days. That's fast, Duan Ling Tian said after nodding. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Master, how are you in the realm of gods? Duan Ling Tian was not the only one in closed-door cultivation recently. His doppelgangers in the lower realms were also in closed-door cultivation. After all, if his true body was in closed-door cultivation, his progress would be greatly affected if his doppelgangers did not cultivate at the same time. After Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Time emerged from closed-door cultivation, he went to look for Feng Qingyang's doppelganger to ask about Feng Qingyang's situation in the realm of gods. "I'm fine," Feng Qingyang replied with a slight smile and did not explain further. Duan Ling Tian did not continue asking. Over the years after leaving for the realm of gods, his master had never elaborated on his situation in the realm of gods whenever he asked his master about it. He knew his master did not want him to worry, but his master also did not want to lie to him. Hence, his master gave him very curt replies. "The Seven Mansions feast is about to start, right?" Feng Qingyang asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "That's right, there's only half a year left before the start of the Seven Mansions feast. The Pure Yang sect will set off in 9 days to the profound Jade Mansion. It's where the Seven Mansions feast will be held this time. Are you confident?" Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. "I'm certain about ranking in the top 10, Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. "As for the rank first or in the top 3, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if there are any hidden prodigies from the other 6 mansions or even the other forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. I won't be surprised if they hid their true strength." 2 flying ships flew out of the Pure Yang sect. The people leading the entourage to the Seven Mansions feast were intermediate emperors of gods. One of them was the founder of the Hidden Sword faction, Yi Chen-feng, and the other one was the founder of the Tyrannic Saber faction, Lu Feng-ji-yu. Although Lu Feng-ji-yu was not as strong as Yi Chen-feng, he was stronger than the other intermediate emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect. The 2 flying ships flew side by side at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods. One of them belonged to Yi Chen-feng, and the other belonged to Lu Feng-ji-yu. Duan Ling Tian, Zhen Ping Fan, and the others from the Cloud Peak faction who were attending the Seven Mansions feast rode in Yi Chen-feng's flying ship. The people from the Zhengming faction, which Lan Shilin belonged to, also rode in Yi Chen-feng's flying ship. This time, Lan Zhengming, the founder of the Zhengming faction, was also present. "I really didn't expect a scoundrel like Lan Shilin would have such a wise and sensible great-grandfather like Elder Zhengming," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Today was the first time he met Lan Zhengming. After meeting Lan Zhengming, he found Lan Zhengming very friendly. It was as though he had known Lan Zhengming for many years. Lan Zhengming even brought Lan Shilin to Duan Ling Tian and very straightforwardly said that if Lan Shilin deliberately caused trouble for him in the future, he should kill Lan Shilin. Lan Zhengming said very clearly that he would not be held accountable. Lan Shilin's face paled upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words. If Duan Ling Tian went crazy and killed him even though he did not provoke Duan Ling Tian, would he not die in vain then? Lan Shilin was naturally unaware that after Lan Zhengming interacted with Duan Ling Tian, being the smart person he was, Lan Zhengming had already determined Duan Ling Tian was not such a person. Hence, he was not worried when he made such a statement. Chapter 3997. He's really young. Duan Ling Tian not only looks young, but he's really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Ling Tian attracted the attention of many people from the factions in the Pure Yang sect after they boarded the flying ship. Previously, there were many people who questioned his ability, but after the incident in Seven Kills Valley, no one doubted him anymore, and they thought his reputation was well deserved. Many among the younger generation in the flying ship were at Seven Kills Valley previously, so they had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. For this reason, Even those who were not in attendance were convinced. Apart from the confirmation from the others, they also watched the recordings from floating image pearls. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with an extraordinary bearing walked over to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had been expressionless. However, in front of Duan Lingtian now, he was smiling politely. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the young man curiously, Zhen Ping Fan, who saw this, said through voice transmission, "This is senior brother Yi Tong's last direct disciple." An old man appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at the mention of Yi Tong. Yi Tong was the Nirvanic elder in the Hidden Sword faction who also attended the trading conference at Seven Kills Valley. Since Yi Chenfeng was leading the entourage to the Seven Mansions feast this time, Yi Tong stayed back in the Pure Yang sect. Similarly, because Zhen Ping Fan was leading the entourage from the Cloud Peak faction, Zhen Yunfeng stayed behind in the Pure Yang sect. Not counting the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect, there were only 2 emperors of gods in the Cloud Peak faction, after all. It would not do to have both emperors of gods absent. As for the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect, he would not usually attend events unless it was important. After all, he was in control of the sect's guarding formation. If anything were to happen, he might not be able to rush back in time. The white-clad young man seemed aloof, but he was polite when he said, "I'm Yi Ying Kai, the disciple of Nirvanic elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction." Due to Yi Chenfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of the Hidden Sword faction. He said with a smile, "I've heard of you, but I didn't know you're Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Elder Yi Tong is really lucky to have an outstanding disciple like you." Duan Lingtian had heard of Yi Ying Kai a long time ago. Before he joined the Pure Yang sect, Yi Ying Kai was one of the most powerful among those below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect. He knew Yi Ying Kai was Yi Chenfeng's grand disciple, but he was unaware that Yi Ying Kai was Yi Tong's direct disciple. This was because Yi Chenfeng had quite a few disciples in the Hidden Sword faction, among which 2 of them were rudimentary emperors of gods. Yi Ying Kai shook his head. He said solemnly, "How can that be? I'm the one who's lucky to have him as my master. He's the reason for my achievements." Based on Yi Ying Kai's expression, Duan Lingtian could tell that Yi Ying Kai respected Yi Tong greatly. Hence, his impression of Yi Ying Kai rose. At this time, Zhen Ping Fan sent another voice transmission. Yi Ying Kai was originally from a Lord-ranked clan. However, his clan was destroyed by an emperor of gods from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice when he was just an infant. Back then, Junior Uncle Yi happened to pass by and saw him swaddled in a piece of cloth. Junior Uncle Yi pitied him, so he saved him. When Junior Uncle Yi stepped forward, the Emperor of Gods from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice didn't object. However, after returning to the Pure Yang sect, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice came over to look for Junior Uncle Yi. They wanted Junior Uncle Yi to promise them that he won't tell Yi Ying Kai the truth of what happened. After all, they did not want an enemy from the Pure Yang sect. For this reason, very few people know about Yi Ying Kai's origin. Only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and our Cloud Peak faction know about this. I'm only telling you this because I know you can keep a secret. Make sure you don't let it slip. Otherwise, there'll be trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed. Yi Ying Kai thinks he's an orphan whom Junior Uncle Yi brought back to the Pure Yang sect, Zhen Ping Fan said. At the same time, Yi Ying Kai continued chatting with Duan Lingtian and asked about his cultivation before he finally excused himself. Duan Lingtian could feel the shift in Yi Ying Kai's attitude after they chatted. In the beginning, there was a trace of arrogance in Yi Ying Kai's eyes, but as they continued to chat, the arrogance gradually disappeared. This was because Yi Ying Kai found that the answers Duan Lingtian had given him when he asked about Duan Lingtian's cultivation were very thought-provoking. Moreover, the answers also convinced him that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was justified. Yi Ying Kai also learned that Duan Lingtian seemed to have many skills because he had accumulated those skills since the time he was in the mundane realm. After being in the mundane realms, Devata realms, and a realm of gods, it was not surprising that he had an arsenal full of skills. Although the skills were not particularly powerful, they were quite helpful at times. They also helped with his cultivation. Even if the help was not significant, it still made cultivation smoother. With Yi Ying Kai serving as an example, many of the young disciples began to approach Duan Lingtian to greet him. Many of them were friendly and outgoing. Duan Lingtian did not put on airs just because he was outstanding, so he left a good impression on those who approached him. "Senior brother Duan, you're really amazing. You actually defeated Wanqi Hong. You'll definitely rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions Feast. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 Mansions Feast, let's drink together. It's my treat. I have some good wine that was brewed from precious ingredients in my family. We'll celebrate your victory at that time. Let's get drunk. Senior Duan, you're a prodigy, so you must spend a lot of time cultivating. In the future, if you need help with any trivial matters, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Although I'm not as talented as you, it won't be a problem for me to handle trivial matters. The group of young people was happy to befriend Duan Lingtian since he was not arrogant. Moreover, his talent and comprehension skills were in a different league that they did not think there was a point in feeling jealous at all. At most, a few of them felt envious. Apart from that, they knew they had nothing to lose by befriending Duan Lingtian. In fact, they might even benefit from it. It would be harder to befriend Duan Lingtian once he grew stronger. While the young people chatted, the elders from the various factions in the Pure Yang sect looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. He's so outstanding, and yet, he's not arrogant at all. If he's willing to stay in our sect, when the time comes, I don't think anyone will object if the sect leader passes the mantle to him. Alas, that's unlikely to happen. In the past, he had made it clear to the people from the Yu Yang faction that his goal lies beyond the Pure Yang sect. He'll leave sooner or later. He's really admirable. If it were someone else, they might have accepted the Yu Yang faction's offer without revealing their intention to reap the benefits before leaving. Duan Lingtian truly has a great character. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had received so many praises. At the same time, in the other flying ship from the Pure Yang sect that belonged to Lu Fengjiyu, the founder of the tyrannic saber faction, the people on board were chatting in groups of 3s to 5s. They were a few people who were the subject of everyone's gaze. These few people were like Yi Yingkai. They were among the strongest prodigies in the Pure Yang sect. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged alone as though he had been forgotten by everyone on the flying ship. Upon seeing this, a middle-aged man asked the old man next to him, "Senior brother, what's wrong with Qianyi? Why does it feel like he's turned into a different person?" The old man was Yuan Han Jin, the adopted son of Yuan Ping Shen, who was the founder of the Ping Sheng faction. He was also Yang Qianyi's master. The middle-aged man was Yuan Han Jin's junior brother, a transcendence elder of the Pure Yang sect. Upon hearing this question, Yuan Han Jin glanced at the gloomy Yang Qianyi sitting in a corner before he shook his head and said, "He probably has yet to recover from his father's death." Upon hearing this, Yuan Han Jin's junior brother's eyes flashed before he said through voice transmission, "Senior brother, I've inquired about Qianyi's father's death. It's said his father is killed by Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Do you really not plan to help him? Although you can't attack him openly in the Flying Dragon sect, it shouldn't be a problem if you lie in wait and attack when he leaves the Flying Dragon sect's estate, right?" Chapter 3998. Upon hearing his junior brother's words, Yuan Han Jin glanced at him and said through voice transmission, "This matter is none of your business, and there's no need for you to express your opinions. It's best for Qianyi to personally avenge his father. Don't speak nonsense to him. You'd only mislead him into thinking that I'm unwilling to help him seek revenge." Yuan Han Jin's voice turned frosty near the end of his words. Yuan Han Jin's junior brother nodded hastily and said, "I understand, senior brother. I won't intervene in this matter. You're right, it's best for Qianyi to personally avenge his father. Look at how the desire for revenge drove him to work so hard." Yuan Han Jin's junior brother glanced at young Qianyi, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. "It's good that you understand," Yuan Han Jin said. His frosty expression thawed as he said through voice transmission again, "There's one more thing. I think it's okay to tell you this. Qianyi has already become an intermediate lord of gods, and his cultivation base has also stabilized. Additionally, his comprehension of the law has also improved. Except for Duan Lingtian, no one below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect is his match." A hint of pride could be heard in Yuan Han Jin's voice as he spoke. Yuan Han Jin's junior brother was shocked by this revelation. "What? Qianyi is so strong now? How's that possible?" He knew Yang Qianyi was outstanding among the younger generation, but it was not to this extent. How could he not be shocked that Yang Qianyi was now only second to Duan Lingtian, or possibly on par with Duan Lingtian? "You'll be able to see for yourself once the 7 Mansions Feast starts," Yuan Han Jin said. not caring that his junior brother was skeptical. That aside, think about it. When have I ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic upon hearing these words. He said, Senior brother, it's not my intention to doubt your words. I was just too shocked. Yuan Hanjin's junior brother naturally knew there was no reason for Yuan Hanjin would lie to him. Moreover, the truth would be eventually revealed during the Seven Mansions feast. However, he was just truly shocked and puzzled. How could Xianxia Yi become an intermediate lord of gods, stabilize his cultivation base, and improved his comprehension of the law in such a short time? Even if Xianxia Yi was talented, this kind of progress was abnormal considering Xianxia Yi did not show such potential previously. He wondered inwardly, is it because he's driven by his father's death? I wonder if my disciples will progress so quickly if I kill their family members. The middle-aged man, Yuan Hanjin's junior brother, quickly dismissed this thought. No, I can't do that. They'll hate me to the bones if they find out about it. The middle-aged man glanced at Yuan Hanjin as a thought appeared in his mind. He shuddered as he thought to himself, based on my investigation, Long Qingchong isn't cruel nor bloodthirsty. Even when the 10,000 Devils sect behaved foolishly in the past, after punishing them, Long Qingchong spared the life of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. However, the recording from the floating image Peril can't be fake. I wonder why Long Qingchong suddenly decided to kill Lan Qing. I can't think of a motive at all. Did someone ask Long Qingchong to kill Lan Qing? A chill ran up the middle-aged man's spine the more he thought about this matter. He could not help but wonder if his senior brother instructed Long Qingchong to kill Xianxia Yi's father. After the two emperor-grade flying ships from the Pure Yang sect left the Pure Yang sect's estate, they traveled at the speed of an advanced emperor of gods. Their speed slowed down to that of a rudimentary emperor of gods shortly after they left the Eastern Ridge Mansion. With this, the young disciples could finally see their surroundings clearly. At this time, Lan Zhengming's voice rang in the air. His voice was just loud enough to be heard by those who were not cultivating, so it did not affect those who were cultivating at all. We're now in the Green Province Mansion. Only at this time did the young disciples realize they had left the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The Green Province Mansion. So this is the Green Province Mansion. This is my first time leaving the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The scenery in the Green Province Mansion doesn't seem much different from that of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. How can they be different when the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Green Province Mansion are located on the same stretch of mountain range? Most of the young disciples rose to their feet and looked at their surroundings curiously. Duan Ling Tian was also looking around. It was also his first time leaving the Eastern Ridge Mansion since he came to the Profound Energy Land. Lan Zhengming continued to explain, there are 4 top emperor rank forces in the Green Province Mansion: the Howling Heaven sect, the Marionette Villa, the Frost Divine sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fortress. They have 1 lesser force compared to our Eastern Ridge Mansion. Similar to the Eastern Ridge Mansion, 3 of their forces are sects while the 10,000 Swords Fortress is a sword clan. Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples listened to Lan Zhengming attentively. Although they had heard about the Green Province Mansion, they did not know much about it. The Howling Heaven sect is the strongest force in the Green Province Mansion. During the previous 7 Mansions feast 10,000 years ago, a disciple from the Howling Heaven sects managed to rank in the top 10 and obtained 2 slots to enter the Secret Holy Realm. One of the powerhouses from the sect entered the Secret Holy Realm and successfully broke through, becoming an advanced emperor of gods. He became the first person in the Green Province Mansion in 20,000 years to become an advanced emperor of gods. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian was reminded of what an elder from the 7 Kills Valley said when he was still in the Imperial War Realm's Peace City. At that time, that elder was bickering with a silver marionette elder from the Marionette Villa over their personal and respective Foss's achievements. Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples gained a lot of new knowledge as they continued listening to Lan Zhengming. They learned that there were many outstanding young prodigies in the Green Province Mansion as well. The Howling Heaven sect has a young prodigy. He fought the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was only slightly weaker than Wanqi Hong. However, currently, it's likely that he has already surpassed Wanqi Hong. Upon hearing this, a young disciple asked, Elder Zhengming, since he was weaker than Wanqi Hong 1,000 years ago, even if it's just slightly, why do you think he's already surpassed Wanqi Hong? It's not like Wanqi Hong hasn't been improving. Moreover, Wanqi Hong is already an advanced Lord of Gods. When that person lost to Wanqi Hong 1000 years ago, Wanqi Hong was still an intermediate Lord of Gods. Now that Wanqi Hong was already an advanced Lord of Gods, why did Lan Zhengming say that person had likely surpassed Wanqi Hong? Lan Zhengming smiled and said, "What if I tell you that the prodigy from the Howling Heaven sect was only about 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Although there's no news, I think it's likely that he's also become an advanced Lord of Gods. Not only that, I think he might have broken through before Wanqi Hong did. I didn't know the Howling Heaven sect has such an outstanding prodigy. I never heard of him before," a young disciple said with a sigh. "That's right, from what I heard, I only know about a few prodigies who are about 8,000 to 9,000 years old in the Howling Heaven sect. I had no idea they had a prodigy who's about 6,000 years old. It seems like the Howling Heaven sect deliberately kept his existence a secret." It's as Elder Lan said, "That prodigy is likely stronger than Wanqi Hong now. He might even be on par with Duan Ling Tian." The younger disciples instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as they discussed among themselves. At this time, Lan Zhengming smiled and said, "Duan Ling Tian, don't underestimate that prodigy from the Heaven Howling sect if you encounter him." "Elder, thank you for the reminder. I won't let my guard down," Duan Ling Tian said. His heart had skipped a beat earlier when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. As he had expected, there were monstrous prodigies from the other mansions. He was also right when he speculated that the other forces might keep the existence of these prodigies a secret. With this, he felt the pressure on his shoulders growing heavier. Chapter 3999 The Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago, one of the forces in the Green Province Mansion had already hidden their trump card. Who knew if the others were doing the same? Although monstrous talents were not common, out of so many forces, there was bound to be more than one who had a trump card. In fact, Duan Ling Tian thought that it was possible that the other four forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion had trump cards up their sleeves as well. There was a possibility that Wanqi Hong might not be the Wanqi clan's most outstanding prodigy below the age of 10,000. Saying that, previously, Zhenping Fan had also told Duan Ling Tian that it would be difficult for the other forces to hide such a matter from the Pure Yang sect. Based on Zhenping Fan's words, the Pure Yang sect even knew about the number of illegitimate children that the clan leader of the Wanqi clan had. The Pure Yang sect was even aware of the inner conflicts between the emperors of gods in the alliance of benevolence and justice. With this, he knew that the Pure Yang sect had planted many spies in the four major forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Conversely, he also knew the other forces must have planted spies in the Pure Yang sect as well. However, he was not sure if their network was as wide as the Pure Yang sect. After all, Zhenping Fan had said the other four forces' intelligence network was not as good as the Pure Yang sect. As the oldest force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Pure Yang sect had generations to build their network. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, based on Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any more surprises from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, we don't know about the other mansions. Elder Zhen, how long will it take for us to arrive in the Profound Jade Mansion? And where will the Seven Mansions Feast be held in the Profound Jade Mansion? At this time, they had been traveling in the Green Province Mansion for half a month now and had yet to leave the Green Province Mansion. During this time, Lan Zhengming had been enthusiastically explaining the customs in the Green Province Mansion and the stories of the major forces here, keeping the young disciples entertained. For this reason, all of them found him very kind and amiable. Zhenping Fan said, "Usually, it wouldn't take so long. However, we still have a lot of time left. We'll arrive in a month or two." At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled something. He asked, "Elder Zhen, 10,000 years ago, Elder Yi and you weren't even 10,000 years old, right? Did both of you participate in the Seven Mansions Feast as well?" 10,000 years ago, Zhenping Fan and Yi Chen Feng were below the age of 10,000, so they were eligible to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast at that time. "Yes, we did participate in the Seven Mansions Feast," Zhenping Fan said. His gaze was slightly complicated as he glanced at Yi Chen Feng, who was sitting cross-legged nearby. He continued to say, "I ranked 12th during the Seven Mansions Feast, and Junior Uncle Yi ranked somewhere below the 20th place." Duan Ling Tian was shocked that Zhenping Fan did not rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast. He was even more shocked that Yi Chen Feng ranked below the 20th place. He could not conceal his shock as he asked, "What happened?" After all, Zhenping Fan was the strongest person in the Pure Yang sect below the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods in the Pure Yang sect. As for Yi Qianfeng, he was the Pure Yang sect's most outstanding prodigy, becoming an intermediate emperor of gods at such a young age. However, none of them ranked in the top 10, and one of them even ranked below the 20th place. How could Duan Lingtian not be shocked? Zhenping Fan was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's reaction. He could naturally see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He asked with a smile, based on my and junior uncle Yi's current achievements, do you find it hard to believe that none of us ranked in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago? Zhenping Fan shook his head and said, the truth is junior uncle Yi and I only made rapid progress after passing the age of 10,000. This is especially true for junior uncle Yi who came from the lower realm. When he participated in the Seven Mansions Feast, he had only just become an intermediate lord of gods. His cultivation base was comparable to yours now, but his comprehension wasn't as profound as yours. In fact, he only managed to rank in the top 30 due to him mastering the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. I understand how you feel now. Those who were unaware of this matter were shocked as well when they found out. After a brief pause, Zhenping Fan continued to say, in other words, one's achievements before the age of 10,000 aren't an indication of their life achievements. In contrast to my and junior uncle Yi's case, there were those who ranked in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago who are now weaker than I am, let alone junior uncle Yi. Some of them had even passed away. My father used to say that I might have ranked in the top 3 if I didn't waste my time and focused on cultivating instead. At that time, I was very persistent about comprehending different kinds of laws because I wanted to see if I could increase my strength by combining different laws. Alas, my experience failed. It's truly impossible to cast more than one law at the same time. Even those from the lower realm aren't exempted from this rule even if they could use doppelgangers of a different law. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, I still can't figure out why I wasted my time on such an absurd matter. Did I think I was better than all the other prodigies? If I didn't waste my time, perhaps, I'd be an intermediate emperor of gods by now. I was truly young and foolish. Duan Lingtian was surprised that Zhenping Fan attempted to cast different laws at the same time. It was an impossible feat since it was a rule dictated by the heavens. He thought to himself, Elder Zhen must have been crazy to attempt such a thing back then. If he had openly told people about this, he would have been beaten. It's true that wisdom comes with age. Junior uncle Yi didn't waste his time like I did. He came from the lower realms, so his cultivation base was very weak when he first arrived in the profound energy land. It was only when he joined the Pure Yang sect that his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he had become an intermediate emperor of gods and also surpassed the other intermediate emperors of gods in our sect, including my father, Zhenping Fan said. His expression was slightly complicated as he spoke about Yi Qianfeng. Yi Qianfeng was not only about Zhenping Fan's age, but he had also witnessed Yi Qianfeng's growth in the Pure Yang sect. In the beginning, he had viewed Yi Qianfeng as his competitor. However, he was knocked down to the point of despair after watching the speed at which Yi Qianfeng improved. 10,000 years ago, Yi Qianfeng was no match for Zhenping Fan. However, after the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago, Yi Qianfeng's cultivation base rose rapidly and surpassed not only him, but his father as well. In his opinion, Yi Qianfeng was a monstrous prodigy who defied common sense. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at Yi Qianfeng, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner with his eyes closed. His eyes glinted with a hint of anticipation as he thought to himself, I wonder how long it'll take for me to possess Elder Yi's strength or even surpass his strength. In the end, it took the entire remaining time of the journey for Duan Lingtian to get over the shock of finding out Zhenping Fan and Yi Qianfeng were only average among the younger generation 10,000 years ago. After a while, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Elder Zhen, among those who ranked in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast, who has the highest cultivation base now? What's his or her cultivation base? Zhenping Fan smiled disdainfully as he said, only 8 out of 10 of them are still alive. One of them who died ranked second back then. The person who ranked first only became a rudimentary emperor of gods 500 years ago. As for the person who ranked third, he's an advanced lord of gods. It's said that he's on the brink of becoming a rudimentary emperor of gods. However, I think it's just a rumor. It's not that easy to break through, after all. The person from the Howling Heaven sect who ranked 9th back then is still an advanced lord of gods as well. Chapter 4000 Snow Forest City. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly upon hearing Zhen Ping Fan's words. Zhen Ping Fan and Yi Chen Feng were proof that nothing was permanent. 10,000 years ago, they were not considered outstanding and did not even rank in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. However, 10,000 years later, there was no one in the Seven Mansions who did not know them. This was especially true for Yi Chen Feng and his famous sword Dao. At this time, Zhen Ping Fan looked at Yi Chen Feng and said, "Junior Uncle Yi, there's a city in front of us. Should we rest there for 2 days before continuing on our journey? If you're agreeable to the idea, we should inform Senior Uncle Lu." The young disciples' eyes lit up when they heard Zhen Ping Fan's words. All of them had grown bored after spending such a long time on the flying ship. In fact, even Lan Zhengming and the other elders were also looking forward to a short break. However, they did not show their eagerness to rest since it would be inappropriate. Moreover, they also know it was not unusual to take breaks when traveling to the venue of the Seven Mansions feast. It was like that in the past as well. "All right," Yi Chen Feng said after opening his eyes. Then, he sent a message to Lu Fengjiu, who was on the other flying ship. Yi Chen Feng looked at the young disciple on board and said, "We'll continue on our journey in a few days. Don't cause any trouble." However, the Pure Yang sect isn't afraid of trouble. If someone looks for trouble with any of you, you don't have to be polite. Saying that, it's best to make your identity clear first. If the other party doesn't back off and insists on looking for trouble even after knowing you're from the Pure Yang sect, you don't have to show them any courtesy. Although Yi Chen Feng looked very elegant and calm, he had a very strong and unyielding spirit. In the other flying ship, Lu Fengjiu readily agreed to Yi Chen Feng's suggestion. The young disciples on Lu Fenggu's flying ship were delighted as well when they found out they would be taking a short break in the city up ahead. Lu Fengjiu was much more straightforward with the young disciples compared to Yi Chen Feng. He said, "Whoever causes trouble during this time will be sent back to the sect immediately. If someone looks for trouble with you, tell the other party you're from the Pure Yang sect. If the other party still insists on looking for trouble, you don't have to be polite. If you're no match for the other party, ask for help from your peers or look for the elders." Soon enough, the entourage from the Pure Yang sect arrived in a city in the Green Province Mansion. It was called Snow Forest City. It was under the control of an ordinary emperor rank force in the Green Province Mansion that only had one emperor of gods. The Pure Yang sect's members disembarked from the flying ships under the lead of Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fengjiu. Their presence quickly attracted everyone's attention in the city. Even when they entered a large inn, Duan Ling Tian saw people following them in. However, when they revealed they were from the Pure Yang sect to the innkeeper, all of them left one after another. The innkeeper said, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader just found that you're here. He hopes to visit both of you. May I ask if it's convenient for you? Our clan leader has admired both of you for a long time. It's an honor that you and the members of your clan are staying here. The clan leader has instructed me not to accept any payment from you. This is just a small token of sincerity from our Shui clan." The innkeeper was a member of Snow Forest City's Shui clan. When he found out the group of people was from the Pure Yang sect, he had immediately informed his clan leader. This message caused a stir in the Shui clan immediately. After all, despite being an emperor rank force as well, the Shui clan could not compare to the Pure Yang sect at all. Apart from that, the Shui clan had also received news that Yi Chen Feng was now in possession of a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. This meant that his strength was now comparable to an ordinary advanced emperor of gods. With all things considered, it was only natural that the Shui clan considered the Pure Yang sect to be on par with the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect. After exchanging a look with Lu Fengjiu, Yi Chen Feng said with a nod, "Very well. Tell him to come." It would be inappropriate to reject the other party when the other party was so enthusiastic and welcoming. Not only would it be inappropriate and rude, but it would also be seen as arrogant. All in all, it would give the Pure Yang sect a bad reputation. The innkeeper was ecstatic seeing that Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fengjiu agreed to the visit. Then, he quickly ordered the servants to prepare the rooms for the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect. As for the elders, he arranged for a courtyard for each of them. Unlike the other young disciples, Duan Ling Tian was arranged to stay in a secluded courtyard. After settling down, he decided to leave and wander the city. He had not stepped foot out of the pure Yang sect in a while now, so he wanted to take the opportunity to relax. When he was at the entrance of the inn, he saw a few young disciples as well. It was clear that they were also going to explore the city. At this moment, Yi Yingkai, who had just arrived, saw Duan Lingtian looking around at the entrance. He asked, "Duan Lingtian, shall we take a walk together?" Duan Lingtian nodded without hesitation. He did not mind a companion. They could chat while they strolled around the city. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's direct disciple, and Yi Yingkai himself seemed like a good person as well. At the same time, the other young disciples, who had seen Duan Lingtian earlier, could only give up on inviting him to join him after Yi Yingkai spoke up first. They did not ask to join Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai because they were put off by Yi Yingkai's aloofness. Yi Yingkai is cold toward everyone except for Duan Lingtian, one young disciple said. Hey, if you have Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension skills, don't you think Yi Yingkai will treat you differently as well? He's only willing to associate with those stronger than him or those who are a match for him. He's not even close to the young disciples in the Hidden Sword faction, let alone us. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai had not gone very far, so they could still hear the conversations between the young disciples of the pure Yang sect. Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at Yi Yingkai to see his reaction. Yi Yingkai was as indifferent as usual, looking as though he could not care less about those words. As though he did not notice Duan Lingtian's gaze, Yi Chenfeng asked, "Duan Lingtian, I heard my grandmaster say that you're from a mundane realm like him." "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied with a nod. Yi Yingkai said with a sigh, "That's amazing. The person I admire the most is my grandmaster. The main reason is due to him coming from a mundane realm. Because of him, I once went to a mundane realm. When I arrived, I discovered that the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was even worse than what the rumors said. I couldn't understand how such a place gave birth to such an amazing person like my grandmaster." After a beat, he added, "Now, there's another person I admire. I heard from my master that when my grandmaster was 10,000 years old, my grandmaster was not even as strong as you when you're not even 3,000 years old." Yi Yingkai shone with determination as he said very straightforwardly, "Although your speed of progress is faster than my master's in the early phase, I think I still can catch up to you. After all, you're only an intermediate lord of gods now. I see you as a goal for me to surpass. I just hope it'll be more of a challenge." Yi Yingkai was very confident about surpassing Duan Lingtian. "I'll be waiting for you to surpass me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He did not take offense to Yi Yingkai's words since he knew Yi Yingkai did not have malicious intent. It was just healthy competition and a healthy dose of confidence. Moreover, this showed that Yi Yingkai had an indomitable spirit. This would make Yi Yingkai's cultivation journey smoother. If Yi Yingkai had low self-esteem, it might give birth to negative thoughts, and Yi Yingkai would not be so motivated. The duo continued to wander the city. When Duan Lingtian saw something interesting, he would enter the shops and look around. On the other hand, Yi Yingkai did not seem to be interested in anything at all. Duan Lingtian was not surprised. A talent like Yi Yingkai would only be interested in valuable and rare items. It was even more unlikely for Yi Yingkai to be interested in the medicinal ingredients that caught his attention. Just when Duan Lingtian was walking into a shop, he saw two people at the entrance. "Senior brother Fu Qi, look. I didn't lie to you. There's someone who looks exactly like you." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw one of the two people standing at the entrance of the shop, blocking his and Yi Yingkai's path. Yi Yingkai seemed shocked as well. The person who had spoken was staring at Yi Yingkai as she spoke to the young man next to him. The young man wore a light green long robe. He was handsome and had a gentle air about him. Most importantly, the reason Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were shocked was due to the young man's resemblance to Yi Yingkai. Except for their temperaments, they looked identical. Duan Lingtian was at a loss for words when he saw how identical they were. He could not help but wonder inwardly, could it be his twin brother? However, Yi Yingkai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still a baby. Elder Zhen didn't mention anything about Yi Yingkai having a twin brother. Chapter 4001. Yi Chenfeng's Plan. The green-clad young man and Yi Yingkai were stunned as well as they stared at each other. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. Shortly afterward, Yi Yingkai regained his senses. He looked at the young man and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" The green-clad young man snapped back to his senses and replied, Fu Qi. The green-clad young man and Yi Yingkai strangely did not feel wary. It was as though they were not facing a stranger, but a family member. Duan Ling Tian noticed the prying eyes in the surroundings. Some of them clearly recognized the green-clad young man as well. Hence, he said, should we find another place to continue the conversation? It's rather inconvenient to talk on the streets. Isn't that Fu Qi, the prodigy from the Fu clan? Hey, that white-clad young man looks exactly like Fu Qi. Heavens, they look identical. Are they twins? Twins. That makes sense. When Fu Qi's mother, the eldest miss of the Fu clan, brought him back to the clan, no one knew who his father was. Perhaps, the twins were separated at birth due to their parents' separation. The crowd in the surroundings slowly increased in size. Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, they left with Duan Ling Tian and the young woman who brought Fu Qi here. The young woman looked like she was in her 20s, but her real age was unknown. Women usually paid attention to their appearance after all. Once their cultivation bases reached a certain stage, they would usually maintain their youthful appearances. Soon after, the group entered a private room of a restaurant. Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi continued staring at each other after sitting down at the table. I should inform Elder Yi about this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Through Zhenping Fan, he was privy to Yi Yingkai's past, after all. Previously, Zhenping Fan had even told him to keep Yi Yingkai's past a secret from Yi Yingkai due to the promise the Pure Yang sect made to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. After sending a message to Yi Chenfeng, it took a while before Yi Chenfeng replied, do you think they're twin brothers? I can't say for sure, but it's possible that that's the case. Elder Yi, if he's really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, Duan Ling Tian replied. He did not dare to say for sure that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twin brothers since there were cases where unrelated people resembled each other. However, Ka also had a twin sister in her past life and current life. Hence, he felt that the likelihood that the two young men were related was rather high. Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Yi Chenfeng and informed him of what had happened. Yi Chenfeng remained silent for a moment and asked, do you think they might be twin brothers? Just let things happen naturally. Yi Chenfeng replied swiftly this time, we can't separate them now that they've met, right? It'll make them even more suspicious. Moreover, even if we separate them, now that Yi Yingkai's curiosity has been aroused, he'll find out the truth sooner or later unless we get rid of his twin brother. Duan Ling Tian also knew that at this point they could only let things happen naturally. Why do I feel like Elder Yi isn't very worried about Yi Yingkai discovering his past? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself curiously, although Elder Zhen was the one who suggested resting in Snow Forest City, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Yi was the one who steered the flying ship in the direction of the city. For some reason, Duan Ling Tian felt that Yi Chenfeng had expected this and deliberately brought them here. After a moment, he sent a message to Zhenping Fan to confirm his suspicion. Zhenping Fan replied, in fact, it was Junior Uncle Yi who told me to suggest resting in Snow Forest City. I didn't understand why at that time. It seems like it's his plan to let Yi Yingkai find out about his past. Since he said to let things happen naturally, just let it be. If I'm not mistaken, he likely hopes this will motivate Yi Yingkai more. I just wonder why he suddenly came up with this idea. Zhenping Fan sounded curious as well. At this moment, a dignified old man dressed in a fine robe was leaving a courtyard. He was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a rudimentary emperor of gods. He was just leaving after visiting Yi Chenfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chenfeng returned to his room. His eyes flashed as he thought to himself, the Ping Shen faction's Xianxia Yi improved tremendously after the death of his father. I wonder if Yi Yingkai will be even more motivated after finding out about his past. Since neither I nor the Pure Yang sect revealed his past, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice won't be able to accuse us of breaking our promise. Yi Chenfeng indeed had a hand in Yi Chenfeng meeting Fu Qi today. In the past, after bringing Yi Yingkai back to the Pure Yang sect, he had investigated Yi Yingkai's background. He found out that Yi Yingkai's mother and his twin brother were alive, and he also found out the mother and son had returned to a Lord rank force in the Green Province Mansion Snow Forest City. Due to the promise made to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not tell Yi Yingkai the truth and also prohibited his direct disciple, Yi Tong, from disclosing the truth to Yi Yingkai. However, When Yi Tong told him about Yang Qianyi's rapid improvement after the death of Yang Qianyi's father, he finally decided to let Yi Yingkai discover the truth. Duan Ling Tian remained quiet as Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi spoke. One was a proud prodigy of the pure Yang sect, the top emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, while the other was a direct descendant in a lord rank clan in the Green Province's Snow Forest City. Fu Qi, who was raised by his mother in the Fu clan, had adopted his mother's surname. He did not know anything about his father since his mother did not mention anything about his father at all. His mother had told him that he had a younger twin brother, but according to his mother, his younger twin brother had died. On the same day every year, his mother would only eat vegetarian dishes and wear mourning clothes in honor of his younger twin brother's death anniversary. You had a younger twin brother? Yi Yingkai was shocked. They'll likely meet Fu Qi's mother next, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched silently from the side. As expected, not long after this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, Fu Qi suggested that Yi Yingkai meet his mother. Yi Yingkai naturally did not refuse. As they were about to leave, the young woman who followed Fu Qi here greeted Duan Ling Tian. Hello, what's your name? Duan Ling Tian. How should I address you, miss? Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. My name is Fu Yar. Brother Fu Qi is my cousin, the young woman replied with a sweet smile. Although she was not the most beautiful, she was still very attractive. Fu Yar was outgoing and talkative. During their journey to the Fu clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Fu Yar had seen Yi Yingkai and brought Fu Qi over to meet Yi Yingkai. Through Fu Yar, Duan Ling Tian also learned that the Fu clan had a good relationship with the Shui clan, the emperor rank clan that ruled Snow Forest City. The Fu clan was affiliated with the Shui clan, and it was second only to the Shui clan in Snow Forest City. The clan leader of the Fu clan was Fu Yar's senior uncle, and his wife's grandfather was the clan leader of the Shui clan. Since the clan leader of the Shui clan had many male descendants, he doted on his granddaughter a lot. As a lord rank force, the Fu clan's estate occupied a relatively spacious land in Snow Forest City. The entrance was rather grand, and guards lined both sides of the entrance. Miss 7th, young master Fu Qi. The guards bowed and greeted Fu Qi and Fu Yar in unison. After entering the Fu clan's estate, Fu Qi led them to a courtyard. Mother. Fu Qi's mother was an elegant and beautiful woman. She had a dignified air about her, and she must have been an outstanding cultivator back in the days. She did not seem to hear Fu Qi's greeting as she looked at Yi Yingkai in shock. Her voice trembled as she said, "Why you?" "Greetings, madam." Yi Yingkai felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the woman. He wondered if the woman was his mother and if he was truly Fu Qi's younger twin brother who was said to have died. He had always thought he was an orphan, and he could not help but wonder if that was not the case. The alliance of benevolence and justice is going to gain a new enemy, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could already imagine Yi Yingkai's reaction once Yi Yingkai confirmed Fu Qi and the woman were his family members. Chapter 4002 Meeting Yang Qianyi again. The result of Yi Yingkai's visit to the Fu clan was exactly like Duan Ling Tian had predicted. Yi Yingkai confirmed that Fu Qi was indeed his twin brother, and Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Naturally, after that, he found out about his past. Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi's mother's name was Fu Xiaofeng. She was the only daughter of the former clan leader of the Fu clan, and the younger sister of the current clan leader of the Fu clan. In the past, she married into a lord rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Alas, that disaster landed on that lord rank force, and as a result, her husband died in the process of protecting her. Her husband was, needless to say, the father of Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi. Not many people were aware that the couple had twin sons. In order not to arouse the alliance of benevolence and justice's suspicion, her husband kept Yi Yingkai with him and sent her and Fu Qi away. All these years, I thought you followed your father into the afterlife. I really regret leaving you behind back then. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Fu Xiaofeng said. Her tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yi Yingkai. Not even in her wildest dream did she imagine she would be able to meet her other son. After all, she did not think there was a chance for him to survive. At this time, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed with Yi Chenfeng that Yi Chenfeng had saved him after his father perished. However, Yi Chenfeng only told Yi Yingkai about where he had saved Yi Yingkai and did not say anything about those who murdered his father. Even then, Yi Chenfeng's words were enough to confirm the truth of Fu Xiaofeng's words. After all, the Lord rank force Yi Chen Feng mentioned matched the Lord rank force Fu Xiaofeng mentioned. Mother. Although Yi Yingkai was not as emotional as his mother, his eyes were red, and his body was stiff. He looked at his newly found mother at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. At this time, Fu Qi finally said, "Mother, it's not your fault. At that time, the circumstances only allowed you to bring one of us away. If we could return to the past, I'm willing to be the one left behind. I'm sure my younger brother understands this as well." As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai with a complicated gaze. He also did not expect Yi Yingkai to be his younger twin brother whom he assumed died thousands of years ago. After calming down slightly, Fu Xiaofeng's expression changed slightly as she asked, "Child, what happened to you back then? How did you survive? Surely those wicked people from the Alliance of Benevolence of Justice didn't adopt you and raise you, right?" "No," Yi Yingkai replied as he shook his head. When his mother mentioned the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he instinctively clenched his hands as his eyes flashed coldly. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the side, could clearly sense the killing intent that Yi Yingkai emanated at this moment. Fu Xiaofeng sighed in relief upon hearing Yi Yingkai's reply. After that, she asked him questions about his life during all those years in the past. When she found out that he was saved by the founder of the Hidden Sword faction in the Pure Yang sect, Yi Chenfeng, she was surprised and felt happy for him at the same time. Fu Qi and Fu Yar, who were standing at the side, were stunned when they heard this as well. Fu Yar, who seemed even more shocked than Fu Qi, turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, are you also from the Pure Yang sect?" Duan Ling Tian, wait, you're that Duan Ling Tian from the Pure Yang sect? Fu Xiaofeng turned to look at the purple-clad young man who had accompanied her son, whom she thought was dead, here. She did not expect that the purple-clad young man was the famous prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's fame was no longer limited to the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the neighboring Green Province Mansion, many people, including those in Snow Forest City's Fu clan, had already heard about Duan Ling Tian. Fu Xiaofeng had heard about Duan Ling Tian from her eldest brother, the clan leader of the Fu clan, previously. She heard that Duan Ling Tian had defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong, the top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. "Greetings, madam," Duan Ling Tian greeted politely with a slight nod. "Aunt, you know him. Is he famous?" Fu Yar asked in confusion. Coincidentally, Fu Yar and Fu Qi were one of the few who had yet to hear about Duan Ling Tian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and said with a smile, "You've heard of Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, right?" Wanqi Hong had been acknowledged as the top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion for a long time, after all. It was only natural that his fame surpassed that of Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had only defeated him about 10 years ago, so Duan Ling Tian's fame was not as widespread as his. "I've heard of him," Fu Yar said with a nod. "He's the top cultivator under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He's quite famous." After that, Fu Xiaofeng said, 10 years ago, in the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Seven Kills Valley, a young man younger than 3,000 years old defeated Wanqi Hong, becoming the top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion." Fu Yar and Fu Qi's expressions changed as soon as they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. The top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion has changed. Moreover, the person who defeated Wanqi Hong isn't even 3,000 years old. "Aunt, are you sure? Why didn't I hear anything about this?" Fu Yar asked skeptically. Meanwhile, Fu Qi had already turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Although his mother did not mention the name of the top prodigy among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, it was clear that his mother was talking about Duan Ling Tian. His mother would not have mentioned this matter if it had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. He was clearly more quick-witted than Fu Yar. "If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fu Yar dotingly as she said, "How come you're slow? Didn't it occur to you why would I bring up this matter at this moment?" Fu Yar was not stupid. She was just too shocked. With her aunt's reminder, she turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with widened eyes as she exclaimed, "You mean to say he's the one who defeated Wanqi Hong 10 years ago? He's the young cultivator who became the top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion before turning 3,000 years old?" "That's right," Fu Xiaofeng said with a nod. "I heard that Duan Ling Tian is from the Pure Yang sect. Not only is his name Duan Ling Tian, but he's also from the Pure Yang sect like my son. It's not hard to figure it out." Although Fu Xiaofeng was certain of her guess, she still looked at Yi Yingkai for confirmation. Yi Yingkai nodded. It's him. After the reveal, Fu Qi, Fu Xiaofeng, and Fu Yar no longer treated Duan Lingtian normally like before. Instead, they treated him as an important guest. Duan Lingtian could not endure such treatment and hurriedly found an excuse to leave the Fu clan's estate. At the same time, he wanted to give Yi Yingkai, who had just been reunited with his family, privacy as well. As he left, he thought to himself, from today onward, the alliance of benevolence and justice has gained a new enemy. Although the individual strength of the prodigy from the pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction isn't that high, his support is very strong. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian inevitably thought about Yi Chenfeng. He could not shake off the feeling that Yi Yingkai's reunion with his family was orchestrated by Yi Chenfeng. He could not help but wonder if Yi Chenfeng simply wanted Yi Yingkai to meet his family or if Yi Chenfeng wanted to motivate Yi Yingkai using Yi Yingkai's past. If it's the latter, isn't the pressure too heavy? Although Yi Yingkai remained relatively calm, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Yingkai was not as calm as he seemed. Although being reunited with his family was a joyous matter for Yi Yingkai, finding out his father's murderer was from a powerful force would surely pressure him. Duan Lingtian continued to wander the streets of Snow Forest City after leaving the Fu clan's estate. He bought a few things before he finally made his way back to the inn. As soon as he returned to the inn, he saw a figure at the inn's entrance. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, the figure walked over. As the figure drew closer, Duan Lingtian finally had a better look. He discovered the other party was Xianxia Yi, whom he had met when he was still in the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, Xianxia Yi had come to the Flying Dragon sect with a group of spirit void elders from the pure Yang sect, one of which was Qin Wuyong, to recruit Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about Xianxia Yi since his time in the Hidden Fog sect, he only met Xianxia Yi for the first time in the Flying Dragon sect. Seeing Xianxia Yi walking over, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly and wondered, did something happen? Previously, before leaving the pure Yang sect for the Seven Mansions feast, Duan Lingtian had caught a brief glimpse of Xianxia Yi boarding the Tyrannic Saber faction's flying ship. After all, the Ping Sheng faction had a better relationship with the Tyrannic Saber faction. The two founders shared the same master, after all. Duan Lingtian, Xianxia Yi said expressionlessly, tell Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, that I'll personally avenge my father in the future. Avenge your father? Duan Lingtian frowned, puzzled. He was aware that Xianxia Yi's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect. He also knew that the father and son had different surnames because Lan Qing wanted to honor his wife by letting his son bear his late wife's surname. Apart from that, there'll come a day when I'll be able to defeat you, Xianxia Yi continued to say frostily. Duan Lingtian could tell that Xianxia Yi was different from before. In fact, when they were departing from the pure Yang sect, he could already vaguely sense that Xianxia Yi was different, but he did not dwell on it. Now that Xianxia Yi was standing in front of him, the feeling became even more intense. Chapter 4003 Long Qingchong was framed. Even after Xianxia Yi turned around and walked into the inn, Duan Lingtian still did not recover from his shock and confusion. When he returned to his senses, he quickly sent a message to Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, as he walked into the inn. Sect leader, are you free? Yes, Long Qingchong replied immediately. What is it? You should be leaving for the Profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions feast soon, right? Although the Flying Dragon sect was not eligible to participate in the Seven Mansions feast, they were still aware of many details such as its venue. That's right, I'm on my way to the Profound Jade Mansion, Duan Lingtian replied. You're already on the way there. Long Qingchong's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he replied, Duan Lingtian, based on your strength you should be able to rank in the top 3 during the Seven Mansions feast. Sect leader, you heard about what happened 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian asked. However, he was not surprised. After all, even an elder from a lord rank force in the Green Province Mansion had heard about what happened. How could Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, an emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, be unaware of that incident in the Seven Kills Valley? Even if Long Qingchong spent most of his time in the Imperial War Realm, he would still hear about it at some point. Unless he had just come out from the battlefield in the Imperial War Realm today, it would be impossible for him to have not heard about it. After all, Apart from the battlefields, communication was possible in the Imperial War realm. Of course, I've heard about it, Long Ching Chong replied. As the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, I'd be grossly out of touch if I didn't hear about it. A complicated expression appeared on Long Ching Chong's face when he replied to Duan Ling Tian. He had long known Duan Ling Tian was highly talented and would definitely be chosen to represent the Pure Yang sect in the Seven Mansions Feast. He also knew Duan Ling Tian had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to gain such great support from the Pure Yang sect and become an intermediate lord of gods in such a short time. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian even defeated Wanqi Hong in the Seven Kills Valley 2 years after becoming an intermediate lord of gods. Long Ching Chong naturally knew that Wanqi Hong was the top prodigy in the Wanqi clan, one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, and the Eastern Ridge Mansion below the age of 10,000. How could he not feel shocked when such a person was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, who once used to be the Flying Dragon sect's proud prodigy? Duan Ling Tian chuckled in response to Long Ching Chong's words before he went straight to the point. He asked, "Sect leader, did you hear anything about the 10,000 Devils sect recently? Did something happen to their sect leader? You've heard about it as well?" Long Ching Chong said. His voice changed slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he said, "Wait. If you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me those questions." Indeed, something happened. Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, is dead. Why did you suddenly ask about it? Duan Ling Tian's expression froze when he heard Long Ching Chong's reply. Did Xianxia Yi change so drastically because of his father's death? Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and recounted what happened earlier to Long Ching Chong. Xianxia Yi told you to tell me that he'll personally avenge his father one day. Long Ching Chong said with a faint smile on his face. It seems like he thinks I killed his father. Sect leader, what happened? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. Lan Qing was murdered. The 10,000 Devils sect has been spreading rumors that I killed him. Long Ching Chong said, "Do you believe me if I say I have nothing to do with Lan Qing's death?" Duan Ling Tian grew even more confused. What happened exactly, sect leader? Why would the 10,000 Devils sect accuse you of that? It's said that Lan Qing's murder was recorded by a floating image pearl. Although the culprit's face was not revealed, his figure and the law he comprehended were clearly recorded. Long Ching Chong explained, "Perhaps, most people would mistake the culprit for me. After all, the culprit's figure and the law he comprehended were the same as mine. However, those who are familiar with me would be able to tell that the person in the recording isn't me. My movements now are more restrained and not so exaggerated. Clearly, the culprit was trying to imitate me when killing Lan Qing. I tried to investigate this matter, but I found nothing. I wonder what's the culprit's motive. To instigate Xianxia Yi so Xianxia Yi will seek revenge from me? Or is the culprit hoping the powerhouse in the Pure Yang sect, who supports Xianxia Yi, will kill me on Xianxia Yi's behalf?" Although Long Ching Chong had spoken calmly, Duan Ling Tian could detect the underlying anger in Long Ching Chong's voice. He could understand Long Ching Chong's anger at being wrongly accused. After all, if I wanted to kill Lan Qing, I wouldn't have acted so cowardly. Even if I wanted to hide my identity, would I be so exaggerated with my movements or use methods that would enable others to identify me? It's unfortunate that I couldn't find any clues about the culprit at all. That aside, I find that floating image pearl that recorded Lan Qing's death suspicious as well. If there was no third party at that time, then where did the floating image pearl come from? Did it belong to Lan Qing? Did Lan Qing know he was going to die so he recorded everything? However, if it belonged to Lan Qing, how could the murderer not notice it? If it belonged to the culprit, why would the culprit record such a thing when he should be hiding his identity? Logically, the culprit shouldn't have left the floating image pearl behind since it's clear that he was trying to hide his identity. If you think about it carefully, you'd see that there are many suspicious points regarding this matter. After a pause, Long Ching Chong added, "Duan Ling Tian, if you see Xianxia Yi again, please convey my message to him. I, Long Ching Chong, am innocent in this matter. I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can look for me in the Flying Dragon sect, and I'll give him a demonstration of my strength to clear his doubts. Please also tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I'm not a prominent figure in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, I won't allow myself to be slandered in this manner. However, If he refuses to believe me and insists on seeking revenge from me, he's free to do so. I'm not one to look for trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed to convey Long Qingchong's message to Xianxia. After that, he switched directions. Instead of returning to his courtyard, he intended to look for Xianxia. However, he soon realized he did not know which room Xianxia was staying in. He only knew those who boarded Yi Chen Feng's flying ship were arranged to stay on the right side of the back of the inn, while those who followed Li Fenggu's flying ship were staying on the left side. After a moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw someone coming out from one of the rooms on the left. Duan Lingtian, are you looking for me? The disciple, who just came out, was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him. He was puzzled. After all, he was not acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile, do you know which room Xianxia from the Ping Sheng faction is staying in? You don't have to address me as senior brother. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of that title, the young man said as he hastily waved his hand. In the Pure Yang sect, the strong are revered. Moreover, we're not from the same faction. If anything, I should address you as senior brother. Then, the young man pointed to one room and said, Xianxia is staying there. Thank you, Duan Lingtian said before making his way to the room. The young man thought to himself, confused, why is Duan Lingtian looking for Xianxia? I heard that Duan Lingtian had a conflict with the 10,000 devils sect where Xianxia came from. I don't think they're friends, right? When Xianxia saw Duan Lingtian, he was surprised and puzzled as well. When he recovered his senses, he asked expressionlessly, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to invite me in? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile despite the cold reception from Xianxia. Xianxia frowned, but he still opened the door and let Duan Lingtian enter the room. However, he did not say another word and walked into the room first. Clearly, he did not treat Duan Lingtian like a guest at all. Chapter 4004 Departure. Be quick if you have anything to say. You're interrupting my cultivation, Xianxia said. In the past, he hated Duan Lingtian greatly and wished he could kill Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was the cause of the deaths of his childhood friends, Du Po Jun and Du Qianjun. However, a greater hatred had taken root in his heart, and he had a greater purpose now. He was determined to avenge his father and kill Long Qingchong. Compared to Long Qingchong, Duan Lingtian was insignificant at this moment. I just spoke to sect leader Long, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Did you convey my message to him? Xianxia asked coldly. Then, that's enough, Xianxia replied coldly, since he has the guts to kill my father, he should be prepared for the consequences. He won't have to wait very long. Xianxia spoke with certainty, confident about his progress. Duan Lingtian ignored Xianxia's frosty and murderous expression and said, Sect leader Long asked me to convey something to you as well. He didn't kill your father. If he wanted to kill your father and hide his identity at the same time, he wouldn't have used such moves that would point to him. Moreover, his comprehension of the law is much higher than what was shown in the recording. He said that if you don't believe him, you can go to the Flying Dragon sect, and he'll give you a demonstration to clear your doubts. After a beat, Duan Lingtian asked, that aside, do you not find the floating image pearl that recorded your father's death suspicious? How likely is it for your father to record the culprit with a floating image pearl but was not detected by the culprit? If it was recorded by the culprit, why would the culprit leave such an important thing behind when he was clearly trying to hide his identity? Think about it. After a pause, he added, in any case, he said if you insist on seeking revenge from him, he'll be waiting for you. After thinking about it for a moment, Duan Lingtian said again, to be honest, your matter has nothing to do with me. However, I'd just like to remind you that it's best for you to find out the truth before you act. Even if you manage to kill sect leader Long, what if the true culprit isn't him? At that time, wouldn't the real culprit get away with it? Duan Lingtian did not wait for Xianxia's reply and left the room after he finished speaking. He felt like he had said more than enough, and it was none of his business what Xianxia chose to do going forward. Xianxia naturally did not bother to see Duan Lingtian off. His expressions had changed after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He was strangely calm at this moment. After his father's death, he was rarely calm unless he was cultivating. The bitter memories he had been unwilling to recall slowly resurfaced in his mind at this moment. With Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he began to recall everything that he had learned about his father's death. After that, just as Duan Ling Tian had said, he found that his father's death was indeed highly suspicious. There were too many things that did not add up. If it's not Long Qingchong, then who is it? Although Yang Qianyi's desperation to avenge his father did not change, he did not let his emotions get the better of him at this moment. He had been blinded by his grief and the thoughts of revenge previously, but with Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he was finally able to think clearly. Duan Ling Tian no longer thought about Yang Qianyi. After all, the decision was in Yang Qianyi's hands. Moreover, he was rather confident that Yang Qianyi would make the right decision. After all, Yang Qianyi might be blinded by his grief and anger, but Yang Qianyi was not stupid. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the inn at all. He continued to cultivate until the entourage from the pure Yang sect was ready to leave Snow Forest City to continue on their journey to the profound Jade Mansion where the venue for the Seven Mansions feast was located. When everyone gathered, Yi Chenfeng said, "We won't be stopping after this. For those who are participating in the Seven Mansions feast, use this time to cultivate. You're going to be competing against prodigies from the other 6 mansions. I don't expect all of you to rank in the top 10 or even the top 30. Even if you rank in the top 100, you'll still be greatly rewarded." This time, there were 66 young disciples from the pure Yang sect participating in the Seven Mansions feast. This meant that there were roughly 3 disciples from each faction in the pure Yang sect. The young disciples were all lords of gods under the age of 10,000 years old. Ordinary emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could only dream of having such a group of disciples. For example, the Flying Dragon sect only had very few lords of gods below the age of 10,000. Even the prodigies from the pure Yang sect were mostly rudimentary lords of gods. Most of them were only participating in the Seven Mansions feast and to show off the number of young prodigies in the pure Yang sect. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions feast was a platform for the various Foss's outstanding prodigies to compete for a place for their elders to enter the secret holy realm. However, it also became a place for the younger generation to display their talent and potential. Needless to say, the talent and potential of the younger generation of a force would dictate the rise or fall of a force in the future. After all, even if a force had an advanced emperor of gods, there was no guarantee the advanced emperor of gods would live for a long time. A force would eventually decline if it did not continue to produce new advanced emperors of gods. At this moment, Zhenping Fan asked through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, is Yi Ying Kai really related to the Fu clan?" Coincidentally, Duan Ling Tian was looking at Yi Ying Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner and staring blankly into space at this time. Then, he replied, "Yes. Yi Ying Kai just met his biological mother. He met his twin brother when we were on the street of Snow Forest City. So he knows about the past?" Zhenping Fan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, he knows," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Junior Uncle Yi must have orchestrated the reunion," Zhenping Fan said. "I've been thinking over the past few days. After all, why would Junior Uncle Yi need me to suggest taking a break in Snow Forest City when he could do it himself? Moreover, I suspect he also made sure Yi Ying Kai met his twin brother." Duan Ling Tian agreed with Zhenping Fan completely, but he did not say anything since he felt that it was inappropriate for him to comment on the matter. "I have to admit Junior Uncle Yi is really smart. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice finds out that Yi Ying Kai is aware of what happened in the past, they won't be able to blame Junior Uncle Yi at all even if they suspect he has a hand in this," Zhenping Fan said. After a brief pause, he said, "However, why did Junior Uncle Yi choose this moment to let Yi Ying Kai reunite with his family?" "Duan Ling Tian, do you have any idea?" Duan Ling Tian gave voice to his speculation. "Perhaps, he hopes revenge will drive Yi Ying Kai to progress faster." Zhenping Fan smiled bitterly. "Isn't this pressure too much? The target of his revenge is the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, after all. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and the pure Yang sect won't be able to intervene in the matter on his behalf. After all, when the tragedy happened, Yi Ying Kai was not a member of the pure Yang sect yet. Moreover, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had already made a big concession to Junior Uncle Yi and our sect back then by sparing Yi Ying Kai's life." Duan Ling Tian naturally had thought this as well. In the end, he replied with a smile, "Elder Zhen, if you're really curious, why don't you ask Elder Yi about it?" Zhenping Fan rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Don't tell me you're not curious at all." I'm really quite curious. I'm going to ask him about it." Then, Zhenping Fan turned to look at Yi Chen-feng. After about a dozen breaths later, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was staring at him. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, "What did Elder Yi say?" Zhenping Fan wore a strange expression on his face, but he replied honestly, "According to Junior Uncle Yi, this is Yi Tong's idea." Junior Uncle Yi naturally agreed. Otherwise, Yi Yingkai wouldn't have been able to reunite with his family. However, Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong was inspired by someone you know. "Who is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Zhenping Fan's eyes glinted as he replied, "Xianxia Yi from the Ping Sheng faction." Duan Ling Tian was stunned. What does this have to do with Xianxia Yi? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him that Xianxia Yi recently broke through and became an intermediate lord of gods due to his father's death. Zhenping Fan said with a sigh, "I saw Xianxia Yi previously, but I didn't pay attention to him. I didn't expect him to become an intermediate lord of gods so quickly." In the Pure Yang sect, both of you held the record for taking the shortest time to become intermediate lords of gods. Not even Junior Uncle Yi and I were as fast as both of you. If it weren't for you, Xianxia Yi would have become the disciple who became an intermediate lord of gods in the shortest time in the Pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian was surprised upon hearing Zhenping Fan's words. It finally dawned on him why Xianxia Yi seemed completely different from before. It also explained why Xianxia Yi was so confident about killing Long Qingchong to avenge his father in the future. Zhenping Fan glanced at Yi Yingkai, who was still staring blankly into space, before he said, "Xianxia Yi's comprehension of the law is quite profound as well. His strength should be comparable to that of Yi Yingkai now." Chapter 4005 The World Cleansing Divine Water Awakens. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Xianxia Yi had become an intermediate lord of gods, so he was rather shocked. It was surprising to him that hatred could drive someone to unleash such extraordinary potential. He had long heard about Xianxia Yi's talent while he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, that talent was far from enough for Xianxia Yi to become an intermediate lord of gods in such a short time. Apart from that, he was also shocked that Yi Tong from the Pure Yang sect's Hidden Sword faction was inspired by Xianxia Yi, so Yi Tong schemed for Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family and discover the truth. It was also unexpected that Yi Chen-feng would agree to Yi Tong's plan, allowing Yi Yingkai to discover the truth of his past and to seek revenge for his father and his clan from the alliance of benevolence and justice. "I hope he'll be able to withstand the pressure. If he manages to do so, he'll definitely soar to greater heights. However, there's also a chance that he might crumble under the pressure," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After that, Duan Ling Tian thought about his own cultivation journey. His greatest motivation was to rescue Ka in the Divine Offering Land. Now that he found Ka was in the Divine Offering Land's realm battlefield, he was even more motivated to grow stronger so he could enter the realm battlefield to rescue her. Although the realm battlefield was no longer as dangerous as the time when he first arrived, it would still be difficult for him to wander the realm battlefield without a care in the world with his current cultivation base. In the realm battlefields, let alone kings of gods and lords of gods, even emperors of gods were common. There was also a chance of encountering supreme gods in there. Why am I thinking about other people's affairs when I can't even deal with my own affairs? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile on his face before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Although the cultivation environment in the flying ship was less than ideal, it was not difficult for him to immerse in cultivation. All he did was ask Zhenping Fan to stop others from disturbing him during the journey before he began to cultivate. After agreeing to Duan Ling Tian's request, Zhenping Fan could not help but sigh inwardly. What a hard-working young man. Yi Yingkai is really inferior in this regard. Yi Yingkai should use this time to cultivate instead of staring blankly into space at this time. He can only avenge his father if he's strong enough. Staring into space won't help him avenge father. Zhenping Fan shook his head as he looked at Yi Yingkai again. The journey to the profound Jade Mansion was very smooth. Even if they encountered roadblocks, nobody dared to stand in their way after Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiyu displayed their strength. After all, they were still in one of the 7 mansions. There were hardly, if any, supreme gods in the 7 mansions. At most, there were a few advanced emperors of gods who lived in seclusion in the 7 mansions. Even then, they would be focused on breaking through and becoming a supreme god. Hence, most of the troublemakers were only ordinary cultivators. It would be shocking if there was even one rudimentary emperor of gods among these troublemakers. With two intermediate emperors of gods, it was only natural that their journey was extremely smooth. I still need more time to stabilize my cultivation base. I hope that I'll be able to stabilize it before the finals of the Seven Mansions Feast, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He did not expect it to be so difficult to stabilize his cultivation base after becoming an intermediate Lord of Gods. Even if he had enough Lord-grade limit divine pills to help him, he was still short of time. Hence, he could not help but feel slightly anxious. Little Tien, it's not good to be anxious and impatient when cultivating. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the familiar voice. This voice, Sister Water, why you've awakened. Duan Ling Tian naturally recognized the voice of the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that resided in his little world. In the past, the 5 divine elements had helped Duan Ling Tian tear through the barrier and cross over to the realm battlefield. As a result, they exhausted their energies and fell into a deep slumber. After that, he had also sealed his little world to prevent others from discovering his secret. However, after becoming a Lord of Gods, he had made a small opening in his little world so that the 5 divine elements could contact him when they woke up. With his current cultivation base, even emperors of gods would not be able to sense the 5 divine elements unless they deliberately probed him with their divine consciousness. Even if advanced emperors of gods tried to probe him, with his cultivation base, he would be able to sense their divine consciousnesses and had plenty of time to seal his little world before they probed him. Duan Ling Tian had been eagerly waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. Not only did he feel guilty about them exhausting their strength because of him, but he also felt safer when the 5 divine elements were conscious. There were his trump cards, after all. Now that the world-cleansing divine water woke up, he knew it would not be long before the other divine elements woke up as well. Yes, but I've yet to fully recover my strength, the world-cleansing divine water said weakly. It'll take me a few hundred to 1,000 years to completely recover my strength. I'll have to go back to sleep again. Previously, I've discussed this with the divine elements. We agreed that whoever managed to recover a little bit of energy first would wake up to check on you. I didn't expect you to become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. How amazing! The world-cleansing divine water used to live in a divine tree of life in a realm of gods before the realm of gods was destroyed. Hence, it had seen many outstanding prodigies in its life. For it to praise Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt that his progress was tremendous. Sister Water, did you wake up just to tease me? Duan Ling Tian was flattered by the praise, but he was more disappointed when he learned that it was likely the other divine elements would not be waking up so soon. Didn't I say it's because everyone wants to make sure you're okay and check on your progress? The world-cleansing divine water said. Her voice was calm, and she sounded like a caring elder sister as always. I'm in a rush to stabilize my cultivation base now, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. I'll be participating in a competition called the Seven Mansions Feast. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation if I can rank first, but I'm not confident I'll be able to do so if I can't stabilize my cultivation base completely. Relax. Let me try to observe your cultivation base, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Ling Tian would not allow most people to probe his cultivation base, but he did not hesitate when it came to the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, it had plenty of chances to do so in the past. Soon enough, he felt the world-cleansing divine water's cool energy enter his body and coursed through his meridians. His body relaxed, and he felt very calm. It was as though all his worries had melted away at this moment. He only regained his senses when the world-cleansing divine water spoke again. Little Tien, it's not impossible for you to stabilize your cultivation base in a short time. I have a way, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Duan Ling Tian asked eagerly, Sister Water, what is it? The 5 divine elements can try to help you, the world-cleansing divine water said. I'll wake them up first. After that, we'll mobilize our energies before merging them with your divine energy so you can stabilize your cultivation base. This will definitely speed up the process, but I can't say for sure if it'll be done before the Seven Mansions Feast starts. After all, I have no idea when the Seven Mansions Feast starts. Duan Ling Tian did not tell the world-cleansing divine water the exact date of the Seven Mansions feast because he was worried the looming deadline would make the five divine elements overexert themselves trying to help him stabilize his cultivation base. It would negatively affect them if that happened. Sister Water, this will exhaust a lot of energy, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's fine. It's just a small matter to us. It'll only require less than 10% of the energies we've recovered over the years, the world-cleansing divine water said. After all, you've done a good job of stabilizing your cultivation base so far. If you've just become an intermediate lord of gods, it would likely exhaust all the energies we recovered to help you stabilize your cultivation base. So don't worry about us or refuse our help. Don't forget, it's also beneficial to us if you become stronger. I'd have to discuss with them first if it were another matter, but I can confidently make the decision this time because I know they won't refuse to help you. Then, it finally asked, now, tell me, when does the Seven Mansions feast begin? Duan Ling Tian felt relieved upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. If the five divine elements had to exhaust all the energies they recovered just to stabilize his cultivation base, he would never agree to it. With that, he told the world-cleansing divine water about when the Seven Mansions feast would begin. After that, he asked, Sister Water, will we be able to stabilize my cultivation base in time? Chapter 4006 Duan Ling Tian is famous in the Seven Mansions. After pondering for a brief moment, the world-cleansing divine water responded, we should be able to make it in time. Duan Ling Tian was ecstatic upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. I'll speak to them now, and we'll work together to help you stabilize your cultivation base. I won't talk to you any longer so I can focus on helping you. If we get distracted, we risk expending more energy than necessary, the world-cleansing divine water before going silent. Then, Duan Ling Tian watched as the world-cleansing divine water's energy reached out to the other divine elements' energies that were revolving around the divine tree of life. Soon after, 5 streaks of energy surged out of the small opening of his little world and entered his body. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up briefly before he quickly calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water's words, he did not doubt whether he would be able to stabilize his cultivation base before the start of the Seven Mansions feast. Duan Ling Tian lost track of time as he immersed himself in his cultivation. The energies of the 5 divine elements carried with it the rich heaven and spirit energy from his little world, so the less than ideal cultivation environment on the flying ship was no longer a concern to him. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not risk exposing the existence of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements, he was not worried about the leakage of the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world or detection. Since Zhen Ping Fan was near Duan Ling Tian, no one disturbed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. However, even if Zhen Ping Fan was not around, no one would be foolish enough to disturb Duan Ling Tian, who was obviously cultivating when they knew the Pure Yang sect placed all their hopes on him for the Seven Mansions feast. While the entourage from the Pure Yang sect made their way to the Profound Jade Mansion, various forces were also on their way to the Profound Jade Mansion. There were also a few that were just about to depart. In the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi clan, a flying ship just departed from the Wanqi clan's estate. The flying ship was unlike ordinary Emperor-grade flying ships because it was forged by a skilled artifact expert, who was a good friend of one of the ancestors of the Wanqi clan. It was more spacious than ordinary Emperor-grade flying ships. However, speed-wise, the custom-made flying ship was just like the other Emperor-grade flying ships. At this moment, many members of the Wanqi clan crowded every corner of the flying ship. The entourage from the Wanqi clan was led by one of the Wanqi clan's Golden Seat Elders, Wanqi Yuning. The Wanqi clan used to have 3 Golden Seat Elders, but one of them, Wanqi Ju, had died some time ago. Wanqi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Wanqi clan. The flying ship was quiet and peaceful due to Wanqi Yuning's presence. When the others chatted, all of them used voice transmission. No one dared to speak out loud due to the dark expression on Wanqi Yuning's face. Before departing from the Wanqi clan's estate, Wanqi Yuning had met with Wanqi Hong and spoke to Wanqi Hong briefly. At that time, Wanqi Yuning still wore a smile on his face. However, after they boarded the flying ship and Wanqi Hong found a corner to settle in, the smile on Wanqi Yuning faded and was replaced with a dark expression. An elder of the Wanqi clan sent a message to another elder who was standing next to him. Sigh, the ancestor must be reminded of Ancestor Wanqi Ju. I agree. Ancestor Wanqi Ju's death didn't only affect our clan, but ancestor Wanqi Yuning as well. Moreover, I'm sure he's also worried about his breakthrough. Even if Wanqi Hong manages to secure a place for him to enter the secret holy realm, it's not a guarantee that he'll be able to break through there. You should know he's running out of time, especially if he doesn't break through. After a while, the silence on the flying ship was broken by Wanqi Yuning. He looked at the young man sitting cross-legged in a corner and asked with burning eyes, "Little Honger, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you stabilized your cultivation base?" The young man opened his eyes upon hearing Wanqi Yuning's words. He rose to his feet and said respectfully, "Ancestor, I didn't let you down. I managed to stabilize my cultivation base." A wide smile bloomed on Wanqi Yuning's face immediately. "That's great. This is great news. It won't be a problem for you to rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions Feast now that you've stabilized your cultivation base. Perhaps, you might even be able to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian by defeating him." His smile widened as he continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian has only been an intermediate lord of gods for slightly over a decade. It's impossible for him to completely stabilize his cultivation base in such a short time. Even if he's highly talented and the Pure Yang sect gave him many resources, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat. If he has yet to completely stabilize his cultivation base, it means his strength won't increase much. You lost to him previously, but this time, you'll be able to defeat him in front of Yi Chen-feng. I heard Yi Chen-feng is one of the 2 people leading the Pure Yang sect's entourage." Wanqi Yuning's eyes glinted coldly when he mentioned Yi Chen-feng. From the moment Yi Chen-feng wielded his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he knew he, who was barely a match for Yi Chen-feng before, could no longer compete with Yi Chen-feng. If they fought, there was a possibility that Yi Chen-feng would be able to defeat him within 10 moves. Yi Chen-feng. Wanqi Hong's eyes burned with hatred upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words. "Keep up the good work. With your progress, you might be able to avenge your great-great-grandfather in the future," Wanqi Yuning said through voice transmission. It was inappropriate to openly say such words to incite Wanqi Hong, after all. If Yi Chen-feng caught wind of it, who knew if Yi Chen-feng would cut the trouble off at the root? There might be spies on board the flying ship, after all. If something happened to him or Wanqi Hong, the Wanqi clan would be finished. Not only would the Wanqi clan lose their strongest powerhouse, but they would also lose their most outstanding young prodigy who was the future pillar of the clan. Wanqi Hong's voice was low as he asked through voice transmission, "Ancestor, is killing allowed during the 7 Mansions Feast?" Wanqi Yuning was slightly taken aback by Wanqi Hong's words. He stared at Wanqi Hong intently as he said, "Under normal circumstances, it's prohibited. The only way is if your opponent agrees to a life-or-death battle. Even then, you'll have to obtain the agreement from the 7 Mansions Feast's council." Wanqi Yuning naturally knew Wanqi Hong wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian during the 7 Mansions Feast. He said grimly, "However, I don't agree with you challenging Duan Ling Tian to a life-or-death battle. It's not that I think you're no match for him, but Duan Ling Tian is a monster. I believe you'll be able to defeat him and rank in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions Feast, but killing him is a different matter. Who knows what he's capable of if cornered? Even if he challenges you to a life-or-death battle, I'll advise you to refuse. I hope you can understand my thoughts. The Wanqi clan can't afford to take any more risks, and you're the hope of our clan." After a brief moment, Wanqi Hong replied, "I understand, Ancestor." At this moment, 2 flying ships were approaching the outskirts of the profound Jade Mansion. These ships were from one of the 7 mansions, excluding the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Green Province Mansion. In one of the flying ships, a group of young men was gathered in a corner and chatting among themselves. "Hey, do you think Duan Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion is as monstrously talented as the rumors said? He's not even 3,000 years, but he defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong. The rumors might not be true. I know Wanqi Hong. He's very strong. I'm no match for him at all. I don't believe he would be defeated by someone who's not even 3,000 years old. Well, we'll find out for sure during the 7 Mansions Feast. We have an advanced Lord of Gods representing our force this time. It shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Wanqi Hong, he's still an advanced Lord of Gods. He'll definitely be able to rank in the top 10. I remember that there were 6 advanced Lords of Gods who participated in the previous 7 Mansions Feast. All 6 of them ranked in the top 10. Sigh, It's too difficult to become an advanced Lord of Gods before reaching the age of 10,000. I don't think I'd be able to become an advanced Lord of Gods before reaching 12,000 years old. Many people traveling to the profound Jade Mansion for the Seven Mansions Feast were talking about Duan Lingtian. All of them were very interested in the young man who had a meteoric rise after defeating Wan Qihong, the most outstanding prodigy below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Chapter 4007. He defeated him 10,000 years ago. The Seven Mansions Feast was held in the profound Jade Mansion, and it was jointly hosted by the top 4 forces in the profound Jade Mansion. Instead of using one of their estates as the venue, they chose a vast piece of land outside. The piece of land was located on a mountain in the lofty mountain range in the profound Jade Mansion. They had flattened the peak of the mountain, thus, creating a piece of vast land. Small floating islands hovered in the air. They were so small that each of them could only accommodate a few people. They were by far the smallest floating islands Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands are for the audience, Zhen Pingfan said when he saw Duan Lingtian's doubtful gaze. The layout for the venue of the previous Seven Mansions Feast, which I participated in, was rather similar to this. These small islands should be for high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the Seven Mansions. The islands give a better view of the battles, after all. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian saw a few stone tables that could accommodate 2 people on each of the floating islands. As for the flattened mountain peak, it was very simple. There was no special arena since it was not necessary. After reaching a certain level, most of them would take to the sky and fight. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan said, "They're here." Duan Lingtian followed the direction of Zhen Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. In just a moment, the trio arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. The old man was dressed in a light blue robe. His hair had lightened with age, but his face was almost that of a middle-aged man. His expression was originally stern, but when arrived, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiyu, who led the entourage from the Pure Yang sect here. The old man greeted the duo with a smile. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, we've not met for so many years, but both of you are still as charming as ever." The 2 middle-aged men standing behind the old man were looking at Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiyu as well. When one of the middle-aged men looked at Yi Chenfeng, his gaze turned complicated. He was Huang Qiyuan. He was an elder of an emperor-rank sect, the Fortune sect, in the profound Jade Mansion. He was also one of the most powerful advanced lords of gods in the Fortune sect. During the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago, he once defeated Yi Chenfeng in fewer than 10 moves, and later on, he even managed to rank in the top 10. As for the old man standing in front of Huang Qiyuan, he was Huang Qiyuan's father and master. He was a rudimentary emperor of gods from the Fortune sect. His name was Huang Long. Elder Huang, Lu Fengjiyu greeted with a nod and a smile. As for Yi Chenfeng, after he greeted Huang Long, he looked at Huang Qiyuan, who was standing at the back, said, "Senior brother Huang, we've not seen each other for 10,000 years. How are you?" Yi Chenfeng's smile was bright, and his attitude was modest when speaking to Huang Qiyuan, whose status was lower than his. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression darkened when he heard Yi Chenfeng's friendly greeting. Nonetheless, he said, "Elder Yi. That's right, we've not seen each other for 10,000 years. You've changed a lot. Back then, I was young, reckless, and ignorant. I hope Elder Yi can forget our unpleasant past." Many among the young generation, including Duan Lingtian, were naturally puzzled by Huang Qiyuan's sudden statement. After all, Huang Qiyuan's words very clearly implied that Yi Chenfeng was targeting him. Yi Chenfeng's smile was refreshing as the spring breeze as he shook his head and said, "Brother Huang, you're overthinking things. Don't misunderstand me. Forget it. Since you don't want to reminisce about old times with me, let's move on." Then, he turned to Huang Long and said, "Elder Huang, please lead us to our accommodation." Huang Long's expression was slightly complicated when Yi Chenfeng spoke to his son. When he saw his son bowing to Yi Chenfeng, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. After all, his son was once a proud prodigy and performed remarkably well during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. At that time, his son had defeated Yi Chenfeng. Alas, after 10,000 years, his son had yet to break through and become an emperor of gods. Not only did Yi Chenfeng surpass his son, but Yi Chenfeng had surpassed him as well. Who would have expected that the young man who failed to rank in the top 20 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion 10,000 years later? In the past, many people said that Yi Chen-feng was the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, there were also many people who doubted him. However, when Yi Chen-feng went to the Wanqi clan and killed Wanqi Ju, a golden seat elder from the Wanqi clan, with just a strike of his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, no one doubted he was the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion anymore. Huang Long sighed inwardly. He regained his composure and said, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, this way please." As they made their way to the specially prepared accommodations, Lu Fengjiu introduced the trio from the Fortune sect to the members of the Pure Yang sect around him. "This is Elder Huang Long. Elder Huang Qi Yuan is his son. As for the other person, he's Elder Huang Long's disciple. They're all from the Fortune sect." At the same time, Zhen Ping Fan also explained to Duan Ling Tian the reason why Huang Qi Yuan had reacted so exaggeratedly toward Yi Chen Feng's friendly greeting. As it turns out, he defeated Elder Yi and even went on to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian also learned that apart from defeating Yi Chen Feng 10,000 years ago, Huang Qi Yuan had also said some unpleasant words to Yi Chen Feng after he defeated Yi Chen Feng. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he thought to himself, after 10,000 years old, Elder Yi has become an intermediate emperor of gods and even managed to form a complete artifact soul, but that person is still stuck in the realm of an advanced lord of gods. So many things changed after 10,000 years. It was no wonder Huang Qi Yuan was so sensitive and reacted in such a manner toward Yi Chen Feng's greeting. Yi Chen Feng's greeting was polite and friendly. However, to Huang Qi Yuan, such a greeting was no different from being humiliated. After all, whether it was in regard to strength, status, or identity, the gap between them was too wide. When Yi Chen Feng mentioned they had not seen each other for 10,000 years, it would only remind everyone, especially Huang Qi Yuan, about the changes during the past 10,000 years. It would remind Huang Qi Yuan of the gap between now. After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian thought that Yi Chen Feng had deliberately greeted Huang Qi Yuan in such a manner to remind Huang Qi Yuan that although Huang Qi Yuan managed to defeat him 10,000 years ago, he had left Huang Qi Yuan in the dust 10,000 years later. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he thought to himself, "I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side as well." However, this really shows that the weak won't stay weak forever, and the strong also won't stay strong forever. It's best not to look down on someone just because they're weaker. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he received another voice transmission from Zhen Ping Fan. Seeing that Elder Huang Long and his son were arranged to receive us, I'm sure it must be done by someone in the Fortune sect who has conflicts with them. To think, they're meeting during the Seven Mansions Feast again. With Junior Uncle Yi's current achievements, how's it possible for Huang Qi Yuan, who once acted arrogantly after defeating Junior Uncle Yi, to be in a good mood? Duan Ling Tian agreed with Zhen Ping Fan's words. After learning about the past, he thought it was impossible for Huang Long and Huang Qi Yuan to volunteer themselves to welcome Yi Chen Feng and the others from the Pure Yang sect. Initially, Huang Long flew in the lead. After a while, he slowed down his speed and turned around to ask Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fengjiu, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's an outstanding prodigy from the Pure Yang sect called Duan Ling Tian who defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong. Where's he?" Duan Ling Tian, "Come greet Elder Huang," Lu Fengjiu turned back and said. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, the tyrannic saber faction had tried to recruit Duan Ling Tian in the past but was rejected. He also knew the benefits they offered were not the best. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian might not have refused them so resolutely. He could not help but feel regretful that he missed out on recruiting such an outstanding person. If he was able to recruit Duan Ling Tian and accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple, he would likely be the master of a supreme god in the future. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Ling Tian should have no problem becoming a supreme god. He was confident that Duan Ling Tian could easily become an advanced emperor of gods even if it was a difficult task for average cultivators. Hence, he felt that Duan Ling Tian had a high potential of becoming a supreme god in the future. Since he had been called out, Duan Ling Tian naturally could not refuse. He took a few steps forward before he cupped his fists together at Huang Long with a slight bow and said, "Greetings, Elder Huang. I'm Duan Ling Tian." Apart from Huang Long, Huang Qi Yuan and Huang Long's disciple were also looking at Duan Ling Tian. The trio from the Fortune sect was obviously very curious about Duan Ling Tian. Huang Long sighed as he said, "You're just as handsome as the rumors said. Moreover, you're so talented. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you're already an intermediate lord of gods. What an outstanding prodigy." Duan Ling Tian responded modestly to Huang Long's praise. After that, silence descended. Fortunately, it did not take long before they arrived at their destination. They stood in a canyon surrounded by beautiful mountains with sparkling rivers. This was the place that was specially prepared for the people from the pure Yang sect. The courtyards and the wooden houses in the canyon looked brand new, and all the necessities they needed had also been prepared. They were clearly built not too long ago. Since there were still a few months left before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast, the people from the pure Yang sect would be spending their time here. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending the entourage from the pure Yang sect to their destination, the trio from the Fortune sect bade farewell to Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiu before leaving. Chapter 4008 Seven Mansions Feast. Both the venue for the Seven Mansions Feast and the accommodations for the various forces from the Seven Mansions were arranged by the 4 top forces in the profound Jade Mansion. There were no restrictions for formations here. Under such circumstances, even if the 4 top forces in the profound Jade Mansion were the host of the Seven Mansions Feast, there was no way for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions Feast or attack the young disciples from other forces to prevent them from participating in the Seven Mansions Feast. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Fengjiu setting up various formations in and around the canyon with a group of elders from the pure Yang sect. No formation was set prior to this. Even if there was, the people from the pure Yang sect would not be able to rest assured and would still set up their own formations. After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples from the pure Yang sect quickly selected a wooden house each. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. Seeing this, those who were lazy felt embarrassed and were forced to cultivate as well. There were also those who cultivated in ostentatious places, putting up an act of diligence in front of the elders. In fact, this attitude was not surprising. There were only 3 months left before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. In most cases, it was impossible to make any significant improvement in such a short time no matter how hard they cultivated. Moreover, there was also the pressure of the Seven Mansions Feast pressing down on them that was not conducive to their cultivation. However, for Duan Ling Tian, these 3 months were a race against time. His cultivation base had yet to completely stabilize since the 5 divine elements had only begun to help him not too long ago. The next 3 months would be the critical period for him. I must completely stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate lord of gods before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. Otherwise, I don't stand a chance of ranking first at all. Even the elders from the Fortune sect thought Duan Ling Tian was an outstanding prodigy, but he did not feel proud at all. Many outstanding talents would be participating in the Seven Mansions Feast, and many of them were not weaker than him. After all, most people speculated that even Wanqi Hong, who was previously acknowledged as the top prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, only had a decent chance of ranking in the top 3 previously. This meant they were not even completely sure he could rank in the top 3, let alone rank first. Duan Ling Tian knew he was not much stronger than Wanqi Hong. The main reason he was able to defeat Wanqi Hong so quickly back then was due to Wanqi Hong underestimating him. If Wanqi Hong had taken him seriously from the beginning, he would have had a harder time defeating Wanqi Hong. Currently, his strength did not improve much compared to 10 years ago. With this current strength, he knew it was impossible for him to rank first in the Seven Mansions Feast. I really hope I'll be able to completely stabilize my cultivation base before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. This was Duan Ling Tian's last thought before he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. He did not pay attention to the time at all. He was not worried about missing the Seven Mansions Feast. The pure Yang sect had invested so much in him that they would definitely wake him up when it was time for the Seven Mansions Feast. Not only that, but the pure Yang sect had also pinned all their hopes on him. After all, apart from him, even the most outstanding disciples would have a tough time ranking in the top 10. How could they allow him to miss the Seven Mansions Feast? While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were chatting while drinking tea. Junior Uncle Yi, Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, I really didn't know you're so good at holding grudges. 10,000 years have passed, but you still remember how Huang Qi Yuan mocked you back then. In fact, I think his reaction back then was only normal since you were indeed weaker than him. There's no need to hold a grudge at all. Do you think he'd dare to mock you now? Zhen Pingfan shook his head after he finished speaking. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan and said, "Brat, what do you mean by good at holding grudges? What gave you that idea? Did I do anything to him earlier? I only greeted him. How can greeting him be considered revenge? Moreover, we can be considered old friends. Although we only met once 10,000 years ago, friendship is born out of rivalries. Moreover, when I greeted him earlier, I also sent him a voice transmission to thank him. If it weren't for his mocking words back then, I wouldn't have been driven by the humiliation to become stronger. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. I even thanked him. I really don't understand why he would react like that. How confusing. Ellipsis quote dot. Zhen Pingfan felt rather speechless after listening to Yi Chenfeng's words. After a moment, he said, "So you mocked him through voice transmission as well?" Initially, I thought perhaps he was a little too sensitive. However, after listening to you, I feel he really has a great temper. If it were me, I would have started cursing at you. It doesn't even matter if you're stronger than me. You're really ruthless. Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Chenfeng a thumbs up with an expression of admiration on his face. At the same time, he wondered if he had ever offended Yi Chenfeng in the past. He teased Yi Chenfeng for a few moments before he changed the subject and said, "Junior Uncle Yi, you made such a big promise to Duan Ling Tian previously, do you really think he has a high chance of ranking first in the Seven Mansions Feast?" To Zhen Pingfan's surprise, Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, "It doesn't necessarily mean that I think has a good chance of ranking first. I just want to motivate him. If his strength is like what it was 10 years ago, I'm afraid it'd be impossible for him to rank in the top 3, let alone rank first." Upon hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's eyes widened immediately. He asked, "Junior Uncle Yi, did you receive news regarding the Seven Mansions Feast?" Yi Chenfeng nodded. "Yes, I recently received news that there's an outstanding prodigy in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, that person will likely rank in the top 3 of the Seven Mansions Feast." Consonance Mansion? Zhen Pingfan asked as his eyes shone with curiosity. "Which force is he from?" "The United Heavens sect," Yi Chenfeng replied. "Last year, a young man, whom not many in the sect knew, suddenly appeared and easily defeated all the outstanding young disciples in the sect. Moreover, he fought them 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding young disciples in the United Heavens sect are all famous. Both of us know about them. Although the strongest among the 5 is weaker than Wan Qihong, he's only slightly weaker. He has a great chance of ranking in the top 10. Zhen Pingfan's expression darkened as he said, "To think the United Heavens sect hid such a monstrous talent so well. They must have been waiting for the Seven Mansion Feast to reveal such an existence." After calming down, he asked again, "Are there any strong participants apart from that person from the United Heavens sect in the Consonance Mansion?" Yi Chenfeng nodded. "There are a few young disciples, who were previously unheard of, from the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion. There are rumors that the 2 mansions worked together to nurture these young disciples. The places they secured would then be divided among the 2 mansions. There are 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion respectively. Even if their disciples only rank in the top 10, they'd be able to secure enough slots for everyone." Zhen Pingfan frowned. "Why are the Underworld Mansion and the Underworld Mansion so shameless this time?" Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan and said, "You're one to talk. 10,000 years ago, no one from the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion ranked in the top 20. At that time, you told them that they should simply give up on participating in the Seven Mansions Feast or join forces to cultivate new talents so they would have a higher chance of winning. If you ask me, you were the one who gave them the idea." Zhen Pingfan's expression froze immediately. Did I say that? I don't think so." Zhen Pingfan wore a sheepish expression on his face as fragmented memories from the past of him saying such words appeared in his mind. "I only mentioned it as a joke back then. How could they take my words so seriously? I was only joking. No one has seen the strength of the young disciples they cultivated, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Wan Qihong from the Wanqi clan." It was obvious that Yi Chenfeng paid a lot of attention to the participants that the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion cultivated. Zhen Pingfan sighed. If this is true, the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion are truly daring to use up all their resources just to cultivate participants of the Seven Mansions Feast. Indeed, Yi Chen-feng nodded in agreement. As time passed, more and more people from the various top forces in the 7 mansions arrived. All of them were arranged to stay in different places. The young disciples did not wander around and focused on their cultivation instead. Time continued to fly, and in just a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Duan Ling Tian, it's time to go. The 7 mansions feast is about to start. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, was woken up by Zhen Ping Fang early in the morning on the day of the 7 mansions feast. He opened his eyes. They were bright, and his aura seemed to have changed as well. It's finally going to start, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In just a moment, he flashed outside and appeared in front of Zhen Ping Fan. It did not take long before the people from the Pure Yang sect left for the venue of the 7 mansions feast. Chapter 4009 arriving one after another. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to arrive at the first place he was brought to after arriving in this place 3 months ago. The small floating islands, which were reserved for the high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the 7 mansions, were just the same as before. As for the young generation, they could only hover in the air watch. Zhen Ping Fan, who was sitting at a stone table on one of the small floating islands, said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, why don't you come down here and sit with us? Junior Uncle Yi and Elder Yi won't mind. Duan Ling Tian refused Zhen Ping Fan's invitation immediately. Elder Zhen, I'm fine here. After that, Duan Ling Tian continued to look around. Since it was still rather early, only the Pure Yang sect and another 3 forces had arrived. However, there were no young disciples among the people from the 3 forces that arrived. Naturally, appearance was not an indication of one's age. The participants could very well choose a more mature appearance even if they were below the age of 10,000. Duan Ling Tian naturally stood with the other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect near the island where the elders from the Pure Yang sect were seated. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly received a voice transmission from Yi Chen-feng. The people from the Wanqi clan are here. Duan Ling Tian turned slightly and saw a group of people being led over by an old man. With just a glance, he recognized the old man. It was none other than Wanqi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Wanqi clan, who was also a powerful intermediate emperor of gods. He led the people from the Wanqi clan here. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. However, when he recalled the Wanqi clan's current situation, he thought it was not really surprising. In the past, there were 4 intermediate emperors of gods in the Wanqi clan: Wanqi Lu Su, the clan leader of the Wanqi clan, and Wanqi Yuning, Wanqi Wuming, and Wanqi Ju, who were the 3 golden seat elders of the Wanqi clan. However, out of 3 golden seat elders, Wanqi Ju died while Wanqi Wuming was grounded. This meant there were only 2 people who could lead the others here. As the clan leader, Wanqi Liasu would stay in the clan to guard the clan, so there was only Wanqi Yuning left. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian sensed a hostile gaze directed at him from behind Wanqi Yuning. Before he even took a good look, he already knew to whom the hostile gaze was from. Only Wanqi Hong would be so hostile toward him in the Wanqi clan. Although Duan Ling Tian had something to do with Wanqi Ju's death, it was not enough for the Wanqi clan to blame him for it. If anything, they would blame Yi Chen-feng and Zhen Ping Fan. Only Wanqi Hong would harbor such hatred toward him. After all, Wanqi Hong could not direct his hatred toward Yi Chen-feng and Zhen Ping Fan yet. The most obvious target for Wanqi Hong now was Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian met Wanqi Hong's gaze, Wanqi Hong did not conceal his murderous intent at all. On the contrary, he even said to Duan Ling Tian icily, "Duan Ling Tian, one day, I'll kill you to avenge my great-great-grandfather." Upon hearing Wanqi Hong's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, "Wanqi Hong, if my memory didn't fail me, I didn't kill your great-great-grandfather. If you want to seek revenge, you're looking at the wrong person. At the very least, I shouldn't be the main target." Wanqi Hong only scoffed in response. His expression darkened, and his murderous intent intensified as he continued to stare at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Wanqi Yuning, who led the Wanqi clan's entourage, followed the direction of Wanqi Hong's gaze and saw Duan Ling Tian. Then, his eyes flashed with an indecipherable emotion. After a moment, he shifted his eyes to the small floating island near Duan Ling Tian, and when his eyes landed on a golden-clad carefree figure on the island, unconcealable fear shone in his eyes. The golden-clad figure was none other than Yi Chen-feng. "Elder Wanqi, please follow me." The high-ranking officials of the Wanqi clan were arranged to be seated on the small floating island next to the pure Yang sect's small floating island. No one knew if this was intentional or not. The distance between the two small floating islands might seem far to the average cultivator, but it was nothing to those on the islands. Following Wanqi Yuning's lead, the high-ranking officials of the Wanqi clan took their seats on the small floating island. At this time, the sound of laughter rang in the air before a cheerful voice called out, "Elder Wanqi." The owner of the voice was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, along with the people behind him, soon appeared in front of the people from the Wanqi clan. Upon seeing the burly middle-aged man, Wanqi Yuning led the elders from the Wanqi clan to stand up before nodding at the middle-aged man politely. Leader Ren. The burly middle-aged man was the leader of the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. The people from the Wanqi clan were not surprised that the leader of the alliance personally led the entourage from the alliance here. Unlike sects and clans, the alliance was formed and led by a group of powerhouses. The title of alliance leader was just an honorary title. Nonetheless, one still had to possess enough strength to be given such a title. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the strongest person in the alliance. It was said that he usually did not manage the affairs of the alliance and spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He would only step forward if it was necessary for him to take action. After greeting Wanqi Yuning, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice turned around and called out, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see." Leader Ren, Lu Fengjiu responded after he stood up briefly and nodded. As for Yi Chenfeng, he only glanced at the other party before ignoring the other party. Upon seeing this, the young disciples of the Wanqi clan assumed that Yi Chenfeng had responded so coldly because Yi Chenfeng was strong enough to do so. Even Duan Lingtian felt that way in the beginning. However, after thinking about it, he knew Yi Chenfeng was not that kind of person. There was definitely a reason behind Yi Cheng's cold treatment of the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Just like every other time, Duan Lingtian turned to Zhen Ping Fan when he was curious. In just a moment, he received a reply from Zhen Ping Fan. Back then, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice didn't think Junior Uncle Yi had much potential. As such, he gave a valuable item, which should have gone to Junior Uncle Yi, to a prodigy from the Seven Kills Valley. However, he didn't do it because he had ulterior motives. After all, it did not affect him no matter who he gave the item. It was just that he didn't have a discerning eye and chose to give the item to the other person because he thought the other person was more talented than Junior Uncle Yi. That item was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian also realized that Yi Chenfeng, who was fiercely protective of his own people, could really hold grudges for a long time. It was due to this that Yi Chenfeng's reputation inside and outside of the Pure Yang sect was very different. Yi Chenfeng's reputation outside of the Pure Yang sect was less than stellar while his reputation in the sect was pristine. In short, everyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion either loved Yi Chenfeng or hated him. Soon after the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice settled down on their small floating island, another group of people arrived. They were led by those from the Profound Jade Mansion to a small floating island on the other side of the Pure Yang sect's small floating island. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces in this group of people. Hence, he knew they were from the Seven Kills Valley. Among the people Duan Lingtian recognized from the Seven Kills Valley, there was Yu Chonglian, who had welcomed Zhen Ping Fan and the others during the trading conference. There was also Hong Yunshao, an elder and an emperor of gods whom he met in the Imperial War Realm while he was still in the Flying Dragon sect. In the past, he had been surprised when he found out Hong Yunshao possessed a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Apart from those two people, Duan Lingtian also recognized Dao Wei, who was Yu Chonglian's disciple. He was also among the top young prodigies in the Seven Kills Valley. Coincidentally, Dao Wei met Duan Lingtian's eyes. Unlike the past, no contempt could be seen in his eyes at all, only fear remained. The person leading the people from the Seven Kills Valley was neither Yu Chonglian nor Hong Yunshao. It was an old man whom Duan Lingtian was not familiar with. Despite his age, he looked very energetic, and his eyes seemed very keen. After looking at the old man for a moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his eyes back to Hong Yunshao. He found that Hong Yunshao bore quite a resemblance to the old man. Previously, I heard Elder Zhen say that Hong Yunshao's great-grandfather is one of the few intermediate emperors of gods in Seven Kills Valley. The old man should be his great-grandfather. Similar to Zhenping Fan, Hong Yunxiao was a rudimentary emperor of gods. They both also had a high status and had close relatives holding high positions in their respective forces. Elder Hong. This time, not only Lu Fengjiu, but Yi Chen-feng rose to his feet as well to greet the old man with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhenping Fan through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, don't tell me Elder Yi also has a grudge against Elder Hong?" Zhenping Fan was caught off guard by Duan Ling Tian's question. When he recovered, he said with a wry smile, "Duan Ling Tian, do you have any misunderstandings about Junior Uncle Yi? He's really not one to hold grudges." Chapter 4010 The Intermediate Emperors of Gods of the Profound Jade Mansion. Duan Ling Tian did not reply after listening to Zhenping Fan's words, but he complained inwardly, he's not one to hold grudges. If he doesn't hold grudges, why would he provoke Huang Qi Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's fortune sect as soon as he arrived? If he doesn't hold grudges, why would he ignore the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice when the other party took the initiative to greet him? Duan Ling Tian only shook his head silently. He knew that Yi Chen-feng could act the way he did due to his strength. Perhaps, Yi Chen-feng would not have dared to act in this manner 10,000 years ago. However, if Yi Chen-feng's strength was what it was 10,000 years ago, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice also would not have taken the initiative to greet Yi Chen-feng. After the old man exchanged pleasantries with Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiu and led his people to their designated small floating island, the people from the Seven Kills Valley and the Pure Yang sect no longer spoke. "The people from the Seven Kills Valleys are here. The people from the Dragon Martial Divine sect should arrive soon, right?" Duan Ling Tian looked around. He could see more and more people arriving. He only needed to look at the small floating islands to roughly determine how many forces had yet to arrive. After a moment, he confirmed there were fewer than 10 forces that had yet to arrive. Soon after, another group of people appeared and greeted Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiu, attracting Duan Ling Tian's attention. Among this group of people, Duan Ling Tian saw two familiar faces. As such, he knew they were from the other top force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Dragon Martial Divine sect. The Dragon Martial Divine sect was slightly weaker than Pure Yang sect, but it was stronger than the Wanqi clan. Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiu rose to their feet and smiled. Elder Xiao. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian no longer had to ask Zhenping Fan. He knew Yi Chen-feng definitely did not have any conflict with this Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Divine sect. After exchanging pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Divine sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley before going to the small floating island next to that of the Seven Kills Valley. Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw most of the remaining small floating islands had also been occupied. From the beginning to the end, apart from the forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the other forces from the other 6 mansions did not greet them at all. With this, Duan Ling Tian speculated that the relationships between the mansions were not very close. It seemed like they were not familiar with each other at all. After all, if they were familiar with each other, they would have greeted each other. Otherwise, they would ignore each other. It was not surprising if the only time they crossed paths was only during the 7 Mansions feast. However, not greeting each other or ignoring each other on the surface did not mean they did not pay attention to each other's movements. Although no one from the other 6 mansions came to greet Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiu, Duan Ling Tian saw many people looking in their direction from time to time. He knew they were not looking at him. Although he had become somewhat famous, no one knew what he looked like. Hence, he knew they were looking at Yi Chen-feng. Clearly, news of Yi Chen-feng's prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact sword had spread. Otherwise, with Yi Chen-feng's previous achievements alone, they were not enough to draw such attention. Duan Ling Tian was still observing his surroundings when a loud voice rang in the air. "Friends and young talents from the various mansions, welcome to the Profound Jade Mansion." Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw 4 people flying up from 4 different small floating islands. Earlier, Zhenping Fan had told him the 4 top forces in the Profound Jade Mansion would also be seated on the small floating islands. The 4 people flew to the center and stood side by side. They were 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier looked around before he said loudly, "It's a great honor for the Profound Jade Mansion to host the 7 Mansions feast this time. Many people present on the scene are old friends, but there are also many new faces who are participants of the 7 Kills Mansion. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm the Golden Rock Elder from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect. After introducing himself, the middle-aged man introduced the three old men next to him. The person on my left is the decreed elder of the Fortune sect, Dingjian Chu. He's known as the Profound Jade God of Sword, and he's the best sword cultivator in our Profound Jade Mansion. After listening to the introduction, Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at the decreed elder of the Fortune sect a little longer. Despite his age, Ding Jian Chu stood tall and straight like a javelin. Although it was very faint, he could sense a slight piercing and fierce aura from Ding Jian Chu. Ding Jian Chu was clearly restraining himself, so one could imagine how terrifying his aura would be if he did not restrain himself. It seems like this elder Ding is about to master the Sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian, who had mastered the Sword Dao, could vaguely sense it from Ding Jian Chu's aura. At this time, Ding Jian Chu shook his head and said, "Everyone, Elder Lin's overpraising me. I'm no god of sword. I'm just an ordinary cultivator who's interested in the Sword Dao. In regard to the Sword Dao, who in this place dares to say that he or she can beat Elder Yi Chen Feng from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect? In the 7 mansions, Elder Yi is the only one who's mastered the Sword Dao." As soon as Ding Jian Chu's voice fell, everyone's attention shifted toward Yi Chen Feng immediately. Yi Chen Feng only smiled faintly and said, "Elder Ding, you're overpraising me as well. Moreover, you're just one step away from mastering the Sword Dao yourself." Yi Chen Feng, who had also mastered the Sword Dao, naturally could sense this just like Duan Ling Tian. Due to his cultivation base, he could sense it even more clearly than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian might not be able to confirm it, but Yi Chen Feng could. Ding Jian Chu's eyes shone upon hearing Yi Chen Feng's words. He laughed and said, "Elder Yi, you have a good eye. After the 7 mansions feast, I'd like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Yang sect to stay in the Fortune sect for a while. Our sect will treat all of you as honorary guests. Of course, the most important thing is that I have a few questions to ask Elder Yi." While Ding Jian Chu spoke, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men seemed to tense up. Although they knew Ding Jian Chu's swordsmanship was good and that he had comprehended the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, they had no idea he was only a step away from comprehending the real Sword Dao. Moreover, Ding Jian Chu's intention could not be more obvious. He had flattered Yi Chen Feng and invited Yi Chen Feng and the others from the Pure Yang sect to stay as honorary guests in the Fortune sect in order to curry favor with Yi Chen Feng, hoping that Yi Chen Feng would be able to help him smoothly comprehend the real Sword Dao. Yi Chen Feng exchanged a glance with Lu Fengjiu before he replied with a smile, "It'd be my pleasure." The Pure Yang sect had no reason to reject Ding Jian Chu's invitation, after all. Even if Ding Jian Chu mastered the Sword Dao, it would not threaten the Pure Yang sect. Even if Ding Jian Chu had ill intentions, it would be difficult for Ding Jian Chu to do much, especially when the Profound Jade Mansion was so far away from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Ding Jian Chu's smile brightened as soon as Yi Chen Feng accepted his invitation. However, he no longer spoke since now was not the time. Subsequently, Lin Donglai, the Golden Rock Elder from the Howling Flames sect, continued to say, "This person is the Supreme Elder of the Duanmu clan in the Profound Jade Mansion. He's Duanmu Yun Fan." Duanmu Yun Feng only nodded slightly in response to Lin Donglai's introduction. Then, Lin Donglai introduced the 4th person. This person next to Elder Duanmu is the vice-sect leader of the Profound Jade Mansion's Nether Sword Villa. He's Lang Shiyu. Lang Shiyu was a thin old man dressed in a black robe. His expression was stern. Similar to Duanmu Yun Feng, he only nodded slightly in response. "This time, the 4 of us will personally oversee the 7 mansions feast, and I'll be the spokesperson for the 4 of us. We'll make sure all the outstanding prodigies won't suffer unnecessary harm. After all, the battles during the 7 mansions feast are meant to help the participants improve. Participants don't need to risk their lives for this. As for the rules of the 7 mansions feast, they're the same as what they were in the past. If you don't know the rules of the 7 mansions feast, I'll give you 15 minutes to speak to your elders." Following that, the 3 old men returned to their respective small floating islands while Lin Donglai continued to stand in the center. The 7 mansions feast is about to start. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with excitement. Previously, Zhen Ping Fan had already told him about the rules and process of the 7 mansions feast. First, they would draw lots to determine their opponents. As the host, the Profound Jade Mansion could cheat, but it would not affect the 7 mansions feast much. After all, At most, they could only help their young prodigies survive a little longer by helping them select weaker opponents in the beginning. Those who were weak would still be eventually eliminated as the competition progressed. During the previous Seven Mansions feast, none of the hosts bothered cheating since it was pointless. Moreover, if they were found out, their reputation would suffer a huge blow. In the end, there were more downsides to cheating. At that time, Zhen Ping Fan had said, after the opponents are selected for the first round, if you defeat your opponent, you'll enter the novice group. Participants can challenge those from the novice group. If the challenger wins, he or she will take the place of the person they defeated. However, those in the novice group can only be challenged once, and the challenger also only has one chance to issue a challenge. In the end, half of the participants will be in the novice group. Those who failed to enter the novice group aren't without hope. In the next round, they'll have a chance to make a comeback. Chapter 4011 The word on Duan Ling Tian's 0.15 minutes passed by very quickly. In the sky above the arena, Ling Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect who would be hosting the Seven Mansions feast, said with a smile, "It's time. Now, may I have the participants' attention please? I'll be throwing out the lots, and you can grab them. Infuse them with your divine energy, and the words will be revealed. Those with the same words would be opponents. The winner will then be in the novice group. Please pay attention. I'll throw the lots in 10 breaths. There are more than 1,000 participants. Although there were many people in attendance, they were scattered in different places so Duan Ling Tian did not realize there were more than 1,000 participants. However, it was not surprising since there were almost 30 forces from the 7 mansions, including the 5 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. If there were 40 participants from a force, there would already be more than 1,000 participants. The 7 mansions were the Eastern Ridge Mansion, the Green Province Mansion, the Profound Jade Mansion, the Consonance Mansion, the Underworld Mansion, the Divine Morning Mansion, and the Feudal Lord Mansion. There were 5 top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Consonance Mansion, 4 top forces in the Green Province Mansion, the Profound Jade Mansion, and the Feudal Lord Mansion, and there were 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion and the Divine Morning Mansion. There were 28 forces in total. For the 7 mansions feast this time, the top forces in the 7 mansions sent their elders and young disciples here. When there were 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's reminder echoed in the ears of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect. Pay attention. Duan Ling Tian naturally prepared himself. After 2 breaths, Lin Donglai finally made a move. He casually waved his hands and countless tokens sailed in the air like flower petals in front of everyone's eyes. Then, he used his divine energy to keep the tokens from falling to the ground. As soon as the tokens were in the air, streaks of energy shot out of the participants as they each took a token. Since the tokens looked the same, no one fought over them. Even if the token they had their eyes on were taken by someone else, they would just look for another token. Everyone was rather civil. For this reason, in just a dozen breaths, all of them had already obtained their tokens. I should imbue my divine energy into it. Duan Ling Tian quickly imbued his token with his divine energy. The token flashed briefly. When the light dissipated, the corners of his lips twitched when he saw the word that was revealed. A young disciple from the Pure Yang sect, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, seemed to notice Duan Ling Tian's reaction, so he casually glanced at Duan Ling Tian's token. When he saw the word on Duan Ling Tian's token, he could not help but laugh, attracting everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian reacted quickly and put his token away, disappointing those who were trying to catch a glimpse of his token. As for those who saw the word on Duan Ling Tian's token, they could not help but chuckle as well. Duan Ling Tian, what is it? Come on, tell us. Since Duan Ling Tian was usually friendly, he was rather popular among the young disciples. As such, they were not very restrained with him. I think everyone is curious about your token, another young disciple said with a smile. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched again when he sensed everyone's curious gaze, but he only ignored them. Nonetheless, it did not take long for the word on Duan Ling Tian's token to spread from those who had caught a glimpse of it. They were communicating through voice transmission, so Duan Ling Tian would not know who spread the word first. With that, he would not be able to seek revenge from them. However, after getting to know him, they also knew it was unlikely for him to seek revenge over such petty issues. Those who learned about the word on Duan Ling Tian's token laughed. Except for a rare few, more than 60 young disciples from the Pure Yang sect laughed. At this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiu were finally attracted by the commotion. What did Duan Lingtian draw? What's so funny? Zhen Pingfan was naturally curious. As for Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiu, who learned about what happened from the young disciples, they exchanged a look and an amused smile. At this time, Zhen Pingfan burst out laughing as well. Clearly, he had also found out. He said with tears of laughter in his eyes, Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. You got such a great word. It seems the heavens think you suit with that word. Duan Lingtian felt even more embarrassed. He said helplessly, it's just the word, ugly. Is it really that funny, Elder Zhen? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word, ugly. As it turned out, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was, ugly. At the same time, Lin Donglai, who was standing in the center, had long heard the commotion. With his exceptional hearing, he naturally heard the words that were being said. He could not help but chuckle as well. Duan Lingtian, he got the word, ugly. There was no cheating in drawing the lots, and there was no need to do as well. It was Lin Donglai's idea to use the word, ugly. He really did not expect that one of the two words, ugly, would fall into Duan Lingtian's hand. Lin Donglai naturally had heard of Duan Lingtian. In fact, even before Duan Lingtian defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong, he had heard of Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not easy for a rudimentary Lord of Gods to kill two intermediate Lords of Gods successively. At least, there was none in the Howling Flames sect who was capable of such a feat. In that case, I should change the order of the battle, Lin Donglai thought to himself as he glanced at the jade token in his hand. Then, he quickly moved the battle between the participants who obtained the word, ugly, from somewhere in the middle to the top. Then, Lin Donglai looked around before he said loudly, now that you've seen the words on your token, I'll announce the start of the first round that will sort participants into the novice group. Everyone jolted when they heard the sudden announcement. The group of young disciples from the Pure Yang sect also stopped teasing Duan Lingtian immediately. Lin Donglai continued to say, next, I'd like to invite the two participants who obtained the word, ugly, to step forward. The winner will enter the novice group. Ugly. Upon hearing this, the sounds of laughter rang in the air. No one expected such a word to be used. I can't believe they'd used this word. I didn't know that those from the profound Jade Mansion are pranksters. I wonder whose idea it was. Those two who obtained this word are really lucky. It's a pity there's no reward for drawing this word. The solemn atmosphere was instantly dispelled by Lin Donglai's words. Everyone looked around curiously, wondering which two participants were so lucky to draw such a word. Needless to say, those from the Pure Yang sect began to laugh again. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, adding fuel to fire, Duan Lingtian, the profound Jade Mansion definitely did it on purpose. Look, even your battle is the first one. When you're strong enough in the future, you should return to the profound Jade Mansion and seek revenge from the Emperor of Gods who came up with this idea. I'll support you if you decide to do so. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to take Zhen Pingfan's words to heart outwardly, he agreed with Zhen Pingfan. This is definitely intentional. How can it be a coincidence for those with the word, ugly, to fight first? Of course, they might not know I got that word, and it's really just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. He knew there was no malice in this. Perhaps, they only wanted to lighten the atmosphere. He could only blame his luck for obtaining such a word. At this moment, another commotion broke out. She's here. She's not ugly at all. Not only is she not ugly, but she's rather pretty. Duan Lingtian, who was about to step forward, looked up instinctively at the other person who drew the word, ugly. Similar to the others, Duan Lingtian saw a beautiful woman with a gorgeous figure. Perhaps, it was due to her outstanding temperament so the laughter gradually died down. Duan Lingtian flew out, appearing before everyone's eyes. At the same time, on the Seven Kills Valley's small floating island, Yu Chonglian and Hong Yunxiao were slightly stunned. Then, they laughed as well. Duan Lingtian got the word, ugly. This boy is quite lucky. On the contrary, Dao Wei, Yu Chonglian's disciple, only stared at Duan Lingtian solemnly. How could he be in the mood to laugh considering the gap between him and Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian appeared, the woman said, I'm Xie Yingying from the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect. Chapter 4012. Seeing the handsome Duan Lingtian standing across from the beautiful Xie Yingying, everyone seemed to forget the word, ugly. There were a few who looked at the duo with amused expressions on their faces. These two are really lucky to have obtained the word, ugly. How ironic. Say, which one of them is stronger? It's hard to say. I've never heard of this woman, Xie Ying. Based on that, she seems like an ordinary young disciple from the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect. I can't say for sure as well. The young man has yet to announce his name, so it's hard to judge. After all, we've heard the names of the outstanding prodigies in the 7 mansions, but we've never seen most of them. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, Duan Ling Tian nodded to the woman in front of him and said, I'm Duan Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect. The words, Duan Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect, was like a lightning bolt. The entire fell silent for a moment when Duan Ling Tian introduced himself. The expression of the woman standing in front of Duan Ling Tian changed immediately. She thought to herself bitterly, my first opponent is him. Why am I so unlucky? Although she did not think she was that outstanding among the participants of the 7 Mansions feast this time, she thought she would be able to make it quite far. As her master had said, at the very least, she would not have a problem entering the novice group. However, it was different now that her first opponent was Duan Ling Tian, the young prodigy from the Pure Yang sect whom everyone had been talking about recently. Meanwhile, the crowd regained their senses one after another as well. They looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance whose name they had long heard of. He's Duan Ling Tian from the Pure Yang sect. Didn't you hear him earlier? Don't tell me you think there are 2 Duan Ling Tians in the Pure Yang sect. I didn't expect him to be chosen to be the first to fight. I heard of him a long time ago. He defeated Wan Qihong, who used to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. At that time, many people speculated that Wan Qihong had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 during the 7 Mansions feast. However, such a person was defeated by Duan Ling Tian in the end. With Wan Qihong's strength, there's no doubt he'll rank in the top 10. Among those from the Eastern Ridge Mansion, Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qihong will surely rank in the top 10. At the same time, on the small floating island of the Divine Morning Mansion's Flowing Cloud sect, an old woman dressed in a dark cyan robe holding a cane frowned. Why is this girl so unlucky? She has to fight the most outstanding prodigy in the Pure Yang sect as soon as the 7 Mansions feast begins. An old man standing next to her said with a smile, if you're worried, you should tell her to admit defeat. The old woman scoffed. Why should she admit defeat? With Elder Lin Donglai around, can Duan Ling Tian harm my disciple? It's fine. My disciple will be able to test him to see if he's as strong as the rumors said. The old woman was the master of Xie Ying, Duan Ling Tian's opponent. She was a rudimentary emperor of gods and an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect in the Divine Morning Mansion. Xie Ying was her last disciple. Although Xie Ying was young and possessed average strength, she doted on Xie Ying a lot. At this time, Lin Donglai looked at the man and woman standing across from each other and said calmly, all right, you may start. As soon as Ling Donglai's voice fell, Xie Ying made a move. In just a moment, the wind surged around her. Like a gust of wind, she flew toward Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious that she had comprehended the law of wind. Since her opponent was Duan Ling Tian, she did not dare to hold back and brought her prominent divine sword out immediately. She brandished her sword, and terrifying sword rays as dazzling as the stars swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. This disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect is not bad. With this strength, she should be among the stronger lord of gods below the age of 10,000 years old in the Flowing Cloud sect. Many high-ranking officials from the other forces nodded slightly as they watched Xie Ying, expressing their approval. Xie Ying's master smiled. She was naturally happy that her favorite disciple was being praised by so many people. However, in the next instant, her smile vanished. Please excuse me, Duan Ling Tian said, tonelessly. Then, a spatial storm raged around his body immediately. Then, the spatial storm swept out toward Xie Ying in just a blink of an eye. Not only did it destroy Xie Ying's attacks, but it also sent her flying. As Xie Ying flew backward, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she quickly managed to regain her footing. Her pretty face was red, and blood could be seen on the corners of her lips. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured. She knew Duan Ling Tian had held back a lot. Otherwise, she would have been severely injured. With his strength, he could kill her with just a strike if it were not for the intermediate emperor of gods watching nearby who would stop him from killing her. In the end, she said, Senior brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Xie Ying before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he was very composed. At this moment, Xie Ying, who was rather popular with the young men in the Flying Cloud sect, felt like her self-esteem had been dealt a heavy blow when Duan Ling Tian did not even spare an extra glance at her. She thought to herself, he must be very focused on his cultivation. He's a good reminder that I shouldn't get entangled with love and relationships. I should just focus on my cultivation. Even Master is single to this day. I'll definitely have a chance to break through and become an emperor of gods if I stay single. Duan Ling Tian had no idea that his indifference toward Xie Ying today created a woman who was determined to stay single forever in the Flowing Cloud sect. 2. According to the rules of the first round for the novice group, Xie Ying had to return the token to Lin Donglai after Duan Ling Tian left. The rules dictated that the loser must return their tokens. After Xie Ying returned the token to Lin Donglai, he handed a jade token to her. Take this jade token. With this, you'll be able to challenge another person in the novice group. Bring this jade token into the arena with you at that time. Before the fight begins, imbue the jade token with your divine energy to turn it into dust. Remember that you only have one chance to issue a challenge. You have until the end of the first round to choose who you want to challenge from the novice group. Lin Donglai seemed to be talking to Xie Ying alone, but his voice was loud enough to reach everyone's ears. Soon after, Xie Ying also left the arena. At this moment, Xie Ying and the word, ugly, were not the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was now looking at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect, truly lives up to his reputation. He didn't use his prominent divine artifact, and he did not even move. He defeated Xie Ying, who didn't hold back, with his divine energy and his law of space alone. Ordinary intermediate lords of gods aren't capable of this. That's right, although Xie Ying is only a rudimentary lord of gods, based on the battle earlier, her strength is almost comparable to a weaker intermediate lord of gods. Why is everyone so surprised? Did all of you forget that Duan Ling Tian once defeated the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong in the Eastern Ridge Mansion's 7 Kills Valley? At that time, Wanqi Hong had been an advanced lord of gods for 100 years while Duan Ling Tian had only been an intermediate lord of gods for 2 years. Those who were whispering among themselves subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the people from the Wanqi clan were. Those who had met Wanqi Hong before looked at Wanqi Hong directly. Needless to say, Wanqi Hong's expression soured immediately. At this moment, he could not wait to fight Duan Ling Tian to show that his current strength was no weaker than that of Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, many young disciples from the Pure Yang sect smiled and congratulated Duan Ling Tian after he returned. Duan Ling Tian nodded to the enthusiastic group of people, feeling relieved inwardly that they had forgotten about the word, ugly. It did not take long before the second battle of the first round began. The participants this time were neither from the Eastern Ridge Mansion nor the Divine Morning Mansion. They were from the Feudal Lord Mansion and the Consonance Mansion respectively. One was from a sect, and the other was from a clan. The participant from the Consonance Mansion won after more than 30 moves and entered the novice group. The participants of the following few battles were evenly matched and took a long time to end the fight. As such, Duan Ling Tian's mind began to wander. There are still many battles to go. The 7 Mansions feast won't end so soon. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was so bored that he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate in the air. Before that, he brought out a square formation compass and set up a noise-canceling formation around him. He did not need to worry about his safety here. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who had begun to cultivate. Many young disciples from the other mansions had begun to cultivate in the air as well. In just a blink of an eye, a day passed. On this day, more than 100 people but fewer than 150 people fought. Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating and followed those from the Pure Yang sect back at the end of the day. He thought to himself, based on today's progress, it seems like the novice group round is not going to end within 10 days. Chapter 4013. After 12 days, the first round of the 7 Mansions feast to sort the participants into the novice group was finally over. For the second round, those who were defeated in the first round would be able to challenge the participants in the novice group. A participant could only issue a challenge once. Lin Donglai stood in the spot from before at the center as he said seriously, "Now that the first round has come to end, we'll proceed to the second round." During the second round, those who are defeated during the first round will be able to challenge those in the novice group. You can see it as a revival round. Now, those who intend to issue a challenge, please hold the jade tokens I gave you earlier above your heads. As for those who have no intention of issuing a challenge, please imbue your divine energies into the jade tokens, and they'll turn to dust immediately. This indicates you've given up on your right to challenge. After that, most of the defeated participants from the first round raised their jade tokens. Only a few chose to destroy their jade tokens. Now, I'll hand out tokens with numbers. You'll issue your challenge following the sequence of the numbers on the tokens, Lin Donglai said as he waved his hand casually, tossing out tokens. These tokens flew into the hands that were raised in the air as though they were pulled by the jade tokens in the hands. The person whose token has the number 1, please step forward and issue your challenge. Like I said before, you can call out the word on the token of the person you like to challenge. During the first round, the winners, also those in the novice group, kept their tokens while the losers had to return theirs. The person who gets to issue a challenge first is really lucky, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with the entourage from the Pure Yang sect. He was not cultivating like he did before. During the second round, the earlier one's turn, the more advantageous it would be. After all, the earlier it was, the bigger the pool of people one could challenge. The later one's turn was, the fewer one would get to choose from. This was because those from the novice group could only be challenged once. Since the number of participants was even, the number of those who were defeated and those in the novice group were equal. However, since a few people gave up their right to challenge, there were more people in the novice group and those who were defeated in the previous round. This meant that the last challenger still had a few people to choose from. Otherwise, the last challenger would have to challenge the last person left in the novice group. At this time, Zhenping Fan asked through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, up until a few days ago, you were still cultivating very hard. Did you already make a breakthrough? Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating very seriously up until a few days ago. He did not watch the fights and was completely immersed in his cultivation. As such, Zhenping Fan was naturally curious now that Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating. Duan Ling Tian was rather impressed by how observant Zhenping Fan was. He said with a smile, I've made a little progress. I won't be able to make significant progress in such a short time going forward, so it's best for me to relax now. Being hardworking is important, but resting is equally important. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, Zhenping Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian suspiciously. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian truly only made a little progress. Based on how strong Duan Ling Tian was when he defeated Wan Qihong, if Duan Ling Tian made significant improvements, would there even be someone who was a match for Duan Ling Tian in the Seven Mansions feast? His heart stirred slightly when he thought about this. At this time, the person who drew the number 1 had already stepped forward. He was a prodigy from the underworld mansion. He was defeated by his opponent after 100 moves. Logically, with his strength, he should be able to enter the novice group. He was defeated previously because his opponent was too strong. Duan Ling Tian vaguely remembered the other party because the other party had only fought the day before. He thought to himself, he has a high chance of entering the novice group. As expected, the prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was fairly strong, challenged a weaker opponent and defeated his opponent within 30 moves. With that, he replaced his opponent and entered the novice group. His place in the novice group had also been confirmed since the others would not be able to challenge him anymore. I wonder if anyone will challenge me, Duan Ling Tian wondered to himself. He could not help but look forward to it. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian received a voice transmission. The voice was icy, and he found the voice familiar. It took a moment for him to recall the owner of the voice. He turned slightly and looked at Wan Qihong, the strongest young prodigy in the Wanqi clan and the former strongest younger prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian looked over, Wan Qihong continued to say, previously, I planned to let my opponent defeat me during the first round so I could challenge you during the second round. However, I decided against it in the end to avoid offending the Pure Yang sect. Currently, the Pure Yang sect was no longer what it was in the past. Even if Wan Qihong hated Duan Ling Tian, Yi Chen Feng, and the Pure Yang sect to the bones, he knew he could not act rashly. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned by Wan Qihong's words. When he recovered, he chuckled and said indifferently, "Oh, it seems like you've made some progress over the past 10 years. However, I'm sure the reason you dismissed your plan isn't due to you being worried about offending the pure Yang sect. The reason should be that you and the Wanqi clan are unwilling to take the risk, right? After all, what will happen if you fail to defeat me? Duan Ling Tian exposed Wanqi Hong's thoughts immediately, causing Wanqi Hong's expression to change immediately. Then, he said icily, Duan Ling Tian, I'll definitely defeat you later. We'll see, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a shrug. Inwardly, he wondered how much progress Wanqi Hong had made, considering Wanqi Hong's confidence. Nonetheless, he was not worried. Even if Wanqi Hong's progress was much bigger than his, it would still be impossible for Wanqi Hong to defeat him. The second round was in full swing. The first 6 challengers had already successfully won their challenges. At this time, the 7th challenger picked an opponent. He was evenly matched with his opponents for the first few hundred moves. Alas, he still lost in the end. With this, he became the first challenger in the second round to lose. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could hear the conversations of the young disciples from the pure Yang sect around him. This challenger really tried his best. However, he's rather weak. Although the person he challenged isn't that strong, he's still weaker. Speaking of, if a weak participant from the novice group is challenged by a weaker opponent, he or she will be able to secure a spot in the novice group. Because of this, some of the people who are more qualified to be in the novice group won't be able to enter the novice group. This is quite unfair, right? Not really. Luck is also part of our strength. Even if we have the same talent and comprehension skills, will our outcome be the same? Not necessarily, right? You're right. In any case, those who are truly strong will definitely be in the novice group. Those who are qualified to be in the group but lost due to luck mostly only have slightly above average strength. The second round of the 7 Mansions Feast, or the Revival Round, lasted a full 7 days. With the end of the second round, those in the novice group were finally confirmed. A total of 816 people were in the novice group. This meant that there were originally more than 1,600 participants. I'm sure there are many who are unconvinced by the results. After listening to the conversation of the young disciples from the pure Yang sect 7 days ago, Duan Ling Tian knew many people would not be convinced by the results since they would think it was unfair. After all, there were those weaker than them who lucked out by challenging weaker opponents while they could only challenge strong opponents. In the end, more than 100 people gathered and looked for Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, to voice their protest. Lin Donglai said, if any of you can guarantee that you'll rank in the top 30, I'll immediately let you join the novice group. If you fail to rank in the top 30, you have to cripple your cultivation. Are any of you confident? With this, most of them retreated. They were a few who were still dissatisfied, so they looked for their elders, hoping their elders would speak up for them. Alas, they were only ignored by their elders. The elders had long known the rules of the 7 Mansions Feast, after all. What was the point of speaking up when this was how it had always been? Moreover, if they set the precedent and spoke up now, what would they do when it was their turn to host the 7 Mansions Feast and young disciples came up to them to protest? With this, the protest ended very quickly. Luck is indeed part of one's strength. Duan Ling Tian strongly agreed with this. Although he worked hard cultivating from the time he was in the mundane realm until now, he did not dare to say all his achievements were due to hard work and talent alone. Luck was also a huge factor in his success. Chapter 4014. The 7 Mansions Feast had been going for 19 days before the participants were finalized. As such, there was a 3-day break before the 7 Mansions Feast would continue. The first round was just a preliminary to weed out the weak. The following round would be a competition among the stronger ones. Similar to before, half of the participants would also be eliminated during this round while the winners would be sorted into the elite group. When Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, and everyone arrived at the venue of the 7 Mansions Feast, Zhen Pingfan said, I hope you won't get the word ugly again this time. Upon hearing this, the others from the pure Yang sect looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were either laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes as he replied, Elder Zhen, it doesn't matter what word I draw as long as I advance to the next round. At this time, Lin Donglai said loudly, the 816 participants, are you ready? Please imbue your divine energies into the tokens to claim them. Similar to before, the tokens will dictate your opponents. The words on these 816 tokens are new words. After giving a few breaths to the participants so they could prepare themselves, Lin Donglai tossed out the 816 tokens. Similar to before, the words would only appear once the tokens had been imbued with divine energy. Duan Ling Tian and the others made their moves as soon as Lin Donglai tossed the tokens out. Streaks of energy shot toward the tokens one after another. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and quickly claimed one of the tokens. I hesitated previously and drew the word, ugly. Let's hope I'll draw a positive word this time. At the same time, he saw the people of the Pure Yang sect, including Zhen Ping Fan, looking at him with amused expressions when they saw him claiming a token. While everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously, Zhen Ping Fan asked teasingly, Duan Ling Tian, what word did you get this time? Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, this time, I don't play to reveal it until it's my turn to battle. Moreover, it doesn't even matter if I don't imbue my divine energy into my token now. If there's only one participant in the arena later, I'll know if it's my turn or not. In order to get back at the others for teasing, Duan Ling Tian deliberately kept them in suspense by refusing to reveal the word he had drawn. As expected, the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect were disappointed by Duan Ling Tian's refusal. Zhen Ping Fan asked, can't you satisfy our curiosity? You got the word, ugly, earlier because you were unlucky. You might draw a good word this time. Zhen Ping Fan emphasized the word, good, this time. Duan Ling Tian ignored Zhen Ping Fan. After all, Zhen Ping Fan teased him the most previously. Zhen Ping Fan tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian a few more times before giving up when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was unmoved. In the end, he said grumpily, I bet you must have drawn another strange word, that's why you're being so secretive. I'll wait and see what word you drew later. Then, Zhen Ping Fan shifted his gaze back to the arena and stopped pestering Duan Ling Tian. One of the participants who was about to fight was from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was a prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine Sect. He dominated his previous battle and defeated his opponent within 10 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not weak. As such, his opponent won his challenge and managed to enter the novice group in the end. After a few dozen moves, Duan Ling Tian, who was watching the battle, thought to himself, it shouldn't be a problem for both of them to enter the elite group later on. Initially, the two opponents were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine Sect came up with a good strategy and used his combat experience to defeat his opponent. As such, his opponent was naturally dissatisfied with his defeat. He spat, despicable. However, most people thought the prodigy from the Dragon Martial Divine Sect won fair and square. Being able to come up with a strategy was part of one's strength. After all, soon enough, another battle started. Unlike the one before, this battle was very lopsided, and it ended within 20 minutes. During the 12th battle, it was finally the turn of someone from the Pure Yang sect. The person was none other than Yi Yingkai, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. He had performed brilliantly during the first round to enter the novice group. He defeated his opponent with 2 moves. Most importantly, his opponent was not weak at all. His opponent managed to make a comeback during the revival round and defeated the other party within 10 moves. This was a testament to Yi Yingkai's strength. At this moment, Yi Yingkai was calm. He was unlike before when he would stare blankly into space. It seemed like he had already come to terms with his past. I'm Wang Yishan from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Yi Yingkai's opponent said with a smile. Brother, what a coincidence that we're both from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. I saw your fight earlier, so I know I'm no match for you. Alas, I can't withdraw since it'll embarrass the Alliance. Please show mercy. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Wang Yishan's eyes as he looked at Yi Yingkai. He was very aware of the gap between him and Yi Yingkai after watching Yi Yingkai fight. Moreover, even before the 7 Mansions feast, he had long heard of Yi Yingkai, a famous prodigy of the Pure Yang sect, who was not inferior to the top prodigies below the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Yi Yingkai from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect, Yi Yingkai said. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes glinted coldly. The crowd found it interesting when opponents were from the mansions, or even better if they were from the same force. Both of them are from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. This will be interesting to watch. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. A member of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said a silent prayer for Wang Yishan. Wang Yishan was unaware of Yi Yingkai's hatred toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Otherwise, he would have surrendered. Junior Uncle Yi, will anything bad happen? Zhen Ping Fan asked in a hushed tone. His expression was solemn. It'll be fine. Yi Chen-feng shook his head and said nonchalantly, although Lin Donglai is not that great, he'll be able to deal with a sudden problem arising between the younger generation. Zhen Ping Fan nodded. You're right, he's an intermediate emperor of gods after all. Lu Fengjiu, who was sitting at the side, overheard the duo and asked, what's wrong? Yi Chen-feng glanced at Lu Fengjiu and said with a smile, it's nothing, senior brother Lu. It's just that my grand disciple found out about the culprit behind his father and clan's deaths. In the past, when Yi Chen-feng brought Yi Yingkai back to the Pure Yang sect, all the high-ranking officials were aware that the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was responsible for the deaths of Yi Yingkai's father and his clan members. This included Lu Fengjiu. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words. Didn't you promise to hide the truth from him? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice finds out, I didn't tell him about it, Yi Chen-feng said as he shook his head. He found out by himself. Coincidentally, his mother and twin brother survived, and coincidentally, he met them at Snow Forest City previously. Lu Fengjiu raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yi Chen-feng knowingly. He did not believe Yi Chen-feng's words at all. The so-called coincidences must have been orchestrated by Yi Chen-feng. However, he did not comment on it. After all, it was not like the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could hold the Pure Yang sect responsible. The alliance could not prove Yi Chen-feng's involvement in the matter. Not only that, but Yi Chen-feng was too strong. If the alliance offended Yi Chen-feng, who knew if Yi Chen-feng would kill one or two of their emperors of gods, and as a result, weaken their overall strength? Is it necessary? He's still young. What if his hatred becomes his downfall? Lu Fengjiu sighed. Suffering is necessary in order to achieve something. Yi Chen-feng smiled. Although I had a hand in making it happen, it was the idea of my disciple, Yi Tong. After a pause, he asked, Senior brother Lu, you should have noticed the progress of the Ping Shen faction's Yang Qianyi, right? Lu Fengjiu nodded. I didn't think Yang Qianyi was so talented before. However, he became an intermediate lord of gods in such a short time. Not only that, but it seems like his cultivation base is almost completely stable. Lu Fengjiu found Yang Qianyi's progress baffling. Senior brother Lu, do you know why he progressed so quickly? It's because his father died. He's driven by the desire to avenge his father, so he progressed so quickly, Yi Chen-feng said. Chapter 4015. Really? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words. No wonder. Even then, this alone isn't enough to push him to such extremes, right? Of course, Yi Chen-feng said with a faint smile, there are other reasons as well. You should know his master, right? His master had a few disciples who suddenly perished without any reason. Then, Yi Chen-feng looked at Lu Fengjiu meaningfully. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened slightly as he asked, you're saying his progress has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Yi Chen-feng nodded. That's right. That aside, I think it's likely that Yuan Hanjin has something to do with the death of Yang Qianyi's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. I sent someone to investigate. When Lan Qing died, Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect. I checked the sect's mirror formation and saw Yuan Hanjin sneaking out of the sect. Lu Fenggu's expression changed immediately. Isn't he afraid of his plan backfiring? Yi Chen-feng shrugged. Perhaps, he's confident that Yang Qianyi will never discover the truth. Naturally, Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fengjiu were conversing through voice transmission so no one could hear them. This matter was quite sensitive, after all. Although Yuan Hanjin was weak, they had to consider the feelings of Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng, who was their peer in the Pure Yang sect. They had a rather good relationship with Yuan Pingsheng, so they would not easily expose this matter. Moreover, they did not have concrete evidence to prove Yuan Hanjin indeed had a hand in the matter. Even if they accused Yuan Hanjin could easily deny it. If Yuan Hanjin was truly the culprit, he would have gotten rid of the important evidence anyway. Then, what does this have to do with Yi Yingkai? Lu Fengjiu asked. After the end of the Seven Mansions feast, I plan to speak to senior brother Pingsheng. Perhaps, Yuan Hanjin would be able to help Yi Yingkai the way he helped Yang Qianyi, Yi Chen-feng said. I'm sure that the deaths of Yuan Hanjin's previous disciples had something to do with that. I'm guessing Yuan Hanjin found a place that could help the younger generation's cultivation. After listening to these words, Lu Fengjiu muttered, I just thought of something. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiu looked at each other before they said in unison, the Supreme Divine Mansion. Then, Lu Fengjiu asked solemnly, are you sure you want to let Yi Yingkai enter the Supreme Divine Mansion? Aren't you worried he might not be able to survive there? I don't understand him as much as Yi Tong does. However, according to Yi Tong, Yi Yingkai's will and determination won't be inferior to those of Xianxia Yi when driven by revenge. Lu Fengjiu remained silent, still recovering from the shock. Yi Chenfeng smiled and asked, Senior Brother Lu, is there anyone in the tyrannic saber faction whom you think is suitable? When I speak to Senior Brother Ping Sheng, I help you speak to him as well. No need. Nobody in my faction has this kind of hatred that runs so deep, Lu Fengjiu said without hesitation. His expression was solemn as he continued to say, however, if Yuan Han Jin is the culprit, we can't let his evil deed slide. Yi Chenfeng took a sip from his teacup before he said teasingly, then, Senior Brother Lu, why don't you kill him on behalf of our sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chenfeng and said, do you want Junior Brother Ping Sheng to kill me? Yi Chenfeng replied indifferently, you should just tell Senior Brother Ping Sheng about it, and let him deal with Yuan Han Jin. If Yuan Han Jin repeats the same mistake again, we naturally won't let it slide again. For now, we'll give him a chance for Senior Brother Ping Sheng's sake. Lu Fengjiu nodded. He knew this was as far as they could go for now. After all, if they took harsh action immediately, no one knew how Yuan Ping Sheng would react. Yuan Han Jin was his only son after all. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian watched Yi Yingkai's fight. Just as he had expected, Yi Yingkai did not show his opponent mercy. Yi Yingkai was much stronger than the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. The other party was no match for him at all and could barely react in time when he attacked with all his might. A loud explosion rang in the air as Yi Yingkai's opponent was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Before Yi Yingkai's attack struck him, a translucent barrier appeared. The barrier exhausted half its power, successfully blocking the killing blow. Upon seeing this, Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingkai through voice transmission, Yi Yingkai, is there animosity between the both of you? Since Yi Yingkai was from the pure Yang sect, and he was also Yi Chenfeng's grand disciple, Lin Donglai did not question Yi Yingkai openly. You can say he's an enemy of mine, Yi Yingkai replied before leaving the battlefield. Despite his killing blow, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill his opponent with Lin Donglai's presence. Wang Yishan, the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was pale. His expression was unsightly as he stared at Yi Yingkai, who was leaving. He asked in a low voice, Yi Yingkai, why do you want to kill me? This is our first meeting so there's no conflict between us, right? Wang Yishan was both furious and frightened after escaping death. Needless to say, Yi Yingkai did not reply to Wang Yishan. As he returned to his original position, his gaze was cold as he looked in the direction of where the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was. The people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were also looking at Yi Yingkai. They had been displeased when they saw Yi Yingkai's attack, although they knew it was impossible for Yi Yingkai to kill Wang Yishan. It was enough to stir up their anger. Some of them even rose to their feet with dark expressions on their faces. However, all of them, except those high-ranking officials who were aware of the past, were perplexed when they saw Yi Yingkai's hostile gaze. The high-ranking officials from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. Is that the bastard that survived in the past? Yes, Yi Chenfeng and the pure Yang sect protected him at that time. Did he discover the truth? Otherwise, there's no reason for him to act so viciously towards someone he met for the first time. He wasn't so ruthless with his attacks during the previous round. Did Yi Chenfeng reveal the truth to him? The pure Yang sect must be held accountable if that's the case. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first before we act. Apart from Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fengjiu, Zhen Pingfan, and Duan Ling Tian, the others from the pure Yang sect were also shocked and confused by how ruthless Yi Yingkai was with Wang Yishan. After all, during his previous fight, he had been rather gentle and even withdrew his attack before it hurt his opponent. It was starkly different from his attack toward Wang Yishan. If it were for not Lin Donglai, his attack would have killed Wang Yishan. Due to the distance, even the high-ranking officials of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would find it difficult to save Wang Yishan. At this time, Yi Chen-feng received a voice transmission. It was from Ren Tai-chu, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Ren Tai-chu's expression was unsightly as he asked, "Elder Yi, did you reveal the past to Yi Ying-kai? You and the Pure Yang sect promised to keep the past a secret from him so as to avoid raising an enemy of my alliance." Yi Chen-feng raised his head slightly and glanced at Ren Tai-chu before he replied, "I didn't reveal anything to him. However, I won't deny that he's found out about the past. He ran into his mother and elder twin brother previously. That's how he found out. I'm telling you this not because I'm afraid of you or the alliance. I only want to say that I didn't break my promise. You're free to investigate if you don't believe me. That aside, I advise you think twice about acting against his mother and twin brother. If something happens to either one of them, I'll kill an emperor of gods from the alliance in exchange. It doesn't matter if it's a rudimentary or intermediate emperor of gods. An eye for an eye." Ren Tai-chu's expression soured as soon as he heard Yi Chen-feng's thinly veiled threats. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Yi Chen-feng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice?" "You can think whatever you want," Yi Chen-feng said with a smile. "If you're not convinced, we can spar after the Seven Mansions feast." Ren Tai-chu's expression changed again when he recalled how strong Yi Chen-feng had gotten. However, he did not submit completely. He said, "Yi Chen-feng, I won't sit aside and do nothing if someone plots against my alliance. It's the same even if it's your hidden sword factions Yi Ying-kai, his mother, or his twin brother. I still won't let him go if they dare to harm the members of my alliance. If he does such a thing and you insist on protecting him, then the Pure Yang sect should prepare to face the consequences of offending the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. You're indeed strong, but do you think you can protect each and every member of the Pure Yang sect at all times?" Yi Chen-feng's expression remained the same as he said, "I'm not unreasonable. The alliance is welcome to make a move on him, providing those who make a move aren't more than 5,000 years older than him. I, along with the Pure Yang sect, won't act as long as that's the case. Otherwise, mark my words, I'll visit the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and kill 3 emperors of gods." Chapter 4016. Ren Tai-chu's expression turned unsightly when he heard Yi Chen-feng's words. He did not expect that Yi Chen-feng would be domineering to this extent. Yi Chen-feng was even willing to wage war against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice just for his grand disciple. Although he was displeased, he remained silent. In the past, he would have retorted without hesitation. Although he was still no match for Yi Chen-feng in the past, it would still take a lot for Yi Chen-feng to defeat him. However, now that Yi Chen-feng possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it would not be as difficult for Yi Chen-feng to kill him. In the end, he only said, "I hope you remember the words you said today." Needless to say, no one was aware of the exchange between Yi Chen-feng and Ren Tai-chu. After Yi Ying-kai's ruthless move, the members of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were hostile toward not only Yi Ying-kai but the other members of the Pure Yang sect as well. It seems like the participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice won't hold back anymore if they encounter any of us, one of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect muttered. The other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect agreed. Some of them even scowled at Yi Ying-kai for putting them in such a predicament. Alas, they could only complain inwardly. After all, Yi Chen-feng, the founder of the Hidden Sword faction, was present. Moreover, if they made their dissatisfaction too obvious, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice might think they were afraid. The elite group battle continued. Over the next few days, many younger disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice were disappointed because none of them encountered opponents from the Pure Yang sect. After defeating his opponent and returning from the battlefield, one of the stronger participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice said with unconcealed disappointment, "If my opponent were from the Pure Yang sect, I would have made a killing move. Alas, it was not meant to be. Don't worry. This round will continue for some time. As of today, only a few of us were chosen to fight. I believe there's a high chance one of us will be matched with someone from the Pure Yang sect soon. I hope we'll be matched with those from the Pure Yang sect. Except for Duan Ling Tian and few who are on par with Yi Ying-kai, I'm not afraid of the others. Let's just wait. We'll be able to get our revenge soon." The participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, just like the other forces, were prodigies of the Alliance. They were naturally arrogant. After suffering such a huge loss, it was not surprising that they would hold a grudge and were intent on seeking revenge. On the contrary, the weaker young disciples from the pure Yang sect were very worried, hoping they would not be matched with someone from the alliance of benevolence and justice. Needless to say, those who were confident remained unfazed. When the sun set, the competition came to a halt. People from various forces returned to their designated accommodations. Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at his wooden house when he saw Zhen Ping Fan. He asked, surprised, "Elder Zhen, what brings you here?" "Duan Ling Tian, let's talk inside," Zhen Ping Fan said as he gestured to Duan Ling Tian and entered the wooden house as though he lived there. Duan Ling Tian wondered about the purpose of Zhen Ping Fan's visit. Since the Seven Mansions feast began, this was the first time he came looking for Duan Ling Tian. After following Zhen Ping Fan into the wooden house, he saw Zhen Ping Fan bringing out a formation compass. His expression turned solemn immediately. Since Zhen Ping Fan had brought out an isolation formation compass to prevent intermediate emperors of gods from eavesdropping, it was clear that Zhen Ping Fan had to speak about something important. "Elder Zhen," Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhen Ping Fan, puzzled. "Duan Ling Tian," Zhen Ping Fan said seriously, "Junior Uncle Yi sent me here to speak to you." "Elder Yi," Duan Ling Tian was further puzzled. Since he was rather familiar with Yi Chen Feng, he wondered why Yi Chen Feng did not personally speak to him. Then, Zhen Ping Fan quickly relayed Yi Chen Feng's words to him. "The Supreme Divine Mansion, so it's highly likely that Xianxia Yi was able to improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time because he entered a Supreme Divine Mansion. Elder Yi suspects that Yuan Han Jin, Xianxia Yi's master, knows the location of the Supreme Divine Mansion and that the deaths of his disciples previously are likely a result of him sending them into the Supreme Divine Mansion." Duan Ling Tian was shocked. This was also the first time he had heard of the Supreme Divine Mansion and that the place was in fact a spatial prominent divine artifact that supreme powerhouses used to cultivate their descendants. He also learned from Zhen Ping Fan that if a supreme powerhouse perished, his or her Supreme Divine Mansion would randomly end up in a realm of gods. It had a higher chance of appearing in the realm of gods of the supreme powerhouse who killed him or her. After all, the killer would be able to seize the other party's Supreme Divine Mansion. For example, the Supreme Divine Mansion in the Profound Energy Land was likely placed here by the Supreme Powerhouse who created the Profound Energy Land. It would serve as a way for the inhabitants of the Profound Energy Land to improve their cultivation. However, only those with a strong will and determination would be able to reap the benefits from such a place. Duan Ling Tian also learned that it took a lot of effort to create Supreme Divine Mansions. To prevent other supreme powerhouses from benefiting from it, the creator would design the mansion in such a way that those who were not intended to enter the place would have a tough time in there. As such, it required a very strong will for one to survive there. Moreover, the creator would also make it useless to other supreme powerhouses. For this reason, supreme powerhouses who obtained supreme divine mansions would casually toss them away if they did not have a realm of gods or toss them into their realms of gods if they had one. Zhen Ping Fan nodded. "That's right." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked, "Did Elder Yi send you here to ask if I'm interested in entering the Supreme Divine Mansion? Or if I'm confident that my will is strong enough to survive the Supreme Divine Mansion?" Zhen Ping Fan nodded. "That's right. Junior Uncle Yi sent me here to speak to you because he didn't want his presence to pressure you into making a hasty decision. After all, you can't be reckless regarding this matter. It'll be a fortuitous encounter if you survive. Otherwise, you'll die." After a moment, he added, "However, don't get your hopes up yet. Since Junior Uncle Yi has yet to speak to Junior Uncle Ping Shen, his suspicion isn't confirmed. Moreover, he's also not certain if intermediate lords of gods can enter that place. When Xianxia Yi entered the Supreme Divine Mansion, he was still a rudimentary lord of gods, after all." Duan Ling Tian frowned. "So the Supreme Divine Mansion might have restrictions. Normally, there shouldn't be a restriction. However, we don't know how much of the Supreme Divine Mansion's energy has been exhausted. If too much time has passed, it likely can only accommodate rudimentary lords of gods," Zhen Ping Fan explained. Then, he said, "Junior Uncle Yi has also spoken to Yi Ying Kai about this. Yi Ying Kai is determined to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion as well. He's determined to avenge his father and his clan." Zhen Ping Fan's expression turned solemn as he said, "However, if you ask me, I don't think you should risk entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. You're still young, and you're highly talented. There's no need for you to take such risks." In Zhen Ping Fan's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was very talented. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, Duan Ling Tian would at most have to spend a little more time to raise his cultivation base. He knew about Duan Ling Tian's cautious nature and that Duan Ling Tian would know how to weigh the pros and cons of entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. However, he still could not help but remind Duan Ling Tian, Chapter 4017. Zhen Ping Fan failed to notice the anticipation that flashed in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian also carried hatred and vengeance in his heart. He had lost some of his good friends because of Yun Qing Yan from the Divine Offering Land's Yun clan. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was also strongly driven by his desire to reunite with his wife, Ka. This was his strongest motivation to become stronger. His determination was beyond anyone's imagination. Duan Ling Tian was very confident that his will was strong enough to withstand the test of the Supreme Divine Mansion. As such, contrary to Zhen Ping Fan's expectations, he said, "Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm really interested in entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. Even if there's just a small chance of entering that place, I don't want to let go." Zhen Ping Fan was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's reply. When he recovered his senses, he smiled wryly and said, trying to dissuade Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, didn't I say there's no need to be so reckless, especially when your innate talent is so high? Moreover, based on your current strength, even if you survive the Supreme Divine Mansion, your improvement won't be earth-shaking. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, you only need to cultivate a little harder to achieve the same results. The Supreme Divine Mansion is much more treacherous than you can imagine. Otherwise, Yuan Han Jin wouldn't have lost so many disciples to it. The only reason Xianxia Yi was able to survive is solely due to his strong hatred and desire for revenge." Duan Ling Tian did not respond to those words. Instead, he said, "Elder Zhen, so far, everything is just Elder Yi's speculation, right? How confident is he that Yuan Han Jin from the Ping Sheng faction found a Supreme Divine Mansion?" "He's more than 90% certain," Zhen Ping Fan replied. "This is the only theory that makes complete sense." "I see." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, his expression suddenly froze when he recalled the strangeness of the death of Xianxia Yi's father. He looked at Zhen Ping Fan and subconsciously lowered his voice as he asked, "Elder Zhen, is it possible for someone to kill their direct disciple's father just because of their own obsession?" Duan Ling Tian had heard of cases where some forces would kill the family members of their disciples to ensure their disciples' loyalty. Zhen Ping Fan was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, some words are best left unspoken. Some words will bring about untold consequences once spoken. I'll pretend I didn't hear those words today." Then, after a beat, he added, "What you said isn't impossible." Duan Ling Tian's solemn expression cracked when he heard Zhen Ping Fan's last sentence. He felt rather speechless by Zhen Ping Fan's fickleness. After all, Zhen Ping Fan had warned him about the severity of his speculation, but Zhen Ping Fan still could not help but throw him a bone at the end. "The sect doesn't care?" Duan Ling Tian asked. If his speculation was right, he wondered if the Pure Yang sect would turn a blind eye to their member killing his disciple's family member just to ensure his disciple's success. Zhen Ping Fan said casually, "The important thing is evidence. For the sect to take action, there needs to be evidence. Mere speculations won't be enough to convict a Transcendence Elder of such a crime. Moreover, don't forget that Yuan Han Jin isn't just a Transcendence Elder. His father is Yuan Ping Sheng, the founder of the Ping Sheng faction." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He naturally knew that Yuan Ping Sheng was not only the founder of the Ping Sheng faction but also an intermediate emperor of gods and an ascension elder in the Pure Yang sect. "That's why you should keep your speculation to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone. If words get out and you don't have the evidence to back your words up, you'll be punished. Slandering a Transcendence Elder in the sect is a serious crime," Zhen Ping Fan warned. "I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel gloomy. Although he was not one of the parties involved, he was truly disgusted by Yuan Han Jin's lunacy. Moreover, this matter also concerned Long Qing Chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, who was an acquaintance of his. Even after discounting his relationship with Long Qing Chong, Duan Ling Tian did not think that Long Qing Chong killed Lan Qing, Xianxia Yi's father. After all, Long Qing Chong was very open and was even willing to demonstrate his strength to Xianxia Yi to prove his innocence. At this time, Zhen Pingfan frowned and said, "We've gone off topic. This isn't the main point. We were talking about the Supreme Divine Mansion. I advise you against entering the Supreme Divine Mansion." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Elder Zhen, don't worry. I'm very confident. I'm sure those who entered previously were also confident about their survival." "How many of them survived?" Zhen Pingfan said as he shook his head, "Don't be rash. Perhaps there are some who are willing to take such risks due to their upcoming heavenly tribulations that might kill or severely injure them. It's indeed worth taking such risk under those circumstances. However, you have no reason to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old. You have plenty of time ahead of you." Duan Ling Tian sighed bitterly upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words. Then, he said, "Elder Zhen, to be honest with you, I'm running out of time. It's a long story. I have to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion if I have the chance." Seeing Duan Ling Tian's determined gaze at the end of his sentence, Zhen Pingfan knew he could not persuade Duan Ling Tian otherwise. He could only shake his head and sigh as he said, "I understand. I'll relay your intentions to Junior Uncle Yi." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he said reassuringly, "Elder Zhen, I understand that you're worried about my safety. However, I want you to know that I managed to achieve so many extraordinary feats not just because of my talent alone, but my will and determination as well. Apart from that, I'm also driven because of some people and circumstances. At this moment, if someone told me I can become a supreme god immediately, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die, I'd still take the risk without any hesitation." Although Duan Ling Tian was progressing very quickly, it was not fast enough for him. He was not optimistic about becoming a supreme god within 300 years, and this was the source of his worry and also the source of his motivation. After all, the Sha clan and the Yun clan were supreme rank clans in the Divine Offering Land. After exchanging a few more words, Zhen Pingfan took his leave. Even when he left, he was still thinking about what could possibly motivate Duan Ling Tian to risk his life to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion. Everyone has their own story. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't come this far based on his innate talent and comprehension skills alone. He has his reason for wanting to grow stronger so quickly as well. Zhen Pingfan sighed inwardly. He did not ask further because he knew everyone had their own secrets, and he did not want to pry. "I hope he'll be able to rank in the top 3 of the 7 Mansions Feast. With that, his cultivation journey in the future will be much smoother as well. After obtaining 3 places for the sect will definitely treat him very well." Zhen Pingfan thought to himself. After a moment, he remembered something. "Oh, I just realized that he has yet to reveal the word he drew. He must have already seen the word when he drew the token." Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Zhen Pingfan's thoughts. He had completely forgotten about the word on his token, which would only appear after he imbued his token with his divine energy. At this moment, his mind was occupied with thoughts about the Supreme Divine Mansion. Xianxia was only a rudimentary Lord of Gods for a short time. Based on his talent, it would have taken him a few hundred years to become an intermediate Lord of Gods, but he did so in just a few decades. The Supreme Divine Mansion is truly powerful. I wonder if I'll become an advanced Lord of Gods if I survive the Supreme Divine Mansion. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with excitement when he thought about becoming an advanced Lord of Gods. The 7 Mansions Feast lost its luster in comparison to the Supreme Divine Mansion at this moment. However, he was quick to calm down. "I have to calm down." Elder Zhen said that Elder Yi has yet to confirm his speculation. Moreover, we still don't know if intermediate Lords of Gods can enter the Supreme Divine Mansion. If that's the case, Yi Yingkai and I will be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian calmed down slightly after thinking about this. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled that he had yet to imbue his divine energy into his token. Let's see. When the divine energy entered the token, and the word revealed itself, Duan Ling Tian's expression stiffened, and his gaze turned gloomy. Chapter 4018. Early the next morning, the sun shone on the land, creating a picturesque landscape. Duan Ling Tian acted as though nothing happened and went to the 7 Mansions Feast's venue with the others from the Pure Yang sect. He did not look like someone who was just offered a chance to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, nor did he look like someone who was in the possession of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. However, he still could not help but take a few extra glances at one person. Namely, Yuan Hanjin, the Transcendence Elder who was the only son of the founder of the Ping Sheng faction, Yuan Ping Shen. Duan Ling Tian had long heard of Yuan Han Jin. He knew that Yuan Han Jin was thought to be the next person in the pure Yang sect most likely to become a rudimentary emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian also could not help but look at Xianxia Yi. He discovered that Xianxia Yi was staring at Yuan Han Jin's back. Most importantly, there was no hint of respect in Xianxia Yi's gaze, instead, it carried a hint of suspicion. This discovery caused a small stir in his heart. Previously, Duan Ling Tian conveyed Long Qing Chong's message to Xianxia Yi. Xianxia Yi's suspicion toward Long Qing Chong lessened, but it brought with it more questions. If the culprit was not Long Qing Chong, then the culprit clearly wanted to frame Long Qing Chong. If Xianxia Yi thinks about it a little more, it won't be difficult for him to suspect his master. Alas, even if he finds out that his master is involved in his father's death, what can he do now? He's not Yuan Han Jin's opponent now. He can only act when he's stronger than Yuan Han Jin. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. While Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts, he had arrived at the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast. Along with the Pure Yang sect, many of the other forces, including the Wanqi clan that was seated next to the Pure Yang sect's small floating island, had also arrived. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people from the Wanqi clan and discovered Wanqi Hong staring at him murderously again. He had already gotten used to this. He sighed helplessly. It seems like he blames me more for Wanqi Ju's death. Duan Ling Tian could sense that Wanqi Hong's hostility toward him was far stronger compared to his hostility toward Yi Chen Feng who killed Wanqi Ju. How cowardly. He's clearly directing all his anger on me because he's no match for Elder Yi. It seems like he's quite confident about his strength. I can't wait to see how much stronger he has become. During Wanqi Hong's previous fight, he did not exert much strength when he fought his opponent. The strength he used was not even close to what he had used when he fought Duan Ling Tian since his opponent was only average. After all the forces from the Seven Mansions arrived, Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, took his place. Lin Donglai was so punctual every day and appeared as soon as all the forces arrived without fail that Duan Ling Tian wondered if Lin Donglai came early every day and hid until everyone was present before revealing himself. However, it was more likely that a helper informed him about everyone's arrival beforehand. The competition for the elite group will continue today. The two participants holding the tokens with the words, "Wretched, please step forward," Lin Donglai said. The word, "wretched," caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Why would they use such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion messing around too much? Soon after, two participants who had the tokens with the word, "Wretched," flew out. One was an average-looking young man with a medium build while the other was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe that was embroidered with flowers. The former held an ordinary staff, but as soon as he imbued it with his divine energy, the staff emitted a powerful aura. Many of the female participants looked at the white-clad young man due to his appearance and his elegant bearing. Alas, as the fight continued, his performance greatly disappointed them. In just a short moment, the average-looking young man defeated the white-clad young man with a swing of his staff. All in all, the fight was anticlimactic. He's quite strong. He's not any weaker than Yi Yingkai. No wonder Elder Lin looked at him so kindly earlier. As it turns out, he's from the Howling Flames sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the staff-wielding young man, who returned to stand with the members of the Howling Flames sect. He did not pay attention to the young man until now. The other young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were also talking about the young man from the Howling Flames sect at this moment. Who's he? I don't think I've heard of such a person from the Howling Flames sect before. That's right, I've heard about the outstanding prodigies in the Howling Flames sect, but I don't think I've heard of him before. His opponent isn't that weak either. Even the other prodigies from the Howling Flames sect wouldn't be able to defeat him with just one strike, right? Is he the Howling Flames sect's trump card? That's very likely. The mysterious disciple from the Howling Flames sect caused a small commotion in the other forces as well. This included the other forces from the Profound Jade Mansion as well. They were also from the Profound Jade Mansion like the Howling Flames sect, but they were unaware of such an existence. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. During the previous round, his performance was only average, unlike the monstrous strength he had just shown earlier by defeating his opponent with a swing of his staff. The Howling Flame sect was hiding him all this time. Ding Jianchu, the decreed elder of the Fortune sect, looked at Lin Donglai and said, "Elder Lin, your Howling Flame sect is really good at hiding." Duanmu Yun Fan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan, also said, Elder Lin, is he the external help you found? Lang Shiyu, the Nether Sword Villa's intermediate emperor of gods, did not speak, but he looked at Lin Donglai with a piercing gaze. A hint of surprise could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Lin Donglai smiled faintly and said, his name is Lin Yuan, and he's my grandnephew. External help. Since he formally joined the Howling Flames sect, he's naturally a member of the Howling Flames sect. An elder from one of the forces in the Divine Morning Mansion looked at Lin Donglai meaningfully and said, it seems like Elder Lin's background isn't simple. There aren't any powerful Lin clans in the 7 mansions. From what I know, Elder Lin came from a clan outside of the 7 mansions. This person was clearly quite knowledgeable about Lin Donglai. That isn't important, Lin Donglai said, clearly not wanting to continue with the topic. He looked around before he uttered one word. Following that, 2 participants flew out. With that, the 7 mansions feast began again. Everything went smoothly for over a dozen fights when the calm was suddenly shattered. A participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was matched with a participant from the Pure Yang sect. During the fight, the former pretended to be weak in the beginning before he suddenly exploded with strength and attacked with all his might. Similar to Yi Ying Kai's earlier fight, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the latter's life. However, unlike Yi Ying Kai's fight, the disciple from the Pure Yang sect was seriously injured. When the participant returned to Pure Yang sect's side, Zhen Ping Fan inspected his injury. Then, he shook his head and said, there's no way he can continue with this injury. At this time, the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice looked at the injured disciple provocatively with a sneer on his face. Needless to say, this stoked the flames of fury in the hearts of the younger generation from the Pure Yang sect. A small number of them glanced at Yi Ying Kai, filled with dissatisfaction. After all, if it were not for Yi Ying Kai's uncalled for aggression, the participants from the Alliance of Benevolence of Justice would not be so aggressive. Although Yi Ying Kai's expression did not change when faced with the gazes of his peers, Duan Ling Tian could see that Yi Ying Kai's shoulders were faintly trembling. Clearly, Yi Ying Kai felt guilty as well and was trying to suppress his emotions. At the same time, the fighting spirit of the stronger disciples from the Pure Yang sect soared. All of them hoped to be matched with someone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and vowed to attack with all their might. It would be even better if they could kill their opponents from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, although killing was prohibited in the 7 mansions feast, the participants would not be held accountable if they killed their opponents. Instead, the host presiding over the fight would be held accountable for the participant's death. After all, the host was an intermediate emperor of gods. If he or she failed to intervene in the fight between lords of gods, he or she would have cultivated in vain. In the entire history of the 7 mansions feast, there was no intermediate emperor of gods who had failed to prevent the death of a participant. Alas, although the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect could not wait to seek revenge, none of them were matched with the young disciples from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice over the next 2 days. Just like every other day, Lin Donglai stood in the center and announced the word that corresponded with 2 participants. The 2 participants with the word, coquettish, on their tokens, please step forward. Upon hearing these words, the corners of everyone's lips twitched immediately. Coquettish. Although there were some strange words previously, everyone was still rendered speechless by the word, stinky. Chapter 4019. Zhen Ping Fan laughed heartily. Duan Ling Tian, the word, coquettish, is even better than the word, ugly, you got previously. I wonder who are the 2 people who got this word. I have to say that whoever selected this word is quite funny. At the same time, everyone was looking around, searching for the 2 participants who obtained the word, coquettish. Soon after, a shy young man from one of the forces in the underworld mansion flew out. His cheeks flushed red in embarrassment due to him being suddenly thrust into the spotlight. He had already been teased by his peers previously when they found out he had obtained the word, coquettish. You're quite lucky, Lin Donglai said with a smile. The young man smiled sheepishly and said, thank you, Elder Lin. The corners of Lin Donglai's lips twitched. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if the young man knew that he was the one who chose the word, coquettish. Then, he looked around before he said loudly, where's the other participant? You have 15 minutes to step forward before you're disqualified. Everyone looked around curiously for the other participant. After a short moment, a figure flew out and appeared across the shy young man. Silence descended on the place when everyone had a good look at the other participant's face. It's him again, the other participant who obtained the word, coquettish, was none other than Duan Lingtian. He had seen the word a few days back and wondered if someone from the profound Jade Mansion was deliberately making him the butt of his or her joke. However, he recalled he had chosen the token and felt speechless at his luck. During the first round, he obtained the word ugly, then, he obtained the word coquettish. A commotion broke out among the younger generation from the Pure Yang sect after a moment. Zhenping Fan laughed even harder this time. He only imbued his token with his divine energy a few days ago in his wooden house. I really can't believe his luck. He obtained the word ugly previously, and now he obtained the word coquettish. The young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were also amused. Heavens, Duan Lingtian is really unlucky. Not only is he talented in cultivation, but he's also talented in choosing tokens. What a strange coincidence. Out of so many tokens, Duan Lingtian chose the ones with the funniest words. Why do I find this so funny? The Pure Yang sect's young disciples tried their best not to laugh. After all, who knew if Duan Lingtian or even Zhenping Fan would take offense and hold a grudge against them? However, those from the other forces did not have such concerns. All of them laughed. Duan Lingtian from the Pure Yang sect is quite unlucky. First, it was ugly. Now, it's coquettish. I really have to give it to him. Is somebody trying to prank him? How's that possible when he chose the token himself? The only way is if a supreme powerhouse had a hand in it. However, do you think a supreme powerhouse would have time for such a petty prank? Duan Lingtian naturally heard the laughter in the surroundings, but he did not take it to heart. After all, he had already mentally prepared himself for this as soon as he saw the word he obtained. He looked at the shy young man and discovered the shy young man looking at him gratefully. Upon seeing this, he complained inwardly, "Don't tell me you're grateful because I stole the spotlight from you." At this moment, the shy young man said, "Senior brother Duan, I'm Shui Ting Xiao from the Underworld Mansion. I'm no match for you, so I'm going to surrender." After saying that, the shy young man did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he returned to his original position. With this, Duan Lingtian won without needing to fight. He felt slightly disappointed since he was hoping to vent through the fight. However, there was nothing he could do since his opponent had surrendered. He returned to his original position. When he saw that Zhenping Fan wanted to talk to him, he took out a noise-canceling formation compass before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, ignoring Zhenping Fan. Zhenping Fan sighed helplessly. However, his attention, along with the others, was soon distracted by the next fight. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not offended by Zhenping Fan or the others teasing him and laughing at him. He knew it was just some good-natured amusement. He suddenly began to cultivate because he could sense one of his heavenly veins was about to transform. He would grow stronger as each of his heavenly veins transformed. Now that the 5 divine elements had helped him to completely stabilize his cultivation base, his 99 heavenly veins would have to undergo a transformation before he became an advanced Lords of Gods. Due to his 99 heavenly veins, once he became an advanced Lord of Gods, his divine energy would be stronger than most advanced Lords of Gods. Apart from the swift mobilization of divine energy, I didn't expect that the 99 heavenly veins will have such an effect as well. This is great, indeed. Due to the 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's divine energy would be stronger than those with the same cultivation bases. Following that, there was another match where the participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked ruthlessly and severely injured the participant from the Pure Yang sect again, causing the latter to be unable to participate in the revival round later. No one from the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had been matched since. Those from the Pure Yang sect were naturally furious. Alas, there was nothing they could do about it. The fights to sort participants into the elite group will come to an end tomorrow, and we'll move on to the revival round. Since I haven't been called to fight, I'll definitely be called out tomorrow. If my opponent isn't from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll surrender immediately so I have a chance to challenge someone from the Alliance during the revival round, a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect said. This person was Yunyi. He was one of the Pure Yang sect's strongest disciples under the age of 10,000. He was from the Langji faction, and he was the great-great-grandson of the founder of the Langji faction. His strength was not inferior to Yi Yingkai at all. Upon hearing Yunyi Wei's words, someone said wryly, "Senior brother Yun, I'm afraid that your opponent will surrender before you even have a chance to surrender. They know you after all. If they surrender first, you won't be able to do anything." Let's just wait and see. I don't believe the alliance of benevolence and justice will be so lucky every time and get matched with weaker disciples from our sect. We have a few stronger disciples who have yet to fight. The animosity between the pure Yang sect and the alliance of benevolence and justice continued to escalate. It worsened after the disciple from the pure Yang sect was injured to the point where he could not participate in the revival round. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect things to escalate to this extent. Moreover, he knew both the young disciples from the pure Yang sect and the alliance of benevolence and justice were not at fault. Especially the young disciples from the alliance who were unaware of the truth. They only saw Yi Yingkai acting aggressively without a seemingly good reason. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the high-ranking officials of the alliance, especially Ren Taichu, the alliance leader, who were aware of the truth should have warned his disciples and told them to restrain themselves. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly. The alliance of benevolence and justice. The high-ranking officials are clearly acquiescing to the young disciples' actions with their silence. Aren't they afraid that their disciples might get severely injured? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel angry about the situation. He mulled over the matter and did not pay attention to his surroundings. After all, his fight was over. Not only that, but he was sure no one would dare to challenge him during the revival round as well. Before the revival round began, there were still a few more fights left. The fights proceeded smoothly until the fifth fight when the participants chosen were from the pure Yang sect and the alliance of benevolence and justice. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the participant from the pure Yang sect. Yang Qianyi, Chapter 4020 Yang Qianyi's True Strength. Although Yang Qianyi was an intermediate lord of gods, no one paid attention to him previously since his performance was tepid at best. Contrary to Yang Qianyi's earlier performance, Duan Lingtian knew that Yang Qianyi had to be quite strong now. Even if Yang Qianyi was not as strong as Yi Yingkai or Yun Yiwei, who were the strongest among those below the age of 10,000 in the pure Yang sect, Yang Qianyi was definitely stronger than most of his peers. It's the alliance of benevolence and justices by Ming Zhang. A disciple from the pure Yang sect exclaimed when he saw the figure flying out to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the expressions of some of the young disciples from the pure Yang sect changed slightly. Bai Ming Zhang was not among the strongest prodigies in the alliance of benevolence and justice, but he was not weak at all. He was also rather famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The young disciples from the alliance of benevolence and justice recently found out that Yang Qianyi had become an intermediate lord of gods. Although they were shocked, they did not think he was a match for Bai Ming Zhang, who was also an intermediate lord of gods. After all, Bai Ming Zhang became an intermediate lord of gods 1,000 years ago, which meant that his cultivation base had already stabilized. Apart from that, he was almost 10,000 years old, making him the oldest participant of the Seven Mansions feast this time. This also meant that he had more experience than Yang Qianyi. Bai Ming Zhang smirked as he said smugly, "I'm Bai Ming Zhang from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. You're from the pure Yang sect. You must not be very strong since I've never heard of you before. If you're afraid, it's not too late to surrender. It'll also save you from being injured and unable to compete in the revival round." Yang Qianyi was expressionless as he asked, "Are you done talking?" Bai Ming Zhang's expression turned unsightly immediately upon seeing Yang Qianyi's disregard for his words. "Let the battle begin," Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flame sect, said loudly. He did not want to watch the two young men exchange words, wasting time. He was eager to conclude the fights to sort the participants into the elite group today. As soon as Lin Donglai's words fell, Bai Ming Zhang turned into a streak of golden light as he charged toward Yang Qianyi like a raging beast. The wind howled as a long axe, which seemed to be a prominent divine artifact, appeared in his hand. Yang Qianyi quickly moved back when faced with the domineering attack. His divine energy was clearly unstable since he had yet to fully stabilize his cultivation base. At the same time, Lin Donglai watched Bai Ming Zhang closely, preparing to intervene if he dealt a killing strike. After all, two participants from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had already severely injured two participants from the pure Yang sect to the extent that the latter could no longer compete in the revival round. Die! Bai Ming Zhang roared as he attacked. His axe glinted dazzling like the sun, making everything in its surroundings pale in comparison. "Watch out!" The crowd instinctively cried out, warning Yang Qianyi. Lin Donglai stared at Bai Ming Zhang, ready to intervene. "Is this all you got?" Yang Qianyi suddenly said before he rushed out. Lin Donglai was slightly surprised. Is this person from the pure Yang sect not afraid of his opponent? Following that, Lin Donglai's expression changed drastically. He had sensed something. At the same time, Ren Taichu, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, cried out, "Stop." Subsequently, powerful divine energy surged out of Ren Taichu's body as he tried to intervene. However, a sword ray suddenly shot out, easily crushing Ren Taichu's divine energy. The high-ranking officials from the various top forces in the Seven Mansion shifted their eyes to a golden-clad young man, who was seated with the pure Yang sect's party, in unison. The young man was none other than Yi Chen-feng, the founder of the pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. Yi Chen-feng, who was not even 2,000 years old, was the youngest intermediate emperor of gods present on the scene. However, not many of the intermediate emperors of gods present who were older than him dared to say that they were stronger than him. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang in the air, attracting the crowd's attention away from Yi Chen-feng. When they looked over, they saw Bai Mingzong's body was riddled with holes as though he had been pierced with arrows. Lin Donglai, who was standing nearby, turned slightly pale. "Trash," Yang Qianyi said indifferently before he turned and left. At this time, Lin Donglai flew over. After a moment, he said, "He's alive. Alliance leader Ren, he can still be saved as long as you give him a little more healing pills." Lin Donglai sent Bai Mingzhong back to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice with a stream of energy along with 2 bottles of pills as he said, "These are Lord-grade limit divine pills that will help with his recovery. It's just a little token since I'm responsible for his injuries." Ren Taichu accepted the pills before he looked at the old man sitting next to him and said, "Elder Wang, take these pills and bring him away." "Yes, Alliance leader," the old man said before he brought the dying Bai Mingzhong away. However, unbeknownst to everyone, after the old man left, he received a voice transmission from Ren Taichu. Ren Taichu said, "Don't waste the divine pills. Take him away and kill him. He's just an orphan, and his master died a couple of years ago. Nobody will care about his absence." "Yes, Alliance leader." The old man knew Ren Taichu did not want to waste resources saving Bai Mingzhong because Bai Mingzhong was without support and connections in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Most importantly, Bai Mingzhong was not outstanding enough to be saved. Apart from that, Bai Mingzhong was fatally injured. Even with the help of the Lord-grade limit divine pills, they would only be able to preserve his life and heal his injuries slightly. To make a full recovery, they would need at least another 10 Lord-grade limit divine pills from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Ren Taichu was naturally unwilling to waste so many pills on someone whose value was not very high. Although no one knew about Ren Taichu's voice transmission, most people from the various forces, including Lin Donglai, could guess Ren Taichu's intention. It was already obvious when Ren Taichu did not immediately feed Bai Mingzhong the 2 Lord-grade limit divine pills and asked for Bai Mingzhong to be taken away instead. Lin Donglai only frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. Although he felt responsible for Bai Mingzong's fatal injuries, he only felt partially responsible. In his opinion, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice should have warned their young disciples about attacking the young disciples of the pure Yang sect ruthlessly. The truth was ugly, but he felt that Bai Mingzong's death was caused by the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. "I didn't expect this disciple from the pure Yang sect to be so strong. His strength is comparable to that of Yi Yingkai and the other outstanding prodigies from the pure Yang sect. In fact, he might be even stronger than them," Lin Donglai thought to himself as he watched Yang Qianyi leave. Meanwhile, everyone had also shifted their attention to Yang Qianyi. Most, if not all of them, were surprised. Duan Ling Tian aside, his strength seems to be on par with the top prodigies in the pure Yang sect. "I didn't expect the pure Yang sect to have another outstanding prodigy." He kept a low profile and revealed his true strength at the critical moment. His attack left Bai Mingzhong on the brink of death. If it weren't for Elder Lin Donglai, Bai Mingzhong would have died. Even Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Yang Qianyi's strength. His heart stirred slightly as he looked at Yang Qianyi and thought to himself, "I've underestimated him. He became an intermediate lord of gods in a shorter time than I did, and based on his attack earlier, his cultivation base is almost completely stable. He might even completely stabilize his cultivation base before the end of the Seven Mansions feast." Duan Ling Tian felt excitement burning in his heart when he thought about this. He yearned even more to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion. Chapter 4021 The Soaring Cloud Group Round. Duan Ling Tian knew how difficult it was for intermediate lords of gods to stabilize their cultivation bases in a short time. Without the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not have been able to completely stabilize his cultivation base so quickly. For others, it would be impossible to achieve without some kind of fortuitous encounter. Similarly, the others from the pure Yang sect were also shocked. The only person who was not shocked was Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianyi's master. Yang Qianyi is so strong. Yang Qianyi really helped us vent our anger. You're amazing, Yang Qianyi. You almost killed him. That's right, although an intermediate emperor of gods was keeping watch, you still managed to fatally injure your opponent from the alliance of benevolence and justice. The dark clouds that loomed over the young disciples of the pure Yang sect dispersed after Yang Qianyi defeated by Ming Zhang. Yi Yingkai and Yun Yiwei were not only surprised, but their expressions turned solemn as well. After all, they did not pay attention to Yang Qianyi previously, and he suddenly became as strong as they were. Moreover, they were not completely confident they could defeat Yang Qianyi. It was only natural that their emotions were complicated. With this fight, Yang Qianyi was thrust into the spotlight, making his mark in the 7 Mansions feast. Yang Qianyi, there's finally an outstanding prodigy from the pure Yang sect's Ping Sheng faction. He's the grand disciple of the founder of the Ping Sheng faction, Yuan Ping Sheng. Despite the praises, Yang Qianyi remained calm. In fact, if one was observant enough, one could even see a hint of gloom in the depths of his eyes. The following fights were uneventful. Yun Yiwei easily defeated his opponent as expected. Since his opponent was not from the alliance of benevolence and justice, he was very restrained when he attacked. At the end of the round, apart from the already famous prodigies from the 7 Mansions, there were more than a handful of people who stood out. They were dark horses like the pure Yang sect's Yang Qianyi and the Howling Flames sect's Lin Yuan. Unlike Yang Qianyi, Lin Yuan was the external help that the Howling Flames sect recruited. However, since he had formally joined the Howling Flames sect, even if people were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do about it. The revival stage for the elite group round would start the next day. Based on the first round for the selection of the rookie group, most people knew the revival stage would not be that interesting. After all, who would foolishly choose to challenge a strong opponent? The revival stage for the elite group round ended in just a few days since the number of participants was much smaller compared to before. There were quite a few participants with above-average strength who failed to enter the elite group since all the weaker participants in the elite group had been challenged. Similar to before, Lin Donglai said to those who failed to advance that if they were confident about ranking in the top 30, they would be allowed to enter the elite group. However, there would be consequences if they failed to rank in the top 30. In the end, no one dared to step forward. None of them were sure they could even pass the next round, let alone rank in the top 30. Although luck was part of one's strength, only mediocre people would rely heavily on luck. After the elite ground round, it'll be the soaring cloud group round. It's mostly similar to the first 2 rounds. The difference is that during the revival stage, those who lost in the first stage are allowed to issue up to 3 challenges, Lin Donglai announced as he hovered in the air. He was also able to select one person to automatically enter the soaring cloud group, and he chose Yang Qianyi. Most people sighed in relief when Yang Qianyi was chosen. They were mostly the weaker participants. With Yang Qianyi out of the picture, they would not have to face him. All of them were worried about ending up like by Ming Zhang, after all. As for the stronger participants, they did not care at all since this would not affect them. Moreover, they could also prove their strength later. Lin Donglai explained the rounds in the 7 Mansions feast again. The soaring cloud group round was also the 3rd round of the 7 Mansions feast. There were only 400 participants left at this time. The elite group round originally had 800 participants. And at the end of it, there were only 400 people left. The soaring cloud group round had 400 participants, and at the end of it, there would be only 200 participants left. The 4th round, called the ambitious group round, would have 100 participants at the end of it. The ranking for the top 100 participants would also be decided in this round. Those who ranked in the top 100 would naturally be rewarded, and those who ranked in the top 30 would receive better rewards. Needless to say, those who ranked in the top 10 had the best rewards. After his explanation, Lin Donglai announced the start of the 3rd round, the soaring cloud group round. Similar to the earlier 2 rounds, opponents would be decided based on the tokens they chose. When Duan Ling Tian obtained his token, he discovered everyone from the pure Yang sect, including Zhen Ping Fan, were looking at him. The corners of his lips twitched immediately. Before Zhenping Fan spoke, he raised his token and imbued his divine energy into it. He had yet to see the word on his token, but when he saw the disappointed expression on Zhenping Fan's face, he knew the word he obtained this time must have been normal. It would have been strange if he obtained another weird word for the third time. This time, Duan Ling Tian obtained the word, universe. The others from the Pure Yang sect looked away after they saw that Duan Ling Tian obtained a normal word. Soon after, the Soaring Cloud group round started. The first few fights were boring until the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong was chosen to fight Jia Mulin, the prodigy from the profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect. Jia Mulin was one of the strongest disciples under the age of 10,000 in the Fortune sect. His expression was solemn at this moment. Clearly, he felt the pressure of facing Wanqi Hong. Jia Mulin, I've heard of you. You're rather famous, Wanqi Hong said nonchalantly. Do you want me to help you or are you going to surrender on your own? Jia Mulin took a deep breath before he cupped his fists together at Wanqi Hong and said, your reputation precedes you, Wanqi Hong. Perhaps, if you were still the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, I'd surrender. However, since that's no longer the case, I'd like to test my strength against yours. Jia Mulin grinned at the end of his words. Wanqi Hong was infuriated by the smile on Jia Mulin's face. His gaze turned frosty as he said, if you have a death wish, I'll be more than happy to fulfill your wish. Wanqi Hong rushed out like raging beast as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the fight. Meanwhile, as Jia Mulin stepped back, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this prodigy from the Fortune sect deliberately provoked Wanqi Hong, hoping that Wanqi Hong will make mistakes due to his anger. However, if his strength isn't enough, he still won't be able to defeat Wanqi Hong even if Wanqi Hong makes mistakes. Petty tricks and tactics were useless when faced with absolute strength. After all, Chapter 4022 The main event. Jia Mulin was indeed trying to provoke Wanqi Hong, hoping Wanqi Hong would lose his reason when angered. He knew Wanqi Hong was stronger than him, but he thought the difference between their strength was slight. Hence, he thought he would be able to seize the advantage and defeat Wanqi Hong when Wanqi Hong made mistakes due to his anger. However, things did not develop as he had expected. Why is he so strong? Jia Mulin could barely fend off Wanqi Hong with his prominent divine artifact. His arms were trembling from the force of the attack. When Wanqi Hong attacked for the second time, Jia Mulin's prominent divine artifact was knocked out of his hands, and he was sent flying back. Although Wanqi Hong had clearly defeated Jia Mulin, he still flew toward Jia Mulin. I surrender, Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin exclaimed in unison. Despite his anger, Wanqi Hong had to stop since Jia Mulin had surrendered. If he continued to make a move, Lin Donglai could charge him with a murder attempt. Based on the Seven Mansions Feast rules, Lin Donglai could kill him for that. Wanqi Hong has stabilized his cultivation base. Yi Chenfeng could sense Wanqi Hong's divine energy even though Wanqi Hong had held back. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard about this from Yi Chenfeng. When he fought with Wanqi Hong previously, he knew Wanqi Hong was far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base. Yi Chenfeng said, not long ago, I heard that the Wanqi clan spent a fortune in obtaining top lord grade limit divine pills that could help advanced lords of God stabilize their cultivation bases. Duan Ling Tian nodded as realization dawned on him. He had heard of those top lord grade limit divine pills before. He usually refined ordinary lord grade limit divine pills, and even if he had abundant ingredients, he was not confident he could refine top lord grade limit divine pills. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Wanqi Hong's strength, especially those from the Fortune sect. They knew how strong Jia Mulin was. In the Fortune sect, only a few people could fight to a draw with him. However, he was defeated by Wanqi Hong with 2 moves. How strong? I didn't expect him to be so strong. I didn't expect much from him after he lost to Duan Ling Tian. That's right, when I heard he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, I thought his title as the strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was empty. Perhaps, before Duan Ling Tian showed up, there was no one outstanding so the title went to him. However, that's clearly not the case. Hey, if he's so strong, then how strong is Duan Ling Tian? The young disciples from the various forces were shocked by Wanqi Hong's strength, and they were even more shocked when they thought about Duan Ling Tian who defeated Wanqi Hong in the past. Wanqi Hong, who was flying back, naturally heard the conversations in his surroundings. He stopped in his tracks and frowned before he said loudly and confidently, When Duan Ling Tian defeated me, my cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods was far from being stabilized. However, my cultivation base is completely stabilized now. If I fight Duan Ling Tian now, I'll definitely defeat him." A commotion broke out after Wan Qihong's voice fell. As it turns out, he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base when Duan Ling Tian defeated him. If that's the case, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to defeat him again. Duan Ling Tian might even be badly beaten. No one questioned the veracity of Wan Qihong's words. After all, it would be foolish for him to lie. Not only that, but it would also be humiliating for him if he was caught lying later. How confident, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Then, he said to Zhen Ping Fan through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, what do you think if I surrender during my fight and challenge Wan Qihong during the revival stage? Do you think he'd be furious?" Zhen Ping Fan was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he recovered, he said, "It's not just him, but the entire Wanqi clan, especially Wanqi Yuning, will be furious." After a beat, he added, "It's useless even if you do that. He would still have 3 chances to challenge others to secure a place in the next round, unless you severely injure him to the point that he's unable to fight again." Immediately after saying these words, Zhen Ping Fan hurriedly said, "I'm just joking. Don't get any ideas." Zhen Ping Fan was worried Duan Ling Tian might do. As he had said, the Wanqi clan, especially Wanqi Yuning, would not let things slide if Wan Qihong was injured to the point where he would no longer be able to participate in the Seven Mansions feast. After all, without Wan Qihong, Wanqi Yuning would lose the only chance he had of becoming an advanced emperor of gods. He looked calm and gentle, but he was known to be ruthless when he was young. He had annihilated a few small clans in the past over very trivial matters. Although Duan Ling Tian would be safe under Yi Chen-feng's protection, it was impossible for Yi Chen-feng to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian all the time. To Zhen Ping Fan's dismay, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "Elder Zhen, what a brilliant idea. I should really severely injure him." Zhen Ping Fan said unhappily, "I said I was just joking, and I told you not to listen to me. If you do that, Wanqi Yuning and the Wanqi clan definitely won't let you go. He's like a cornered beast now. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough soon, he's going to die. The secret holy realm is his last chance. If you take that away from him, I won't put it past him to sneak into our sect just to kill you. If you want to do anything to Wan Qihong, I suggest you wait until he secures his place in the top 10. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard Zhen Ping Fan's warning. If he destroyed the hope of a desperate and dying Wanqi Yuning, it was true that the chance of Wanqi Yuning risking his life to kill him was very high. "I understand," Duan Ling Tian said, completely dismissing his earlier thoughts. Although he disliked Wan Qihong, he was not going to risk his life and provoke a desperate and dying intermediate emperor of gods. The first stage of the Soaring Cloud group round ended smoothly. The revival stage was much more interesting compared to those of the rookie group and elite group rounds. Those who were eliminated in the first stage were given 3 chances to issue a challenge. Similar to the previous revival stages, the weaker participants were quickly challenged. Similar to before, no one dared to challenge participants like Duan Ling Tian and Yi Yingkai. In the end, there were about 200 people who would be advancing to the next round. The ambitious group round will commence in 3 days, Lin Donglai before dismissing everyone. After 3 days, the first stage of the ambitious group round started and ended when there were only 100 participants left. Lin Donglai said, "After 10 days, we'll determine the ranking of the top 100 participants. In the beginning, there'll be 30 seated participants. You can also volunteer to be a seated participant if you feel that you're strong enough. However, you'll be challenged by the other participants. The rankings aren't confirmed until the very end, and only those who manage to hold on to their ranks until the end are considered winners." The crowd's excitement grew upon hearing that the main event of the Seven Mansions feast was about to begin. Even the outstanding prodigies from various top forces in the Seven Mansions could not wait for the main event to begin. At this time, a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect, whose strength was comparable to that of Yi Yingkai, opened his eyes that flashed with excitement. He muttered under his breath, "The long-awaited battle for the rankings is almost here." Chapter 4023 Mo Luo Duo. Volunteer to be a seated participant. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Donglai's words. Just like Lin Donglai said, seated participants would have to accept challenges from other participants. If one was not strong enough, it would be useless for one to volunteer to be a seated participant since one would be knocked off one's ranking very quickly. Moreover, one also risked injury that would affect one's performance later on. For example, someone who could rank in the top 50 might not even be able to rank in the top 50 if he or she volunteered to be a seated participant. Being challenged by other participants would inevitably result in injuries if one did not have sufficient strength. The various forces can select up to 3 people to volunteer as seated participants. 3 days later, I'll send people to collect the list of names, Lin Donglai said. Many prodigies who planned to volunteer were disappointed when they heard Lin Donglai's words. As it turned out, they had to be selected by their respective forces. Moreover, each force could only select 3 people. You may take your leave now, and we'll gather again in 10 days. At that time, we'll announce the names of the 30 seated participants. With that, the crowd began to disperse. While Duan Lingtian returned with the people from the Pure Yang sect, he did not ask any unnecessary questions. After all, he knew he would definitely be selected as a seated participant from the sect. The young disciples from the Pure Yang sect felt the same way as well. Duan Lingtian will definitely be chosen as a seated participant. That's right. However, I don't know who the other 2 would be. Many of them looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yiwei, and the other 3 who were on par with the duo. Not counting Duan Lingtian, these 5 people were the strongest disciples below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect. Their strength was about the same. After a while, someone said, "Wait. Don't forget about the Ping Sheng faction's Xianxia Yi. Based on his performance previously, he's no weaker than Yi Yingkai." "You're right, Xianxia Yi is a possible candidate as well. I think Xianxia Yi has a good chance of being selected." "I agree. If you ask me, I think Xianxia Yi might even be slightly stronger than Yi Yingkai and the others." The conversations made Yi Yingkai and the other 4 look at Xianxia Yi with a complicated gaze. After all, Xianxia Yi, whom they had once overlooked, was now as strong as them or possibly stronger than them. At this time, Yuan Hanjin said to Xianxia Yi through voice transmission, "Currently, among the younger generation below the age of 10,000 in our sect, Duan Lingtian is the only one stronger than you. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, you'll be able to kill him and avenge your childhood friends. I have faith in you." "Thank you, Master," Xianxia Yi replied indifferently through voice transmission. Yuan Hanjin frowned slightly when he heard the indifference in Xianxia Yi's voice. It might not seem significant to others, but to him, it was as though Xianxia Yi had turned into a different person. After all, Xianxia Yi had always been very respectful to him. Yuan Hanjin wondered inwardly, what happened? Did his personality change due to what he experienced in the Supreme Divine Mansion? That's likely the case. After that, Yuan Hanjin no longer dwelled on the matter. Meanwhile, the young disciples of the Pure Yang sect were still discussing among themselves. "Hey, if Duan Lingtian and Xianxia Yi were chosen, do you think Yi Yingkai will be chosen as well? After all, he's Elder Yi's grand disciple. Yi Chenfeng was famous in the Pure Yang sect, after all. In the past, he was slightly stronger than Lu Fengjiyu, who was also rather famous. Now that he possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, he was easily the strongest person in the Pure Yang sect. Put everything aside, he led the entourage from the Pure Yang sect to the 7 Mansions feast and was in charge. If he really wanted Yi Yingkai to be a seated participant, it would be even easier than flicking his finger. Lu Fengjiyu would definitely not object to it. As for the others, they did not have much say at all. "I don't think so. Elder Yi isn't one to show favoritism." Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chenfeng when he heard the others talking about how fair and righteous Yi Chenfeng was. He would have been blinded by these words if he did not learn from Zhenping Fan how petty Yi Chenfeng could be. Of course, that did not mean Yi Chenfeng was not a good person. In the end, he thought to himself, Elder Yi isn't someone who would do something to give people grounds to criticize him. Duan Lingtian and the people from the Pure Yang sect were making their way to the 7 Mansions feast's venue. While making their way there, Yi Chenfeng said calmly, 7 days ago, I submitted 3 names to be seated participants to the profound Jade Mansion. I chose Duan Lingtian, Xianxia Yi, and Yun Yiwei. As Duan Lingtian expected, Yi Yingkai was not chosen. However, a few people were somewhat surprised. Wei was stunned as well since he did not expect to be chosen. However, realization dawned on him when he received a voice transmission from the old man next to him. Since Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fengjiu were in charge this time, it was inappropriate for them to choose Yi Yingkai, the most outstanding prodigy from the tyrannic saber faction, since others might accuse them of favoritism. Among the 5 outstanding prodigies in the pure Yang sect, not counting Yi Yingkai and Yun Wei, one of them was from the tyrannic saber faction and the other 2 were from factions that had very good relationships with the hidden sword faction and the tyrannic saber faction. This meant that Yi Yingkai, who was from the Langji faction, did not have any connections to the hidden sword faction or the tyrannic saber faction. So, they're using me as a shield, Yun Wei thought to himself helplessly. However, he did not take offense. He continued to think to himself, there are only 30 seated participants. Each force gets to recommend 3 participants. There are 28 forces, so there'll be 84 recommended participants. Out of 84 participants, only 30 will be selected. I don't think I'll be selected. Duan Ling Tian will definitely get selected, and Yang Qianyi has a decent chance of being selected as well. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also learned of the reason why Yun Wei was selected instead of Yi Yingkai from Zhenping Fan. He did not think too much of it, and he was sure Yi Yingkai and the others who were not selected did not think too much about it as well. After all, whether they were seated participants or not would not affect the outcome. They would still be able to rank in the top 30 if they were unseated as long as they were strong enough. When the people from the pure Yang sect arrived, most of the forces had already arrived. Soon after, Lin Donglai appeared again in a timely manner. He did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, after several days of consideration, we finally selected 30 seated participants from the lists we obtained from the various top forces in the 7 mansions. Lin Donglai read out 30 names. The 30 seated participants were selected from all 7 mansions, but not every force had the candidates they recommended selected. For example, no one from the profound Jade Mansion's Fortune sect was selected. Since the Fortune sect, as one of the hosts of the 7 mansions feast this time, did not complain, the other forces, whose disciples were not chosen, did not complain as well. After all, if the host did not complain, what else could they say? Most importantly, being a seated participant would not affect the final ranking at all. At this time, someone from the feudal lord mansion said, I remember that during the previous 7 mansions feast, Elder Yi from the pure Yang sect wasn't selected as a seated participant as well. However, he was still ranked in the top 30 in the end. Many people turned to look at Yi Chenfeng upon hearing these words. Currently, Yi Chenfeng was the founder of the Hidden Sword faction and an Ascension Elder in the pure Yang sect. He was also the strongest person in the pure Yang sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Most importantly, he was not even 20,000 years old. During the 7 mansions feast 10,000 years ago, Yi Chenfeng was not even 10,000 years old. At that time, he was also selected to represent the pure Yang sect in the 7 mansions feast. Alas, he did not even rank in the top 20, let alone rank in the top 10. 10,000 years passed in just a blink of an eye. 10,000 years ago, Elder Yi's peers were stronger than him, but 10,000 years later, none of his peers are a match for him. One shouldn't worry about temporary wins and losses, it's more important to take the bigger picture into consideration. Elder Yi is a good example of this. I agree, even if I'm not chosen as a seated participant or I can't rank in the top 30, it doesn't mean that I'll be weaker than all my peers in the future. Who knows, I might even be stronger than the Wanqi clan's Wanqi Hong and the pure Yang sect's Duan Ling Tian after 10,000 years. At the same time, no one was surprised that Duan Ling Tian was selected as one of the 30 seated participants. In fact, everyone would have been surprised if he was not chosen. Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan was the only one chosen to be a seated participant from the clan. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Yang Qianyi from the pure Yang sect was also chosen to be a seated participant, surprising everyone. The pure Yang sect's Yang Qianyi kept such a low profile previously. If it weren't for his explosive performance that one time, the profound Jade Mansion would not have chosen him to be a seated participant. I've already said that Yang Qianyi isn't any weaker than the 5 top prodigies from the pure Yang sect, he might even be stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the profound Jade Mansion. There are only 30 seated participants, and each force could only recommend 3 disciples. It's quite amazing that 2 participants were chosen from the pure Yang sect. It's not just the pure Yang sect. 2 participants were selected from the Howling Flames sect as well. Apart from the Dark Horse, Lin Yuan, the strongest prodigy under the age of 10,000, Mo Luo Duo, was also chosen. It's not just that, Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged to be the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the profound Jade Mansion. He's not weaker than Wanqi Hong. Do you think he's able to beat Duan Ling Tian? This was the first time Duan Ling Tian heard of Mo Luo Duo. Mo Luo Du, the strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Howling Flames sect in the profound Jade Mansion. Chapter 4024 The Prodigies. The Mansions. Apart from the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flames sect, there were also a few forces that had 2 of their disciples selected as seated participants. However, most people were focused on the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flames sect. This was because Duan Ling Tian, who rose to fame in the 7 mansions recently, was in the Pure Yang sect. As for the Howling Flames sect, it was because they were one of the hosts of the 7 mansions feast. Moreover, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Howling Flames sect, was also chosen to preside over the fights. Needless to say, no one had anything to say about those from the Pure Yang sect and the Howling Flames sect chosen to be seated participants. Their strength was obvious to all. In contrast, most people were puzzled why another 2 participants, whose previous performances were only mediocre, were chosen to be seated participants. One of them was from the Autumn Leaves sect in the Divine Morning Mansion. The Autumn Leaves sect was one of the forces that had 2 of their disciples chosen to be seated participants. One of them was a famous young prodigy, but the other person who was chosen performed mediocrely so far and no one had heard of him before. As for the other one, she was from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. However, she did not carry the surname, Yuan. Similarly, her performance was tepid at best. Needless to say, many began to discuss among themselves, puzzled. I've never heard of that Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect, nor have I heard of that Tuo Ba Shu from the Yuan clan. Their performances were average, so why were they selected? Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to the fights, so he did not know if someone performed outstandingly or not. He had never heard the names, Luo Yuan, and Tuo Ba Shu, before, but he dismissed it as him not paying attention to news about other prodigies. It was only when he heard the conversation in his surroundings that he discovered everyone had never heard of Luo Yuan and Tuo Ba Shu as well. As such, he was also puzzled why those 2 who performed mediocrely were selected. Divine Morning Mansion, Underworld Mansion. Soon enough, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Zhen Ping Fan had previously said that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion would have outstanding prodigies representing them during the 7 mansions feast and that they were aiming to rank in the top 3. What was out of the ordinary was that the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansions and the Underworld Mansions had pooled their resources together and invested in the 2 prodigies. If the duo ranked in the top 3, they would obtain 6 slots between them. There were 6 top forces altogether in the 2 mansions, so each force would be given a slot. Apparently, according to Yi Chen Feng, it was Zhen Ping Fan who had unknowingly given them this idea 10,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if that's the case, then it's no surprise that they were chosen. They're definitely qualified to be a seated participant. Since they're chosen, this means the profound Jade Mansion is aware of this matter as well. However, they've been keeping such a low profile. Why did the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion recommend them and thrust them into the spotlight now? It seems a little foolish to do this when they've yet to reveal their strength. It'd only draw criticism since most people would think it's unfair that they were chosen. While Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts, an old man with a long beard and gray hair looked at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he asked in a thunderous and deep voice, "Elder Lin, what's the meaning of this? The Autumn Leaves sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seated participant. He's not among the 3 we recommended." Immediately after that, a thin old man spoke up as well. "That's right, Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuo Bai Shu as well." A commotion broke out as soon as the 2 old men spoke up. Everyone was even more confused when they found out that these 2 unknown participants were not even recommended by their respective forces. Why were they chosen to be seated participants then? Everyone turned to look at Lin Donglai immediately, waiting for him to answer the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious and could not help but wonder what the profound Jade Mansion was up to. After all, it was inappropriate for the profound Jade Mansion to select participants who were not recommended by their respective forces to be seated participants. If it were just one person, Perhaps, the profound Jade Mansion could brush it off as a mistake. However, there were two of them. How could it be a mistake? Everyone could not wait to hear what Lin Donglai had to say. So they were not recommended by their respective forces. Duan Ling Tian was even more puzzled. Why did the profound Jade Mansion take the initiative to make those two seated participants when the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan did not recommend them? It was unprecedented. Faced with everyone's questioning gazes, Lin Donglai did not look nervous at all. Instead, he said with a slight smile, although the duo was not recommended by their respective forces, we, from the profound Jade Mansion, heard that the duo was outstanding. After all, the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion pooled all their resources to cultivate the duo for nearly 10,000 years. Hence, we took the initiative to make the seated participants since we have high regard for outstanding prodigies. As for the two elders from the Autumn Leaves sect and the Yuan clan, I'm sure you're not worried that they would suffer a loss from being a seated participant due to insufficient strength. After all, even if the duo's previous performances were only average, they're not mediocre at all. At the very least, they're comparable to Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. Before anyone could speak, Lin Donglai continued to say to Luo Yuan and Tuo Bai Shu, both of you should reveal a little of your strength later so the others won't rashly challenge both of you. Once you show your strength, perhaps, you won't even have to fight anymore until it's time to fight for the top 30, top 10, or even top 3 places. Apart from that, it'll also let others recognize your abilities. Many people were shocked that Lin Donglai compared the two inconspicuous participants to Duan Ling Tian. They were even more shocked when they heard that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion pooled their resources to cultivate the duo for nearly 10,000 years. The two mansions invested all their resources on those two for almost 10,000 years. Looks like they're determined to enter the secret Holy Realm. Each of them had the resources from the 3 top forces of the mansion. I can't imagine how powerful they must be now. They have to be very strong. Since they were selected by the top forces, they must be naturally talented to begin with. With all the resources given to them, they must be extraordinary. That's right, if it weren't for Elder Lin from the Howling Flame sect, I really wouldn't know these two outstanding prodigies from the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion. In fact, those who were shocked were the young disciples of the various forces from the 7 mansions. After all, the high-ranking officials had long received news about Luo Yuan and Tuo Bashu. The high-ranking officials were more surprised that the profound Jade Mansion deliberately exposed the duo, the Divine Morning Mansion, and the Underworld Mansion. The expressions of the two elders from the Autumn Leaves sect and the Yuan clan respectively soured as soon as they heard Lin Donglai's words. However, they were not very surprised that this happened, and they also knew there was nothing they could do about it. During the previous 7 mansions feasts, there were forces who would deliberately expose each other's trump cards. In fact, the Divine Morning Mansion had once exposed the profound Jade Mansion's trump cards. It was likely that this was the profound Jade Mansion seeking revenge. Alas, the Underworld Mansion was dragged into the matter as well. That was not to say that the Underworld Mansion had never done such things before, it was just that they had never done it to the profound Jade Mansion. In any case, this matter passed very quickly. The profound Jade Mansion was not held accountable, and no one kicked up a fuss either. The participants with the potential to rank in the top 10 and top 3 felt even more pressured by the sudden appearance of another 2 outstanding prodigies. As for the weaker participants, who were unlikely to rank in the top 10, they were busy discussing among themselves. They were very excited and eager to watch the show. I really can't tell that the 2 mansions invested all their resources in those 2. Elder Lin compared them to Duan Ling Tian earlier. It shows how highly he thinks of them. I just heard from my master that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion are determined to have those 2 rank in the top 3. I thought Duan Ling Tian had a high chance of ranking in the top 3. Similarly, I thought Wanqi Hong has a good chance of ranking in the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case. That's right, who would have thought the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion would do such a thing? It's not just Luo Yuan and Tuo Ba Shu. There's also an outstanding prodigy from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect who just appeared recently. Apart from that prodigy from the United Heavens sect, Luo Yuan, Tuo Bai Shu, Duan Ling Tian, Wanqi Hong, Lin Yuan, Mo Luo Duo, there are also the other top prodigies from the other forces. The competition for the top 3 places is very fierce this time. It's going to be interesting. The participants were still talking when Lin Donglai spoke again. His voice overwhelmed everyone's voice as he said, "Now, the first round of the qualifying battle will begin. The other participants can now challenge the 30 seeded participants. Remember, you only have 3 chances to challenge the seeded participants." Chapter 4025 Consecutive Challenges. The 30 seeded participants were called to step forward so the unseeded participants could challenge them. Needless to say, the unseeded participants would only choose to challenge those they were sure they could defeat. It would be detrimental to them to challenge someone stronger after all. Unseeded participants have to issue their 3 challenges consecutively. If you feel you can't defeat your opponent, you can surrender to conserve energy and avoid injuries. This will ensure you'll be in good condition during your following challenges. As soon as you surrender, I'll step in to stop your opponents from making another move, Lin Donglai said. Now, I'll give the unseeded participants tokens to decide the order of the challenge. As for the 30 seeded participants, please step forward and stand in front of the people of your respective forces to make it easier for the unseeded participants to challenge you. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the other seeded participants moved into position. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Qianyi stood in front of the people from the Pure Yang sect. There were 2 seeded participants from the Pure Yang sect, after all. Wanqi Hong also moved into his position in front of the people of the Wanqi clan. He was the only seeded participant from the Wanqi clan. At the same time, Lin Donglai also tossed the tokens out. After all the unseeded participants obtained their tokens, he said, "Now, the participant with the number 1, please come forward and issue your challenge. If you win, you'll take the place of your opponent and become a seeded participant. After that, you'll have to win 3 challenges to secure your ranking. However, as a new seeded participant, you can choose to refuse challenges on the first day." Duan Ling Tian and the other young disciples had long heard about this from the elders of their respective forces, so they were not surprised. The participant, who obtained the number 1, flew out. He was a prodigy from a clan in the Consonance Mansion. His strength was quite decent. During his last fight, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. Although he was not famous in the 7 mansions since there were many more talented than him, he was also somewhat famous in the Consonance Mansion. After a while, this prodigy from the Consonance Mansion challenged a seeded participant from the Divine Morning Mansion who was also somewhat famous in the Divine Morning Mansion. In the beginning, the 2 participants seemed evenly matched, but in the latter half of the fight, the seeded participant from the Divine Morning Mansion gained the upper hand. After 50 moves, the seeded participant from the Divine Morning Mansion won, successfully defending his ranking. Based on the fight this time, it was clear that the seeded participant from the Divine Morning Mansion had held back in the previous rounds. He's quite smart. In fact, he could have defeated his opponent much sooner. However, to conserve energy, he dragged the fight out and used a little more divine energy to defeat his opponent after that. He'll be able to easily recover the divine energy he expended after this with a pill. With that, he'll be in peak condition for his next challenge. Many people could see through the intentions of the seeded participant from the Divine Morning Mansion. This tactic was something one would only gain through experience. Meanwhile, the unseeded participant from the Consonance Mansion wore a gloomy expression on his face. He had assumed the person he challenged was on par with him at most. He was rather certain of his victory. To his dismay, he discovered his opponent had been hiding his strength. He had used up about 30 to 40% of his energy during this fight. Although he was not seriously injured, he was still affected and would not be in peak condition for his next fight. Lin Donglai looked at the participant from the Consonance Mansion and said expressionlessly, "You have to challenge your next opponent within 7.5 minutes." The unseeded participant's expression turned even gloomier upon hearing this. Since he had to issue his challenge consecutively, he had no time to recover his energy at all. He was at a huge disadvantage. After a moment, he asked, "Elder Lin, based on what I'm told, if I give up my second challenge, I'll be given 15 minutes to rest before I have to challenge an opponent again, right?" Lin Donglai nodded. "That's right. Do you want to give up your second challenge in exchange for a 15-minute break to rest and recover?" "Yes," the unseeded participant from the Consonance Mansion said decisively. Then, without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak again, he sat cross-legged before he took a divine pill and began to recover his strength as much as he could. Lin Donglai did not say anything and waited quietly. At the same time, the others discussed among themselves as they waited. "He's quite smart." Many people praised the participant from the Consonance Mansion. After all, if he had issued a challenge immediately after losing his first challenge, he would undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. Not only would he most probably lose his second challenge, but he would also likely lose his third challenge due to a chain effect. It was the best choice for him to give up his second challenge so he could recover his strength. With this, he had a higher chance of winning his third challenge. I'm glad I didn't have to go first. At least, I learned something from this first fight. It's better to conserve as much energy as we can during the first challenge. Unless we're certain of our victory, it's not worth going all out, a prodigy from the feudal lord mansion said with a sigh. Someone smiled bitterly and countered, it's useless. What if your opponent is doing the same? For example, that seated participant from the divine morning mansion didn't use his full strength, letting that unseated participant from the consonance mansion think they were on par with each other. The unseated participant from the consonance mansion was fooled, he thought his victory was certain so he went all out. That was when his opponent revealed his strength and dealt him a blow. That's right, this tactic is not completely reliable. It depends on your luck as well, and you have to have very good judgment. I agree. In my opinion, it's best to fight as though it's your last challenge. The most important thing is to pick the right person to challenge. Yes. Who knows if the person you challenged previously hid their strength? In any case, I think that seated participant from the divine morning mansion had already revealed his full strength earlier. If you're confident, you should challenge him. There shouldn't be any more surprises from him. Those who are confident about challenging him should do it as soon as they can. After all, he can only be challenged for another 2 more times. Hey, is it possible for a seated participant to collude with unseated participants? What if a seated participant manages to convince 3 weaker unseated participants to challenge him? After winning 3 challenges, his ranking would be secured. It's possible to do, but I don't think anyone will do such a thing. After all, if one were caught, one would be disqualified immediately. The high-ranking officials here aren't stupid. They'll be able to see through such a trick easily. That's right, I don't think such a thing had happened before in the history of the Seven Mansions Feast. No one would take such a risk unless they want to be disqualified. Apart from that, there are also factors that make this trick hard to pull off. Take the seated participant from the Divine Morning Mansion for example. Since he was challenged by the first unseated participant, the second to the 10th unseated participants won't be able to challenge him. After he's challenged by one of the unseated participants with numbers from 11 to 20, the 21st to 30th unseated participants won't be able to challenge him. This means, even if he manages to convince unseated participants to help him, those unseated participants will have to be in the right order. Indeed, it's not realistic. Moreover, how could a participant willingly give up just to help another participant? That's right. All in all, this trick is useless and unrealistic. There are huge consequences as well. With so many intermediate emperors of gods around, the trick will be seen through in just an instance. There seemed like there were many loopholes, but it was truly not easy to exploit the loopholes. Moreover, the consequences were heavy, and no one dared to take the risk. Hence, in the history of the Seven Mansions Feast, such a thing had never happened. 15 minutes later, the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion rose to his feet. His eyes shifted to a prodigy from the feudal lord mansion. The prodigy from the feudal lord mansion was very famous in the feudal lord mansion, and he also had a slight bit of fame outside of the feudal lord mansion. The 2 participants did not waste time and began to fight. It did not take long for the seated participant from the feudal lord mansion to defeat the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion. The seated participant from the feudal lord mansion had also hidden his strength in the previous rounds. In fact, he was even stronger than the first participant that the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion had challenged. Even if the unseated participant from the Consonance Mansion was in peak condition, he would still be unable to defeat the participant from the feudal lord mansion. For this reason, the participant from the Consonance Mansion was not dissatisfied when he left the battlefield. After all, it was not surprising that he lost when the gap between their strength was rather wide. Apart from that, the 2 opponents he challenged were the 2 he was most confident about defeating. He did not expect the duo to have hidden their strength. He was not confident about defeating any of the other 28 seated participants. As such, he was convinced of his defeat. Based on this, it could be seen that the profound Jade Mansion had taken special care when selecting the 30 seated participants. The defeated participant from the Consonance Mansion thought to himself, I wonder if anyone dares to challenge the two participants that the Divine Morning Mansion and Underworld Mansion spent all their efforts cultivating. If it were not for the reveal earlier, I actually planned to challenge both of them. In fact, many unseated participants shared the same thought as him. Initially, they all planned to challenge the Autumn Leaves sect's Luo Yuan and the Yuan clan's Tuo Ba Shu when Lin Donglai first announced their names. Needless to say, once Lin Donglai exposed the fact that the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion had given all their resources to the duo, everyone dismissed the idea of challenging the duo. Moreover, Lin Donglai also said the duo was comparable to Duan Ling Tian. They knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian, so how could they be a match for the duo? After a while, the unseated participant, who drew the number 2, was called to step forward. Unsurprisingly, he did not challenge Luo Yuan or Tuo Ba Shu. Even so, he failed to defeat his first opponent. Similar to the first unseated participant, he gave up his second challenge to recover his strength, and he also failed his third challenge. The third unseated failed to win his challenges as well. In fact, the first 7th unseated participants all failed their challenges. However, things became more exciting when the 7th unseated participant, who was from the Feudal Lord Mansion, stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, he challenged Tuo Ba Shu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. Most importantly, Tuo Ba Shu was someone all the top forces in the Underworld Mansion cultivated. He was the person whom Lin Donglai said was comparable to Duan Ling Tian. When Tuo Ba Shu flew out, the 7th unseated participant looked at Tuo Ba Shu with an anticipatory expression as he said, "Tuo Ba Shu, after listening to Elder Lin praising your strength, I really want to see your strength for myself." Chapter 4026. The seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Tuo Ba Shu was a beautiful young woman. Her hair was tied up, and she was dressed in a loose black robe. All in all, she was dressed like a man, and it did not detract from her beauty at all. If she was dressed like a woman, there was no doubt that she would be even more stunning. Her expression was as cold as her voice as she said to the 7th unseated participant who challenged her, "Make your move." The 7th unseated participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion charged out with a prominent divine artifact in his hand as he mobilized his divine energy. Since Lin Donglai had compared Tuo Ba Shu to Duan Ling Tian, it was clear that she was very outstanding. As such, he did not dare to be reckless and did not hold back his strength at all. Tuo Ba Shu did not move despite her opponent charging toward her menacingly. However, her loose black robes fluttered wildly in the wind. When the participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion drew close, a storm of ice and snow suddenly raged around Tuo Ba Shu. A freezing energy swept out immediately for thousands of miles with her body in the center. In just an instant, the participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion was frozen. If one looked close enough, one would be able to see the fear brewing in the depths of his eyes. Everyone was still shocked by Tuo Ba Shu's display when Lin Donglai suddenly said, "Your opponent just admitted defeat to me through voice transmission." Then, Lin Donglai waved his hand, melting the ice and snow immediately. Tuo Ba Shu withdrew her divine energy and silently left the battlefield. The participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion was pale and trembling violently after Lin Donglai saved him. "Do you want to continue?" Lin Donglai asked. Then, he added without waiting for the other party's reply, "I advise you to give up your second challenge since you're seriously injured. Otherwise, it'll definitely affect your performance in the future." "I give up, Elder Lin. Thank you for saving my life," the participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion said after taking a deep breath. He still felt afraid when he thought about the earlier scene. If Tuo Ba Shu did not hold back, he would have died as soon as he was frozen. The rudimentary form of the Mastery Dao. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes were shining at this moment. Perhaps, the people present on the scene were not familiar with the Mastery Dao, so they were unable to sense unless one studied the Mastery Dao and was familiar with it. It was difficult even for an Emperor of Gods to detect it. Since he had also comprehended the Mastery Dao, he naturally could sense it. The Mastery Dao was different from the Weapon Dao. If the Mastery Dao was used along with the profundities of Allah, it was almost undetectable. On the contrary, there was almost no way to conceal the Weapon Dao. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised to discover that Tuo Ba Shu, the disciple from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan, had comprehended the rudimentary form of the Mastery Dao. His expression was slightly solemn as he thought to himself, "So this is the ability of the prodigy whom the Underworld man poured their resources into." Earlier, Tuo Ba Shu did not use a prominent divine artifact. She only used her law of ice along with her mastery Dao. Based on that alone, Duan Ling Tian speculated that Tuo Ba Shu was not any weaker than Wan Qi Hong. Needless to say, Wan Qi Hong from the past, whom he had defeated in 7 Kills Valley, was much weaker than Tuo Ba Shu. Similarly, everyone was also shocked by Tuo Ba Shu's performance and was fervently discussing among themselves. Tuo Ba Shu is really terrifying. The law of ice she comprehended is extremely powerful. That person from the feudal lord mansion didn't even have a chance to get close to her before he was frozen. It's not surprising considering the underworld mansion invested all their resources in her. It's true that the underworld mansion played a big part, but I'm sure she was already highly talented to begin with. If we were in his shoes and were given so many resources, we might not even be as powerful as she is now. Everyone thought that it was really enviable that Tuo Ba Shu received the collective resources from the top forces in the underworld mansion. However, no one denied her talent and comprehension skills. If she was only average, she would not have been chosen by the underworld mansion to begin with. If she was not talented, she would not have grown so strong even if she was given a lot of resources. If Tuo Ba Shu is so strong, then Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect can't be any weaker. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Ling Tian. That person from the feudal lord mansion probably did not expect this when he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. That's right, he clearly only challenged her because he was curious. Now, he ruined his chances completely. I'm afraid no one will dare to challenge Tuo Ba Shu and Luo Yuan after this. Of course, who will challenge Luo Yuan after seeing Tuo Ba Shu's strength? After seeing that person from the feudal lord mansion, no one will dare to challenge the duo. At this time, the unseated participant who drew the number 8 flew into the battlefield. It was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Zhengming, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's Zhengming faction. Lan Shilin could also be considered outstanding among the younger generation in the Pure Yang sect even if he could not compare to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yun Yiwei. His strength was only behind the other 5 top young disciples of the Pure Yang sect, not counting Duan Ling Tian. Lan Shilin looked around. His eyes stopped briefly on the seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. However, he dismissed the idea of challenging that person since he knew he was no match for the other party. Even if he wanted to show off his strength to his peers and bring glory to the Pure Yang sect, he was aware of his limitations. His rationality won over his impulse. Finally, his eyes landed on a figure from the Consonance Mansion. Alas, although Lan Shilan was careful with his choice, he was still defeated by the seated participant from the Consonance Mansion within 30 moves. Lan Shilin was not discouraged by his defeat. After all, from the beginning, he held very little hope of ranking in the top 30. Those few who were stronger than him were not even chosen to become seated participants. He only participated to gain experience and as a formality. I'm really lucky I managed to enter the ambitious group. I just hope I won't get kicked out of the top 100. Those in the ambitious group would have to fight for their ranks. There were about 100 people, or to be precise, there were 102 people in the group. As such, in the end, there would be 2 people who failed to rank in the top 100. In fact, the rewards for those who ranked in the bottom of the 100 places were not worth mentioning. However, the prestige of ranking in the top 100 was quite high. One could proudly tell others that one ranked in the top 100 during the 7 Mansions Feast. The challenges continued. However, none of the first 30 unseated participants won their challenges. The 30 seated participants were like unmovable mountains, blocking the others from grasping victory in their hands. The 31st unseated participant, "Please enter the battlefield," Lin Donglai said. Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw Yi Yingkai, who was standing nearby, flying out. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was a famous prodigy from the Pure Yang sect. Before Duan Ling Tian joined the Pure Yang sect, he and Yun Yiwei were the top 2 prodigies among the younger generation in the Pure Yang sect. When the prodigies of the Pure Yang sect were mentioned, everyone would think of them. However, people would only think about Duan Ling Tian now when the prodigies of the Pure Yang sect were mentioned. The others were completely overshadowed by Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me he's planning to challenge that seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly when he saw Yi Yingkai looking at the only seated participant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian obtained his answer. I challenge Hu Chaiyi of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Yi Yingkai said calmly without a change in his expression when Lin Donglai asked him whom he would like to challenge. Hu Chaiyi was a tall and burly young man, he was nearly 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a loose blue robe. When he flew out, his figure was like a tower. His appearance was ordinary, but he left a deep impression on everyone. His face was angular and sharp, looking like it was carved by a knife. Hu Chaiyi looked at Yi Yingkai icily as soon as he arrived and said, Yi Yingkai, you almost killed my junior brother. I was wondering if you'd challenge me, but I really didn't expect that you really dared to challenge me. This is great, I'll be able to avenge my junior brother. Yi Yingkai was the catalyst of the feud between the younger disciples of the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had dealt a heavy blow, seemingly for no reason, to Wang Yishan, his opponent, severely injuring Wang Yishan. Although Hu Chaiyi was not very close to Wang Yishan, they were from the same sect after all. Moreover, usually, Wang Yishan would greet Hu Chaiyi respectfully whenever they encountered each other in the sect. Wang Yishan also helped Hu Chaiyi with many trivial matters. It was only natural that he would avenge Wang Yishan now that the chance presented itself to him. This was something everyone in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was aware of. Chapter 4027 The Unkempt Middle-Aged Man. The fact that the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Hu Chaiyi was chosen as a seated participant meant that he was very outstanding. Even among the other outstanding young prodigies in the Alliance, he was superior to them. Not many people in the Eastern Ridge Mansion knew the extent of Hu Chaiyi's strength. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, no one had seen him fight with all his might. When he defeated his opponents in the past, he had done so without breaking a sweat. For this reason, the young disciples in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice trusted Hu Chaiyi's strength unconditionally. Hu Chaiyi was the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance after all. Unlike the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, the Pure Yang sect had a few top prodigies whose strengths were on par with each other. Needless to say, after Duan Ling Tian joined, he became the strongest person below the age of 10,000 in the Pure Yang sect. Taking all things into consideration, it was not surprising that the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did not think Yi Yingkai was worthy of being compared to Hu Chaiyi. PFT. Yi Yingkai actually challenged Brother Hu. He's seeking death. Yi Yingkai is the cause of the conflict between us and the Pure Yang sect. He injured one of our members first. He really deserves to die. That's right, I hope Brother Hu kills him. Even if Brother Hu can't kill him, I hope Brother Hu will cripple him. Yi Yingkai is the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's hidden sword faction. Most importantly, Yi Chenfeng is the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Even if the Howling Flames sect's elder Lin doesn't save Yi Yingkai, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Brother Hu to kill him with Yi Chenfeng around. That guy is really lucky to have such a grand master. Under the hostile gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Yi Yingkai made his move. In just a moment, he was engaged in a fierce fight with the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Yi Yingkai. In the first 10 moves, the duo was evenly matched. After that, Hu Chaiyi slowly gained the upper hand. His attacks that were directed at Yi Yingkai were fierce and deadly. After another 20 moves, Yi Yingkai was already severely injured. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to surrender. Seeing this, Hu Chaiyi was about to attack again. However, before he could do so, I'll surrender on his behalf. Hu Chaiyi looked at the source of the indifferent voice. He was slightly startled when he met a piercing gaze. When he recovered, he hurriedly averted his eyes, unable to meet the other person's eyes. With just a look, he felt as though his heart had been pierced with 10,000 arrows, and he felt like he could not breathe. Most importantly, the Alliance leader was completely unaware of what had happened. So this is the strength of the strongest person in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He's an intermediate emperor of gods, but so is our leader. Why is the gap between them so wide? Since Yi Chenfeng had surrendered on behalf of Yi Yingkai, Hu Chaiyi did not dare to attack again. There were no rules prohibiting in allowing elders to surrender on their disciples' behalf during the Seven Mansions feast, so the matter was rather vague. Nonetheless, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, Yi Chenfeng was not someone he could afford to provoke. He could only resist his urge to attack Yi Yingkai again. Grandmaster, Yi Yingkai called out with a bitter expression on his face. All of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale immediately. Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked, "Do you want to issue your second challenge?" Before Yi Yingkai could say yes, Yi Chenfeng said again, "Forfeit your second challenge. Issue your third challenge after 15 minutes. Then, Yi Chenfeng tossed a bottle of pills over to Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai caught the pill bottle and raised his head to look at Yi Chenfeng. When he saw Yi Chenfeng's calm gaze, he felt guilty. He even had the urge to cry. Many people, including Duan Lingtian, thought Yi Yingkai was too impulsive. In the beginning, when I just joined the sect was very hopeful that I could rank in the top 10. Based on their reaction at that time, it was clear that they did not expect any of their young disciples to be able to rank in the top 10. I thought their reaction was a little exaggerated and assumed that at least a few disciples would be able to rank in the top 10. As it turns out, I was wrong. Apart from Xianxia Yi, it won't be easy for the others to rank even in the top 30, let alone the top 10. At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized what a huge feat it was for Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng to rank in the top 20 and the top 30 respectively in the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. At the very least, the duo's strength back then was not any weaker than Yi Yingkai and Yun Yiwei. "Elder Yi, don't you think that was an exciting fight?" Ren Taichu, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, asked through voice transmission in a gloating tone. He was clearly seizing the opportunity to mock Yi Chenfeng to vent his dissatisfaction. Yi Chenfeng was indifferent as he replied with a question, "Shall we spar after the Seven Mansions Feast? I'm sure it'll be exciting as well." These words were very effective in shutting Ren Taichu up. He no longer spoke after that. Meanwhile, the others finally began to feel that something was amiss when they recalled Yi Yingkai's previous performance. "Hey, doesn't it feel like Yi Yingkai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Does he have a grudge against them? Who knows?" However, the Pure Yang sect and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are both from the Eastern Ridge Mansion. It's not surprising if they have conflicts. Yi Yingkai was too impulsive. That Hu Chaiyi was selected as a seated participant. Clearly, Hu Chaiyi's strength is not simple, but he still went and challenged Hu Chaiyi. In the end, he's the one who suffered a loss. 0.15 minutes passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Yi Yingkai, who was seriously injured earlier, seemed to have been reborn. It seemed like he was completely healed. Upon seeing this miraculous healing effect, people began to discuss among themselves again. The divine pill Elder Yi gave him is definitely not an ordinary divine pill. What kind of ordinary divine pill would have such an extraordinary healing effect? Isn't it obvious? I just wonder what kind of healing divine pill it was. Even a Lord grade limit divine pill won't be able to produce such a miraculous effect in such a short time, right? Could it be an Emperor grade divine pill? That's possible. Moreover, it's likely not just an ordinary Emperor grade divine pill. There are few Emperor grade divine pills I know that have such an effect. Don't tell me it's an Emperor grade limit divine pill. Of course not. At least in the Seven Mansions, I've never heard of anyone capable of refining Emperor grade limit divine pills. In fact, I don't know if such a person exists in the profound energy land. I read in one of the ancient records that there was a person who could refine Emperor grade limit divine pills. You're right, such a person is a rare existence no matter the era. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by the divine pill's miraculous effect. It has to be an Emperor grade divine pill. No Lord grade divine pills are capable of this, not even Lord grade limit divine pills. Duan Lingtian could refine Lord grade limit divine pills now, but there were still a few complicated Lord grade limit divine pills that he could not refine. He had tried to refine Emperor grade divine pills as well, but each of his attempts had ended in failure and wastage of rare ingredients. Ingredients to refine Emperor grade divine pills were rare and precious. Even a secondary ingredient to refine Emperor grade divine pills could be a primary ingredient to refine some Lord grade divine pills. At this time, Yi Yingkai looked around before his eyes locked on a figure. The other party was a prodigy from Frozen Mountain Manor, one of the 4 top forces in the feudal Lord Mansion. He was the strongest young disciple in the Frozen Mountain Manor and was also the only one chosen to be a seated participant from the Frozen Mountain Manor. Appearance-wise, he looked like a middle-aged man. He did not shave the stubbles on his face, and he was casually dressed in a shabby robe. He held a wine gourd in his hand, and after entering the battlefield, he even took a few swigs from the wine gourd. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the unkempt middle-aged man. Although this was his first time seeing the other party, his instinct and experience told him that such an eccentric character was either true to his appearance or very powerful. However, he had a feeling that there was much more than meets eyes with the middle-aged man. Moreover, how could a simple person be selected as a seated participant? When Yi Yingkai saw the middle-aged opponent drinking on the battlefield, he could not help but frown slightly. He said, "The fight has started. You go first," the middle-aged man said as he put down the wine gourd in his hand. Then, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve before he continued to say with a grin, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack at all." The middle-aged man's words caused Yi Yingkai's expression to darken slightly, and they caused a stir as well. This person from the Frozen Mountain Manor is really arrogant. His previous performances were only average, right? The strength he displayed so far isn't as strong as that of Yi Yingkai. Don't forget he's chosen as a seated participant. While everyone was still talking, Yi Yingkai, who wore a sour expression on his face, finally made his move. A prominent divine sword appeared in his hand as he mobilized his divine energy and cast the law he comprehended. He did not hold back at all. Yi Yingkai did not dare to hold back because he had received a voice transmission from Yi Chenfeng, his Grand Master. Yi Chenfeng had warned him not to underestimate the middle-aged man and also told him that the middle-aged man was not weaker than Hu Chaiyi. These words sobered him up immediately. Duan Ling Tian noticed Yi Yingkai's subtle change, and he instinctively turned to look at Yi Chenfeng, who was sitting on the small floating island. He was sure Yi Chenfeng had something to do with Yi Yingkai's sudden change in attitude. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.